Chapter 1762. In this pitch-black space there was a vast and boundless river. It surged and flowed endlessly, its origin and destination could not be seen. Secluded domain of heaven and earth, river of time. The river of time was pale and colorless, but every drop of water that collided with each other would shine with dazzling colors. Every drop of water had a story, a scene that had happened in the past. Trillions of water splashes bloomed and collided with each other. The entire river of time was like fireworks, colorful and dazzling, extremely beautiful. A small goo worm covered in a layer of jade-green light suddenly appeared and plunged into the river of time. This goo worm's head and abdomen were brownish-yellow in color. There were tree ring-like markings on its surface, showing the vicissitudes of time. The wings on its back were very wide and translucent, like two green leaves overlapping each other. The tiny goo worm was inconspicuous in the vast river of time. It was smaller than an ant. After the goo worm plunged into the river, it showed a sense of determination as it swam against the current, tracing the past. Jewel yellow skies. A wave of excitement arose as goo immortals conversed and discussed with each other. What caused this uproar were only the three rib bones and the scene of a battle. It is hard to imagine that this demon Fang Yuan already has such battle strength. His growth is too fast. He is already a demonic path overlord of the current generation. Fang Yuan is an otherworldly demon. He also has spring-autumn cicada and has been reborn. He naturally has a huge advantage in cultivation. I recognize her. This is Celestial Court's Goo Immortal Thunder Ghost True Monarch. Who could have thought she would be suppressed by Fang Yuan? Thunder Ghost True Monarch Jinglan. This is an old senior. She is actually still alive. Central Continent's Celestial Court is only SOSO. They are the #1 human force in vain. They have been searching for Fang Yuan all along. In the end they sent a rank 8 Goo Immortal, but they were still beaten to such a sorry state by Fang Yuan. In Celestial Court, Qin Yi's expression was unsightly, while Fairy Myrtle's body was trembling from anger. This thief, Fang Yuan, is really sinister and cunning. Fairy Myrtle gritted her teeth because in the video of the battle in Jewel Yellow Skies, Fang Yuan had only cut out the part where he had successfully counterattacked and beaten Jinglan. Qin Yi frowned. Lady Ziwei, should we inform Thunder Ghost True Monarch about this? Thunder Ghost True Monarch Jinglan was a Goo Immortal expert who had recently awakened in Celestial Court. Jinglan chased after Fang Yuan, but in a moment of carelessness Fang Yuan counterattacked. Fang Yuan relied on the 10,000 Flood Dragon and Chaotic Directional Fog to delay her while he entered the 5 regional walls. By the time Jinglan set out once more to pursue him, the distance between her and Fang Yuan was already very large. After Fairy Myrtle was unable to calculate Fang Yuan's specific location, Jinglan lost her way in the boundary wall. Ziwei, where is that demon Fang Yuan? Jinglan transmitted her voice. She was flustered and exasperated. Her tone was very aggressive. She had thought it would be easy to capture him, but in the end she ended up heavily injured and in such a miserable state. How could the prideful Jinglan accept this reality? She gritted her teeth, anxiously hoping to capture and kill Fang Yuan to avenge her humiliation. Fairy Myrtle was silent for a moment before slowly informing Jinglan. What? Even you can lose him? Jinglan was furious and extremely dissatisfied. Fang Yuan's wisdom path attainment is no longer the same as before. But he still has to go to Langya Blessed Land. We have already made arrangements there. Although we did not capture this thief, we still made huge gains. Not only did we expend a lot of his immortal essence, we also forced him to expose countless trump cards. How can a Goo Immortal like him be killed in one battle? Fairy Myrtle advised Jinglan in a gentle tone. Jinglan was silent, standing on the spot without moving. After a long while, she heaved a long sigh. The anger on her face had already completely faded. I underestimated him. This person is shockingly talented, worthy of being the successor chosen by Providence and the one that Shadow Sect had no choice but to choose. In the next battle, I will not make the mistake of underestimating the enemy. Compared to Fang Yuan, there is an even more troublesome matter. Fairy Myrtle tactfully told Jinglan about Fang Yuan selling his sternum in Jewel Yellow Skies. Jinglan's mind that had just calmed down immediately surged with waves of anger. What? This guy actually took my sternum out to sell? Preposterous. Simply preposterous. Jinglan immediately communicated with Jewel Yellow Skies, and sure enough, when she saw her sternum, she flew into a rage and her eyes were bloodshot. Soon after, Jinglan saw the video of Fang Yuan beating her up and almost crushed her teeth. Damned guy, If you fall into my hands in the future, I will definitely pull out your tendons, flay your skin, and grind your bones to ashes. Fang Yuan flew while paying attention to jewel-yellow skies. He sneered in his heart. Although he had lost the battle with Jing Lan, it was still an honorable defeat to obtain such a result against a rank 8 as a rank 7. The 3 sternum in that video of the battle were in fact Fang Yuan showing off, they were his outstanding battle merits. Victory or defeat in a battle is secondary, what is more important is the comparison between gains and losses. Although I lost this battle, the gains are exactly what I need. Fang Yuan attempted to retrieve the upper extreme heavenly eagle, but was obstructed by Lu Weiyin and failed. Feng Jioge invaded Langya Blessed Land and discovered Wisdom Gu, as well as taking away Guyue Fangjing and Danghun Mountain. Fang Yuan detonated Danghun Mountain, causing Thunder Ghost True Monarch Jing Lan to awaken. At the same time, Qin Yi's Karma Divine Tree Killer move had a use. Fairy Myrtle used this clue to deduce his location. Thunder Ghost True Monarch Jing Lan thus accurately attacked Fang Yuan, but due to various reasons, Fang Yuan escaped. The Celestial Court discovered and invaded Langya Blessed Land, they will definitely attack again. Langya Blessed Land is extremely important to me, I cannot lose it. To resist the Celestial Court's next attack, I need to gather all the forces I can use. The 4 Races Alliance can make use of this. After this battle, my reputation will soar, I will have more say in the 4 Races Alliance, these variant human Gu Immortals will even think of me as their hope to resist rank 8s. Along the way, many Gu Immortals and Jewel Yellow Skies inquired about the price, they wanted to buy these 3 rib bones of Thunder Ghost True Monarch. But how could Fang Yuan sell them? This was the best chance to attack the Celestial Court's reputation, it was also a good chance for him to raise his own reputation, he would not sell these 3 rib bones. I need to make use of every opportunity to attack and weaken the Celestial Court's reputation, I need to accumulate courage in the hearts of other Gu Immortals. At some crucial point in the future, even more Gu Immortals will make a move, they will dare to provoke the Celestial Court. Speaking of which, are there any members of the Celestial Court among these people asking for the price? There should be some. Even Thunder Ghost True Monarch might be among them, it is very likely. Fang Yuan laughed lightly. He was trying to find joy in this difficult situation, his heart was still heavy. The Celestial Court had discovered Langya Blessed Land, it was unknown when they would attack again, Langya Blessed Land was in danger. Once Langya Blessed Land fell, it would be a huge blow to Fang Yuan. Because for a long time, Fang Yuan had been cooperating with Langya sect, he had obtained huge help at many crucial moments. Langya Blessed Land was like a huge support to him. But to resist the Celestial Court, it was not so easy. With just him, Langya Blessed Land and the 4 Races Alliance, did they really have any hope? Now is not the time to give up. After returning to Langya Blessed Land, I have already absorbed that long-hair true meaning. Even if Langya Blessed Land falls in the future, I will try my best to squeeze out all the benefits from Langya sect. Just as he thought of this, Fang Yuan's body shook, he showed a shocked expression. His expression did not change, he was an extremely shrewd and ruthless demonic path character, how could he lose his composure like this? Just earlier, Fang Yuan's time path clone had told him an extremely precious piece of information. The clone revived? Spring-Autumn Cicada returned to the time path clone with the will of several years in the future. So my first attempt ended in failure, the Celestial Court managed to repair Fate Gu completely. Shortly after, Fang Yuan's expression calmed down, the raging waves in his heart also subsided. Fang Yuan's gaze was deep and eerie, his eyes were like the dark night. Ever since he gave Spring-Autumn Cicada to the time path clone, he had expected such a situation to occur. Thus he quickly accepted this fact. The strength displayed by the Celestial Court made him feel as if an entire mountain was pressing down on his heart. But this is more interesting, isn't it? Fang Yuan's eyes revealed a trace of laughter, it was cold and fanatical. Fear. What was that? Chapter 1763. Langya Blessed Land. A large group of variant human Gu Immortals were guarding the teleportation Immortal formation, raising their heads in anticipation. Suddenly, the Immortal formation activated, emitting a dazzling light. Among the variant human Gu Immortals, Langya black-haired land spirit, who was standing at the front, was overjoyed, shouting, "They are back, they are back." Behind him were Snowman, Rockman, and Inkman Gu Immortals, all of them had complex expressions. Langya Blessed Land had just been invaded by the Celestial Court. Due to the alliance agreement of the 4 Races Alliance, these 3 variant human tribes had the responsibility to help the hairy men and defend Langya Blessed Land against the Celestial Court. When the land spirit of Xianxia asked for help, these three variant human tribes were extremely unwilling. They were full of bitterness and regretted signing this alliance agreement. But what was the use of regretting? The alliance agreement was with them, they could not violate it. Even if they succeeded in violating the alliance agreement, so what? Right now, humans were the rulers of the 5 regions, they were the undisputed overlords. The living space of variant human tribes was very small, only by working together could they coexist. This strategy was absolutely correct. But the 3 variant human tribes had never thought that Xianxia sect would actually provoke the Celestial Court. What kind of existence was the Celestial Court? This was the #1 force of humanity, a colossus that had existed for millions of years. Compared to the Celestial Court, the 4 races alliance was too small, it could not withstand any torment. Thus, when the land spirit of Xianxia asked for help from these 3 tribes, they were very unwilling and tried all sorts of excuses. But who could have thought that at this time Fang Yuan would sell Thunder Ghost True Monarch's 3 rib bones and jewel yellow skies? This battle achievement was like a hurricane, it became the hearts and minds of the variant human Gu immortals. They saw a trace of hope against the Celestial Court. But more importantly, Xianxia Blessed Land also had rank 8 battle strength. If they rejected land spirit of Xianxia's request for help, other than facing the severe punishment of the alliance agreement, the 3 tribes would also have to face Fang Yuan, who could fight rank 8 Gu immortals. The balance in their hearts had completely tilted. First, the snowmen changed their stance and expressed their full support for Xianxia sect. Then the Inkmen and Stonemen also changed their stance and were willing to help. Taking Fang Yuan in as the guest Grand Supreme Elder is really the right decision. The land spirit of Xianxia achieved his goal, and he was very pleased in his heart. After getting news of Fang Yuan, he knew that he was returning. He had an idea and brought these variant human Gu immortals to welcome Fang Yuan. When the light dissipated, Fang Yuan's figure appeared in front of everyone. The variant human Gu immortals had different expressions. Land spirit of Xianxia was the first to greet Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan glanced around and laughed in his heart. It's just like the scene in my previous life. Speaking of which, the land spirit of Xianxia also has some political skills. He knows how to use me to suppress other allies. But Fang Yuan did not want to exchange pleasantries and waste time. Like in the previous life, he only nodded at Shui Air and left. This small action made the Snowman variant human Gu immortals very excited. It also made the Stonemen and Inkmen feel very jealous. Because of the battle with Thunder Ghost True Monarch, Fang Yuan's status in the immortals' hearts had risen greatly. But right now, Fang Yuan's heart was as calm as still water. After rebirth, his battle strength had returned to the peak of rank 7, it was nothing compared to the Celestial Court. In fact, even if he had peak rank 8 battle strength in his previous life, so what? Fang Yuan and the land spirit of Xianxia conversed privately. The land spirit of Xianxia returned Fang Yuan's perceivable Dao Immortal Gu, and told Fang Yuan that the Celestial Court had indeed left behind many harmful Dao marks in Xianxia Blessed Land. The land spirit of Xianxia was very worried. Because he had already used all his strength but could not do anything to these Dao marks. Fang Yuan knew that these Dao marks were a portion of the famous Star Cast Killer move of the Celestial Court. Feng Jioga had purposely left them behind. In the previous life, when the Celestial Court launched a second attack, these Dao marks turned into a spiral passage and directly transported 4 rank 8 Gu immortals here. In this battle, Fang Yuan obtained fixed immortal travel rank 7 immortal Gu, but he exposed Yama Emperor's killer move and Xuan Bujin's identity. He lost Xianxia sect as an ally forever. Eventually, Fang Yuan retreated. The Celestial Court had no choice but to retreat as well. Longevity Heaven became the fisherman who reaped the benefits. Fang Yuan pretended not to know, replying to the land spirit of Xianxia. First Supreme Elder, don't be too anxious, let me deduce first and make a plan to deal with the current situation. The land spirit of Xianxia sighed, all right. He found it strange that Fang Yuan did not mention anything about the long hair true meaning. This did not match Fang Yuan's personality in the past. But the land spirit of Xianxia did not want to remind Fang Yuan. After all, even though he agreed to compensate Fang Yuan for the long hair true meaning, he was very reluctant to part with it. Right now, Wisdom Gu was still in Xianxia Blessed Land. Fang Yuan arrived in front of Wisdom Gu and stayed here for 3 days and 3 nights, using the time path clone to deduce. This rebirth was slightly special compared to the previous ones. It would take a long time for him to be reborn. It would take a few years. But this was reasonable. Because back then, Fang Yuan's time path clone had rank 7 cultivation level, Spring Autumn Cicada was also rank 7, and he even used the killer move Spring Autumn Success. Fang Yuan's main body was killed, his time path clone self-detonated, Spring-autumn cicada's power was far greater than before. Naturally he could rebirth to an earlier time. As for the initial rebirth, Fang Yuan only had rank 6 cultivation level, but he returned to 500 years ago. That was due to Providence's influence. It was a special case. Actually, in Red Lotus True Inheritance, there is also a killer move like Spring-Autumn Success that can rebirth to a specific time in the past. But this killer move cannot guarantee the success of rebirth. Thus I chose Spring-Autumn Success to eliminate the possibility of failure. Fang Yuan took a look at Spring-Autumn Cicada. The current Spring-Autumn Cicada was no longer rank 7 like in his previous life. It had returned to rank 6. And because it had just been reborn, its condition was not good. It was dispirited and listless. Its body was yellow like dead wood. It needed time to recuperate. In Red Lotus True Inheritance, there are many killer moves that can speed up Spring-Autumn Cicada's recovery. Spring-Autumn Cicada is indeed worthy of being Red Lotus Demon Venerable's vital immortal goo. Its effect is too powerful. Fang Yuan sighed in his heart. The current him was no longer a mortal goo master, thus he did not have to worry about Spring-Autumn Cicada bursting his aperture. At this rate, there was no need for Fang Yuan to speed up Spring-Autumn Cicada's recovery. By the time of the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention, Spring-Autumn Cicada would automatically recover. This way Fang Yuan would be able to use Spring-Autumn Success again. But the Celestial Court is so powerful, even if I can rebirth again, if I cannot find a way to defeat the Celestial Court, it would be pointless no matter how many times I rebirth. Thinking back to his previous life, Fang Yuan felt like a huge rock was pressing down on his heart. The foundation that the Celestial Court displayed was absolutely unfathomable. It shook the world. As for how many Gu Immortals there were in the Immortal Graveyard, even now Fang Yuan did not know the limit. Duke Long's strength was definitely at pseudo-venerable battle strength. In history, perhaps only Bo Qing had the strength to resist him. Fang Yuan himself was killed by Duke Long. Duke Long was simply too powerful. Of course, venerables were invincible existences. Even Duke Long was not enough against their killer moves. But this way the venerables fought across space and had their own plans. It made the already chaotic situation even more complicated. The foreshadowing of the venerables was endless. They influenced the whole situation time and time again. Fang Yuan felt a headache just thinking about it. Other than Duke Long, there was also Fairy Myrtle, Chen Yi, Li Huang, Qin Yi, Yuan Qiongdu and others. These Gu Immortals were elites, they could not be underestimated. What was even more terrifying was their spirit for the Celestial Court. They could sacrifice themselves without caring about the consequences. That kind of fanatical belief towards the Celestial Court and humanity made even Fang Yuan feel a trace of wariness. If I can't find a way to defeat the Celestial Court, even if I have countless chances to revive, it will be pointless. To defeat the Celestial Court, I will use all my strength in this life. I will not let go of any chance to improve myself. I need to make a good plan. Fang Yuan concentrated and started to make deductions. There was no doubt that revival required a technique. Even though Fang Yuan had the advantage of clairvoyance, this was only a layer of memories. He was no longer the same as before. He was the number 1 rank 7 in the world. His every action had a huge influence. If he changed many things for a small profit, the influence would be magnified, and cause a huge change in reality, Fang Yuan's rebirth advantage would plummet. But if he was restrained and afraid of change, he would not be able to improve himself enough. He would not be the Celestial Court's match in the end. He needed to maintain a good balance. And most importantly, he had to prevent other Gu Immortals from knowing that Fang Yuan had revived. The longer this secret was kept by Fang Yuan, the more advantageous it would be for him. Fang Yuan's plan took 14 to 16 hours, and he finally had a clear idea of what to do, coming up with a huge and exquisite plan. Fang Yuan summoned the land spirit of Xianxia. How many immortal Gu do you have? Give me a list. After thinking about it, I feel that refinement path true meaning is not very useful to me. If there are suitable immortal Gu, I might give up on refinement path true meaning and choose these immortal Gu. Ah! The land spirit of Xianxia cried out in joy. That's good, I will give you the list immediately. To the land spirit of Xianxia, refinement path true meaning had a huge significance. Just like fate Gu to the Celestial Court, other than its strength, it also had a spiritual value. But earlier the land spirit of Xianxia lost Fang Yuan's Danghun Mountain. Due to the alliance agreement, he had no choice but to compensate Fang Yuan with the refinement path true meaning. He was actually very unwilling to do so. Fang Yuan looked at the list and found Steel Life Immortal Gu was actually among them. He nodded inwardly, feeling satisfied. From this, it could be seen that the land spirit of Xianxia did not conceal much. Earlier, when Fang Yuan used Spectral Soul's true inheritance to exchange for the long-hair true inheritance with the land spirit of Xianxia, both sides held back and did not exchange their trump cards. In Xianxia sect, the long-hair refinement path true meaning, long-hair refinement path formation, omnidirectional 4Cs, refinement water, steel life immortal goo, heavenly giant solar, longevity heaven's request for help, and so on were all kept in their hands. They would not be easily taken out to exchange with Fang Yuan. In the previous life, Fang Yuan obtained the refinement path true meaning from the land spirit of Xianxia and raised his refinement path attainment level to quasi-supreme grandmaster, reaching heaven in one step. This choice was not wrong. Refinement path attainment level was a huge help to Fang Yuan. But now that Fang Yuan had reborn, his attainment level was the same as in the previous life. He was still a refinement path quasi-supreme grandmaster. The same refinement path true meaning was useless to Fang Yuan. This was because Fang Yuan's main body's attainment level had always been shared with the Time Path clone. Unlike Spectral Soul's clone, the biggest reason Fang Yuan created the Time Path clone was to bathe in the light of wisdom and help his main body make deductions. How could this work be done without attainment level? Even though only the Time Path clone had reborn, the Time Path clone's attainment level was the same as before. Fang Yuan's main body's attainment level naturally rose as well. Thus, in this life, Fang Yuan made a different choice. I choose Steel Life Immortal Goo and these, the Time Path Immortal Goo, give them to me. Chapter 1764. Fang Yuan assessed Steel Life Immortal Goo. This immortal goo was shaped like a bee. It was the size of an adult's fist. Its body was covered in black and gold markings. It was covered in a thin layer of scarlet light. Once it started flying, the scarlet halo would flourish even more intensely. The most eye-catching part was the bee's stinger. It was sharp and thin. Its length far surpassed the bee itself. It was as long as an adult's forearm. According to rumors, Steel Life Immortal Goo was the first immortal goo that Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable obtained when he was young. It had an extraordinary origin. Fang Yuan looked at Steel Life Immortal Goo as his thoughts ran wild. Speaking of which, even though Thieving Heaven is a demon venerable, he has a peaceful nature. He is not bloodthirsty. He is completely unlike Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. However, it was precisely because of this temperament that he created the Theft Dao. Fang Yuan had some understanding of Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable was an otherworldly demon. He wanted to return to his original world, but he had a peaceful nature. He did not like killing. He also needed to accumulate resources and cultivate to find a way to return home. What to do? Facing this problem, Theft Path was the perfect answer he gave. The 10 Venerables were the most outstanding people in the history of humanity. After Fang Yuan was reborn, he was even more interested in these Venerables. He placed more importance on them. It could be said that in Fang Yuan's previous life, the Venerables played a crucial role in the grand battle that revolved around the restoration of Fate Gu. Every time a Venerable made a move, the entire battle situation would be overturned. The invincible strength of Venerables, their far-sighted schemes, they left a deep impression on Fang Yuan. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration appeared in Fang Yuan's mind. Limitless Star Constellation, Primordial Origin, Genesis Lotus, Giant Sun, Red Lotus and Paradise Earth, they used all sorts of methods to participate in the 5 regions' chaotic war. Only Thieving Heaven, Reckless Savage and Spectral Soul have not made a move. No, Spectral Soul has already been captured. He is only left with a lump of soul. How can he have the strength to fight? I inherited Shadow Sect's true inheritance. I led Shadow Sect to participate in the war. It can be said that he made a move. Even though Spectral Soul Demon Venerable is extremely powerful, his killing nature is number 1. After his death, he accumulated his strength and reached the terrifying level of Great Grandmaster in every path. Just based on attainment level, he is the number 1 in history, surpassing all Venerables. But he had to abide by the most basic rules. He had no immortal essence, no goo worms and only a remnant soul. Even the cleverest housewife could not cook a meal without rice. He was imprisoned by the Celestial Court. Then, Thieving Heaven and Reckless Savage, did the 2 demon venerables expect an unprecedented chaotic war in the 5 regions? I should be able to calculate it. After all, even Primordial Origin and Limitless managed to deduce it. How could these 2 rank 9 venerables fail to deduce it? Since they predicted this battle, did they leave behind any means to intervene? Thieving Heaven might want to return, but what about Reckless Savage? In history he was also the Devil Lord who attacked the Celestial Court. It's very likely that he left behind some tricks. It wasn't revealed in my previous life, but in this life, can I find the methods left behind by Reckless Savage and make use of them? Fang Yuan's eyes shined when he thought of this. This was a great idea. Facing a colossal force like the Celestial Court, unless he became a rank 9 venerable, he would have to borrow their strength. At this time, Land Spirit of Langia interrupted Fang Yuan's thoughts. Fang Yuan, now that you have rank 8 Steel Life Immortal Gu, you already have 5 rank 8 Immortal Gu. This is truly inconceivable. You only have rank 7 cultivation level, but you actually have 5 rank 8 Immortal Gu. There are only a handful of people like you in history. Land Spirit of Langia sighed in amazement. Fang Yuan had obtained Steel Life Gu, he also had Attitude Gu, Wisdom Sword Gu, Years Flow Like Water, and Soul Beast Token. He indeed had 5 Immortal Gu. Of course, this did not include Wisdom Gu because Wisdom Gu was rank 9. Land Spirit of Langia had been paying close attention to Fang Yuan, so he was quite familiar with his situation. Fang Yuan smiled, not minding it. Did he have to tell Land Spirit of Langia that in the future, he would obtain rank 8 Immortal Gu like Spring, Summer, Great Chi, and Regret? If he said it, wouldn't it scare Langia Land Spirit? But this Steel Life Immortal Gu has a flaw. Back then, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable left it behind, but he was afraid that this Gu would bring too much trouble to all living beings, so he only left 3 chances to use it. In the previous life, during the battle to defend Langia, all 3 chances were used to kill Thunder Ghost True Monarch, but Steel Life Gu was destroyed by Qinyi's Karma Divine Tree Killer move. This is not all of Steel Life's flaws. Purely using Steel Life Immortal Gu would not differentiate between friend and foe while dealing with enemies, it would also harm oneself. That would be very awkward. So after obtaining Steel Life Immortal Gu, I need to deduce some killer moves to at least get rid of this flaw. If possible, it would be best if I can get rid of Steel Life Immortal Gu's limit of 3 uses. Many thoughts flashed past Fang Yuan's mind. However, he was clear that the 3 uses of Steel Life Immortal Gu was a limit set by Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. It would be very difficult for him to get rid of it, there was little hope. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan smiled at Land Spirit of Langia. First Supreme Elder, this Steel Life Immortal Gu seems to only have 3 uses? First Supreme Elder, do you know what is going on? Land Spirit of Langia was shocked. Fang Yuan actually saw through it. How was this possible? This was Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's doing, even he could not detect it. From the outside, there were no clues, everything was normal. Even the previous Land Spirit of Langia used all sorts of refinement path methods. He could not detect Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's restriction. Fang Yuan only took a few glances and he saw through it. Land Spirit of Langia had an expression of shock. He asked, "How did you find out?" Once he said this, Land Spirit of Langia's expression changed again. Because this question undoubtedly confirmed Fang Yuan's words. He coughed and said with an awkward expression, "I did not hide it from you on purpose, I planned to tell you." Even though land spirits could not lie, they could still scheme and scheme. Like the black-haired land spirit in front of him, he was ambitious and had good leadership skills. And his previous owner, white-haired land spirit, was even more adept at enduring silently. He managed Langia blessed land very well. Black and white land spirits had their own specialties. The black-haired land spirit planned to tell me the truth. More specifically, when Fang Yuan found out about it, he would tell the truth. It was not a lie. Fang Yuan looked at the black-haired land spirit with a faint smile. First Supreme Elder, I wanted to exchange for refinement path true meaning. These immortal Gu alone are not enough. Now that Steel Life Gu is in such a state, I need to add some things to make up for the difference. The black-haired land spirit rolled his eyes and mumbled, "Of course I know that. Tell me, what else do you need?" Fang Yuan's lips curled into a smile. "I have a suggestion." His suggestion was to deepen the cooperation with the other 3 races and use Langia Sect's foundation to exchange for the time path immortal Gu in the hands of the variant humans. Land Spirit of Langia was surprised. "You want to exchange for time path immortal Gu? This means, Fang Yuan, you want to develop in time path?" Fang Yuan nodded. This was a must. Right now he had not gotten rid of Xianxia yet. He lacked the 4 time path immortal Gu of spring, summer, autumn and winter. He also did not obtain rank 7 edge Gu from Tai Chu Zhong. He could not use time cutting edge either. Fang Yuan's time path immortal Gu mainly came from 2 sources. The main one was He Fan's true inheritance. The other was some Gu worms left behind in graceful chaotic dual stage. Fang Yuan's refinement path attainment level was quasi-supreme grandmaster. His time path attainment level was the same. Moreover, Red Lotus true inheritance was still in the river of time. Fang Yuan still had to roam the river of time. Of course, he needed strength in the aspect of time path. Land Spirit of Langia nodded. "Then I will put down my pride and talk to the other 3 races. Fang Yuan, the crucial thing now is Celestial Court. We need to get rid of the harmful Dao marks in the blessed land as soon as possible before secretly relocating. Fang Yuan quickly consoled the anxious black-haired land spirit. I know, don't worry. I collected these time path immortal goo to deal with the harmful Dao marks in Langya blessed land. I also have some plans to deal with the harmful Dao marks in Langya blessed land. I will modify our super immortal formation after some time. As long as you know. The black-haired land spirit patted Fang Yuan's shoulder and left. His efficiency was very high. Not long after, he finished the discussion and handed the time path immortal goo to Fang Yuan. At this point, including Langya sect's own treasury and the ones exchanged from variant humans, there were a total of 5 time path immortal goo, 3 rank 6 and 2 rank 7. Rank 7 time concealment immortal goo and hour needle immortal goo, rank 6 immortal goo yesterday, 10 days and successive years. The most helpful to Fang Yuan was time concealment immortal goo. This goo could conceal the goo immortal. Fang Yuan was overjoyed to obtain it. Time needle immortal goo was an offensive goo. Once activated, it would shoot out needles to kill strong enemies. The other 3 rank 6 immortal goo were barely satisfactory. They could only be used as supplementary immortal goo at most. A day later, a large number of rank 8 immortal materials were thrown down, creating a rainbow spiral. Wisdom goo entered the spiral of its own accord like a cat that smelled fish. Fang Yuan opened his sovereign immortal aperture and drew the rainbow spiral into his blessed land. Back then, Land Spirit of Langya had used this method to trick Wisdom goo from Hu immortal blessed land into Langya blessed land. Fang Yuan had also used this method in his previous life. This time, although he was familiar with it, he pretended to be unfamiliar with it, praising Land Spirit of Langya's method endlessly. To conceal the secret of his rebirth, he had to start from these details. Although the black-haired land spirit was praised by Fang Yuan, the disappointment in his heart was already showing. Sigh, I feel empty in my heart. The black-haired land spirit sighed deeply. He had coveted wisdom goo for a long time. To think that Fang Yuan would get it in the end, during the process, the black-haired land spirit had used up a large number of lifespan goo. But he had no choice, under the threat of the Celestial Court's second invasion, to prevent wisdom goo from falling into the hands of the Celestial Court. The black-haired land spirit had no choice but to lower his head no matter how unwilling he was. Take a good look at this immortal goo recipe. We will refine this immortal goo next. Fang Yuan took back wisdom goo and handed an immortal goo recipe to Land Spirit of Langya. Land Spirit of Langya took a close look. Myriad self-immortal goo? That's right. This goo is very useful to me. It can raise my battle strength greatly. It will be very helpful in dealing with the Celestial Court. Fang Yuan said as he walked out of this valley. Prepare yourselves, I will go out and search for the 4 main immortal materials. Oh wait, aren't you going to modify the Blessed Land's formation? Fang Yuan did not turn around, he only waved his hand. Don't worry, I know what to do. Chapter 1765. Northern Plains. Autumn Blade Plain. A goo immortal walked barefoot on the grassland. He was tall and sturdy, his skin had a copper luster. He wore a vest that exposed his shoulders and his trousers were rolled up, revealing his calves. Every time he took a step, he would leave behind footprints made of blood on the grassland. He was Meng Tuesday Quasi-Great Grandmaster of Blade Path, rank 7 goo immortal with peak battle strength, one of the top 3 rank 7 experts of Meng tribe. In order to break through his Blade Path attainment level, Meng Tu volunteered to guard Autumn Blade Plain, imitating Renzu and cultivating all year round, ignoring worldly affairs. He was silent as iron, walking on Autumn Blade Plain step by step. His eyes were closed and his brows were slightly furrowed, thinking about the supreme principles of Blade Path. Suddenly he opened his eyes. The ghosts let out ghostly wails and howls as they pounced towards him. These ghostly monsters were terrifying. They were mostly in human form, but they were ugly and sinister. They had green faces and sharp fangs, their claws were like blades, and their eyes were filled with blood. Their dense killing intent caused Meng Tu's hair to stand on end. What the hell is this? Meng Tu was shocked and furious. He fought with these ghostly monsters and was shocked to find that each of these ghostly monsters had rank 7 battle strength. Even with his peak rank 7 battle strength, facing these endless waves of ghostly monsters, he had to retreat. However, just as he was about to retreat, the ghostly monsters attacking him suddenly self-detonated. This change was far beyond Meng Tu's expectations. He was caught unprepared. Boom boom boom. The ghostly monsters self-detonated with great power. Meng Tu spat out blood and retreated rapidly. These ghostly monsters are attacking in a strict and coordinated manner. There must be a goo immortal controlling them from behind. But I wonder if it is a soul path Gu Immortal or an enslavement path Gu Immortal? Meng Tu's heart was shrouded in a heavy shadow. Just as he was about to send a message to his tribe asking for help, the world suddenly changed. By the time Meng Tu reacted, he was already in an immortal battlefield. What immortal battlefield is this? It was set up so quickly? Shock flashed across Meng Tu's eyes. From the start of the battle until now, he had not even seen his opponent's true appearance. Sir, who are you? Why are you making things difficult for my Meng tribe? Meng Tu shouted. The mastermind behind the scenes, Fang Yuan, chuckled and ignored him. Instead he began to prepare the Luo Pasil. Fang Yuan didn't have Wu Yong's concealment methods. The moment the Luo Pasil started to brew, a storm surged and a monstrous aura swept across the entire Yama battlefield. His position was thus exposed. Meng Tu's sharp gaze swept over. He saw that Fang Yuan was an ordinary-looking Gu Immortal. He wore a gray robe and looked ordinary, the type that could not be seen in a crowd. However, Fang Yuan's current aura shocked Meng Tu greatly. Meng Tu was even slightly dazed. He only has rank 7 peak stage cultivation level. How can he use a rank 8 killer move? Actually, Luo Pasil was only at quasi-rank 8. Its aura was terrifying. Fang Yuan did not have rank 8 immortal essence yet. The Luo Pasil killer move that he used now was weakened. Meng Tu gritted his teeth and charged at Fang Yuan. Northern Plains Gu Immortals were so brave. Fang Yuan chuckled. He was calm and unruffled as if Meng Tu did not exist. A large number of human-shaped Yama children appeared and blocked Meng Tu without any regard for their own safety. The number of Yama children made Meng Tu despair. Fang Yuan's Luo Pasil finished its preparation and attacked from afar. Under the pressure of Yama children, Meng Tu blocked left and right. He could not dodge in time and was hit by Luo Pasil. In an instant, his face turned ashen. He was dead. His soul was completely destroyed, not even a trace of it was left behind. Fang Yuan cleaned up the battlefield. Meng Tu's corpse was intact. His immortal aperture was also left behind, along with a large number of cultivation resources and 3 immortal Gu. In his previous life, Meng Tu self-detonated. Fang Yuan only obtained Blade Wing immortal Gu. His gains in this life were plentiful. After dispersing the Yama battlefield, Fang Yuan looted the whole of Autumn Blade Plain. The drinking blade wine buried underground was his main objective. Fang Yuan collected it all. Besides that, there was also a vast number of mortal edge Gu. There was no need to think about immortal level edge Gu because it was in the hands of southern border Gu immortal Tai Chu Zhong. In my previous life, Meng Tu's self-detonation was beyond my expectations. His blade path Dao marks were engraved in Autumn Blade Plain, causing this resource point to have extraordinary potential. But in this life, Meng Tu did not even think of self-detonation before I killed him. Now that I have looted everything, this Autumn Blade Plain will no longer have its former glory. Fang Yuan looted almost everything here. He gave a faint glance before turning around and leaving. He did not return to Langya Blessed Land, because there were still immortal materials that he had not gathered. There were 4 main immortal materials needed to refine myriad self-immortal Gu. They were drinking blade wine, edge Gu, front-back divine obstruction needle, and floating life fire. Now that he had the first 2, only the last 2 were left. Fang Yuan arrived at Divine Needle Valley. This was a man-made valley, specially created by rank 7 Gu immortal Sleeping Lady for the Divine Hedgehog. Sleeping Lady was a lone cultivator of Northern Plains. She had rank 7 cultivation level and did not have outstanding battle strength. But the Divine Hedgehog that she controlled was an immemorial desolate beast that also cultivated sword path. The Divine Hedgehog had an innate ability. It could shoot out all the spikes on its body, giving people no time to dodge. It could easily kill gods and immortals. If Sleeping Lady and the Divine Hedgehog cooperated well, there was a possibility of killing Meng Tuesday precisely because of this. In Fang Yuan's previous life, Meng tribes Meng Zizai and Meng Zhao had suspected Sleeping Lady when they investigated Meng Tu's death. Fang Yuan sneaked to the vicinity of Divine Needle Valley, but did not enter. He used the same trick again, activating Yama Child to charge in. Soon, Sleeping Lady's scream could be heard from inside Divine Needle Valley. Such guts! You dare to invade my Divine Needle Valley! Yama Child self-detonated one after another. Sleeping Lady was in a sorry state. She turned around and ran. You want to meet up with the Divine Hedgehog? Fang Yuan sneered. Using the remaining power of Yama Child's self-detonation, Yama battlefield quickly formed and trapped Sleeping Lady inside. Sleeping Lady let out a scream similar to Meng Tu's. What immortal battlefield is this? It's actually so fast. Fang Yuan slowly appeared. Of course not. Compared to Rumor Cage, there is still a huge difference in speed. Sleeping Lady looked at Fang Yuan with a fearful gaze. Who are you? I, Sleeping Lady, have no grievances with you, right? Please be magnanimous. What do you want? We can discuss it. Fang Yuan smiled. I want your life. Sleeping Lady's face instantly turned pale. Yama child swarmed forward. Sleeping Lady was surrounded by danger. She resisted with difficulty while shouting in panic. Spare my life, I will do anything you want me to. Wait, I will teach you the method to control the divine hedgehog. How about it? I will use this bargaining chip to exchange for my life. Fang Yuan looked at her indifferently. Stop acting. How can a person who can deal with Meng tribe and Murong tribe be afraid of death? Seeing that Fang Yuan had seen through her, Sleeping Lady roared angrily, finally displaying her true strength. She was actually not weak, she was very different from the outside world's evaluation. She managed to kill her way out of the encirclement of the Yama child. But what was the use of this? She could not break through the Yama battlefield, she was still trapped. Fang Yuan started to gather Luo Pasil. Sleeping Lady charged at him, trying to stop Fang Yuan from accumulating his killer move. But she was much weaker than Meng Tu. Even Meng Tu could not stop Fang Yuan, let alone her? Sleeping Lady smiled bitterly. I am a mere lone immortal. I have always been kind to people. I never leave my house. I only want to manage my own land. I did not expect that while I was sitting at home, disaster would come from the sky. You demon, one day you will receive retribution. What you do to others will be returned to you millions of times. My outcome will be your outcome in the future. She cursed Fang Yuan loudly, venting the anger and fear in her heart. Fang Yuan's voice was bone-piercingly cold. It seems you still do not know your sins. Sleeping Lady stared with wide eyes. What sins have I committed? She was furious. Not only did Fang Yuan want to kill her, he also wanted to slander her. Sleeping Lady sneered. You are a demonic path Gu immortal. You actually want to learn from the righteous path and slander your opponent to claim righteousness? You are simply ridiculous. If you were a little more pure, I might have a higher opinion of you. How are you not guilty? Your weakness is a sin. The moment she said that, Fang Yuan shot out Luo Pasil. As expected, Sleeping Lady was hit by this move. Her defensive killer move was torn apart like paper. She died on the spot. Fang Yuan collected her corpse and took away her immortal aperture. The only flaw was that almost all of Sleeping Lady's immortal goo were destroyed by herself. Fang Yuan stored the Yama battlefield. He first pretended to be Sleeping Lady and collected the front-back divine obstruction needles on the divine hedgehog. The divine hedgehog's battle strength fell to rock bottom. Fang Yuan directly suppressed the divine hedgehog and stored it in the sovereign immortal aperture. And Fang Yuan did not let go of this divine needle valley. Chapter 1766. Northern Plains. An ordinary and barren grassland, desolate and uninhabited. Suddenly, a mystical light flashed in the sky. 4 Gu immortals appeared. They were Fang Yuan, Wuxia, Fairy Miaoyin and Lady White Rabbit. After rebirth, Fairy Miaoyin, Lady White Rabbit and the spy in Langya sect, Sixth Hair, had not died, they were still alive. Alright, go back and cultivate. Fang Yuan opened the sovereign immortal aperture's entrance, letting the 3 Gu immortals enter. Right now, the remaining Gu immortals of Shadow Sect were all hiding in Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture to cultivate. Fang Yuan wanted to use them to form the ancient battle formation, omnidirectional travel. Because of this method, Fang Yuan could move quickly and travel long distances. Omnidirectional travel was very important to Fang Yuan. It made up for his weakness in movement speed. In the previous life, after Fang Yuan lost fixed immortal travel, this move replaced it perfectly and helped Fang Yuan get through many difficulties. But in comparison, fixed immortal travel is still more convenient. Fang Yuan sighed internally. This time he left Divine Needle Valley's original location. He had to cross almost half of Northern Plains before arriving here. Omnidirectional travel could not conceal his aura, it was very eye-catching. To conceal himself, Fang Yuan had to make several detours to avoid several super forces. If he had fixed immortal travel, he would not need to go through so much trouble. Fang Yuan added in his mind, of course, fixed immortal travel needs to be at least rank 7 to be suitable for me. At this time, the rank 7 fixed immortal travel should be with Feng Jioge, right? In the previous life, Fang Yuan had used Great Thief Ghost Hand to steal Feng Jioge's rank 7 fixed immortal travel goo during the Battle of Langya Sect. This goo worm was of great help to Fang Yuan. Even after Fang Yuan advanced to rank 8, rank 7 fixed immortal travel was used as the core to create a space path immortal killer move. The killer move's power had increased tremendously, it still helped Fang Yuan move around the world. Fixed immortal travel was very convenient. It was a top-tier space path immortal goo. With it, one could travel anywhere in the world. Omnidirectional travel was not bad, but it was inferior to fixed immortal travel goo. Whether it was crossing the 5 regional walls or the heavenly Dipper Chi wall, or the number of people, they were all at a disadvantage. In the previous life I was lucky and used Great Thief Ghost Hand to steal fixed immortal travel immortal goo. However, this method was not stable and reliable. It depended on luck. In this life, how should I plot to obtain fixed immortal travel? Fang Yuan had relied on the spring-autumn cicada to be reborn, bringing him valuable information, realms and killer moves, but at the same time his own luck had fallen by a large margin. These days, Fang Yuan had been relying on some small luck path methods to survive. But in terms of luck path, honestly speaking, even though he had barged into Imperial Court blessed land and destroyed 88-point Xianxia Tower, his gains in luck path were far below the outside world's estimation. As Fang Yuan's cultivation level continued to rise, these luck path methods could not keep up. But thankfully, in the previous battles, be it Meng Tu or Sleeping Lady, they were far weaker than me. Even if my luck was not good, it was not a big deal. Fang Yuan was quite satisfied with the previous 2 battles. The entire situation was under his control. This feeling of having everything under his control was truly wonderful. In the previous life he lacked a powerful offensive method like Luo Pasil. He could only rely on Great Thief Ghost Hand to win by surprise, or use Myriad Dragon and Yama to fight a battle of attrition. He was in an awkward situation. This awkwardness led to Meng Tu's self-detonation, and Fang Yuan's defeat and escape in the Battle of Langya Mountain. In the previous life for the killer move Luo Pasil, Fang Yuan did not care about the dangers and difficulties. He spent a vast amount of time, effort and energy as well as several years. Only during the Battle of the 5 regional mountain range did he succeed. He used it to capture the rank 8 Gu immortal Jun Xinguang. Even Wu Yong was stunned. In this life, Fang Yuan directly used Luo Pasil. The effect was immediate. After killing Meng Tu and Sleeping Lady, Fang Yuan had gathered 3 sets of main immortal materials for myriad self-immortal goo. Only the floating life fire was left. According to his previous life's experience, floating life fire did not need Fang Yuan to search for it personally. After a certain period of time, Central Continent's Gu immortal Jianghu would sell this immortal material in jewel yellow skies. By then Fang Yuan could just buy some for himself. Fang Yuan came to this seemingly ordinary plane, but he had another motive. He landed on the ground and hesitated for a moment before activating an immortal killer move. Burning Soul Bursting Luck. I do not have much soul foundation now. Burning Soul Bursting Luck needs to be used cautiously. But this time I will enter the River of Time. To be safe I need to use it once. Fang Yuan sighed in his heart. In the previous life, many Gu immortals tried to deduce him. These deductions continued until Fang Yuan's rebirth. Each deduction did not succeed because Fang Yuan had Yama Emperor. But Yama Emperor's defense against deductions also expended Fang Yuan's soul foundation. Right now, even though Fang Yuan had a batch of guts goo, his soul cultivation had already stopped. Dang Hun Mountain had just self-detonated in Fairy Myrtle's hands. Fang Yuan needed a long time to repair Dang Hun Mountain with the fragments he had. After using Burning Soul Bursting Luck, Fang Yuan's luck rose sharply, but it could not compare to his previous life's luck at the same time. Spring-Autumn Cicada's weakness was huge. As his cultivation level rose, his luck fell even more. Who knew how Red Lotus Demon Venerable managed to overcome it back then? Fang Yuan moved as he activated Gu Worms. After circling around the grassland, he stomped his feet and activated the natural Immortal Formation. Next he stepped into the Immortal Formation and vanished on the spot. Similar to Southern Border, this place also had a natural tributary of the River of Time. After Shadow Sect found it, they used formation path methods and combined with the natural Dao marks here to set up an immortal formation, concealing this place and making it undetectable. Fang Yuan looked at the flowing tributary of the River of Time. From time to time, Time Path Mortal Goo flew out of the river or hovered in the air above it. Fang Yuan calmed his mind and carefully activated a Time Path Immortal Killer move. He had deduced this move a few days ago. He had not named it yet. Its main use was to conceal his existence and prevent detection. After using this move, Fang Yuan breathed in deeply and jumped into the tributary of the River of Time. Following the tributary, he quickly entered the main stream of the River of Time. Far away, an immortal Gu house was quietly floating on the surface of the River of Time, allowing the river water to surge and create huge waves. This immortal Gu house was shaped like a pavilion. It was ventilated on all sides and had a simple structure. The pavilion cover seemed to be made of yellow grass. The pavilion pillars were gray-white rocks that had not been polished. There was a screen in the pavilion. It was the most beautiful decoration. Right now there were 4 Gu Immortals in the pavilion, 3 males and 1 female. They were the 4 Xianxia of Central Continent's Spirit Butterfly Valley. They cultivated Time Path and had rank 7 cultivation level. They were also twin siblings. They were very close to each other and had a deep relationship. After Fang Yuan used the Red Lotus True Inheritance that Spectral Soul Demon Venerable found to get rid of Celestial Court's Gu Immortal Lord Huangshi, Celestial Court lacked Time Path talents. Even though the 4 Xianxia were not members of Celestial Court, they had great strength and were loyal. They were promoted by Fairy Myrtle to guard present and past pavilion and the River of Time. Once Fang Yuan entered the River of Time, they would immediately sense it. At this moment Shang Xuanzi suddenly gasped. What is it? The youngest sister Sun Guizi asked. As the elder brother Shang Xuanzi pointed at the screen in present and past pavilion, he said hesitantly, I think I saw a light flicker on the screen earlier. Really? Zhong Xuanzi and Xia Xuanzi looked at each other. Then let's investigate. Even though Sun Guizi was a lively person, she had a heavy responsibility now. She did not dare to be careless. The 4 Xuanzi activated present and past pavilion and inspected dozens of times, but did not find anything. Everything was normal. Seems I was wrong, haha. Shang Xuanzi was a little shocked. Big brother, don't be too nervous. That Fang Yuan is only at the peak of rank 7. We 4 Xuanzi can defeat him without relying on present and past pavilion. Zhong Xuanzi consoled. Even though Lord Huangshi died, Celestial Court had already investigated that it was the power of Red Lotus True Inheritance. They also analyzed Fang Yuan's current time path strength. Sun Guizi's eyes turned as she giggled. Don't worry, even if you 3 die in battle, as long as I, Sun Guizi, am here, you will definitely revive. You are actually cursing your brothers to die in battle? You are really asking for a beating. Brothers, spare me. There was laughter in present and past pavilion. They were laughing and fooling around, but they did not expect that Fang Yuan had really entered the River of Time. In the previous life, Fang Yuan was discovered by present and past pavilion, even though he had an incomplete immortal Gu house. But it was different this time. Firstly, Fang Yuan was only facing 1 present and past pavilion. It was too early. Celestial Court had not had time to create the other 3 time path immortal Gu houses. Secondly, Fang Yuan had a deep understanding of present and past pavilion. In the previous life, present and past pavilion was destroyed by him twice, and the 4 Xuanzi all died at his hands. 3 of their souls were captured by Fang Yuan after the battle. He soul-searched them and learned more about present and past pavilion's secrets. Finally, Fang Yuan was reborn and exchanged for several time path immortal Gu. One of them was rank 7 time path immortal Gu. Time concealment, it could conceal a Gu immortal's body. An immortal killer move formed with it as the core was specially used to deal with present and past pavilion's investigation. It was also greatly amplified in an environment like the River of Time. Because of all these reasons, the rank 7 present and past pavilion could not find any traces of Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan swam in the River of Time moving forward. There were naturally some difficulties and obstacles. For example, sudden springs. Dangerous sudden springs could trap and kill rank 8 Gu immortals. For example, multicolored time. This pale white light could reduce lifespan. Any Gu immortal would be deeply wary of it. There were also the commonly seen year beasts. There were many desolate level year beasts and ancient year beasts in the River of Time. Along the way, Fang Yuan encountered at least 3 immemorial year beasts. Thankfully, he had used burning soul-bursting luck before coming here. His luck was good. Many of the problems were passed without any danger. Against these year beasts, Fang Yuan mainly avoided them and tried not to attack. On one hand, it was because of present and past pavilion. If Fang Yuan attacked, the chances of his identity being exposed would increase sharply. On the other hand, Fang Yuan did not have a year essence pool yet. Without a year essence pool, he could not gather troops on a large scale. Capturing too many year beasts would be a burden to Fang Yuan. Chapter 1767. Fang Yuan stepped onto the Stone Lotus Island again. More accurately speaking, it was the first time in this life, but he had already done it in the previous life. Once he stepped onto the Stone Lotus Island, Fang Yuan immersed himself in Red Lotus Demon Venerable's memories. He had already seen this in the previous life. It was just a repetition in this life, but Fang Yuan was still somewhat moved. Red Lotus Demon Venerable is a very special venerable. He originally had rank 9 cultivation level, but he used Spring Autumn Cicada to revive. He gave up his rank 9 venerable status. But if he did not give up, he would not be able to return to the past and change the truth. he would not be able to make up for his regret and regret. Thus, later on he created Future Self as well as Call of the Ancient, Help of the Future. The stone lotus island that carried Red Lotus True Inheritance had the ability to conceal itself. It was not easy for the celestial court to find it. All along there had been no gains. In the previous life, just as they were about to gain something, Feng Yuan ruined it. Eventually, Feng Jioge had to use the killer move Wind of Assimilation to destroy the stone lotus island. From the perspective of the celestial court, it was quite tragic. The stone lotus island that Feng Yuan stepped onto had been here for millions of years. For some reason, when Feng Yuan stood on the stone lotus island and looked at the surging river water, he suddenly had some enlightenment. The origin of the river of time should be the beginning of the world. The end of the river of time is naturally the destruction of the world. The length of the river of time is the experience of the entire world. And the width of the river of time corresponds to everything in the world: flowers, birds, fish, insects, humans, beasts, plants, and so on. Clearly, the more prosperous the world, the more things there are, and the wider the river of time is. The more barren the world is, the fewer things there are, and the narrower the river of time is. Feng Yuan had quasi-supreme time path attainment level. At this moment he had a flash of inspiration. He understood all sorts of things and gained a deeper understanding of rebirth. The essence of my rebirth is actually just the will of the future downstream. Through the spring and autumn cicada, it escaped to the upper reaches and fused with me at a certain time upstream. The truth of time in this world determines that there is only one world and there are no parallel spaces. When I was reborn, the downstream was still flowing. After my death, it is clear that the celestial court will rule the world, and the four regions will be helpless. But now that I've been reborn, I'm like a drop of ink in a clear river. As I change more and more things, allowing some things to exist and some things to disappear, this blob of ink will gradually soak more of the river and dye the longer river surface into a different color. When the ink seeped into the celestial court to repair Fate Gu and hold the refinement path convention, many things changed. The future changed. Feng Yuan had transmigrated from Earth. There was a term on Earth called the butterfly effect. Now, Feng Yuan suddenly understood that in this Gu world, the ink effect could more accurately describe the effects of rebirth. Of course, I can easily change other things because Fate Gu is not complete, and most importantly, I am an otherworldly demon to begin with. I am not bound by fate. If Red Lotus Demon Venerable were reborn in the past, it would be hard for him to change the state of other things. He would always use all sorts of reasons to make things return to their original state. In other words, the otherworldly demon is a large lump of ink, while the local Gu Immortal's revival is nothing more than a splash of water. Even if there are some ripples for a short period of time, under the restriction of Fate Gu, everything will return to its original state without any ripples. Thinking of this, Feng Yuan could not help but admire Red Lotus Demon Venerable even more. This special existence, even if he was not an otherworldly demon, he forcefully opened up the situation. It was hard to imagine how much he had paid and sacrificed in this process. Red Lotus Island had a large number of time path immortal materials. Among them, the majority were rank 8 immortal materials. Red Lotus True Meaning could allow a Gu Immortal's time path attainment level to rise to quasi-supreme Grandmaster. There were also immortal killer moves that used Spring-Autumn Cicada as the core. Spring-Autumn Success was one of them. Finally, there was a method left behind by Red Lotus Demon Venerable. It was called Future Self. It could allow a Gu Immortal to reach the peak of rank 7 in the future. What was missing was Regret Gu. This rank 8 Immortal Gu was still in the Dragon Whale Grotto Heaven. It was taken away by Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. In the previous life, Feng Yuan had obtained Regret Gu through Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's arrangements. He was directly transported to the Stone Lotus Island. In this life he knew the location of the Stone Lotus Island in the River of Time. He went there in advance and inherited most of Red Lotus True Inheritances. In terms of time, he had no doubt arrived much earlier. In the previous life, Feng Yuan entered the River of Time 3 times. The first time he was chased by the 4 time path Immortal Gu houses of Celestial Court. He was ambushed by Li Huang and lost the incomplete Immortal Gu house that he had invested heavily in. After exposing all of his trump cards, he managed to escape. The second time, Feng Yuan used Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's method to obtain Regret Gu. He was directly transported to the Stone Lotus Island and obtained Red Lotus True Inheritances. The third time he found another Stone Lotus Island. Celestial Court was likely to succeed. Feng Yuan worked together with Bing Sichuan and the rest to resist Celestial Court and fight for Red Lotus True Inheritances. Eventually, Feng Jioge used Assimilation Wind Song to destroy the Stone Lotus Island. Neither side gained any benefits. All in all, Fang Yuan's experiences in the River of Time were full of ups and downs. He had gone through many ups and downs. In this life, with the help of the memories in his mind, Fang Yuan first tasted the sweetness. It is fine even without regret, Gu. After all, the problem now is Celestial Court's invasion of Langya Blessed Land. I still have some time to refine Immortal Gu in bulk. I should make good use of future self first. Fang Yuan let out Wuxia and the rest, letting them cultivate on the Stone Lotus Island and familiarize themselves with future self just like in his previous life. Different from the previous life, in this life, Fang Yuan's subordinates, Fairy Miao Yin and Lady White Rabbit, were still alive. He could use future self more efficiently. Moreover, he got to enjoy future self as well. In the previous life he had rank 8 cultivation level, future self had no effect on him. But in this life, Fang Yuan came earlier, he only had rank 7 cultivation level, future self was useful to him. Wait. Maybe this is the correct time for me to come to the Stone Lotus Island. Back then, Red Lotus Demon Venerable deduced that I would come here when I had rank 7 cultivation level. He left behind future self to help me. In the previous life I thought that Red Lotus deduction was wrong, but now it seems that Red Lotus Demon Venerable had already considered my situation after rebirth? If that is the case, this Red Lotus true inheritance was not left for me in the previous life, it was specially waiting for me in this life. Fang Yuan's eyes flickered with bright light for a long while. He left Wuxia and the rest behind as he left the Stone Lotus Island alone. Using a time path killer move, he concealed himself and continued to swim. He still remembered the scene when he entered the river for the 3rd time. He already had a plan for the location of the other Stone Lotus Island. This time his plan was to find 2 Stone Lotus Islands. After spending a long time and going through some setbacks, Fang Yuan searched all the possible locations of the Stone Lotus Islands. But regretfully he did not find that Stone Lotus Island. The Stone Lotus Islands can move. It seems that this island is unstable. It is different from the Stone Lotus Island that I entered. Even though he did not have Red Lotus true inheritance, Fang Yuan was not dejected. This kind of situation was also within his expectations. Present and past pavilion. The 4 Xianxia encountered a small problem. An ancient year beast was attacking present and past pavilion, but present and past pavilion shined with profound light. It did not budge. Soon, under the combined attacks of the 4 Xianxia, this ancient year beast died. Sun Guizi cheered, "This is great, we have a large number of time path immortal materials again." Indeed. Zhong Xuanzi sighed. The River of Time is truly a sacred cultivation ground for us time path Gu immortals. It is like Danghun Mountain and Luopa Valley to soul path Gu immortals. Zhong Xuanzi added, "Indeed, the Celestial Court sent us to guard present and past pavilion. Even though it is to guard against the demon Fang Yuan, it is also a great opportunity for us to cultivate. Obtaining time path immortal materials will be very beneficial to our cultivation." Shang Xuanzi smiled. "Not just that, in present and past pavilion we can observe upstream and downstream, we can see many scenes of the past and future. We can see the changes of countless things under the influence of time. It is a great help to our comprehension of time path and raise our time path attainment levels." Sun Guizi gritted her teeth. "It is a pity that Fate Gu is damaged, it is not complete. According to historical records, a long time ago when Fate Gu was still intact, we time path great experts could observe the upstream and downstream of the River of Time, we could observe the past and the future, we could accurately predict many things." Zhong Xuanzi nodded. "Indeed. Back then Star Constellation Immortal Venerable seemed to have done this. Even though she is not a time path Gu immortal, her wisdom path methods are extraordinary. She could imitate the power of time path and deduce all sorts of future situations through the tributary of the River of Time. She predicted that Green Tortoise's group of 7 would create the first Gu house in history, Tortoise House, and thus created Star Constellation Chessboard. The 4 Xianxia reminisced about the glory of time path for a while before they calmed down. They rested and collected the ancient year beast corpses while continuing to monitor the River of Time. They did not know that Fang Yuan had already secretly come to the River of Time and obtained Red Lotus true inheritance, before sneaking away. Fang Yuan returned the way he came. He walked out of the River of Time and entered the tributary of the River of Time, returning to Northern Plains. After he walked out of the formation he activated fixed immortal travel and went to Southern Border. How could Fang Yuan have fixed immortal travel in this period of time? Immortal Gu were unique, fixed immortal travel was naturally with Feng Jioga. In fact, Fang Yuan was using the killer move Future Self. This time path killer move was very mystical. It condensed into a human silhouette in Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture. The silhouette sat in the air, it was like the water of the river of time had condensed, it was shining with all sorts of colors. The silhouette looked like Feng Yuan, it was very lifelike. The silhouette also had a sovereign immortal aperture, but this immortal aperture was the scene of Feng Yuan's future immortal aperture, and most importantly there were many silhouettes of goo worms like fixed immortal travel. Feng Yuan's rebirth had little influence, the downstream of the river of time had not been dyed by the ink. Thus, the downstream scene was still Feng Yuan's previous life. Future self could allow the goo immortal to obtain the strongest form of rank 7 in the future. Feng Yuan's previous life's strongest form of rank 7 was before the battle of the 5 regional mountain range. At that time, Feng Yuan had already captured Xianxia and the rest of the southern border pursuers, he was extorting southern border's super forces. To resist the enemies, to scheme against Celestial Court, and to obtain Red Lotus true inheritance in the River of Time, Feng Yuan annexed Xiaqia's time path immortal aperture and advanced to rank 8. He created the illusion of undergoing tribulation in the 5 regional mountain range, he set up an ambush. During the battle of Langya mountain range, Feng Yuan stole Feng Jioge's fixed immortal travel. After that, Feng Yuan attacked Plunder Shadow Blessed Land and fought against Qi clan, he finally made a secret transaction with Qi Chuyu. After that, Feng Yuan set up Year's Flow execution formation and captured the southern border pursuers, he extorted the southern border clans. After that, during the battle of the 5 regional mountain range. After that, Feng Yuan entered the River of Time, he did not even see the Stone Lotus Island, he was chased by Celestial Court and had to escape. Thus, Feng Yuan's future self was before he annexed Xiaqia's immortal aperture and advanced to rank 8. At that time he had fixed immortal travel immortal goo. Using the killer move future self, Feng Yuan went from northern plains to southern border. But he did not go to the 5 regional mountain range. The 5 regional true inheritance was very useful to him, Feng Yuan knew this. But it was not wise to activate the 5 regional true inheritance now. Because when the 5 regional true inheritance was activated, there would be a huge commotion. He had to destroy the 5 regional mountain range to obtain the acknowledgement of Tao Zhu's will and draw him out. Feng Yuan had rank 7 cultivation level now, even though his battle strength had risen, it was hard to fight against rank 8s. If he activated the 5 regional true inheritance and attracted some rank 8 goo immortals or immortal goo houses, it would be awkward. To be safe, Feng Yuan pushed back the 5 regional true inheritance. Chapter 1768. Feng Yuan landed in the valley, he found a cave and built a simple mortal goo house, cultivating silently. Wuxia and the rest stayed on the Stone Lotus Island, familiarizing themselves with future self. Feng Yuan had reborn, he skipped this step. Future self's greatest help to Feng Yuan was not cultivation level or battle strength, but fixed immortal travel. With future self, Feng Yuan could use it to move around in the 5 regions and 2 heavens. Of course, it was impossible to directly enter a place like the Dragon Whale Paradise. Immortal goo were unique. At this moment, the true fixed immortal travel immortal goo should be in Feng Jioge's hands. However, as long as a goo immortal researched the corresponding killer move, they could display similar power and replace the immortal goo that they wanted but could not obtain. This was the profundity of using goo. Feng Yuan's time path clone was bathed in the light of wisdom as he deduced. One of the main contents was to modify Yama battlefield, adding in time path immortal goo so that it would have the advantage of a time path immortal battlefield. In the previous life, Feng Yuan had too little time. Not only did he have to raise his cultivation level, he also had to deal with the Celestial Court and obtain Red Lotus true inheritance. Celestial Court exerted huge pressure on him, Feng Yuan resisted it while managing his immortal aperture. In this situation, Feng Yuan was able to deduce killer moves like Yama battlefield, Luo Pasil, Myriad Ghost Sword Dragon and others. He was already doing his best. Goo immortals needed at least 3 to 4 years to deduce a killer move with ordinary power. Feng Yuan had the light of wisdom, he had superior wisdom path methods and extraordinary attainment level, he was able to create miracles in the previous life in terms of killer moves. But in this life he brought these killer moves with him. Feng Yuan had the results of his previous life's killer moves, he could continue to improve these killer moves in this life. With this, he had a huge advantage. Yama battlefield is a battlefield of soul path and enslavement path. The advantage of the enslavement path is in a war of attrition. Yama has many sons, he can charge in death, and before dying he can even self-destruct, he can drag and exhaust a large amount of the enemy's strength. The advantage of the Soul Dao is to use killing to aid killing. In a pure Soul Dao battlefield, killing an enemy will increase the power of the battlefield. Feng Yuan's Yama battlefield had these 2 strengths. It was just that the latter was slightly weaker, and the speed at which he converted the seed of Yama wasn't fast. Moreover, because Fang Yuan often fought against opponents that were too strong, the advantage of Soul Dao wasn't obvious. When I add in Time Path Immortal Gu, Yama Battlefield will possess the specialty of a Time Path Battlefield. The specialty of the Time Path Battlefield was to change time. The most classic way was to double the time in the battlefield. A day in the outside world was equivalent to a month in the battlefield. This bought enough time for the master of the battlefield to kill the powerful enemy. For example, if an enemy was trapped in a Time Path battlefield and the enemy's comrades felt that something was amiss, they would come to help. The comrades would use an incense stick of time to rush to the battlefield, but 3 days and 3 nights had already passed in the Time Path battlefield. The battlefield master had already eliminated the enemy and left. In the previous life, even though Fang Yuan used Yama Battlefield to trap Feng Jioge and even stole his fixed immortal travel Immortal Gu, he could not kill him in the end. The reason was, Feng Jioge used Fate Armor Immortal Gu to stall for time, while Fairy Myrtle unraveled Yama Battlefield. If Fang Yuan's Yama Battlefield had the profundity of Time Path, he could extend the time in the battlefield by 3 days and 3 nights. Even if Fairy Myrtle broke it in the end, she would only be able to collect Feng Jioge's corpse. Fang Yuan modified Yama Battlefield, he was looking forward to the results. Especially when his Time Path attainment was at Quasi-Supreme Grandmaster, it was not difficult to add more Time Path Immortal Gu. He cultivated many paths and the further he progressed, the more powerful he became. Myriad Ghost Sword Dragon Killer move was the best example. Facing this compound killer move that fused many paths, Gu immortals who cultivated only one path would find it hard to break or defend against it. Fang Yuan stayed in this nameless valley for 4 days and 5 nights. Finally, he found an opportunity. Rumble. Early in the morning, the earth shook and cracks appeared. The valley collapsed, smoke and dust rose. Fang Yuan had no choice but to fly into the air. The cracks on the ground became larger, the valley was directly devoured, a huge earth trench formed in front of Fang Yuan. The regional walls of the 5 regions were shrinking, the earth veins of the 5 regions were also fusing. The earth veins shook, a large number of earth trenches formed. Southern border had the densest earth path Dao marks, this earth trench formed the most intensely. Fang Yuan waited patiently. When the earth trench stabilized, he immediately landed and started searching. The newly formed earth trench produced a large number of Gu materials, as well as life forms that lived underground. Of course, most of them were corpses. The more Fang Yuan searched, the more valuable his discoveries became. Not long after, he saw the corpse of the first desolate beast. A desolate beast corpse was a pile of rank 6 immortal materials. Even though it was damaged, it was a free harvest. Fang Yuan effortlessly stored the desolate beast's corpse into his pouch. What made him feel a trace of joy was that this desolate beast corpse still had a soul. This desolate beast's soul was a Yama. Fang Yuan activated his investigative killer move as he searched. His gains kept increasing, but they were all done casually. Sometimes, when he met some ancient desolate beasts that were not heavily injured, Fang Yuan would avoid them. Why haven't I found them yet? Are the rumors wrong? If Luo clan purposely spread false information, then the purpose of my trip will be in vain. After another 15 minutes, Fang Yuan started to get anxious. This earth trench was within southern borders Luo clan's territory. As time passed, Luo clan's Gu immortals were more likely to arrive. This time, Luo clan might bring an immortal Gu house. After all, every time an earth trench formed, it represented huge benefits. Luo clan had to be careful. Even though Fang Yuan was not afraid, he did not want to cause unnecessary trouble. He only wanted to secretly move away after achieving his goal. As noon approached, Fang Yuan had not seen his target, but his other gains were piling up. Is there really nothing? Or did I miss something? Or is my luck so bad that it affected me? Just as Fang Yuan was feeling suspicious, a piercing light shined in his eyes. I found something. He carefully got closer and found an ancient desolate beast drill head turtle. This turtle was as large as a ship, it was yellow in color and had a flat shell. The most eye-catching part was its head. Its head was huge, like a huge awl, its sharp mouth extended forward and had a natural spiral pattern. Its entire head was translucent, it looked like a low-quality diamond. The drill head turtle lived in underground rivers, it was very fast in the water. It could also move in the soil. Every time it moved in the soil, its head would poke out and spin crazily, drilling and twisting the soil in front of it. But because of its huge shell, its speed in the soil was far slower than in the water. Fang Yuan floated above the diamond head turtle, using several investigative killer moves to scan it. Fang Yuan's investigative killer moves were not outstanding, but they were more than enough to deal with a wild beast like the drill-head turtle. Soon Fang Yuan showed joy on his face. He found a wild immortal goo on the drill-head turtle. That's it. This wild immortal goo was Fang Yuan's target. Fang Yuan immediately activated Yama. Once he made a move, his aura leaked and Fang Yuan was exposed. Even though the drill-head turtle was wild and did not have much intelligence, it had sharp instincts. It hissed at Fang Yuan and wanted to leave. But Fang Yuan had already arranged for several Yama children to surround it. Yama children fought with the drill-head turtle, but because they were afraid of damaging the wild immortal goo, they were restrained. Not long later, 2 of Yama children's heads were pierced by the drill-head turtle, one was bitten off. Yama children would not self-detonate even if they died. Even though they suffered heavy losses, they managed to stall the drill-head turtle. With Yama children's help, Fang Yuan successfully activated Yama, trapping the drill-head turtle inside. After accomplishing this, Fang Yuan let out a breath of air, he relaxed slightly. Yama battlefield was activated. It was hard to discover in the outside world. Even if Luo clan's Gu immortals were nearby, there was little chance of them noticing it. Meanwhile, the drill-head turtle was trapped inside Yama battlefield. It was like a turtle in a jar. Most rank 7 Gu immortals would find it hard to escape from this battlefield, not to mention an ancient desolate beast. Fang Yuan was not arrogant or rash, he fought steadily and steadily. To conserve immortal essence he did not use Great Thief Ghost Hand. His luck was not good now. If he used this move he would only be able to steal a large number of wild mortal Gu. Eventually, with the help of Yama children, Fang Yuan weakened this drill-head turtle to its limit. He captured it alive. As for the wild rank 7 immortal Gu on it, Fang Yuan obtained it. Good. With this, I can counter fixed immortal travel. Fang Yuan was happy. He stored the drill-head turtle and the wild immortal Gu in his immortal aperture, as well as Yama battlefield. Outside Earth Trench, Luo clan's Gu immortals were already there. They were cursing angrily. Evidently they found out that Fang Yuan got here first. According to the traces, Luo clan's Gu immortals were bleeding internally. A large number of immortal materials were plundered. Luo clan's losses were huge. Fang Yuan took a look at Luo clan's immortal Gu house. He thought about it before concealing himself and leaving quietly. After getting far away from this Earth Trench, Fang Yuan used future self to leave southern border, returning to Xianxia blessed land. Fang Yuan's sudden appearance gave land spirit of Xianxia a fright. He appeared in front of Fang Yuan. He was surprised and joyful. Fang Yuan, you took fixed immortal travel? If not for fixed immortal travel, it would be much more troublesome for Celestial Court to invade Xianxia blessed land. But Fang Yuan shook his head. This is only my killer move. Are you guys ready for the refinement of myriad self? Land spirit of Xianxia was very disappointed with Fang Yuan's answer, but he still replied, we are almost ready. The children have been practicing our methods day and night. The other Gu materials are prepared. Only the 8 main materials are left. Have you gathered all of them? Fang Yuan shook his head. Only 3, but don't be anxious, there is still time. Land spirit of Xianxia was anxious. Elder Fang Yuan, your attitude is not right. Celestial Court's invasion might happen at any moment. We are already at a disadvantage. If we continue to be careless, we will be doomed. Chapter 1769. Fang Yuan calculated the time. He had plenty of time. Even though he had already killed Meng Tu and Sleeping Lady, he went to the River of Time and obtained Red Lotus True Inheritance, and even went to southern border to get that wild immortal Gu in his plan. After doing so many things, there were still a few days left before Jianghu sold the floating life fire. It is mainly because in the previous life I spent several months to deduce killer moves like Yama Emperor and Son of Yama. But in this life I set off immediately. I saved a lot of time and effort. For the next few days Fang Yuan was not idle. Using future self, he continuously teleported out of Xianxia blessed land. He traveled all over the 5 regions. He went to southern border the most. The places that Fang Yuan went to were all places where earth trenches were forming. In his previous life the 5 regions were in turmoil. The earth veins merged, earth trenches started to appear everywhere. This phenomenon was getting more and more intense. Until the final battle, when Fang Yuan died at Duke Long's hands, the 5 regional walls vanished, the earth veins became one, the earth trenches stopped forming. After a few days Fang Yuan had great gains. Not only did he get a mountain of immortal materials, he even obtained 3 wild rank 6 immortal Gu. Fang Yuan's luck was much worse than in his previous life, but it was not hard to obtain these resources, because he had information on them. The formation of earth trenches was a sign of providence. No Gu immortal could fully estimate it. Each earth trench formed was tens of thousands of li long, some were even hundreds of thousands of li long. They were also extremely deep. It was not easy to explore them. Even super forces would find it hard to explore earth trenches in a short period of time and search for the most valuable resources. Fang Yuan, however, had a clear goal. He knew where the gains were. He went there directly. This was all thanks to the information he had gathered in his previous life. There was no pattern to the formation of earth trenches. To most Gu immortals, this information was worthless. But to Fang Yuan, who had spring-autumn cicada, it was different. In my previous life, I did not set foot in earth trenches because it was too difficult to compete with super forces with my own strength. Most importantly, the heavenly courts has given me immense pressure, forcing me to have no choice but to face it. I have to rack my brains to plot the true legacy of the Red Lotus. I did not have the time or energy to care about earth trenches. But looking at it now, the earth trenches are truly abundant and tempting. And this resource surge will cause the Gu Immortal's strength to soar, and with strength, the Gu Immortal's ambition will be stimulated as well. In my previous life, the 4 regions Gu Immortals attacked the Celestial Court. The earth trench resources were very important. In the previous life, when Gu Immortals of the 4 regions attacked Central Continent's Heavenly Court, these earth trench resources played an important role behind the scenes. In my previous life, the 5 regions' chaotic war broke out and the 5 regions became unstable. The resources from the earth trench and the dream realm were the main reasons for this. During his time, Fang Yuan of Wood, and he would to analyze his situation in Ling Ling Court. He, Ling Yu Dragon would be. Of it of a Fang of King. In his free time, Fang Yuan would analyze the situation and his own situation. He would refine his rebirth plan. The most important thing was that his current strength and influence were extremely important, far surpassing any of his previous rebirths. The main point was that his current strength and influence were extremely important, far surpassing any of his previous rebirths. Fang Yuan was executing his plan strictly, but at the same time he was also on guard against any possible problems that might arise. As Fang Yuan expected, a problem really appeared, and it was aimed at Fang Yuan's weakness. A few days later, Fang Yuan observed jewel yellow skies but did not see Jianghu. According to the previous life, Jianghu had already started selling floating life fire. Fang Yuan quickly investigated. Fortunately, it was not hard to obtain information about Jianghu. Black Heaven Temple's Gu Immortal Jianghu lost to Crane Gate's Kanyang Laojun in a competition. Thus, when they were exploring, the floating life fire that they encountered ended up in Kanyang Laojun's hands. Crane Gate and Black Heaven Temple were Central Continent's 10 great ancient sections. In terms of sect strength, Crane Gate was weaker than Black Heaven Temple, but in terms of individual Gu Immortal battle strength, Kanyang Laojun was stronger than Jianghu. Black Heaven Temple's Jianghu had rank 7 cultivation level, but he was ordinary. Meanwhile, Kanyang Laojun's reputation had spread far and wide. His signature killer move, life-chasing fire, was a headache for countless Gu Immortals. A few years ago, he had even entered northern plains with Feng Jioga to investigate the truth behind the collapse of 88-point Jinyang Tower. Jianghu's defeat to Kanyang Laojun quickly spread. Fang Yuan did not need to guess, he could tell with his toes. This was clearly caused by Crane Gate. Crane Gate was weaker than Black Heaven Temple. They had to cherish every opportunity. They were using this victory to raise their sect's reputation. Fang Yuan was not surprised at Kanyang Laojun's victory. What interested him was, why did Kanyang Laojun appear here? In the previous life, there was no sign of Kanyang Laojun. Jianghu obtained the floating life fire safely and smoothly. This is not good. Different from Jianghu, Kanyang Laojun is a fire path Gu Immortal. The floating life fire is useful to him. Even if it is useless, Kanyang Laojun can hand it over to Crane Gate. He is different from Jianghu. He is stronger than Jianghu and his status in the sect cannot be compared to Jianghu. Thus, if he hands over the floating life fire, the sect will definitely give him some feedback. Kanyang Laojun's personal gains will not be low either. Fang Yuan felt a headache. He had to start devising other plans to see if there were any other ways to obtain the floating fire. But right at this time, the floating life fire was suddenly put up for sale by Kanyang Laojun in jewel yellow skies. Fang Yuan was slightly stunned before understanding Kanyang Laojun's intention. Or more accurately, this was Crane Gate's intention. Crane Gate seemed to place great importance on this opportunity. They wanted to use it to spread the news and raise their sect's reputation. Kanyang Laojun selling the floating life fire was the same as Fang Yuan selling Thunder Ghost True Monarch's 3 rib bones. After understanding this, Fang Yuan joined the crowd of buyers chasing after the floating life fire. The floating life fire was a rare immortal material. It was sold at a high price but not ridiculously. In the previous life, Jianghu did not know what it was and allowed Fang Yuan to take advantage of it. But this time it was Kanyang Laojun who cultivated Fire Path. He knew the floating life fire's value. The price was naturally different. It seems that I have to pay a price to get the floating life fire. Fang Yuan was mentally prepared, but the following bidding was out of his expectations again. The buyers of the floating life fire seemed to be very enthusiastic. They competed with each other and raised the floating life fire's price to the sky on the spot. The floating life fire's price was too high, but the Gu Immortals bidding were not tired of it. They argued until their faces turned red. The small verbal conflict quickly escalated to a matter of face and dignity. Fang Yuan realized this was likely Crane Gate's shill. They purposely raised the price to buy the floating life fire at a high price. They paid a small fee to Jewel Yellow Skies to get a better publicity opportunity. Think about it, this floating life fire's price was so high, it would naturally cause a commotion and a lot of discussions. Could the Gu Immortals who talked about the floating life fire not talk about old ancestor Kenyang? Thus, when it came to Crane Gate, many Gu Immortals would sigh. Crane Gate was one of the 10 great ancient sects after all. They had deep foundations. Even though they did not seem to be doing well recently, they might just be keeping a low profile. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan could not help but smile bitterly. The floating life fire was very important to him. Even if the price was so high, he could only grit his teeth and buy it. After all, his other plans were not very reliable. Secondly, time was crucial now. If he delayed it, it would affect Fang Yuan's entire rebirth plan. After getting the floating life fire, Fang Yuan gave the 8 main materials to Land Spirit of Xianxia. After Land Spirit of Xianxia inspected them and confirmed that there were no flaws in the immortal materials, he used refinement path killer moves with Fang Yuan and the other hairy man Gu Immortals to familiarize themselves with these immortal materials. After preparing for a few days, Land Spirit of Xianxia saw that the time was ripe. He brought Fang Yuan and a group of hairy man Gu Immortals to the long hair refinement path formation. What a great refinement path formation! Fang Yuan praised. Land Spirit of Xianxia smiled. He could not conceal his smug expression. His eyes shined with confidence. The formation is good, the immortal Gu recipe is also good. Elder Fang Yuan, this myriad self-immortal Gu recipe that you provided is truly amazing. I studied it for a long time before I understood most of the profundities within it. According to my estimation, using this myriad self-immortal Gu recipe to refine myriad self-immortal Gu, the success rate is as high as 40%. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. Precisely so, I want to refine this Gu to increase my battle strength and deal with the Celestial Court. Alright, let's not waste time, let's enter the formation to refine the Gu. Saying this, Land Spirit of Xianxia frowned. Elder Fang Yuan, you lack experience in refinement path. Are you really going to refine the Gu personally? Fang Yuan nodded. This Gu refinement is no small matter, it has great significance to me. I want to participate personally. Even if the Gu refinement fails, I will be calm. First Supreme Elder, don't worry, I am only assisting, I will not interfere. I still have that much self-awareness. Alright, since you insist on it. Land Spirit of Xianxia sighed as he entered the formation, taking the main seat. Next, 3rd hair, 4th hair, 6th hair, 7th hair, and the other Gu Immortals also entered, before it was Fang Yuan's turn. Fang Yuan was at the final formation core. The formation started to activate. Light shined, all sorts of refinement path methods were activated, the Gu refinement process was smooth. Floating life fire and edge Gu, these 2 main materials were first refined, followed by battlefield blood sand and heart blood. During this period, Fang Yuan took action several times. Most of them were trivial matters, just like what he had promised Land Spirit of Xianxia earlier. A few days later, Land Spirit of Xianxia and the hairy man Gu Immortals showed expressions of joy. The immortal Gu was already in its embryonic form. There were only a few steps left before the Gu refinement was completed. Suddenly the light exploded, dust billowed and a foul stench filled the air. A change occurred in the Gu refinement. How can this be? Land Spirit of Xianxia and the rest were pale with fright. They quickly tried to salvage the situation, but the more they tried, the more chaotic it became. Seeing that they were about to fail, Land Spirit of Xianxia and the rest were helpless. Fang Yuan suggested setting up a temporary Gu formation to assist the refinement path formation, to expel the Gu refinement residue. Without any other choice, Land Spirit of Xianxia could only make a desperate attempt. He accepted Fang Yuan's suggestion. Once the formation within the formation was completed, Fang Yuan said, First Supreme Elder, please enter the formation. Land Spirit of Xianxia did not doubt him, he had to take action in this situation. But once he entered the formation within the formation, he was immediately suppressed. Feng Yuan, what are you trying to do? Land Spirit of Langya was shocked and furious. Chapter 1770. Feng Yuan, you actually dared, you are simply too ignorant and fearless. You actually dared to scheme against me in Langya blessed land. I will let you understand what kind of grave mistake you have made. The Land Spirit of Langya roared, his face was filled with anger, like a volcano that was about to erupt. The magma was about to surge and melt Feng Yuan like dregs. However, the next moment, the Land Spirit of Langya's movement stopped. The anger on his face suddenly froze, then turned into deep shock. Oh. I actually can't move, and my connection with Langya blessed land has also become faintly discernible. For a moment, the Land Spirit of Langya was dumbfounded. Feng Yuan's lips curled into a smile. Everything was under his control. Ever since Feng Yuan saw the Land Spirit of Langya for the first time, the seed of attacking Langya blessed land was planted in his heart. After a few years, this seed had taken root and germinated, secretly growing strong and healthy, until now, it had bloomed into a beautiful flower. Feng Yuan looked down at the Land Spirit of Langya. His tone was indifferent and brimming with confidence. It's useless, you don't even know the difference between us. The Land Spirit of Langya struggled with all his might, but he was like an ant, firmly suppressed, unable to move at all, not to mention controlling the entire Langya blessed land. After he tried for a while, he shockingly realized that not only did the situation not improve, but the restriction on his body became even more severe. This is impossible. He looked at Feng Yuan, his face filled with disbelief. Feng Yuan smiled. Looks like you are starting to gradually notice the difference between us. Feng Yuan's refinement path realm far surpassed the Land Spirit of Langya. The former had absorbed the long-hair true meaning, his refinement path realm was as high as quasi-supreme master, while the latter was merely the obsession left behind by long-hair ancestor, forming a land spirit. Even though his refinement path attainment was extraordinary, it was still quite far from quasi-supreme master. Feng Yuan's Array Dao realm had far surpassed the Land Spirit of Langya. Land Spirit of Langya's attainments in Array Dao were very ordinary, but Feng Yuan was a grandmaster of Array Dao. More importantly, Feng Yuan was very experienced in setting up formations. Self-cleansing formation, omnidirectional travel ancient battle formation, dragon scale seafood path immortal formation, immemorial year beast fishing formation, flood discharge formation, self-will heaven sealing formation, wisdom refinement gu formation. Many of these gu formations were designed by Feng Yuan himself, modified and constructed by himself from start to finish. He took care of them. Well done, Feng Yuan. You're really worthy of being the publicly acknowledged Devil Path Overlord. The Land Spirit of Langya clenched his fists tightly. His face was ferocious, and his eyes seemed to be spewing fire as he stared fixedly at Feng Yuan. He gritted his teeth and continued, so this was all your scheme. Myriad Self-Immortal Gu's recipe had a problem to begin with, but I did not notice it. Accidents were inevitable during the Gu refinement process. You used this chance to set up the formation and deceive me into entering the formation. This formation within your formation should be an imitation of the killer move Blood Light Spirit Suppression, right? It seems that among the 8 main materials in Myriad Self-Immortal Gu's recipe, the last 4 blood materials were used to trap me. The true main materials used to refine Myriad Self-Immortal Gu are only the first 4. The Land Spirit of Langya became calmer as he spoke, his emotions gradually calmed down. Feng Yuan looked at him, he did not speak, he had a calm expression. The Land Spirit of Langya frowned instead, he saw a smiling intent deep in Feng Yuan's eyes, as if he had seen through his plan. The Land Spirit of Langya had a flash of panic in his heart, but he quickly suppressed it. He continued, I need to stay calm. I cannot panic. The long hair refinement path formation is my main body's masterpiece. How can Feng Yuan decipher it in such a short time? He set up a formation within a formation to trap me, but this blood path formation is inside my refinement path formation. Not long later, with just the refinement path formation, I will be able to break this blood path formation. At that time I will have a chance to escape. As long as I can escape, the whole of Langya blessed land will belong to me. If I announce the fact that Feng Yuan is trying to harm me, the Variant Human Alliance will stand on my side. At that time, I will definitely teach Feng Yuan a lesson. Oh no. The Land Spirit of Langya suddenly slapped his head, his expression was ashen, he was extremely annoyed, he wanted to kill himself. Damn it. Why did I say everything in my heart? Feng Yuan smiled. Don't worry, Land Spirit, how can I not expect this flaw that you thought of? What, you already expected it? The land spirit of Langia was first shocked before he calmed down. He laughed out loud. So what if you've predicted it? Can you see through this refinement path superformation? Fang Yuan rubbed his nose. My understanding of this formation is at least much deeper than you think. Of course, I am still far from seeing through it. The land spirit of Langia laughed loudly again. That's it. Just you wait, Fang Yuan, when I get out, I will let you know the terrifying consequences of betraying my Langia sect. But the land spirit of Langia's wait was fruitless. A moment later, the blood path formation was still as stable as before. The land spirit of Langia waited bitterly, but there was no movement from the long hair refinement path formation. Moreover, his entire body was already soaked in blood light. This is impossible. What did you do? Suddenly, the land spirit of Langia roared angrily at Fang Yuan. He had completely fallen into panic. Fang Yuan smiled and did not say anything. The time he spent in contact with the long hair refinement path formation was much longer than the land spirit of Langia expected, because he had come into contact with it in his previous life. Fang Yuan's deep attainments in formation path, refinement path, and wisdom path allowed him to fully understand the essence and profundities of the long hair refinement path formation. The long hair refinement path formation was created by the long hair ancestor in his lifetime. According to Fang Yuan's current foundation, it was very difficult for him to construct a refinement path formation that could match up to the long hair ancestor. He needed a huge amount of time, energy, and resources. But with this long hair refinement path formation in front of him, Fang Yuan was not drawing on a blank piece of paper, but admiring a famous artist's painting. With the painting in front of him, it was very easy for him to describe the painting's technique and profundities. Of course, he was a bystander after all, he could not completely understand the profundities of this formation. But it did not matter, as a spy, Sixth Hair was currently controlling an important aspect of this formation. With Sixth Hair's support, Fang Yuan prevented the long hair refinement path formation from interfering with the blood path formation. The land spirit of Langia struggled for a while before finally realizing, under Fang Yuan's meticulous scheme, he no longer had the strength to turn the tables. Without a choice, this black-haired land spirit, who was already completely corroded by the blood light, gave way to the white-haired land spirit on the other side in an attempt to turn the tables. Regretfully, how could Fang Yuan, who knew the land spirit of Langia, miss this point? After the white-haired land spirit appeared, he was immediately suppressed by the blood path formation. At the same time, large amounts of blood light seeped into him. Despicable and shameless. The white-haired land spirit was completely suppressed. He could not move, he could only open his mouth to speak. He scolded Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan, oh Fang Yuan, you are a sinister and crafty scoundrel. My Langia blessed land helped you the most in being able to reach this stage. Before you became an immortal, I helped you. Eventually, you were able to successfully destroy 88 Truyang building. When you just became a Gu immortal, you had no assets, you were completely poor. I made a transaction with you, letting you deduce immortal Gu recipes. I paid immortal Yuan stone to help you get started. When you wanted to refine Gu worms, I helped you so many times. When did the hairy man Gu immortals in the blessed land not help you? The risk of your tribulation was too high. We also lent you immortal Yuan stone and immortal Gu to help you get through it. I gave you the immortal tribulation tempering aperture method, killer moves like sword wave triple layered and so on. You moved star form blessed land because we borrowed Gu worms and provided the method. When your Hu immortal blessed land was attacked, we risked our lives and helped you recover from countless losses. Your wisdom Gu was even fed by me. How many lifespan Gu of my blessed land were used up? Your Danghun mountain was taken away. I compensated you according to the agreement, even if I had to pay the price of refinement path true meaning. The more the white-haired land spirit spoke, the angrier he got, the more wronged he felt. By the time he got to this point, his eyes were already red. Different from the black-haired land spirit's violent and unyielding nature, the white-haired land spirit was patient and peaceful. He was only interested in matters related to Gu refinement. The black-haired land spirit was an aggressive attacker, while the white-haired land spirit was a weak conservative. O Fang Yuan, did your conscience get eaten by a dog? Our Langia blessed land treated you so well, you actually repaid our kindness with enmity and attacked us. You could not survive outside. Almost all the Gu immortals in the 5 regions wanted to make things difficult for you. It was Langia blessed land that protected you. You are a human, but be it me or the black-haired land spirit, we tried our best to accept you. We appointed you as an external supreme elder. We gave you an important position and treated you as one of us. But how are you treating us now? Touch your own heart, look carefully. Do you feel even a trace of guilt in your heart? Do you feel that you have let us down? The white-haired land spirit screamed and complained in a hoarse voice. Fang Yuan was expressionless. I don't. Land spirit of Langya. After pausing for a while, he shouted again, you treated your benefactors, your friends, your family. Didn't your conscience suffer? Didn't your heart feel heavy? Fang Yuan dug his ears. On the contrary, I am very excited. Land spirit of Langya was furious. He wanted to tear Fang Yuan into pieces. Fang Yuan, you demon. You are shameless. You are a bastard, a bastard. You are a despicable scoundrel. You are shameless and treacherous. You are truly a human. Go ahead and laugh. You won't be able to laugh for long. People like you will definitely die a horrible death. I was truly blind to actually believe you. Heaven will not let you off. If heaven gives me another chance, the first time I see you, I will kill you and turn you into ashes. I will tear you into pieces. Fang Yuan had a light smile as he shook his head. It is a pity that you will not have such a chance. Land spirit of Langya was speechless. He wanted to tear apart Fang Yuan's smile. But he could not move. He could only curse and vent his anger. Chapter 1771. Langya blessed land, long hair refinement path formation. The blood light faded as the blood path formation opened. Fang Yuan and land spirit of Langya walked out one after the other. Fang Yuan's scheme succeeded. In the previous life, the land spirit of Langya had caught Fairy Myrtle off guard. The latter killed the black-haired land spirit, but it was the white-haired land spirit's turn. The black-haired land spirit was ambitious. Even though he knew about the agreement between Langya blessed land and longevity heaven, he did not want to use it. After the white-haired land spirit appeared, he directly asked longevity heaven for help. In the end, the white-haired land spirit's action caused Fang Yuan to escape, the celestial court to lose, and longevity heaven to take in Langya's sect, gaining the greatest benefits. Now, I have successfully suppressed the land spirit. Longevity heaven has nothing to do with it anymore. Fang Yuan looked at the land spirit of Langya beside him. Right now, the land spirit of Langya had already been replaced by the black-haired land spirit under Fang Yuan's command. To prevent the other hairy Mangu immortals from suspecting him, the black-haired land spirit pretended to have the same relationship with Fang Yuan as before. Fang Yuan purposely let out a breath of air. This time, it was all thanks to First Supreme Elder, we were able to salvage the situation. The black-haired land spirit smiled. The main reason is because of the refinement path formation. Let's quickly enter the formation and continue refining goo. The black-haired land spirit's smile was somewhat submissive, but other than sixth hair, the other hairy Mangu immortals did not suspect him at all. Who could have thought that a shocking change had already happened right under their noses? Fang Yuan entered the long hair refinement path formation, continuing to refine myriad self-immortal goo. Several hours later, a dazzling profound light flashed in the refinement path formation. The profound light faded, revealing an immortal goo. This goo was tall and slender, several meters long. It was shaped like a centipede and looked like it was made of copper, its entire body emitting a metallic luster. The mouthparts on its head were ferocious, and a pair of long whiskers swayed in front of its forehead like smoke. The left side had 5,000 feet, and the right side also had 5,000 feet, making a total of 10,000 feet. Rank 7 Immortal Goo Myriad Self. Even though Fang Yuan's main purpose was to frame the land spirit of Langya, he did not give up on refining Myriad Self Immortal Goo. In the previous life, Myriad Self Immortal Goo's recipe had a success rate of 50%. In this life, in order to harm the land spirit of Langya, Fang Yuan tried his best to modify Myriad Self Immortal Goo's recipe, reducing the 50% success rate to 40%. He had never thought of giving up on refining Myriad Self this time. Myriad Self Immortal Goo could not be given up. It didn't seem to improve Fang Yuan much, but it was actually quite important. Myriad Self was a combination of enslavement and strength path. It was a fusion of both paths. But it was very complex. It needed a long time to activate and expended a lot of the Goo Immortal's thoughts. Now that it was a Goo worm, Fang Yuan only needed a few simple steps to rapidly activate the original Myriad Self Killer Move's power. Other than the killer move Myriad Self, Fang Yuan's Reverse Flow Protection Seal, Myriad Dragon, Myriad Ghost Sword Dragon, and other killer moves had also benefited from it to some extent. Especially Myriad Ghost Sword Dragon. This move was created by Fang Yuan in the previous life when he was close to the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention. If not for Myriad Self-Immortal Goo, he would need too many Goo worms, the time needed to activate the killer move would be too long, there was no value in using it in battle. Even though myriad self-immortal goo could not increase the upper limit of Fang Yuan's strength, it could strengthen Fang Yuan's foundation and raise his potential in many aspects. After the immortal goo refinement came to an end, Fang Yuan inspected the whole of Langya Blessed Land, taking inventory of his gains. Langya Blessed Land had a huge origin. Its original owner was one of the 3 refinement path extremes in history, Long-Hair Ancestor. Long-Hair Ancestor was a legend. He had refined countless immortal goo in history. Even thieving heaven demon Venerable and giant sun Immortal sought him out to refine goo. Long-Hair Ancestor had a special identity. He was not a human but a hairy man. Even though hairy men had long lifespans, they would still die one day. Long-Hair Ancestor left behind rank 8 Langya Grotto Heaven, but after countless years of development, under the guidance of the white-haired land spirit, Langya Grotto Heaven's rank was lowered, returning to a blessed land. The calamities and tribulations of blessed lands were much smaller than Grotto Heavens, and because of the white-haired land spirit's efforts, Langya Blessed Land was developing very well. It was huge, far larger than normal blessed lands, and in terms of space, it surpassed many Grotto Heavens. In terms of time path, its flow of time was 1 to 36 times that of the outside world. What was worth mentioning was that Langya Blessed Land's tributary of the River of Time had an immortal killer move that could adjust the immortal aperture's time flow. This was the work of a time path great expert that Long-Hair Ancestor had personally invited when he was alive. In terms of Dao marks, Langya Blessed Land's most important Dao marks were refinement path Dao marks. There were more than 300,000 of them. The Dao marks of the other paths were mainly water path, followed by earth path. Langya Blessed Land had 4 continents. They were the black hair, yellow hair and white hair continents in the sea, as well as the cloud cover continent in the sky. The blessed land was rich in resources and had a large population. There were also many goo immortals. It was a true super force. The vast population ensured that this was the source of lifespan goo. Undeniably, this was the #1 blessed land in the world. The land spirit of Langya had already been suppressed by Fang Yuan. Everything here belonged to Fang Yuan. Other than the blessed land's resources and population, there were also a vast number of goo recipes, killer moves and goo worms. Langya Blessed Land had many immortal goo in stock. For example, Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus, which had fallen to rank 7, was one of the cores that Fang Yuan had borrowed to use the killer move Light Fungus Illumination, would sprout immortal goo. There were also Beast Enslavement Immortal Goo, Formation Plate Immortal Goo, and others. Many immortal goo were given to the hairy man goo immortals to use. Langya Blessed Land had 3 goo formations. The first was the Long Hair Refinement Path Formation, the second was the 9 Submother Teleportation Goo Formation, and the third was the Ancient Battle Formation Heavenly Giant Solar. Among them, the 9 Submother Teleportation Goo Formation's main formation was on Cloud Cover Continent, while the 9 Submother formations were scattered in the outside world of Northern Plains, like Taichio Dragon Elephant Plain and Feng Bo Cliff. Other than that, Langya Blessed Land had an incomplete Immortal Goo House, rank 8 Immortal Goo House Refinement Cauldron. There was also a man-made secluded domain of heaven and earth that had not been constructed successfully, Refinement C. In Fang Yuan's previous life, when Celestial Quartz Goo Immortals attacked Langya Blessed Land, the land spirit of Langya used the Refinement Water in Refinement C to unleash the killer move Omnipresent C, temporarily dominating the battle. Langya Blessed Land had a huge inventory of immortal materials, but it did not have many immortal Yuan stones. Finally, Langya Blessed Land had 3 true inheritances. They were Thieving Heaven's True Inheritance, Giant Sun's Self-Luck True Inheritance, and Long Hair Refinement Path True Inheritance. Rank 8 Steel Life Immortal Goo was in Thieving Heaven's True Inheritance. Back then, Ma Hongyun obtained a clue to this Thieving Heaven True Inheritance outside Northern Plains. He came to Langya Blessed Land and asked the land spirit of Langya to refine Goo 3 times. This was also a portion of Thieving Heaven's True Inheritance. Fang Yuan had some understanding of these 3 true inheritances. Many years ago, he had come into contact with them when he transacted with the land spirit of Langya. Back then, to deal with strong enemies, he had no choice but to sell his secluded domain of heaven and earth. Right now, the whole of Langya Blessed Land was his. I still have half a month left. Fang Yuan estimated the time. In his previous life, he had tried to deduce Luo Pasil during this period of time, trying to make up for his weakness in offense. As for defense, he already had reverse flow protection seal. He did not need to worry. In the end, Luo Pasil was only deduced several years later. In this life he already had Luo Pasil. The main killer move he deduced was to fuse time path profundities into Yama battlefield, to create a compound battlefield killer move. Even though he suppressed the land spirit of Langya, and his refinement path attainment level was definitely high enough, Fang Yuan was not in a hurry to annex Langya blessed land. He had already decided to use the tactic of the 5 regional mountain range, to set up a trap in Langya blessed land, waiting for Celestial Court and the rest to take the bait. Firstly, Fang Yuan needed to lure Feng Jioge and snatch fixed immortal travel from him. After all, when his cultivation level reaches rank 8, future self would not be useful anymore. Secondly, he needed to lure Celestial Court to expose Star Caste. This method was too powerful. It could directly change the situation of the 5 regions war. It was a huge threat to any other super force. If Star Caste was exposed, it would definitely incite the other super forces to attack Celestial Court. Thirdly, he needed to get rid of some Celestial Court Gu immortals in advance. Fang Yuan would not let go of any chance to weaken Celestial Court. Fourthly, Fang Yuan could also use Celestial Court to kill the Snowman, Rockman, and Inkman Gu immortals of the 4 Races Alliance. Then he would imitate the previous life and annex these 3 remaining forces. Devouring both enemies and allies, just thinking about it was wonderful, wasn't it? More than 10 days later. Central Continent, Celestial Court. Star Constellation Chessboard. This rank 8 Immortal Gu house was like a shooting firework. Countless starlight rays shot out, illuminating the whole of Celestial Court. Starlight shone on the faces of Celestial Court's Gu immortals. They had close to 10 people. They were ready to move out. The leader was Fairy Myrtle. She looked up at the sky. The light in her eyes was even brighter than the starlight in the sky. To think that Wisdom Gu is actually in Langya blessed land. As long as I obtain it, Star Constellation Chessboard will become a rank 9 Immortal Gu house. At that time, I will be the #1 Wisdom Path Gu immortal in the world. In the future, Celestial Court will be able to repair Fate Gu. It is almost certain. Fang Yuan, I can't wait anymore. I will personally kill you. Thunder Ghost True Monarch gritted her teeth. Feng Jioge was silent. He had a calm expression. Qin Yi was filled with anticipation. His performance in Green Ghost Desert was not good. He could not bring Divine Bean Palace back. This time I can't be the same as before. I have just joined Celestial Court. I need to perform well. This battle is a good opportunity. No matter how strong Fang Yuan is, he is only rank 7. Langya blessed land has a huge reputation, but it is empty inside. Even Feng Jioge can come and go freely. This shows how weak it is. We have mobilized so many rank 8s this time. We can definitely win this battle. Lady Ziwei is too vigilant. Qin Yi blamed Fairy Myrtle a little. Fairy Myrtle made such a big fuss. She acted like a lion would use its full strength to capture a rabbit. It made it hard for Qin Yi to gain merit. In his opinion, could 2 or 3 rank 8 Gu immortals not take care of Langya blessed land? These were not ordinary rank 8s. They were members of Celestial Court. Boom. Under the expectant gazes of many rank 8 Gu immortals, the starlight specks in the sky gathered into a huge blue starlight pillar. Immortal killer move, Star Cast. Go. Take down Langya blessed land and capture the demon Fang Yuan. Fairy Myrtle ordered. Thunder Ghost True Monarch was the first to lose patience. She charged into the starlight pillar. Chapter 1772. Thunder Ghost True Monarch felt the world turn upside down. Her surroundings became chaotic. Her vision suddenly changed. At the next moment, she disappeared from the Celestial Court and appeared in a formation space. She focused her gaze and saw that Fang Yuan was standing in front of her. The killer move in his hand was ready to be unleashed. Fang Yuan, you came at the right time. Thunder Ghost True Monarch shouted. Her eyes were burning with hatred when she saw her enemy. Fang Yuan smiled. Thunder Ghost True Monarch, I've been waiting for you for a long time. As soon as he said that, he waved his hand and shot Luo Pasil at Thunder Ghost True Monarch. Thunder Ghost True Monarch instinctively wanted to dodge, but the super formation's power was already on her. Thunder Ghost True Monarch dodged very quickly, but it took a long time for her to do so. Her movements seemed to have become much slower. Thunder Ghost True Monarch had an expression of anger and shock on her face. She could not dodge in time and was hit by Fang Yuan's Luo Pasil. Thunder Ghost True Monarch was covered in a pitch-black armor. The style of the armor was sinister and flamboyant. The edges were pointed and sharp. There were flashes of lightning on it. On the chest of the armor, there was a dark blue ghost head with its mouth wide open. Her helmet also looked like a ghost. It formed a sharp contrast with Thunder Ghost True Monarch's young and cute appearance. Luo Pasil hit Thunder Ghost True Monarch's armor. In the next second, cracks appeared on the surface of Thunder Ghost True Monarch's armor. Then with a soft sound, the armor broke into countless pieces. revealing Thunder Ghost True Monarch's body. With the help of Luo Pasil and the Super Formation, Fang Yuan destroyed Thunder Ghost True Monarch's strongest defense in one attack. Thunder Ghost True Monarch roared. She did not dodge and charged at Fang Yuan. This was a wise choice. Normally, when a person encountered such a predicament, they would choose to retreat and stabilize their position. But in front of Fang Yuan, they would lose the initiative. One wrong move after another, the rhythm of the battle would be completely controlled by Fang Yuan. Thunder Ghost True Monarch didn't flinch. Instead, she charged forward and fought Fang Yuan with her life on the line. At this moment, Thunder Ghost True Monarch's abundant battle experience and courage were on full display. She attacked Xianxia Blessed Land, but was ambushed instead and fell into a predicament. The contrast between before and after did not make her lose her composure. Instead, it aroused her boundless pride and fighting spirit. As expected of the person who had once troubled Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, such a person did not know the meaning of discouragement. Her morale was not affected at all. Her final move, Lightning Heart Sacrificial Explosion, was a true mutual destruction method. Even if she died, she would drag the enemy down with her. This showed her character. However, Fang Yuan had anticipated Thunder Ghost True Monarch's counterattack. Fairy Myrtle was a Wisdom Path Gu Immortal, so was Fang Yuan. As a Wisdom Path Gu Immortal, he could naturally make all sorts of plans. How could he not know about Thunder Ghost True Monarch's personality? Just as Fang Yuan had said, he had been waiting for a long time. Immortal killer move, Steal Life. After suppressing the land spirit of Xianxia sect's thieving heaven true inheritance naturally fell into Fang Yuan's hands. Using Theft Path Immortal Gu, Fang Yuan used rank 8 Immortal Gu Steal Life as the core to create an immortal killer move. Even though Fang Yuan did not have rank 8 Immortal Essence, he could lend it to the land spirit of Xianxia. It had long hair Immortal Essence. Steal Life was not used by Fang Yuan, but by the formation's land spirit of Xianxia. A beam of red light as thick as a finger flashed and hit Thunder Ghost True Monarch's forehead. Thunder Ghost True Monarch's movement stopped abruptly. She aged rapidly. In the blink of an eye, she turned from a cute young girl to an old woman with deep wrinkles. She stretched out her thin fingers, grabbing at Fang Yuan. She opened her mouth. Many of her teeth fell off. How could this be? These were her final words. She was dead. It was filled with intense unwillingness and hatred. She died of old age. Her lifespan was exhausted. Even in death, her eyes were still open, staring at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan smiled lightly. Inside the super formation, the 4 races Gu Immortals went into an uproar. What's going on? She died just like that. We killed Thunder Ghost True Monarch. Isn't this too easy? The variant human Gu Immortals were dumbfounded. After calming down, they started to analyze. It was Lord Fang Yuan's plan. That's right, Thunder Ghost True Monarch fell for our trap. She could not retaliate at all. Even though she is a rank 8 Gu Immortal, against Lord Fang Yuan, she could not do anything at all. I finally understand why the human Gu Immortals want to kill Lord Fang Yuan. The variant human Gu Immortals sighed. Their gazes towards Fang Yuan were filled with wariness, fear, worship, and respect. Looking at Thunder Ghost True Monarch's corpse, Fang Yuan was not surprised. Even though she was a rank 8 expert, her death was not in vain. The strength of Wisdom Path Gu Immortals was in planning before taking action. As long as they had the relevant information, they could restrain themselves. After rebirth, Fang Yuan knew about Thunder Ghost True Monarch's trump cards. Secondly, Fang Yuan had put in a lot of effort to modify Xianxia Blessed Land's defenses. He added a large number of Immortal Gu. Among them was Steal Life Immortal Gu. It was all thanks to Fang Yuan's formation path attainment, as well as the Light of Wisdom. This was not something ordinary Gu Immortals could do. Thunder Ghost True Monarch's 2 strongest methods were Lightning Heart Explosion and Soul Armor Battle. Thus, once Fang Yuan met her, he used Luo Pasil. This move countered Thunder Ghost True Monarch's Soul Armor. It had a huge effect. Without the Soul Armor, after Thunder Ghost True Monarch died of old age, she would be suppressed by the formation. She could not activate Lightning Heart Explosion. Finally, there was Steal Life. It was not like the previous time when he used Steal Life Immortal Gu without distinguishing between friend and foe. This time, Fang Yuan deduced the killer move Steal Life. It only targeted strong enemies. Steal Life Immortal Gu had Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's method. It could only be used 3 times. Even Fang Yuan could not remove it. Even though there were only 3 chances, Fang Yuan used them without hesitation, dealing a fatal blow to Thunder Ghost True Monarch. Thunder Ghost True Monarch had outstanding battle strength. If she continued fighting, she would pose a huge threat to Fang Yuan and the whole of Xianxia Blessed Land. If lightning heart explosion was used, it would be a huge loss. Fang Yuan decided to use a series of moves to stun her. Kill. Celestial Court. Looking at the starlight pillar, Chen Yi could not help but say, I am going too. Fairy Myrtle glanced at him and nodded. As a wisdom path Gu Immortal with star constellation chessboard, she could more or less understand Chen Yi's feelings and thoughts. After getting Fairy Myrtle's permission, Chen Yi flew towards the starlight pillar impatiently. I need to act now. With Senior Thunder Ghost True Monarch's battle strength, a little later means fewer gains. She might have already killed the variant human Gu Immortals by now. Langya blessed land, here I come. Chen Yi was excited, his body entered the starlight pillar. At the next moment he arrived at Langya blessed land, entering the formation space. This is Langya blessed land? Suddenly Chen Yi's body froze, his pupils shrunk to pin size. He saw Thunder Ghost True Monarch's corpse. On Fang Yuan's side he was using a super formation that had the power of time path to slow the flow of time. But over at Celestial Court, time flowed normally. After Thunder Ghost True Monarch entered, Chen Yi entered the starlight pillar and teleported over. Fang Yuan had just killed Thunder Ghost True Monarch and stored her remnant soul when Chen Yi appeared. You came quite quickly. Fang Yuan smiled. Chen Yi stared at Thunder Ghost True Monarch's corpse, shouting, Senior? Thunder Ghost True Monarch did not reply. She was dead. How can this be? This is impossible. Chen Yi's battle intent and blood surged like a bucket of ice water had been poured on him. He thought that Thunder Ghost True Monarch was going on a killing spree, Langya blessed land was in chaos, Fang Yuan was defending desperately. But the reality was that Thunder Ghost True Monarch was dead, Fang Yuan was unharmed, he was standing in front of him with a smile on his face. Who could have expected such a scene? Chen Yi blinked his eyes repeatedly and suddenly roared, What a good demon! You made the illusion so realistic that this old man was almost fooled by you. Saying so, Chen Yi's body shined with green light as he activated a defensive killer move. He was not in a hurry to attack, he stayed here to guard the dark whirlpool behind him. Thus, at the next moment, Chen Yi sensed something amiss. The power of time path is affecting me. The defensive killer move took a long time to form. Celestial Court. Fairy Myrtle was calm, she said to Feng Jioge, You go too. Feng Jioge nodded and dived into the pillar of starlight. With Feng Jioge's strength he should be able to protect himself. However, we are mainly relying on his Tao Protector's karmic luck. Celestial Court has many luck path methods, we can only use this method to restrain Fang Yuan. Fairy Myrtle sighed to herself. Feng Jioge also teleported over, she was next. But when Fairy Myrtle was about to move, boom! The pillar of starlight self-destructed, once again shattering into countless specks of starlight. Fairy Myrtle was stunned, the other Celestial Court immortals were stunned. Chapter 1773. Even though Star Cast was extremely powerful, it was a killer move that affected the balance of the 5 regions. But as long as it was a move, it would have flaws and weaknesses. Fang Yuan did not know much about the killer move Star Cast, but he knew the crucial point. Star Cast needed a catalyst. This catalyst was a portion of the disadvantageous Tao marks left behind by Feng Jioge after he invaded Langya blessed land. In the previous life, this portion of disadvantageous Tao marks formed a dark spiral that sent Chen Yi, Thunder Ghost True Monarch, Feng Jioge, and Fairy Myrtle inside. Thankfully, Fang Yuan and the land spirit of Langya reacted in time and destroyed the dark spiral, preventing more Celestial Court Gu immortals from invading. In this life, Fang Yuan was reborn, he knew the exact location of the dark spiral. Thus, after modifying Langya blessed land's defensive formation, he used the formation path space to enclose it. Thunder Ghost True Monarch was the vanguard, but the moment she entered, she was killed by Fang Yuan and the rest who had been plotting for a long time. Chen Yi was the second to charge out of the dark spiral. Fang Yuan did not have much time to activate Luo Pasil, they were in a stalemate. Next was Feng Jioge. He was Fang Yuan's main target. Because rank 7 fixed immortal travel was in his hands. As for the fourth, it was likely to be Fairy Myrtle. Fairy Myrtle was a wisdom path Gu immortal, she controlled star constellation chessboard. If Duke Long was the spiritual leader of Celestial Court, he was the guarantor of morale, then Fairy Myrtle was the brain of Celestial Court, she was the decision maker. She was very important, but even if Fang Yuan killed her, there would not be much of an effect. What? Because there were too many wisdom path Gu immortals sleeping in Celestial Court's immortal graveyard. If Fairy Myrtle died, another one would wake up to replace her. Why did Fairy Myrtle wake up? Wasn't it because the wisdom path Gu Immortal of Celestial Court Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord had died that Fairy Myrtle had awakened and taken over Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's position? If Fairy Myrtle had the constellation chessboard, then Fang Yuan would have been interested in killing her. But unfortunately, Star Constellation chessboard needed to maintain Star Caste. He had to leave it at the Celestial Court, he could not bring it over. Fang Yuan had the battle experience of his previous life, so he had already deduced this secret. Putting himself in Fang Yuan's shoes, he would rather have spared Fairy Myrtle's life. Because knowing yourself and your enemy was the key to victory, Fang Yuan was familiar with Fairy Ziwei, this was beneficial to him. If Fang Yuan killed her in exchange for an unfamiliar wisdom path Gu Immortal of Celestial Court, it would weaken Fang Yuan's rebirth advantage. Of course, there was also the most important reason: Fairy Myrtle had strong battle strength. Even though in the previous life Fang Yuan's battle strength surpassed her in the refinement path convention. But now, Fang Yuan had yet to reach rank 8 cultivation level, his battle strength was far from his previous life's final stage. If Fairy Myrtle entered, Celestial Court would have 3 rank 8 battle strengths. Fang Yuan's side had Heavenly Giant Solar, the Super Formation, the Immemorial Rock Dragon, and himself. The battle would be intense, the situation could go out of control. Don't forget, Chen Yi had Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's trump card. Immortal Killer Move Karma Relocation had played a crucial role in the previous life. Fang Yuan had a deep impression of it, he would not neglect it. Furthermore, Fang Yuan had already suppressed the land spirit of Xianxia. The whole of Xianxia blessed land was his private property. He would try to minimize his losses. Thus, he destroyed the dark spiral earlier than in the previous life. The Gu Immortals of Celestial Court were stunned. While inside Xianxia blessed land, Feng Jioge and Chen Yi looked at each other, they were completely dumbfounded. This is different from the plan. Star Caste failed, only the few of us are left. Xianxia blessed land was prepared for this, their reaction was too timely. Right now we can only defend and stall for time, until Star Caste is activated again. Chen Yi and Feng Jioge conversed rapidly. They floated in the formation space with their backs against each other, relying on each other. Feng Jioge asked again, "That's right, where is Senior Thunder Ghost True Monarch?" Chen Yi's Adam's apple bobbed. He hesitated for a moment and decided not to tell Feng Jioge what he had seen. "I'm not sure. I didn't see Thunder Ghost True Monarch when I came." Feng Jioge nodded. "I am afraid that Senior Thunder Ghost was too eager to gain merit, she charged too quickly and was separated. If we meet up with her, that would be for the best." Chen Yi had a bad premonition, but he could not say it now to affect morale. He could only say, "I think it is unlikely. Fang Yuan is such a crafty person, how can he let us meet up so easily? Maybe Thunder Ghost True Monarch is already being held back by other forces." Feng Jioge, on the other hand, was more optimistic than Chen Yi. He smiled and said, "Sir Chen Yi, in truth our combat power is already outstanding enough. I can resist rank 8 Gu Immortals, I barely have rank 8 battle strength. Together with you and Senior Thunder Ghost True Monarch, we have 3 rank 8 battle strength. It will be hard for Xianxia Blessed Land to resist our attacks, right? We might even be able to take down Xianxia Blessed Land with our strength." Chen Yi laughed heartily, he forced himself to focus. "Brother Feng is right. But if the situation is urgent and out of our expectations, you should find a chance to use fixed immortal travel to retreat." Feng Jioge looked at Chen Yi deeply, he thought to himself, Chen Yi's emotions seemed to have changed. Feng Jioge had seen it with his own eyes. Chen Yi had rushed in excitedly as if he couldn't wait to prove himself. Why was it that his spirit and chi were so dispirited after he had just suffered some setbacks? Even though Chen Yi was once the first supreme elder of Heavenly Lotus Sect, it seems that he is no longer as bold and courageous as he used to be. No wonder he failed his mission in Western Desert, causing Celestial Court to lose Divine Bean Palace. Feng Jioge looked down on Chen Yi internally. But he did not know that in the previous life, Fang Yuan had a good relationship with Chen Yi. Especially when he used half of Destiny Song to save Chen Yi's life. The two communicated rapidly, everything happened in an instant. Fang Yuan had already made his move. But this time he was not in a hurry to act, he concealed himself. Replacing him was the Immemorial Rock Dragon, the Land Spirit of Xianxia, and the Hairy Man Gu Immortal's Ancient Battle Formation Heavenly Giant Solar. Feng Jioge and Chen Yi fought together. After a few rounds, neither side could do anything to the other. But Chen Yi and Feng Jioge were frowning deeply. The Immemorial Rock Dragon has the toughest defense, but it is the least dangerous. The Gu Immortals inside Heavenly Giant Solar do not have strong battle awareness. That's right, the most important thing is Fang Yuan. He has not appeared. Is he fighting Thunder Ghost True Monarch, or is he hiding to deal with us? Other than that, there is this formation. We need to break this formation first, otherwise, we will be trapped in this formation space that is not good. Qin Yi and Feng Jioge discussed and changed their formation. Feng Jioge started to prepare a killer move while Qin Yi guarded in front. Qin Yi blocked the attacks of the immemorial Rock Dragon and Heavenly Giant Solar alone. Feng Jioge succeeded in preparing his killer move and activated Separation Song. But in the previous life, Separation Song was useless. It was even worse now. How could Feng Yuan miss the killer move Separation Song? Qin Yi and Feng Jioge's attacks failed. Feng Yuan took the chance and attacked, separating Qin Yi and Feng Jioge. Next, the super formation activated and created two spaces, separating Qin Yi and Feng Jioge. Celestial Court. The starlight in the sky was gathering again. Fairy Myrtle was sweating profusely now. She was using all her strength to prepare Star Cast. However, Star Cast could not be used so easily. This move was very powerful. It could teleport rank 8 Gu Immortals. It was a tactical method. Precisely so, the price to use it was huge. Not only did it expend a vast amount of rank 8 Immortal Essence, it also took a lot of time to prepare. There were many complicated steps. Without deep wisdom path attainment, it could not be used at all. If we succeed in this mission and take back Wisdom Gu. With Wisdom Gu, using Star Cast will be easy. It will not be as troublesome as now. Fairy Myrtle sighed. The Gu Immortal beside her smiled. Lady Ziwei, even if we do not go, just the three of them have the strength to take down Langya Blessed Land. The Celestial Court Gu Immortals had relaxed expressions. The atmosphere was relaxed. Fairy Myrtle, however, was a little worried. She frowned, feeling something amiss. That's right, Feng Jioge has outstanding talent. Even though he is rank 7, he can fight rank 8s. He has experience in invading Langya Blessed Land. He will be even more familiar with it this time. Even if Langya Blessed Land attacks him, he has Fate Armor Immortal Gu. He will be able to protect himself. The Celestial Court Gu Immortal beside Fairy Myrtle analyzed. Langya Blessed Land. Jiuch. Feng Jioge's body shook. He coughed out blood. He escaped in a sorry state in the formation space. Feng Yuan chased after him with a sinister smile. Feng Jioge still had a look of shock on his face. My Gu worm really did mysteriously disappear. How can this be? This method should be a theft path method. But I wonder if it was Feng Yuan who did it, or the power of this super formation. He had already used Great Thief Ghost Hand several times, but it was different from the previous life. Feng Yuan only stole a large number of Mortal Gu and a Sound Path Immortal Gu. Compared to the previous life, my luck is very bad. Feng Yuan felt helpless. The higher his cultivation level, the stronger Spring Autumn Cicada's rebirth would have to be, the more severe the repercussions would be. Before this battle, Feng Yuan had already used methods like Burning Soul Bursting Luck, but he had not reached his previous life's luck path standard. Even though I obtained Giant Sun Immortal Self-Luck True Inheritance, this True Inheritance contains killer moves and Immortal Gu recipes, but there are very few luck path Immortal Gu. Thus, I did not manage to steal Fixed Immortal Travel. Feng Yuan was feeling regret, while Feng Jioge had a grim expression. The other party actually has the ability to steal Immortal Gu. The situation is very serious. Even if I have Fate Armor Immortal Gu, it might be stolen. Do I have to use Fixed Immortal Travel to return? Leave behind Qin. Feng Jioge was hesitant. At the other side, the Celestial Court Gu Immortal said, compared to Feng Jioge, Lord Qin Yi is a true rank 8 Gu Immortal. He is the former First Supreme Elder of Heavenly Lotus Sect. He has a lot of battle experience. Furthermore, he is the current generation Genesis Lotus Inheritor. He has powerful wood path methods. Lord Qin Yi is becoming more resolute with age. He is the most reliable person. He will definitely be able to control the situation. Langya Blessed Land Super Formation. Qin Yi was covered in sweat. He could not conceal the anxiety on his face. Damn it. He cursed in his heart. After the super formation separated him from Feng Jioge, the enemies he fought with vanished. The formation activated, layers of mazes and illusion realms trapped Qin Yi. Qin Yi continued to investigate and break through, but the mazes and illusion realms seemed to be endless. Quick, faster. I need to get out of here quickly and meet up with Feng Jioge. How did it become like this? How did it become like this? Qin Yi cultivated wood path. He did not have deep formation path attainment. Qin Yi's fighting style was not about attacking, but about endurance. Be it Giant Tree Prison Cage or Karma Divine Tree, they were both like this. In the previous life, Qin Yi guarded the 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation. He made things difficult for Wu Yong, Fang Yuan, and the rest, but now he was being tortured by Fang Yuan using the super immortal formation. This was the tactic that Fang Yuan used to deal with Qin Yi after getting familiar with him. Celestial Court. I know you are right, but for some reason the uneasiness in my heart is getting stronger. Fairy Myrtle sighed. The Celestial Court Gu Immortal beside her pondered, that can't be. Even if Feng Jioga and Qin Yi are at a disadvantage, Senior Thunder Ghost True Monarch is a true expert. She was a legend who had caused trouble for Spectral Soul Demon Venerable before. Last time she let Fang Yuan escape because of the regional wall. This time in Langya Blessed Land she will be able to display her true strength. The number of Gu Immortals who have died at her hands can be counted with one hand. Even if Fang Yuan makes a move, what can he do? He will only be chased around by Thunder Ghost True Monarch. The Celestial Court Gu Immortal said this with great confidence and certainty. Langya Blessed Land Formation Space. Fang Yuan chased after Feng Jioga while soul-searching Thunder Ghost True Monarch's remnant soul. He was actually doing two things at once. There was no helping it, his advantage was too huge. He used Great Thief Ghost Hand many times, even though he could not steal fixed immortal travel. 3 of Feng Jioga's Sound Path Immortal Gu were already taken by Fang Yuan. Feng Jioga's strength fell greatly, but he did not have many injuries. Fang Yuan mainly used Great Thief Ghost Hand. His other attacks were just small skirmishes to maintain his advantage. He did not use Luo Pasil or anything else, because he was afraid of injuring Feng Jioga and activating Fate Armor Immortal Gu. Once Fate Armor Immortal Gu was activated, it had the ability to locate Fairy Myrtle's location. In the previous life, Fang Yuan suffered from this. After Fate Armor Immortal Gu was activated, Fairy Myrtle quickly unraveled Yama battlefield. In this life, how could Fang Yuan make the same mistake again? Oh, as expected, many Gu Immortals are planning to invade Langya Blessed Land. Fang Yuan obtained a lot of information from soul searching. Even though Thunder Ghost True Monarch's cultivation information was valuable, Fang Yuan placed it aside. Celestial Court situation was more important to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had many wisdom path methods, he quickly deduced. This means that Star Cast can still be used. I need to hurry and finish this battle. There is no other way. If this drags on, fixed immortal travel, Fate Armor, and the other immortal Gu will be stolen by Fang Yuan. Feng Jioga had a grim expression. He finally made his decision and activated fixed immortal travel. Wishful thinking. Fang Yuan snickered, activating Immortal Gu Suppress Space. Suppress Space Immortal Gu. This Immortal Gu was the one he had obtained from the drill head turtle in Southern Border's Earth Trench. There were many methods to counter fixed immortal travel, but after rebirth, Fang Yuan could only obtain 2. The first was Fixed Space Immortal Gu, the second was Suppress Space Immortal Gu. Fixed Space Immortal Gu was held by Celestial Court's Gu Immortal Lu Hao. In the previous life, Fang Yuan ambushed Southern Border's Gu Immortals and captured Lu Hao. Unfortunately, Lu Hao's Fixed Space Immortal Gu self-destructed. Fang Yuan could not get it. As for Suppressed Space Immortal Gu, it belonged to Luo Clan's Gu Immortal Luo Ran. In the previous life, when Wu Yong led the Southern Alliance's Gu Immortals to attack the 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation, Luo Ran had used Suppressed Space Immortal Gu to help. It was very difficult for Fang Yuan to obtain Fixed Space Immortal Gu. Because it was too early, he was still in Northern Plains Langya Blessed Land. He had not roamed Southern Border and attracted the Gu Immortals, such as Xianxia and the other Gu Immortals. Without Wu Yong asking for help from Fairy Myrtle, Lu Hao would not be involved. But Suppressed Space Immortal Gu was something that Fang Yuan could obtain based on his previous life's information. Fixed Space Immortal Gu marked a location. Even if Fixed Immortal Travel was activated, the Gu Immortal would only be transported to the location marked by Fixed Space Immortal Gu. Suppressed Space Immortal Gu could suppress the surrounding space within a certain range, making it hard for space path methods to work. Suppressed Space Immortal Gu was also rank 7, it countered rank 7 Immortal Gu Fixed Immortal Travel. Feng Jioga was shocked, he did not expect Fang Yuan to have made such thorough preparations. At the next moment, Feng Jioga's expression turned pale. Immortal Killer Move, Great Thief Ghost Hand. Chapter 1774. Fixed Immortal Travel was finally in his hands. This way, when Fang Yuan advances to rank 8, Future Self would be useless, he would not have to worry about losing methods like Fixed Immortal Travel. Fixed Immortal Travel was a movement Immortal Gu. It had a strong effect, it would be very convenient for Fang Yuan. In the previous life, Fang Yuan deduced a killer move that used Fixed Immortal Travel as the core. Even with rank 8 cultivation level, he could barely move around the world. With this immortal goo, he would have an extremely powerful mobility. But in the previous life, Fang Yuan stole fixed immortal travel on his first try, but this time he had to put in a lot of effort. He used Great Thief Ghost Hand more than 10 times, he expended a lot of immortal essence. Great Thief Ghost Hand's weakness was clearly exposed. Even though it could steal immortal goo, most of the time it would steal mortal goo. Fang Yuan had stolen tens of thousands of mortal goo from Feng Jioge, but only 3 or 4 immortal goo. Next is Fate Armor Immortal Goo. Fang Yuan's cold gaze locked onto Feng Jioge's figure. As long as he stole Fate Armor Immortal Goo, Feng Jioge would be finished. Feng Jioge continued to flee. He had never thought that he would be in such a pathetic state. Fang Yuan understands me very well. He keeps stealing my immortal goo, he rarely attacks me, he has no intention of heavily injuring me, it seems that he understands the power of Fate Armor Immortal Goo. Feng Jioge's heart sank to rock bottom, a bone-chilling cold spread all over his body. As he had fewer immortal goo, his battle strength fell. Feng Yuan. Feng Jioge muttered this name in his mind. Even though he had expected Feng Yuan's growth, he did not think that he would be fleeing in such a pathetic state, unable to retaliate at all. Earlier, when Feng Jioge chased Feng Yuan all the way from southern border to western desert, it felt like it happened yesterday. Feng Jioge remembered it clearly. Who would have thought that at this moment, their situations would be completely reversed? How fast? Feng Jioge sighed in his heart. It wasn't that Feng Jioge wasn't strong, but that Feng Yuan was well prepared. He did not reveal the secret of his rebirth, so he maintained his advantage. Langya Blessed Land's super array had been improved by Feng Yuan, and was now several times stronger than it was in his previous life. One of the reasons was that Feng Yuan had annexed Langya Blessed Land and could use all the resources to build the Immortal Array. At the same time, he had dealings with the 3 foreign races. The second reason was that Feng Yuan himself was much stronger than in the previous life, be it formation path, time path or other aspects, he was much more outstanding. That was why this super formation was constructed to trap Feng Jioge and Qin Yi. The other side. Light flashed before Qin Yi's eyes as he shuttled back and forth in the illusory maze. Damn it! I still haven't gotten out. Qin Yi was trapped in the illusory maze, he moved around rapidly trying to break through everywhere, he was on the verge of vomiting. This formation refreshed Qin Yi's evaluation of it time and time again. Feng Yuan arranged for all the variant human goo immortals to control the formation and target Qin Yi. Qin Yi's battle strength was very high, his immortal killer moves were Ancient Tree Prison, Giant Tree Divine Statue, Karma Divine Tree and others, they were all outstanding methods. Feng Yuan found it hard to deal with them. In the previous life, Qin Yi fought against 2 enemies in the Battle of Langya Sect. He fought against the Immemorial Rock Dragon and Heavenly Giant Solar. His performance was dazzling and eye-catching. But in this life, Feng Yuan annexed Langya Sect and obtained the authority to command it. He arranged for the Immemorial Rock Dragon and Heavenly Giant Solar to deal with Qin Yi, but they were only supporting him. The true way to deal with Qin Yi was through the super formation. Qin Yi struggled in the illusory maze and maze. Whenever he had a chance to break through, the Immemorial Rock Dragon or Heavenly Giant Solar would appear to stop him and stall for time. Next, the variant human goo immortals would use the chance to make up for it, trapping Qin Yi in the formation. Qin Yi had a lot of methods but he had nowhere to use them. Feng Yuan's arrangements immediately countered him. Qin Yi was very anxious, the longer this dragged on, the more uneasy he felt. Was Thunder Ghost True Monarch's corpse really just an illusion? Qin Yi was not sure. He wanted to believe that it was just an illusion. The reason was simple, with Thunder Ghost True Monarch's battle strength, how could Feng Yuan kill her in one go? But was there such a possibility? If Thunder Ghost True Monarch was still alive, why hadn't they heard anything from her after so much time had passed? He had been separated from Feng Jioge for a long time now. What was the situation over at Feng Jioge's side? Is it a dream realm? A thought flashed in Qin Yi's mind. He did not know that Feng Yuan had rank 8 Immortal Goo Steel Life, but he knew that Feng Yuan was skilled in the self-detonation of pure dream reality seeker physique bodies, using the power of dream realms to deal with strong enemies. During the Battle of Tian Mountain's dream realm, Spectral Soul was captured by the Celestial Court. After that, when Feng Yuan was chased by Wu Yong and Feng Jioge, he used pure dream reality seeker physique bodies to self-detonate multiple times. Without the help of the pure dream reality seeker physique bodies, Feng Yuan was likely to be killed. Fairy Myrtle was a wisdom path great expert, she had already made deductions before she acted. She had already considered the dream realms and reverse flow river that Feng Yuan had. The dark spiral was the primer of star cast, it had a method to sense it. If there were dream realms or reverse flow river nearby, Fairy Myrtle would be able to sense it. In fact, Fang Yuan lacked precise control over dream realms and reverse flow river. Once the pure dream reality seeker physique bodies self-detonate, the dream realms would move on their own. Reverse flow river could only be used slightly. Be it dream realms or reverse flow river, as long as they were touched by the dark spiral, they would be destroyed. Starcast would become unstable and fail. As long as Fairy Myrtle made the dark spiral bigger, she would be able to test if there were dream realms or reverse flow river around it. Using dream realms or reverse flow river as a trap is foolish. But what if Fang Yuan creates a new dream path killer move? He has Spring-Autumn Cicada, he has revived from his previous life. Chen Yi thought. But the truth was Fang Yuan did not have any dream realms now. He had already used up all the pure dream reality seeker physique bodies. Refer to chapter 567 of this volume for details. Most of the pure dream reality seeker physique bodies were used when Fang Yuan was escaping. That was why after the previous life's battle in Xianxia Blessed Land, Fang Yuan returned to southern border to fight for dream realms. Later on, Fang Yuan and Qi Chuyu secretly transacted and obtained many dream realms. He started to accumulate pure dream reality seeker physique bodies. After that, when Fang Yuan ambushed Xianxia and the rest, these pure dream reality seeker physique bodies contributed greatly. It could be said that Qi Chuyu contributed greatly. It was because he secretly transacted with Fang Yuan that Fang Yuan had so many dream realms to use. If he relied on force, he would not have such efficiency. Chen Yi's guess was wrong. His mood became heavier. No, I need to break this immortal formation as soon as possible. The grim situation made Chen Yi make up his mind. He activated his trump card killer move, Karma Divine Tree. The divine tree was lush and green, its canopy was like a pavilion, green smoke rose and swayed with the wind. Karma Divine Tree was above him, all sorts of illusions and mazes were forced back by a large distance. Chen Yi's vision turned clear. The variant human Gu immortals gasped in shock. This is the Karma Divine Tree killer move that Elder Fang Yuan spoke of? The entire Super Gu formation's power is being repelled by this move. The mazes and illusions cannot stop Chen Yi. As expected of Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's killer move. At the crucial moment, the immemorial Rock Dragon and Heavenly Giant Solar attacked Chen Yi from the left and right. The other variant human Gu immortals controlled the formation, trying to find a way to confuse Chen Yi again. Chen Yi snorted coldly. He did not fight the Rock Dragon or the Giant. He flew around and assessed the formation, trying to attack it. The immemorial Rock Dragon and Heavenly Giant Solar attacked Chen Yi, while Chen Yi defended passively. Karma Divine Tree displayed extremely strong defense. It blocked all of the attacks perfectly. The originally sparse Divine Tree was soon filled with fruits. These fruits flew out and hit the immemorial Rock Dragon and Heavenly Giant Solar, causing them to suffer the damage. Quickly stop Chen Yi, don't let him run around. Fang Yuan sensed the situation and quickly ordered. But the variant human Gu immortals were extremely busy. They could not use the formation's power to confuse Chen Yi. As for asking them to fight and risk their lives, that was impossible. Even though the variant human Gu immortals were allies, they cherished their lives. They hid inside the formation and did not come out if they could. In the previous life, when the formation broke, they had no choice but to enter the battlefield. Boom. With a loud sound, Chen Yi hit the crucial point. The formation space that was split in half was reconnected. Even though Chen Yi cultivated Wood Path, he was a rank 8 great expert after all. He could learn by analogy, and because he had been in contact with this super formation for a long time, he could see some of its profundities. Chen Yi saw Feng Jioge and shouted in shock, "Hold on, I'm here." It turned out that Feng Jioge was forced into a corner by Fang Yuan. The situation was extremely dangerous. Be careful. The enemy has a method to steal Gu worms. Feng Jioge also gave Chen Yi crucial information. Chen Yi's body shook. He thought of the battle in Divine Bean Palace. Western Desert Gu Immortal Swan Bujin directly stole the immortal Gu of legendary immemorial beast Qingqiu. They also have theft path methods. Chen Yi's heart jumped. He frowned deeply. But it was different from the previous life. Fang Yuan did not use the killer move Yama Emperor. Chen Yi connected the two. It was a natural reaction. There was no evidence to prove that Fang Yuan was Swan Bujin. There were many theft path methods in the 5 regions. Western Desert Swan Bujin had theft path methods. It was more likely that Xianxia Blessed Land had theft path killer moves. After all, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable had once worked with Long-Hair Ancestor to refine Gu. Chen Yi charged over. Fang Yuan smiled coldly as he faced him. He activated the reverse flow protection seal and started to prepare the Luopa seal. Fang Yuan's aura surged. 2 rank 8 killer moves? Chen Yi was shocked, his pupils shrunk. One for offense and one for defense, they complement each other perfectly. Damn it. Fang Yuan and Chen Yi fought, while the immemorial rock dragon and heavenly giant solar went after Feng Jioge. Feng Jioge only had rank 7 cultivation level now, his immortal goo had been stolen by Fang Yuan, his battle strength had fallen sharply. Facing the attacks of 2 rank 8 battle strengths, he was soon covered in injuries. Fate Armor Immortal Goo was forced to activate. Over at Celestial Court, Fairy Myrtle's expression changed. Oh no! Fate Armor Immortal Goo is activated, Feng Jioge is in danger, what do we do? In the previous life, Fairy Myrtle and Feng Jioge were only separated by Yama Battlefield. Fairy Myrtle quickly unraveled the Battlefield Killer move and saved Feng Jioge. But in this life, Fairy Myrtle and Feng Jioge were very far apart. Meanwhile, Starcast was only half done with preparation. Feng Jioge could not die, he was a Tao Guardian. Chen Yi knew Feng Jioge's importance, but he could not help, Fang Yuan was pestering him. Karma Divine Tree was very strong, it had both offense and defense, but Fang Yuan had 2 rank 8 killer moves, he was also very powerful. Time passed quickly, Fate Armor Immortal Goo's faint light dimmed gradually. Once the halo dissipated, Feng Jioge would lose his life. What do I do? Chen Yi was very anxious. At this moment, Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's voice resounded in his ears. Watch closely, this is a combo move based on Karma Divine Tree, Karma Relocation. The killer move was activated, like a gust of wind, green smoke swayed with the wind, Karma Divine Tree seemed to be dancing in the wind. Fang Yuan quickly stopped the killer move, at the same time he let out a sigh of relief, he was finally able to force this move out. With Karma Relocation, Chen Yi rampaged through the battlefield, Fang Yuan could only retreat. Chen Yi quickly gathered with Feng Jioge. Let's go back, this is my immortal goo, remember to tell Lady Fairy Myrtle about the situation here, she will take revenge for me in the future. Chen Yi gave all the immortal goo that he could not use to Feng Jioge. At the next moment, Karma Relocation activated, sending Feng Jioge away. Even with the formation and Xianxia Blessed Land's aperture walls, they could not stop Feng Jioge from escaping. Karma Relocation was a rank 9 killer move after all. Feng Jioge, I let you escape this time, but that might not be the case next time. Fang Yuan's expression was normal. He knew Karma Relocation, he could not block this move. Earlier when he separated Chen Yi and Feng Jioge, it was to guard against this killer move, but it did not work. Chen Yi and Feng Jioge were very shrewd, they had rich battle experience. Let's go, Feng Jioge, hand over your life, you can accompany Thunder Ghost True Monarch. Fang Yuan smiled sinisterly. Chen Yi smiled lightly, Senior Thunder Ghost True Monarch was killed by you guys after all. Come, even if I die, I will not let you off easily. Chen Yi knew that he was going to die, but he let go. Even though he was infatuated with power, he was also a member of the Celestial Court. As long as one was a member of the Celestial Court, they were not afraid of sacrifice, they faced death with equanimity. The process of killing Chen Yi was not easy, it was very difficult, the battle was in a stalemate for a long time. But eventually Chen Yi died, his life was taken by Fang Yuan. He did not leave behind any immortal goo, but his remnant soul could not escape from Fang Yuan's demonic claws. The variant human goo immortals cheered for their victory before crying out loud. They suffered heavy losses. Chen Yi killed many of their companions. Fang Yuan looked at Chen Yi's corpse as he sighed deeply, as expected of Chen Yi, as expected of a goo immortal of the Celestial Court. Next, he consoled the variant human goo immortals with deep sorrow. Your sacrifice was worth it, it was a glorious victory. Even a rank 8 goo immortal died at your hands, this battle achievement will shake heaven and earth. There were only 2 or 3 variant human goo immortals left, they were all heavily injured. Oh heavens, our losses this time are too severe. Xianxia Blessed Land suffered the least damage. They are all in formation, they are safe inside Heavenly Giant Solar. Strange, why did so many layers of the formation suddenly break apart? If not for this, we would not have lost so many people. Fang Yuan nodded. This should be Chen Yi's method, he is truly amazing, even I did not notice anything wrong. The variant human goo immortals heard this and their eyes turned red, they gritted their teeth. That's right, it was this old scoundrel. Killing him was too easy on him. His death is not to be regretted. Chapter 1775. Fang Yuan, come over and take a look, those Tao marks have changed again. The battle had just ended when Land Spirit of Xianxia transmitted. What? Fang Yuan was surprised. He quickly left the damaged super formation and went to the place where the change was. Feng Jioge left behind unfavorable Dao marks in many places, but they were the densest at the place where the dark whirlpool had just formed. Right now, even though there were not many unfavorable Dao marks in other places, there were changes. These Dao marks emitted a trace of blue light from time to time. They were like stars in the sky, shining brightly. Feng Yuan looked for a while before his expression turned grim. There is actually such a change. He had Wisdom Path Foundation and Star Path Attainment. He could see the effect of this change. It seems that Feng Jioge was sent back to Central Continent by karma relocation, or even to Fairy Myrtle's side. Thus, Fairy Myrtle obtained the information. Such a fast reaction. Feng Yuan felt some regret. In the earlier battle, he should not have dragged it out and created a situation where both sides were heavily injured. He should have attacked directly, not caring about the immortal essence expenditure to finish off Chen Yi quickly. Actually, even if he did that, it would not be fast. Karma Divine Tree had both offense and defense. It was truly outstanding. Without the variant human goo immortals using their lives to expend it, it would be very difficult for Chen Yi to die. Feng Yuan had a solemn expression. These Dao marks are changing. It should be cooperating with the Wisdom Path Great Expert of Celestial Court to locate Xianxia Blessed Land. We need to deal with it quickly, otherwise it will be very dangerous. Land Spirit of Xianxia was very anxious. The dark whirlpool is easy to destroy, but these shining Dao marks are hard to get rid of. I tried it already. What is going on? At this time, the remaining variant human goo immortals flew over with different expressions. Feng Yuan ignored them. Thoughts were rumbling in his mind. His thoughts were like lightning, flickering continuously. Fairy Myrtle wants to confirm the location of Xianxia's blessed land. She's going to risk it one last time. This time, the Celestial Court's attack was a huge loss. It has completely angered her. The Xianxia blessed land has already been moved to the Pinetail Ridge by the land spirit, but the prince's impatience is probably patrolling nearby, searching in the dark. I can't let Fairy Myrtle find out the true location of Xianxia blessed land. Otherwise it would be terrible. Once their location was exposed, not only would Prince's impatience attack, Celestial Court's goo immortals would also reinforce them endlessly. Even if the Celestial Court failed, Feng Yuan would not be able to get away with it. Even if he won, it would be a Pyrrhic victory. In the end, the Celestial Court was able to give up and expose the location of Xianxia Paradise to everyone. This hairy man's sacred ground would definitely attract countless greedy gazes. Longevity Heaven was the first to bear the brunt. What do we do? Feng Yuan racked his brains. Steam was rising from his head. The variant human goo immortals around him were also feeling anxious. They got the explanation from the land spirit of Xianxia and understood the severity of this matter. The Celestial Court is too terrifying. We used all our strength to kill 2 rank 8 goo immortals. We are still in danger. If we do not get rid of these Dao marks, Xianxia blessed land's location will be exposed. We will not be able to defend this place. That's right, now we can only rely on Lord Feng Yuan to think of a way. Even if the land spirit of Xianxia had a method to move the blessed land, with so many enemies around, they could not make such a huge move. The immortals could only hope for Feng Yuan. I got it. Feng Yuan's eyes shined as he spoke. You have a way? Land spirit of Xianxia immediately called out. Quickly activate the refinement path formation. Use my method to refine these Dao marks. Feng Yuan quickly replied. In the previous life, after Feng Yuan obtained the refinement path true meaning, he thought of a way to deal with these Dao marks, that was to make a move when the immortal aperture was being moved. It could be easily resolved. But now that he thought about it, this was a trap. Prince's impatience was already hiding in the surroundings. Once Xianxia blessed land moved, the commotion would be huge. It would definitely be exposed. Prince's impatience and the other Celestial Court goo immortals would attack. Feng Yuan's method was to use the refinement path formation, a large number of rank 8 immortal materials, and refinement water to forcefully refine these harmful Dao marks. He did not think of this method in the previous life because when he deduced, he did not know about the existence of the refinement path formation and refinement water. By the time he knew the battle was already over, he had stolen fixed immortal travel, and longevity heaven had arrived. Feng Yuan had no choice but to escape. Land spirit of Xianxia was suppressed by Feng Yuan to begin with. After obtaining Feng Yuan's method, he did not hesitate, immediately activating the refinement path formation to deal with these harmful Dao marks. Rank 8 immortal materials were thrown into the formation. The variant human goo immortals had strange expressions, while the hairy man goo immortals' faces twitched. So many rank 8 immortal materials. This is immense wealth. Langya Blessed Land's foundation is actually so deep. This is simply the cheapest cabbage in the market. It is unimaginable. Land Spirit of Langya also felt a heartache. Elder Feng Yuan, Langya Blessed Land had accumulated these with great difficulty. Your refinement method is too crude, there is room for improvement. Maybe we can delay it for a while and refine this method, we can save a lot of immortal materials. No, trust me, we are in a dangerous situation. Even though the enemies are gone, we are not safe yet. We need to use every second we have. Feng Yuan did not say anything about the prince's impatience because this was his guess, there was no proof. But Land Spirit of Langya was already suppressed by Feng Yuan, he only followed Feng Yuan's lead. Feng Yuan's words sounded like suggestions and advice, but they were orders to him, he had to carry them out. Alright, I will listen to you. Land Spirit of Langya's reply was very direct. Feng Yuan's expression was grim. You guys can refine these harmful Dao marks, no matter how much refinement water you use, you don't need to feel sorry for it. I will enter the secret room and use wisdom path methods to block the celestial court. No one can disturb me. Whoever dares to disturb me is a spy in the celestial court, they will be killed without mercy. Feng Yuan's gaze was filled with killing intent as he looked around, the other Gu immortals felt a chill in their hearts. After giving a stern warning, he quickly flew into his cloud city and entered the secret room. Celestial Court, Central Great Hall. Fairy Myrtle sat cross-legged with her eyes closed, her body was emitting intense purple light. This purple light filled the entire hall, it was vast like smoke, but also like surging tides, it had a grand aura. Feng Yuan's attack was soon detected by Fairy Myrtle. She frowned slightly before smiling coldly. You want to stop me? Star Constellation Chessboard. She immediately summoned Star Constellation Chessboard. Not long ago, Feng Jioge suddenly returned to the Celestial Court with heavy injuries, as well as the most precious information. After Fairy Myrtle learned about it, she knew that the dark spiral method was exposed, there was little hope of using it again. She settled for the next best thing, using the harmful Dao marks inside to deduce Langya Blessed Land's location in Loosetail Ridge. I have not lost this battle yet. Fairy Myrtle held back her anger. Qin Yi and Thunder Ghost True Monarch were most likely dead, Feng Jioge was on the verge of death, he was unconscious. Fairy Myrtle was in charge of this battle, she had a huge responsibility, she wanted to make up for her mistake. In the previous life, Longevity Heaven took action, it had great strength and came from Giant Sun Immortal. Celestial Court lost, Fairy Myrtle did not have such a huge reaction. But now she lost to Feng Yuan and the variant human Gu Immortals. Be it Feng Yuan or the variant human Gu Immortals, the proud Celestial Court Gu Immortals could not accept such a humiliating defeat. Like Feng Yuan had guessed, Fairy Myrtle was completely enraged. She tried to deduce with all her strength, ignoring the huge repercussions, she wanted to turn the situation around. Star Constellation Chessboard was a rank 8 Wisdom Path Immortal Gu House, it was a huge help. Fairy Myrtle quickly suppressed Feng Yuan, her deduction speed continued to rise. In the previous life, even though Fairy Myrtle had such a method, Longevity Heaven had taken over Langya Blessed Land, even if she used it, it was useless. But in this life, Feng Yuan won, Longevity Heaven did not appear, Fairy Myrtle still had a lot of hope. And Feng Jioge had used Fate Armor Immortal Gu, even though it was only for a short period of time, it was an important clue. Fairy Myrtle was very confident in deducing Langya Blessed Land's location and defeating Feng Yuan from afar. Oh no. Feng Yuan felt like there was a huge mountain pressing on his heart. Fate Armor Immortal Gu's activation gave Fairy Myrtle the fatal weakness of Langya Blessed Land. Fairy Myrtle used this to prevent Feng Yuan from seeing any hope of stopping it. Even though I have many wisdom path methods, I do not have many high-level ones. Even though he had rank 9 wisdom Gu, Feng Yuan could only rely on the light of wisdom. He had rank 8 wisdom sword Immortal Gu, but Feng Yuan did not have rank 8 Immortal Essence. He had attitude Gu, but in this short period of time, how could Feng Yuan create a wisdom path method that used attitude Gu as the core to resist Fairy Myrtle? Chapter 1776. Celestial Court. Central Great Hall. Purple light spread, surging and surging. Suddenly the light turned sluggish, it was like a flowing river being blocked by a dam. Fairy Myrtle gasped in surprise, opening her eyes. Her deductions were progressing, success was in sight, but suddenly, there was a huge resistance. This was not normal, it was like she was pushing a wooden door earlier. The wooden door was already shaking, there was hope of pushing it open. Once it was pushed open, Fairy Myrtle would know the precise location of Langya Blessed Land. But now this wooden door had suddenly turned into a heavy iron door. What is going on? Earlier, Fang Yuan clearly tried to stop me, but his wisdom path methods were not high enough. I could not resist him. But it suddenly worked, this method. Wait, I understand, he annexed Xianxia blessed land. Fairy Myrtle's eyes shined with bright light. She thought of the answer. Fairy Myrtle had difficulty deducing Fang Yuan's location earlier. When Fang Yuan obtained the killer move Yama Emperor, there was even less hope of success. As long as Fang Yuan annexed Xianxia blessed land, it would become a part of the sovereign immortal aperture. Fairy Myrtle deduced Xianxia blessed land's location. Wasn't that the same as deducing Fang Yuan's location? Thus, Fairy Myrtle's deductions were all blocked by Fang Yuan's Yama Emperor. Fang Yuan's Yama Emperor killer move borrowed the power of thieving heaven demon venerable's inheritance. Rank 9 killer move ghostly concealment. Thus, Fairy Myrtle felt a huge obstruction. Fairy Myrtle's thoughts flashed. Her hands continued to move as she used several wisdom path methods. After some probing, Fairy Myrtle confirmed, "This reaction is the same as when I deduced Fang Yuan. It seems he really annexed Xianxia blessed land. To annex a rank 7 blessed land, he needs Grandmaster attainment level. Fang Yuan's refinement path has also reached the Grandmaster realm?" Fairy Myrtle realized that she had once again underestimated Fang Yuan. Her expression was gloomy. A small immortal aperture can only swallow a big one. What is Fang Yuan's immortal aperture? How could it swallow such a huge Xianxia blessed land? Fairy Myrtle still did not know the secret of the sovereign immortal aperture. She was inwardly shocked. Fang Yuan's foundation was already unfathomable. Damn it, Fang Yuan obtained the Xianxia blessed land and his foundation has skyrocketed. What were these variant human goo immortals doing? He actually let Fang Yuan swallow up his family's assets? These idiots. Fairy Myrtle gritted her teeth in anger. The variant human goo immortals like the hairy men were too disappointing. Wait, I'm afraid this is also Fang Yuan's plan. He is using these variant human goo immortals to deal with my celestial court. At the same time, he is using celestial court to weaken these variant human goo immortals. After the battle, these variant human goo immortals must have suffered heavy casualties. Thus, Fang Yuan forcefully annexed them. Who knows, he might even be using the crisis of my forceful deduction to deceive these variant human goo immortals into agreeing. Fairy Myrtle thought of many things at this moment. Fang Yuan had left a deep impression on her as a despicable and sinister person. It was not an exaggeration to think of Fang Yuan as a bad person. Fairy Myrtle felt very depressed. She felt that this attack on Xianxia blessed land was very likely to help Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan, I will not let you succeed. Prince's impatience. Fairy Myrtle's eyes were filled with anger. She immediately contacted Prince's Impatience, who was far away in northern plains. Prince's Impatience had already received orders to hide in Loosetail Ridge. His original plan was to cooperate with Celestial Court's goo immortals to attack Xianxia blessed land if there was a chance. Or when Northern Plains goo immortals sensed it, he would appear and stall for time. Prince's Impatience, Fang Yuan might appear. Quickly investigate and stall the target if you find him. Fairy Myrtle ordered. Understood. Prince's Impatience suddenly changed the topic. Wait, I found him. You need to be very careful alone. Fairy Myrtle quickly reminded him. Fang Yuan is crafty and sinister. The theft path immortal goo method might be from Xianxia sect. It might also be his. I have already sent goo immortals to infiltrate northern plains and reinforce you. But for the time being you will not have any helpers. Prince's Impatience had a solemn expression. Understood. He was a rank 8 goo immortal, he had to be careful against a rank 7 goo immortal? But he did not feel that it was inappropriate or absurd, he felt that it was natural. Not just Prince's Impatience, Fairy Myrtle and the Celestial Court's goo immortals were the same. His earlier underestimation only showed his foolishness. Thunder Ghost True Monarch and Qin Yi died in battle. It proved that this demon Fang Yuan was not ordinary, he could not be judged with common sense. Others could be underestimated, but underestimating Fang Yuan was like going against oneself. He came after all. Fang Yuan flew in the air, he turned around and saw that Prince's Impatience was already closing the distance between them. Annexing Xianxia blessed land caused quite a commotion. Fang Yuan's main body was exposed. Prince's Impatience had been hiding nearby, he immediately sensed it and chased after him. Fang Yuan flew forward. He did not want to fight with Prince's Impatience. After the battle earlier, his condition was not at his peak, he had expended a lot of immortal essence. At the same time, he had to be wary of Fairy Myrtle's deductions. Yama Emperor's killer move was stuck to his soul, concealing his traces and expending his soul foundation. Fang Yuan, where are you going? If you are a man, Come back and fight me for 300 rounds. You coward, do you only know how to run? Behind him, Prince's Impatience had an arrogant attitude. He scolded endlessly. But the truth was, Prince's Impatience was very vigilant. He looked arrogant but he had a good attitude. Fang Yuan smiled coldly. No matter how Prince's Impatience provoked him, he was indifferent. Even if Fang Yuan was not at his peak, even if he only had rank 7 cultivation level with reverse flow protection seal, Luo Seal, as well as Heavenly Giant Solar and the Immemorial Rock Dragon, he could fight against Prince's Impatience without being at a disadvantage. But what was the benefit? Fighting against Prince's Impatience, if he was not careful, an accident could happen. After all, this was one of the 10 great fierce lands of Northern Plains, Loose Tail Ridge. Fang Yuan would expose all sorts of methods and precious information. His immortal essence expenditure would be even greater. Celestial Quartz reinforcements might appear during the battle. By then, the situation would have to be re-evaluated. The king would not mobilize because of anger. Be it righteous path or demonic path, if they could not control their emotions, no matter how great their temporary achievements were, they would still be clowns. I'm here, this is the place. Fang Yuan flew rapidly. When he saw a huge frost pool in the valley ahead, he was overjoyed. Prince's Impatience had already attacked. He was behind Fang Yuan, attacking him indiscriminately. The two chased and fled. They quickly approached the frost pool. An astonishing wave was set off in the cold pond, and an immemorial frost serpent appeared. It had a single horn on its head. Its body was over 100 feet long. It was covered in layers of white scales. Once it appeared, the temperature in the surrounding 100 li plummeted. Taigu Hanjiao roared, warning Fang Yuan and Prince's Impatience not to approach its territory. Fang Yuan was looking for this Taigu Hanjiao. Back when the land spirit of Xianxia moved its blessed land from Crescent Lake to Loose Tail Ridge, it did not tell Fang Yuan the exact location. It was a precaution against him. Now that the land spirit of Xianxia was suppressed by Fang Yuan, Xianxia blessed land's exact location and the surrounding forces were all under Fang Yuan's control. Taigu Hanjiao's warning was ineffective. Fang Yuan and Prince's Impatience were still coming for it. It was furious. Its throat moved as it opened its mouth and breathed out endless frost breath. The frost breath was like a tide made of ice. It was pure white and flawless. Everywhere it went, it flickered with icy light. Fang Yuan activated reverse flow protection seal, his body submerging into the frost aura that filled the sky. Prince's Impatience realized the situation was bad. It quickly chased after it. The frost breath covered the sky. It greatly interfered with Prince's Impatience's investigative killer move. Fang Yuan had reverse flow protection seal. It could ensure his safety. As the frost breath passed, countless horse carriage-sized ice chunks fell from the sky. Prince's Impatience was covered in flames. There was a layer of frost on its face as it floated in the sky. After blocking the frost breath, Prince's Impatience did not feel smug. It was angry and anxious instead. Because it had lost track of Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan has familiar face. He has likely turned into an ice chunk and fell. Prince's Impatience knew some important information. It was also very experienced. It immediately thought of the greatest possibility of Fang Yuan's disappearance. But it would not be easy for it to investigate Fang Yuan's true body now. Especially when Taigu Hanjiao charged at him just as he was about to move. Stupid beast. Prince's Impatience cursed in anger. Taigu Hanjiao had limited intelligence. When Fang Yuan disappeared, it subconsciously thought that Fang Yuan had been killed by it. The only thing left was the burning Prince's Impatience. Compared to Fang Yuan's rank 7 aura, Prince's Impatience's rank 8 aura was overflowing. It was on the same level as Taigu Hanjiao. In Taigu Hanjiao's eyes, Fang Yuan was insignificant. The true threat was Prince's Impatience. Boom boom boom. Prince's Impatience had no choice but to fight Taigu Hanjiao. At the same time, he used this chance to investigate the ice chunks on the ground. He soon made a discovery. A piece of white ice fell into the cold pool, but it did not float up. Instead, it turned into an ancient Hanjiao and drilled towards the bottom of the cold pool. Fang Yuan, you can't escape. Prince's Impatience immediately abandoned Taigu Hanjiao and charged towards the cold pool. Fang Yuan entered the cold pool and drilled downwards. Soon he saw large numbers of Hanjiao. There were ancient Hanjiao and desolate beast Hanjiao. These were Hanjiao's big clans. These Hanjiao only looked at Fang Yuan curiously. They felt that he was one of them and did not have any desire to attack him. When Prince's Impatience charged into the cold pool, his treatment was completely different. Many ancient Hanjiao charged towards him, but were burned into jerky by Prince's Impatience. Ancient Hanjiao was in chaos. A small number of them became ferocious and attacked Prince's impatience, while most escaped in all directions. Fang Yuan was overjoyed. He directly mixed in. Fang Yuan, come out if you have the guts. Prince's impatience lost track of Fang Yuan again. It roared in anger in the cold pool. The terrifying sound waves created turbulence in the cold pool. Taigu Hanjiao also roared in sorrow. Its descendants were slaughtered by human Gu immortals in front of it. Their blood dyed the cold pool red. This made it extremely furious. Chapter 1777. Prince's impatience was not willing to tangle with Taigu Hanjiao, so he focused on chasing and harassing Fang Yuan. Prince's impatience swam towards the depths of the cold pool. But soon, a second Taigu Hanjiao rose from the depths of the cold pool, blocking Prince's impatience. There are actually two Taigu Hanjiao hiding in this cold pool? Prince's impatience and Fang Yuan were extremely shocked. Prince's impatience was furious but helpless. He was temporarily trapped. Fang Yuan was overjoyed. Thus he entered the bottom of the cold pool and escaped from Prince's impatience's pursuit. He soon discovered to his surprise that there was a secret passage at the bottom of the cold pool that could connect to other places. Fang Yuan entered the secret passage, and after swimming for a while, he arrived at an underground cold pool. This cold pool was calm and vast. There were a large number of Hanjiao living in it. So there is a tribe of such a scale. No wonder there are two Taigu Hanjiao. Oh no, there are three of them. Fang Yuan's eyes brightened. He discovered there was another Taigu Hanjiao here. This Taigu Hanjiao was entrenched at the shore of the cold pool, and when it heard the sounds of battle from above, it became more and more restless. It shook its head and growled. Finally unable to endure it, it dove into the cold pool and quickly went to reinforce its Taigu Hanjiao. Three Taigu Hanjiao, TSK. Fang Yuan sympathized with Prince's impatience. Prince's impatience was in trouble. Of course, Taigu Hanjiao's intelligence could not compare to humans. It could not kill Prince's impatience. It might even die. Prince's impatience had great battle strength, because he had grown up in northern plains, becoming a rank 8 Gu immortal step by step. His battle achievements were outstanding. However, by the time the Prince's impatience got rid of the three Taigu Hanjiao, I would have already escaped. Fang Yuan went ashore and was about to leave when he suddenly stopped. He found a lot of Hanjiao eggs on the shore. Each of the Hanjiao eggs was the size of a millstone, and they were densely packed together, numbering in the hundreds and thousands. So Taigu Hanjiao was protecting the egg so he didn't leave easily. Wait, what's this? Fang Yuan discovered a short stone pillar at the center of the egg. It was grayish-white in color and emitted a cold aura. This is a rank 8 immortal material moonfrost stone? It's such a big piece, it's definitely worth a fortune. Even with Fang Yuan's high standards, he felt a faint sense of joy in his heart. At this point he finally understood why there were three Taigu Hanjiao in this Hanjiao tribe. He immediately took action, taking away the moonfrost stone and the thousands of Hanjiao eggs. My luck suppressed Prince's impatience in this Hanjiao tribe, thus I was chased by them. It was a blessing in disguise. Fang Yuan sighed inwardly. Prince's impatience was not Feng Jioge. Without Feng Jioge's luck restraining him, Fang Yuan's luck immediately gained a miraculous effect. Prince's impatience failed to pester Fang Yuan, but instead helped Fang Yuan. Without him pestering the three Taigu Hanjiao, Fang Yuan would not have the chance to steal such a huge fortune. This was the power of luck path. I really need to thank Prince's impatience for his cooperation. Fang Yuan was secretly happy. He drilled into the ground and used fixed immortal travel to escape. Prince's impatience was still fighting with the three Taigu Hanjiao. Suddenly, the three primeval Frost WRMS received a message from the other Frost WRMS, and they knew that their eggs had been stolen. Instantly, they went berserk, and their eyes turned crimson red as they madly breathed frosty air from their mouths. Even the powerful Prince's impatience was almost stunned. They kept resisting and were in a sorry state. What's wrong with these stupid snakes? Why did they suddenly become so ferocious? Prince's impatience felt that it was strange. Sigh. I was delayed by these three beasts for so long. Fang Yuan must have escaped. My mission failed. Prince's impatience sighed inwardly. There was no helping it. Fang Yuan simply did not want to fight him. He was too slippery. Moreover, Fang Yuan had transformation path attainment. In a place like Loosetail Ridge, Prince's impatience was at a huge disadvantage. Fang Yuan made use of this huge geographical advantage. When Gu immortals fought, they would only look at each other's killer moves, immortal Gu and so on. They were all fools. Elites among Gu immortals were skilled at adapting to the environment. They could deduce each other's thoughts and emotions. Then come back. Fang Yuan is crafty. Your appearance is too coincidental. he might have already deduced your true identity. Fairy Myrtle transmitted. Prince's impatience was silent, he was very unwilling, but Fairy Myrtle was right, he could not underestimate Fang Yuan. When Prince's impatience attacked Fang Yuan, it meant that his identity was exposed. Retreat. Prince's impatience gritted his teeth, flying out of the icy pool. But the 3 Tai Guhan Jiao chased after him relentlessly. What's going on? Are these 3 stupid snakes crazy? They are chasing me relentlessly. Prince's impatience felt very unlucky, he met with these 3 beasts, they were unreasonable and kept chasing him. You really think I can't deal with you? Prince's impatience was infuriated. Just as he was about to make a move, the surrounding mountain ridges emitted violent beast roars. Primordial desolate beasts revealed themselves and looked maliciously at Prince Feng Xian. They acknowledged the 3 Tai Guhan Jiao, they had been neighbors for many years. But where did this human Gu Immortal come from? He actually dared to invade Loosetail Ridge. Prince's impatience's expression turned pale. Loosetail Ridge was one of the 10 great fierce areas of northern plains. Even rank 8 Gu Immortals had to be very careful when exploring it. I might cause a beast tide. I should retreat first. Prince's impatience's heart sank, he quickly retreated. Ah! He was caught off guard, Tai Guhan Jiao's frost breath hit him, his body was covered in frost as he shivered. Bam! With a muffled sound he was hit on the back by an ice ball created by Tai Guhan Jiao, he staggered forward, he was in a sorry state. The 3 Tai Guhan Jiao chased after Prince's impatience, but Prince's impatience had a dark expression, he did not dare to retaliate, he took all the attacks head-on as he spat out blood and escaped Loosetail Ridge. 3 days later. The refinement path formation rumbled, the final trace of harmful Dao marks was eliminated. I finally succeeded. Land Spirit of Langya sighed. Fang Yuan let out a breath of air, he was finally safe. These 3 days Fairy Myrtle had been making deductions, Fang Yuan felt a lot of pressure. Yama Emperor's killer move was very loyal, but it expended Fang Yuan's soul foundation. Compared to the previous life, my soul foundation has fallen greatly. To refine these harmful Dao marks, I lost a lot of rank 8 immortal materials. But compared to my gains, these losses are nothing. Fang Yuan evaluated this battle. Only when the harmful Dao marks were completely gone and Fairy Myrtle had nothing else to rely on, did this siege of Langya blessed land come to an end. Undeniably, Fang Yuan obtained a huge victory in this battle, his gains were huge. He was very satisfied. Basically, the entire battle was under his control, he did not deviate from his plans. This was the advantage of rebirth. Spring-Autumn Cicada's power was undeniable. Of course, without the support of Fang Yuan's own strength, no matter how many times a mortal was reborn, they could not change the overall situation. In essence, Spring-Autumn Cicada was a support-type Gu, how much it could change after rebirth depended on the Gu Immortal's scheming and practical ability. But during this process there were some accidents. For example, Feng Jioga used the killer move Karma Relocation to easily leave the battlefield. There was also another ability of harmful Dao marks. Fairy Myrtle gave up on the Dark Spiral and directly deduced Langya Blessed Land's location. I was caught off guard. This was information that Fang Yuan did not reveal in his previous life. Rebirth once could not let Fang Yuan see all of the enemy's trump cards. Especially when facing the Celestial Court, their foundation was too deep. Rebirth had an advantage, but it was not absolute. The enemy was not a fool. If you changed and became different from your previous life, the enemy would also quickly adjust and react differently. Fairy Myrtle forcefully deduced Langya Blessed Land, as well as the prince's impatience. Cooperation in the pursuit were clear proof. These were things that Fang Yuan had not experienced in his previous life. Before the battle, Fang Yuan had also considered this point. Thus, he chose to resist the Celestial Court, and did not plot against Longevity Heaven. In his previous life, the land spirit of Langya could not win against them, it asked for help from Longevity Heaven, causing the Celestial Court to fail and Fang Yuan to escape. After Fang Yuan suppressed the land spirit of Langya, there was a very tempting choice in front of him. That was to make use of the previous agreement and purposely make the land spirit of Langya send help to Longevity Heaven. Then, using Langya Blessed Land as the battlefield, he would let the Gu Immortals of Longevity Heaven and Celestial Court fight to the death, and finally Fang Yuan would strike at the right time and reap the benefits. But Fang Yuan thought about it and rejected this plan. It was too risky. Even though if the scheme succeeded, the benefits would be shocking. But the risk was too huge, Fang Yuan could not bear it. Don't forget, Spring-Autumn Cicada was still recovering, it could not be used now. Never underestimate your opponents. Be it Longevity Heaven or Celestial Court, These rank 8 experts were all shrewd and had deep foundations. If they were not careful, they would make a different choice from the previous life. They had too many methods. Changes would cause changes, and the bigger the change, the more unrecognizable it would be. Fang Yuan's strength was not enough. He could not control the situation in this battle. Thus, Fang Yuan chose to rely on himself to resist Celestial Court. This way there would be fewer variables and he could control the situation. Even though some accidents happened, they were harmless. Fang Yuan obtained complete victory in the end. Everything in Xianxia sect belonged to Fang Yuan. Right now, the 3 hairy man continents were placed in mini Eastern Sea by Fang Yuan. The refinement water used up a lot of energy. It was collected by Fang Yuan to form a small refinement sea that was moved to the westernmost part of mini Eastern Sea, near mini Central Continent. Xianxia Blessed Land's cloud cover continent was moved to mini White Heaven by Fang Yuan. Xianxia sect's damaged Immortal Gu House refinement cauldron was taken away by Fang Yuan. He wanted to modify Great Thief Ghost Hand. The refinement path formation was left on cloud cover continent. Luck path self luck true inheritance. Thieving heaven and steel life true inheritance. Long hair refinement path true inheritance. Fang Yuan would continue researching them in the future. 3 days have passed. I wonder what those variant human Gu immortals are thinking. Land Spirit of Xianxia controlled the long hair refinement path formation to calm down as he said. Chapter 1778. Inside the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. Mini White Heaven Cloud Cover Continent. What, you haven't decided yet? Fang Yuan's rank 6-time path clone represented his main body. He came to meet the variant human Gu immortals who had survived the battle. Among these variant human Gu immortals, there were Snowman Gu Immortal Bing Yuan, Rockman Gu Immortal Shi Zong and Shi Cheng, as well as Inkman Gu Immortal Mo Chi. Because of Fang Yuan's scheme, only these 4 variant human Gu immortals were left. 3 days ago, after Fang Yuan got rid of Prince's Impatience's pestering, he asked these 4 Gu immortals to consider it carefully. He suggested that they join Xianxia sect and gave them 3 days to think about it. Now 3 days had passed. Fang Yuan's time path clone and land spirit of Xianxia came together. Bing Yuan and the rest looked at each other. They did not speak. They had difficult expressions. Fang Yuan's time path clone snorted coldly in his heart, but he showed a warm smile on his face. He said warmly, "Everyone, if you have any thoughts, you can say them directly. We are all allies, we are family. Even though I am a rank 8 Gu immortal now, my attitude towards you will not change." Fang Yuan used both the carrot and the stick. He pointed out the fact that he was a rank 8. He smiled sincerely, but his words were deep and profound. The 4 variant human Gu immortals heard this and their expressions turned even uglier. Fang Yuan had put up the 3 rib bones of Thunder Ghost True Monarch for sale earlier. His reputation had already risen. The variant humans valued him highly. Right now, he was in charge of the situation. He had just repelled the invasion of Celestial Court. He even killed 2 rank 8 Gu immortals of Celestial Court in front of the variant human Gu immortals. Fang Yuan's reputation had risen by hundreds of times. In the hearts of the variant human Gu immortals, he was like a towering mountain. His words before and after the battle were 2 completely different concepts. Every word was like a heavy mountain pressing down on the 4 variant human Gu immortals' hearts. Seeing that the 4 immortals were silent, Fang Yuan smiled. "I am thinking for your sake. Now that you're participating in the defense, Feng Jioga has already escaped and the intelligence has been leaked. According to the Celestial Court's wisdom path attainment, they can definitely deduce your location. Staying here with me is the best choice for you." The 4 variant human Gu immortals looked at each other with bitter expressions. Fang Yuan was right. However, once they joined the Xianxia sect, they would lose their freedom. This was completely different from the alliance of equals from before. Who would want to lose their freedom? Fang Yuan kept saying that he wanted to join the Xianxia sect. The 4 variant human Gu immortals understood. Right now, the whole of Xianxia sect was annexed by Fang Yuan. Joining Xianxia sect was just a cover-up. The essence was to join Fang Yuan and become his subordinate. It was fine if Fang Yuan was a hairy man. Most importantly, he was a human Gu immortal. The 4 variant human Gu immortals were naturally not willing to submit to a human Gu immortal. However, the current situation was very delicate, and the situation was pressing. If they did not agree to Fang Yuan, the consequences would be dire. The smile on Fang Yuan's clone's face faded. He said plainly, "Everyone, you are thinking too much. If I really want to harm you, I can just kill you directly. What strength do you have left to resist?" Fang Yuan's words were very direct. The 4 variant human Gu immortals' expressions changed. They could not refute Fang Yuan's words. Fang Yuan's battle strength was definitely at rank 8 level, together with Heavenly Giant Solar. even if the Rockman tribe had one immemorial rock dragon left. So what? Fang Yuan's gaze swept around as he continued. Even though I am a human demonic path Gu immortal, I had no other choice. The celestial court wants to kill me, what else can I do other than resist? You're all my friends and family. I will not do anything to harm you. After joining the Xianxia sect, we will be able to unite even more closely. If we split up, the celestial court or longevity heaven will find trouble with you and weaken us. Fang Yuan's sincere words calmed the 4 variant human Gu immortals down. Land Spirit of Xianxia, however, felt a chill in his heart. Master Fang Yuan makes it sound like he is telling the truth. He tried to harm them earlier. If not for Master, how could so many Gu immortals from these 3 races die? If I tell them the truth, I wonder what expression these 4 variant human Gu immortals will have? Actually, the 4 variant human Gu immortals were not stupid, they were shrewd, they were able to lead their tribes to survive for so many years in the cracks of the human race. It showed their wisdom. They had suspicions and guesses towards Fang Yuan as well, but they kept these suspicions to themselves, they would not show it outside. The current Fang Yuan was simply too powerful. He had shocking battle strength and rank 8 cultivation level, he could roam the 5 regions unhindered. Even the celestial court was defeated, it would be even more difficult for anyone to punish him. Duke Long was an exception, there was no need to mention him. Facing such a Fang Yuan, the variant human Gu immortals felt fear but also a trace of reliance. If we join Fang Yuan, it should be more stable than before, right? The 4 variant human Gu immortals had such thoughts, it was just that the extent of their thoughts differed. As the saying went, a large tree was the best shade. Joining other human Gu immortals was too dangerous. But joining a person like Fang Yuan was also possible. If they knew that Fang Yuan was going to attack Central Continent and the Celestial Court in the future, who knew how they would feel? Since Lord Fang Yuan is inviting us so warmly, my snowman tribe believes in your sincerity, we will move our entire tribe and join Xianxia sect. After a moment of silence, the first to agree was the snowman Gu immortal Bing Yuan. This rank 7 Gu immortal was the great-grandmother of Fang Yuan's fiancé, Shui Er. With this relationship she was closer to Fang Yuan in terms of status, she was the first to agree. With Bing Yuan breaking the deadlock, the other 3 Gu immortals quickly lowered their heads and agreed to join Fang Yuan as members of Xianxia sect. This was similar to the previous life. These variant human Gu immortals joined Xianxia sect. But in the previous life, longevity heaven forced them, they agreed without hesitation. But in this life, it was Fang Yuan who forced them, they thought about it for 3 days before agreeing. The leaders of the 3 variant humans agreed. Next, Fang Yuan's main body would go to the northern icy plain in Inkman City, he would exterminate the remaining variant humans there. Oh no, he would rescue them into the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. Sovereign Immortal Aperture, the next day. At the northern end of Kokitahara. A male and female Gu immortal were floating in the sky, looking down at the ground. The male immortal had an ordinary appearance, but his eyes were dark and eerie, he had an extraordinary aura and majesty. It was Fang Yuan's split soul that had entered his previous body, forming a rank 6 time path clone. The female immortal was young and beautiful, she was tall and slender. She had blue eyes and hair, her skin was smooth and jade-like, she had an exotic aura. She was a Gu immortal of the Snowman tribe, Fang Yuan's fiancé in name, Shui Er. Shui Er, my main body is not here yet, I can only use my clone to accompany you, you won't blame me, right? Fang Yuan's time path clone said apologetically and warmly. Shui Er blinked her large eyes, quickly saying, Fang Yuan, don't worry, Shui Er is not a girl who does not know the severity of the situation. With your clone accompanying me, Shui Er is already content. Shui Er lowered her attitude. Even though Fang Yuan's time path clone had the same cultivation level as her, rank 6, Fang Yuan's main body was a rank 8 Gu immortal. And now, the entire Snowman tribe was living in Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture. Even her great-grandmother, Bing Yuan, had joined Fang Yuan. The time path clone saw Shui Er's attitude and nodded in satisfaction. Shui Er asked, but I wonder, why did you bring Shui Er here? Aha, I brought a gift for you. Shui Er, take a look below. Fang Yuan's time path clone said as he waved his hand. The icy mist spreading below immediately surged, revealing the mountain and the formation. Shui Er's lips opened slightly, showing a shocked expression. Ah, this is the snow crystal formation. It uses an ice path crystal essence and a large number of ice and snow path Gu worms to construct it. From now on your snowman tribe will live here. Fang Yuan explained the benefits of this formation. The snow crystal formation had a huge range, covering an area of tens of thousands of square kilometers. It used the frost energy that the ice path crystal essence breathed out to cover every inch of the surrounding area, changing the environment and creating an environment suitable for the snowmen to live in. At the same time, it would produce snow monsters that coexisted with the snowmen, training each other. Shui'er, you and I are engaged. The snowman tribe is closer to me than the other 3 tribes. These last days, I have been thinking about how to make arrangements for our people. I thought about it and used all my strength to make deductions. I finally thought of this snow crystal formation. With this formation, our snowman tribe will have an excellent environment to live in. Saying so, the Time Path clone looked at Shui'er with a gentle gaze. Shui'er was overjoyed, her eyes were shining. Fang Yuan, you really put in a lot of effort. This is out of Shui'er's expectations. To speak the truth, yesterday, great-grandmother was still worried about how to make arrangements for our snowman tribe. Fang Yuan smiled lightly, taking the chance to hug Shui'er's shoulder. Shui'er's body froze. This was the first time she had done such an intimate action. Fang Yuan spoke again. Shui'er, from now on, you will be the owner of this formation. You will take care of our tribe. My sovereign immortal aperture does not have many things, but it has a lot of space. Let's develop. The more snowman tribe there is, the better. We will strive to be on par with the hairy man tribe. Shui'er heard this and her eyes turned red. She said with a choked voice, Fang Yuan, thank you so much. I had never thought that the snowmen would one day be able to develop so openly on the surface of the earth. I won't let you down. Great-grandmother and Lord Bingzhuo will definitely be very excited and happy when they hear your arrangements. Fang Yuan took the chance to hug Shui'er. This time, Shui'er's body did not stiffen. She obediently leaned on Fang Yuan's chest. Her face was red. Fang Yuan said with deep emotions, Actually, people have many misunderstandings about me. They say that I am despicable, shameless, cold and emotionless. But the truth is that they covet my immortal goo and my rebirth memories. They first put the blame on me before extorting and robbing me on the pretext of righteousness. My experience is very similar to the snowman tribe, so I deeply sympathize with them. I also understand you. Sigh, actually, I have not done well enough. The snow crystal formation lacks some ice and snow path immortal goo. It is not strong. At the same time, there is only one ice path crystal essence inside. If I can get more in the future, I will definitely replenish them here. Fang Yuan's words made Shui'er feel a sweet happiness. She said without hesitation, Fang Yuan, don't worry. Our snowman tribe has 2 ice path crystal essences in our storage. If great-grandmother hears about this, she will definitely use immortal goo to build our homeland. That would be great. Fang Yuan pretended to be pleasantly surprised as he laughed. Chapter 1779. The blue sky was clear and the white clouds were like snow. On the grassland of autumn, the wind was howling. Under the sunlight, the grassland undulated, creating waves of golden waves. Under the protection of these waves, there was a huge pitch-black city. If one looked from a bird's-eye view, this city had a grand layout and strict structure. The outer city walls seemed to be made of huge rocks. They were pitch-black like ink. The surface of the rocks was weathered by the wind and rain. They were engraved with the vicissitudes of time. The entire city wall was in the shape of a hexagon. It stood majestically on the grassland. The perimeter of the city wall was over 100 li. It was over 100 feet tall and several feet thick. It was grand and tall. When ordinary people stood on the grassland, they could see a huge pitch-black beast crawling in the lush grassland from far away. When standing close, they would have to look up at the tall city wall and the huge city gate. At every corner of the city wall, there were towers. There were countless holes for shooting arrows. Every few li there was a wide path for horses to climb the city. In the city wall there were also hidden weapon storage caves. To mortals, just the city wall was impregnable. During the imperial court contest in northern plains, this majestic city wall had blocked the Gu master armies over 10 times. It had never collapsed. After crossing the city wall, it was the bustling world inside the city. In this city there were over 800,000 people, all kinds of Gu masters. The streets in the city were crisscrossed. There were many shops, palaces and houses. There was an endless flow of people and carriages. The city was bustling with noise and bustling. A special situation was, the ink men were the majority of the city's population. Walking on the streets and alleys, there were very few humans. Ink men could be seen everywhere. This was a city that belonged to the ink men. In northern plains and even the 5 regions, it was unique. This was Inkman City. Rumble. A loud sound could be heard, followed by an intense earthquake. The peace and order of the city was broken. What is going on? Is the earth cracking? In recent years there have been rumors that the earth will crack open and form a huge trench that can reach the earth's core. Save me. Mother, for a time the city was in chaos. Countless mortals ran about in panic, and they were like chickens flying and dogs jumping about. Smoke and dust rose, most of the buildings and city walls of Inkman City emitted a halo of light. Then, the Inkman City slowly rose into the sky and actually ascended into the sky. Oh my god! The Inkman City is flying? Could it be that the rumors are true? This Inkman City is actually a mortal goo house? Oh my god! Such a large mortal goo house is simply unheard of. The mortals were extremely shocked and aghast. Right at this time, an immortal killer move flew out, scattering into green light that covered the whole of Inkman City. Sleep for a while. Fang Yuan smiled faintly as he floated in the clouds. Beside him stood a male Inkman immortal. He was the Inkman City Lord, the king of Northern Plains Inkmen, rank 6 Gu immortal Mo Tan Sang. He was also one of the only 2 Gu immortals in Inkman City. Under Fang Yuan's wisdom path immortal move, the mortals of Inkman City fell into a deep slumber. The entire city became quiet. Inkman City shrunk and after a while, it entered Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture. This Inkman City has over 800,000 people. It was created by the legendary Inkman Gu immortal Yi Yen back then and has been developing to this day. Central Continent has the number 1 human city, Emperor City. My Inkman City is equivalent to half of Emperor City. Fang Yuan recruited the Inkman Gu immortals. He naturally would not let go of the greatest foundation of the Inkmen. From today onwards you are still the Inkman City Lord. Do your best to develop and nurture more Inkman Gu immortals. My sovereign immortal aperture has enough space for you to display your talents. Fang Yuan smiled as he said to Mo Tan Sang. Mo Tan Sang had an excited expression as he knelt down towards Fang Yuan. Mo Tan Sang is willing to assist Lord Fang Yuan with all my strength. I will do my best to govern Inkman City. You can go in too. Fang Yuan smiled lightly. Mo Tan Sang obediently entered Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture. He followed Inkman City and directly landed in mini Western Desert. Fang Yuan had already chosen the location. After Inkman City landed, the dust gradually dissipated as the sleeping crowd started to wake up. Mo Tan Sang methodically issued orders. He took charge of the situation and maintained the stability of Inkman City. Mo Tan Sang's emotions were actually very complex. But when facing Fang Yuan, he did not dare to show the slightest bit of arrogance. Mo Tan Sang had been in contact with Fang Yuan for a long time. At that time, Fang Yuan only had rank 6 cultivation level. Mo Tan Sang even tried to curry favor with Tai Bai Yunxing. He gave the latter the 9-Cloud Ring Mortal Killer move to befriend him. Right now, Tai Bai Yunxing was no longer in this world, while Fang Yuan had rank 8 cultivation level, with terrifying battle strength and impressive battle achievements, he could not even muster the slightest bit of resistance. When Fang Yuan came to take over Inkman City, Mo Tan Sang was informed in advance. He actively cooperated throughout the process. Fang Yuan smiled internally. Mo Tan Sang is a talent. I remember that in the 500 years of my previous life, this person led Inkman City. He nurtured many Inkman Gu immortals and cooperated with Ma Hongyun on equal terms. Using the 5 regions' chaotic war, not only did he raise his cultivation level, he even expanded the Inkman cities to hundreds of locations in Northern Plains. With him in charge of Inkman City, and with no hostile forces in mini Western Desert, his future development is bright. Mo Tan Sang was a very talented leader. Not only did he have unique foresight, he was decisive and daring. He could also adapt to circumstances. He could not be underestimated. As long as he was given a slight chance, he could make a comeback and even create a miracle. In other words, he was a smaller version of Wu Yong. But because of his variant human identity, he did not have a good cultivation environment. He had always been in a difficult situation. As long as he was given a platform, his development would not be like this. Fang Yuan was not worried about his growth. He was happy to see it happen. This was the magnanimity of an expert. It was also Fang Yuan's confidence. No matter how much Mo Tan Sang grew, Fang Yuan was confident that he could control him and make him work for him. Actually, there were many risks involved in relocating Inkman City. Celestial Court might set up an ambush. Or rather, Fairy Myrtle deduced that the participating Inkman Gu immortals came from Inkman City. She would definitely think that Fang Yuan would make a move against Inkman City. This way, even if Celestial Court did not make a move, as long as Fairy Myrtle informed Longevity Heaven of this news, Longevity Heaven would make a move against Fang Yuan. He would be in big trouble. But fortunately, Fang Yuan obtained Inkman City. Everything went smoothly without any problems. Fang Yuan's main body quickly retreated, while his time path clone remained beside Land Spirit of Langia. The long hair refinement path formation was operating. Land Spirit of Langya personally controlled the formation, reporting to Fang Yuan's clone, "In another month the seal on Langya's origin core will be completely removed." Fang Yuan's clone nodded slightly, inspecting the formation. Every immortal aperture, be it blessed land or winter, would have an immortal aperture origin core. The immortal aperture origin core was the foundation of an immortal aperture. Developing the immortal aperture and annexing other immortal apertures would strengthen the immortal aperture origin core. If the immortal aperture origin core was damaged or extracted, the immortal aperture that was developed with great difficulty would regress, the space would shrink, the primeval energy would thin, and all living beings would wither. The immortal aperture origin core was like a spirit spring. Gu Immortal's immortal essence was condensed from the immortal aperture origin core. Langya's immortal aperture was originally a rank 8 grotto heaven. The immortal aperture origin core was a milky white lump. After Longhair ancestor died, Langya heavenly spirit could not resist the rank 8 calamities and tribulations. It spent many years to think of a solution. The heavenly spirit used a refinement path killer move to seal Langya's origin core, causing it to fall by a level, becoming a vermilion rank 7 origin core. Langya heavenly spirit thus fell to Land Spirit of Langya. But precisely because of this, the calamities and tribulations that Langya's immortal aperture faced were all rank 7. Fang Yuan's current rank 8 was only a pseudo rank 8. The number of Dao marks had increased, but the immortal aperture origin core was still a vermilion origin core. Only when Langya's origin core was completely unsealed and turned back into a milky white origin core would Fang Yuan absorb it and become a true rank 8 Gu Immortal. The immortal aperture would become a grotto heaven and produce rank 8 white lychee immortal essence. This method of sealing the origin core and lowering the immortal aperture's level was very powerful. It had great significance. During peaceful times, most Gu Immortals died from calamities and tribulations. For example, Hu Immortal died under the Blue Charm Shadow's tribulation, leaving behind Hu Immortal Blessed Land. If this method was used to lower one level, the Gu Immortal would be able to face calamities and tribulations calmly. They could even accumulate Dao marks and not be afraid of not being able to keep up with the pace of calamities and tribulations. Fang Yuan was very happy after obtaining this method. He praised Land Spirit of Langya. But Land Spirit of Langya told him, "I am only imitating. My main body obtained this method from Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable, while Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable obtained it from Limitless Demon Venerable's inheritance." The original version of this killer move was a rule path killer move. It was called One Step Back. Later, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable modified it greatly and turned it into a space path killer move called Sea and Sky. I only twisted it into refinement path. It is not an improvement or optimization, it is only a crude imitation. Thus, I did not have the face to change its name. I simply combined the names of the two and called it One Step Back. Sea and Sky are wide open. Fang Yuan heard this and sighed, to think that this method had such a huge origin and had such a long history. Immortal killer move, One Step Back. Sea and Sky are wide open. Evidently, this move was only a supplementary move. It was used to manage the immortal aperture and did not have any offensive power. But it was extremely useful. Its value was so high that it could break through the heavens. If it was leaked, it would benefit the entire Gu Immortal world. The number of Gu Immortals would increase by several times or even dozens of times. From this aspect, Fang Yuan could see the talent and strength of Limitless Demon Venerable and Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. With this method, Limitless Demon Venerable and Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable could easily pass their tribulations and accumulate Dao marks. This method had already broken the normal state of Gu Immortal cultivation. It swept away the pressure of calamities and tribulations and the situation of Gu Immortals running for their lives. They could do it with ease and ease. Then Limitless Demon Venerable and Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable can accumulate rank 9 Dao marks before becoming venerable. Fang Yuan said this back then. Chapter 1780. Land Spirit of Langya sighed, continuing, "Every venerable is an invincible person. They have shocking talent and talent. We cannot use common sense to judge them. This kind of underestimation is foolish to us. It is an insult to them." Fang Yuan nodded. He could not help but recall the battle in his previous life. Every venerable could easily change the situation. They could overturn all of the Gu Immortals' hard work. Think about how strong Duke Long was, but against a venerable's method, he could not resist at all. In terms of Dao marks, the difference between rank 8 and rank 9 is not that huge. But the truth is, the gap between rank 8 and rank 9 Gu Immortals is so huge that it makes one feel despair. This is because people are different. Gu are the essence of heaven and earth. man is the spirit of all living beings. There are no invincible goo worms or killer moves, only invincible people. Think about Limitless Demon Venerable. He had rank 8 Dao marks when he was rank 6, then when he became rank 9, how many Dao marks would he have? Fang Yuan felt that he could not estimate it. All cultivation conventions and common sense were not applicable to venerables. Red Lotus Demon Venerable could revive infinitely, Limitless Demon Venerable had a shocking number of Dao marks, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable could influence history with her schemes. These venerables were unfathomable. At least for now that was the situation for Fang Yuan. In fact, in the battle to defend Xianxia, Fang Yuan killed Thunder Ghost True Monarch and Chen. He snatched Feng Jioga's fixed immortal travel. But what was the greatest result of the battle? It was a method that used up Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable, Karma Relocation Killer move. In the previous life, Chen relied on this move to defend infallible blessed land to gain some time. Fang Yuan, Wu Yong and Bing Sichuan were forced to stop. They lost the final chance to turn the situation around. Now that I used up Karma Relocation, who knows how many methods these venerables have left. Maybe because of my rebirth, more venerable methods will be activated. Just by relying on the advantage of being reborn and accumulating, I will become even stronger than I was in my previous life. Even so, it's still not safe. Who knows if a venerable one's trick will suddenly appear at the crucial moment. If I want to destroy Fate Goo, I cannot rely on myself. I need to gather some venerable methods to be safe. Fang Yuan continued to devise a plan. A few days later. Southern border, Plunder Shadow Earth Trench. This used to be the Shadow Sect's camp, which was occupied by Fang Yuan. Afterwards, Southern Border's Goo Immortals joined forces and surrounded this place. Fang Yuan self-detonated a large number of pure dream reality seeker physique bodies to form a dream realm. He successfully stalled for time and escaped. Thus, a large number of dream realms were left behind here. Southern Border's Goo Immortals set up a formation here to monitor and research the dream realms. Fang Yuan quietly arrived nearby. He activated a refinement path killer move, causing a drizzle to fall on the Southern Border Goo Immortals formation. The formation was activated to resist the drizzle. Who attacked me? Humph, with this formation we are impregnable. That's right, anyone who wants to attack this place is delusional. The Southern Border Goo Immortals guarding this place were mainly Yang Sanmu, Chichio, and Xia Fan. They immediately became vigilant against the mysterious attack. Soon they easily discovered Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan did not have any intention to conceal himself. In fact, after using such an immortal killer move, his aura was constantly surging out. He could not conceal himself. Fang Yuan had only seen Wu Yong who could perfectly conceal the killer move's aura. However, Fang Yuan still used familiar face to change his appearance. If he showed his true appearance, wouldn't the Goo Immortals guarding this place be terrified? A rank 7 Goo Immortal. But I don't know who he is. His aura belongs to Southern Border. He should be a secluded Goo Immortal. Inside the formation, Xia Fan could not discern Fang Yuan's true appearance. He guessed. Right now, Xianxia's origin core had been completely unsealed and annexed by Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had become a true rank 8 Goo Immortal. But he purposely disguised himself as a rank 7 Goo Immortal. His familiar face killer move had been greatly modified towards the end of his previous life. Right now, the Southern Border Goo Immortals could not find out the truth. To prevent the ink effect from getting stronger and to preserve his rebirth advantage, Fang Yuan chose to attack the defensive immortal formation like in his previous life. At the same time, he concealed his rank 8 cultivation level. One was to guard against the Celestial Court, the other was to lure the Southern Border Goo Immortals. According to his previous life's memories, if this continued, the Southern Border Goo Immortals would form groups to pursue Fang Yuan. If Fang Yuan exposed his rank 8 cultivation level, Xiaxia would not be the only rank 8 Goo Immortal chasing after him. Fang Yuan had to show weakness to the enemy. The drizzle soon turned into a medium rain that seeped into the formation. Inside the formation, Chichio's expression changed. What refinement path killer move is this? It seems to be able to refine our formation. This cannot go on. Fang Yuan annexed Xianxia Blessed Land. He obtained the long hair refinement path true inheritance and a large number of immortal goo. Among them were 3 rank 8 immortal goo water refinement, advanced refinement and strong refinement. These 3 immortal goo were refinement path goo worms. They had no offensive power when used alone, they were only supplementary. Among them, strong refinement immortal goo could directly refine other people's immortal goo. It was the core of the immortal goo house refinement cauldron, but it was taken away when Shadow Sect invaded. In this battle, the rank 8 Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus was also damaged. it fell to rank 7. Rank 8 Advanced Refinement Immortal Gu had always been the core of the long hair refinement path formation. And rank 8 Water Refinement Immortal Gu was hidden inside Refinement Water. All along, the land spirit of Xianxia had used this Gu and other supplementary Gu worms to form an immortal killer move, turning the Refinement Path and Water Path Dao marks of Xianxia blessed land into Refinement Water. The land spirit of Xianxia's plan was to accumulate the Refinement Water to a certain extent and form Refinement Sea. Refinement Sea was a man-made secluded domain of heaven and earth. Once one became an immortal, they would be able to replenish themselves endlessly. This was a huge plan. It expended a huge amount of Refinement Path Dao marks, resources, time and resources. After Fang Yuan annexed Xianxia blessed land, he wisely set aside this plan and took out the Water Refinement Immortal Gu for his own use. The killer move that Fang Yuan was using used rank 8 Water Refinement Immortal Gu as the core. Fang Yuan used many supplementary Gu worms to conceal his rank 8 aura, pretending to be rank 7. This was a tactic to show weakness to the enemy. It's fine, how can such a rank 7 killer move break our formation? Xianxia said proudly. This formation was created by Qi clan. As a Qi clan Gu immortal, Xianxia had his own pride. He was very confident in his clan's immortal formation. Look, the formation is working on its own. We don't even need to do anything, it can perfectly counter the enemy. This refinement path killer move will fail. Xianxia smiled. But soon Xianxia's smile vanished. The formation had already changed several times, but no matter how it changed, it could not do anything to the refinement path killer move. The moderate rain had already turned into heavy rain. As the rain poured, the formation was being corroded severely. Gu immortals reported from time to time, they had anxious expressions and tone. Because a large number of mortal Gu were being refined by the enemy in the rain. And this formation could only work on its own, unless it was absolutely necessary, the Gu immortals could not control it. This was a lesson that Southern Borders Gu immortals learned from the Battle of Etian Mountain. To prevent a spy like Fang Yuan from infiltrating and manipulating the immortal formation, they made this arrangement. Xianxia was helpless. He gritted his teeth as he said with a look of disbelief, "How can this be? What refinement path killer move is this? My clan's formation is actually useless against it." Xianxia was simply stunned. Normally speaking, refinement path did not have such an advantage over formation path. But Fang Yuan's formation path attainment was extremely high. And most importantly, Fang Yuan was very familiar with this defensive formation. In the previous life, this formation had caused a lot of trouble for Fang Yuan, but Fang Yuan coerced and enticed Xianxia to compromise. Xianxia became the greatest spy in Southern Border. He told Fang Yuan about the details of this formation. Xianxia, this pitiful child, would never have thought that his formation was already transparent, all its details were exposed. And the traitor was his clan's first supreme elder. Know yourself and your enemy, and you will never be defeated, not to mention that Fang Yuan was using a rank 8 killer move. After a while, the Southern Border Gu immortals in the formation were like ants in a hot pot. They were panicking. What do we do? What do we do? The enemy's refinement speed is getting faster. Who is he? With such a killer move, no wonder he has the confidence to attack. The enemy's Gu refinement speed is getting faster, we cannot keep up with him. At the final moment, even if we can control the formation on our own, it will be too late. Xianxia wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. Formation path is truly useless. Xia Fan snorted coldly. Xianxia glared at him. Xia Fan did not care. He looked at Yang Sanmu and suggested, "The urgent matter now is to send Gu immortals out of the formation to disrupt the enemy's killer move. We will exchange Gu worms and buy time to restore the formation." He was a wisdom path Gu immortal. He had the responsibility of making plans. Yang Sanmu nodded. As the leader, he had to stand up at this moment. "Then I will go, you guys will coordinate with me." Even though Fang Yuan was mysterious, Yang Sanmu was very confident. He was a soul path Gu immortal, a famous rank 7 expert in Southern Border. And refinement path's advantage was in refining Gu. It was weaker than other paths in other aspects. Xia Fan had a joyful expression. "Maybe with Brother Yang's help, we can directly kill the enemy and win the battle." Yang Sanmu glanced at him before flying out of the formation. He approached Fang Yuan. "Let's fight." Yang Sanmu was defeated. How can he be so strong? Yang Sanmu was captured. A moment later, the formation was broken by Fang Yuan. Even though the formation had a teleportation ability, Fang Yuan used a refinement path method to refine it. He destroyed the formation's teleportation ability. Chapter 1781. Plunder Shadow Earth Trench's defensive formation was destroyed. Southern Border's super forces soon realized this fact. The righteous path was shaken. Plunder Shadow Earth Trench's Dream Realm was the largest gathering place of dream realms in Southern Border other than Etion Mountain. Every path had their own cultivation resources. Dream realms were evidently a unique resource for dream path cultivation. They contained all sorts of profundities of dream path. Immortal Yan's prophecy of three venerables prophecy was deeply ingrained in everyone's hearts. Gu Immortals knew that the future era was the era of dream path. Thus, every superforce placed great importance on dream realms and guarded them strictly. Isn't the sweeping Shadow Grand Formation falling too quickly? Who exactly did this? According to the information of the Gu Immortals and the formation in our investigations, there was only one enemy, and he is only a rank 7 Gu Immortal. Just a rank 7 Gu Immortal could destroy such a formation? And so quickly? This is strange indeed. Do you think that demon Fang Yuan is here again? That's impossible, right? If it was Fang Yuan, why would the Dream Realms and Plunder Shadow Earth Trench remain? He has a method to turn Dream Realms into human form. Different from the previous life, Fang Yuan did not take away the Dream Realms and Plunder Shadow Earth Trench, he purposely left them behind. This action caused Southern Border's righteous path to think wildly. It concealed Fang Yuan's identity well. At once, Southern Border's Gu Immortals were guessing who the Gu Immortal who destroyed the formation was. Who had the guts to challenge Southern Border's righteous path? Who had such methods to easily destroy a super immortal formation? What was this person's motive? To attack Southern Border's righteous path? To have enmity with the righteous path? Or, to have some research on Dream Path and had already used the Dream Realms inside? Among all of Southern Border's righteous path members, the most depressed one was Qi Clan's first Supreme Elder, Qi Chuyu. Plunder Shadow Earth Trench's immortal formation had a secret passage. Qi Chuyu had purposely left it behind. To prevent the Dream Realms from being fought over in the future, he had planned ahead and left it behind. On the day that Fang Yuan attacked the formation, he quickly sensed it and hesitated whether to use this secret passage or not. After all, this was his dark thoughts. If he needlessly exposed it, it would damage his reputation in the Southern Border righteous faction. However, when he sensed something amiss and wanted to use the dark path, Fang Yuan's refinement path killer move had already destroyed this ability. Qi Chuyu was gloomy. In his previous life, after Fang Yuan's identity was exposed, he attacked the formation for a long time to no avail. Qi Chuyu made up his mind and had the time to secretly teleport into the formation. But in this life, Fang Yuan had annexed Langya Blessed Land. His strength had increased tremendously. Qi Chuyu did not have enough time to react. In reality, Qi Chuyu had a chance but he hesitated and didn't grasp it. Of course, even if he were to teleport in front of Fang Yuan through the secret passage, Fang Yuan would not be afraid at all. Soon, Qi Chuyu became even more gloomy. That was because some rumors had started to spread from somewhere. They said that this time the formation was breached so quickly that the righteous path had no time to send reinforcements. It was because there was a mole in the Qi family. Precisely because this mole leaked the formation's secret, the mysterious Gu Immortal was able to successfully take down the formation. This is a rumor. This is slander. My Qi clan will investigate this thoroughly. We will punish the person who spread this rumor. Qi Chuyu reacted quickly. He immediately spoke up and expressed his stance. But the rumor spread even more intensely. There were many versions of the story. Some were clearly nonsense, but some were reasonable. The righteous path Gu Immortals became even more suspicious. Qi Chuyu was furious. He had been feeling suffocated for the last few days. These rumors attacked him. His image that he had painstakingly built up was damaged. His reputation fell greatly. How can my Qi clan leak information? The mastermind behind this is truly sinister. Qi Chuyu appeared again and again making statements. He felt regret in his heart. If he knew this, he would have taken the risk and directly teleported over. Even if that secret passage is exposed and I suffer criticism, I can still capture that mysterious enemy. But I can also capture that mysterious enemy and take him down. Qi Chuyu was very confident in himself because in his opinion the other party was a rank 7 Gu Immortal. Regarding this guess of his, other than the evidence of the information, Qi Chuyu also had his own way of discerning it. If the enemy was a rank 8 he could have just shown himself. Why would he hide like this and pretend to be mysterious? Some righteous path Gu Immortals consoled him, expressing their trust in Qi clan. But there were also some righteous path Gu Immortals like Yang clan, who had never been on good terms with Qi clan, who spoke in an unfriendly tone. It's only human nature to steal what's in charge. Our Yang clan suffered the greatest losses. Yang Sanmu is an expert among rank 7s. He lost too quickly. This is not normal. It's obvious that someone leaked the detailed information. Some young clan Gu immortals even asked Chi Chuyu. Since Lord Chi Chuyu claims to be innocent, then the contents of the formation that were exposed in the rumors are all true. How do you explain this? Chi Chuyu was speechless. He was also very puzzled about this. He spoke righteously and firmly, there is no need to explain, because the details of the formation are not only known by my Chi clan. In terms of suspects, any of the participating super clans might be involved. Saying that there was a traitor in Chi clan, this was too big of a scapegoat. Chi Chuyu swore to himself, even if he was beaten to death, he would not take this responsibility. If there is really a traitor, I will pull out his tendons and skin him alive, I will crush every single bone in his body. Chi Chuyu cursed. He hated the mysterious enemy, he hated the possibility of a traitor in Chi clan even more. The laughable thing was that there really was a traitor in Chi clan, and this traitor was himself. Of course, this was something that happened in Fang Yuan's previous life. Even Chi Chuyu himself did not know about it. In other words, he was in such a predicament because of himself. But no matter how Chi Chuyu tried to defend himself, no matter how he insisted on his stance, the rumors about Chi clan continued to spread and intensify. This situation, it seems that it is not just the enemy who broke the formation, there are likely other southern border forces adding fuel to the fire. Yang clan is definitely involved. Chi Chuyu was very angry, even with his rank 8 cultivation and formation path great grandmaster cultivation level, he was helpless in this situation. In the rules of the righteous path, cultivation level did not mean everything. There is only one way now, we need to capture the culprit. That's right. As long as I capture him and dig out the truth, I will make all of southern border's righteous path shut up. Chi Chuyu almost shouted, sigh. Return my innocence, return my reputation. Chapter 1782. Chi Chuyu was so old he had to manage Chi clan's affairs. He was very worried. For the arrival of the Great Era, he even had to nurture a useless inheritor. Honestly speaking, Chi Chuyu did not have it easy, these rumors even caused trouble for him. Chi Chuyu held in his anger and sorrow. He gritted his teeth as he waited for Fang Yuan to jump out again. As the main culprit, Fang Yuan had been living peacefully these last few days, he was very content and peaceful. He was managing his immortal aperture. The immortal aperture was the foundation of a Gu immortal. If the immortal aperture was not managed well, no matter how strong the Gu immortal was, they would be rootless. Xianxia blessed land had already been fused into the sovereign immortal aperture. After the origin core was unsealed, Fang Yuan quickly annexed it. Fang Yuan asked the land spirit of Xianxia to take the lead. He also changed the alliance agreement with all the variant human Gu immortals. The new alliance agreement was very strict and binding. It confirmed Fang Yuan's supreme authority. The other variant human Gu immortals were his subordinates or subordinates. It also stated that all of the variant human immortal apertures would be fused into the sovereign immortal aperture after they were sacrificed. Thus, Fang Yuan's sovereign grotto heaven gained many blessed lands. These blessed lands came from the unlucky children who died at Qin Yi's hands during the Battle of Xianxia. The hairy man Gu immortals were shocked, but the land spirit of Xianxia had high prestige. With Sixth Hair's cooperation, they were appeased. The other variant human Gu immortals were even more unwilling, but Fang Yuan's strength was too high, they could not resist, they could only endure it. Of course, Fang Yuan was a scheming person. When he played political tricks, he was not inferior to Wu Yong. He also stipulated in the alliance agreement that he would nurture the variant humans with all his strength, he would not be biased. When the alliance agreement took effect, he gave these variant human Gu immortals a lot of benefits. Furthermore, he secretly brought a portion of the variant human Gu immortals to the Stone Lotus Island, to let them experience future self and broaden their horizons. The variant human Gu immortals were extremely shocked. They knew now that behind Fang Yuan was the most mysterious Red Lotus demon venerable in history. This time, they didn't even have the slightest intention of rebelling. Of course, Fang Yuan did not allow Shui, or Bingzhua, and the others to enjoy their future lives. According to the ink effect, Fang Yuan had already killed them in his previous life. They did not exist in the lower reaches of the River of Time, so they had no future. It was easy to deceive them, Fang Yuan told them directly. The Stone Lotus Island had a limit, future self needed to continue accumulating and preparing. In any case, according to the covenant, they had to be sincere to Fang Yuan, but Fang Yuan could keep his secrets. This was of course unfair. But under Fang Yuan's carrot and stick tactics, these variant human Gu immortals could only submit. In fact, Fang Yuan really wanted to develop these mutants. There were three main reasons. Firstly, the more variant humans there were, the more lifespan Gu would be produced. On this point, it was not too early for Fang Yuan to plan ahead. Secondly, Fang Yuan began to attempt to comprehend the human path. Raising more humans and mutants would be of great help to his understanding of human Tao. Thirdly, it had to do with the racial inheritances of the variant humans. Back then, human immortal venerables and demon venerables appeared one after another. They suppressed and slaughtered the 10 great variant human races. The variant humans had a bleak future. They were filled with despair. The variant humans realized that the situation was bad. They worked together to set up their racial inheritances. They buried the essence of their race's treasures. They left it to their descendants. They also left a trace of hope. According to the understanding of the variant humans, Fate Gu belonged to the heavenly Tao. It took away surpluses and replenished deficits. They accepted human path will prevail, but it could not always be human path will prevail. The variant humans' understanding was not wrong, but they did not expect star constellation Immortal Venerable to be so shameless. She directly merged with the Tao. As a result, the human race always prevailed, while the variant humans were dumbfounded and suppressed. However, this was very beneficial to Fang Yuan. According to the information that Land Spirit of Xianxia revealed, when the number of variant human races and Gu immortals reaches a certain number, these racial inheritances will appear and be given to the variant humans, helping them to rise up and grow stronger. In history, the variant humans had never risen up, so most of these racial inheritances were preserved. According to the Land Spirit of Xianxia's guess, one of the hairy men's racial inheritances was Infallible Blessed Land. Infallible Blessed Land was on Hairy Foot Mountain, but even though the Celestial Court found it, it was extremely difficult to take it down. Even the Celestial Court, which had deep foundations and countless talents, could not do anything to Infallible Blessed Land. Eventually, they relied on human path methods and found another way to take some of Infallible Blessed Land's wealth. But none of the Celestial Court Gu immortals could truly step into this sealed Blessed Land. No one knew what it was like inside Infallible Paradise. In the previous life, even though Fang Yuan destroyed Hairy Foot Mountain, Infallible Blessed Land was still intact. All of this showed how mystical and profound Infallible Blessed Land was. It could also be seen how mysterious and extraordinary the racial inheritances of the variant humans were. This was also the reason why even though Fang Yuan had fixed immortal travel and modified the killer moves, he had not gone to Hairy Foot Mountain yet. According to his previous life's memories at this time, the Celestial Court had not set up the 9 consecutive unceasing formation on Hairy Foot Mountain. But even so, Fang Yuan could not do anything to Infallible Blessed Land even if he used fixed immortal travel to attack. The Celestial Court seems to have found a way to destroy Infallible Blessed Land, but I do not have it yet. Even if I do, would Fairy Myrtle not guard against this place? The risk of attacking it is too high. After careful consideration, Fang Yuan gave up on the idea of attacking Hairy Foot Mountain. This idea was too risky. He underestimated the enemy's intelligence. It also went against Fang Yuan's cautious nature. After annexing Xianxia Blessed Land, Fang Yuan's gains were huge. Not mentioning anything else, he had gained a lot of information. The variant human racial inheritances were an example. Xianxia Blessed Land had too long of a history. It had over 300,000 years of history. How long had it been since Fang Yuan became an immortal? Even if he added the 500 years of his previous life, it was not even 600 years. Xianxia Land Spirit knew a lot of historical secrets. Before he was annexed, he would not tell Fang Yuan everything, but now he told him everything he knew. He did not hide anything. Several days later. Southern border, above Contact Heart River bank. An emerald green glimmer quietly appeared, followed by green bubbles appearing one after another. The aura of a rank 7 killer move rippled and spread to the surroundings. This aura? The one guarding Contact Heart River bank was a rank 6 Gu immortal from Qi clan. He was controlling the formation and quickly sensed the killer move's aura. But before he could do anything, the emerald green bubbles collapsed on their own. Every bubble that burst would emit a dense green light that spread like flowing water. A large number of bubbles dissipated, replaced by a large lump of dense jade green light. The flowing light emitted a dazzling light that could not be looked at directly. The strong light disappeared as quickly as it came. When the green light disappeared without a trace, a figure appeared in mid-air. He wore a green robe, his face was like jade, his nose bridge was tall, he was almost beautiful. His skin was white as snow, his eyes were deep like an abyss, his hair was like a waterfall that reached his waist, it was black and shiny. The Qi clan rank 6 Gu immortal guarding this place opened his mouth wide like a toad as he felt a chill in his heart. His body was covered in cold sweat. Fang Yuan? Ever since Fang Yuan escaped from Thunder Ghost True Monarch's pursuit and lost 3 of her rib bones in Jewel Yellow Skies, his reputation surpassed Feng Jioge. He became the publicly recognized #1 rank 7, he had battle strength that could match rank 8. After the Battle of Langya Blessed Land, Celestial Court lost. Even though Fairy Myrtle concealed the news of Qin Yi and Thunder Ghost True Monarch's deaths, she took responsibility. She announced the failure of Celestial Court in invading Langya Blessed Land to the public. The video of Feng Jioge being chased by Fang Yuan and having half of his immortal goo stolen was placed in Jewel Yellow Skies by her. Thus, everyone knew, Fang Yuan not only had rank 7 fixed immortal travel goo again, he even annexed Langya Blessed Land. He might even have a method to steal immortal goo. After defeating Feng Jioge, Fang Yuan's reputation was consolidated. He even surpassed him. He became the topic of conversation among goo immortals. Qi Clan's rank 6 goo immortal saw the great demon Fang Yuan. How could he dare to stay? Faster, 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 faster. He immediately activated the formation and teleported away, escaping without a trace. Fang Yuan was still savoring the immortal killer move from earlier, Jade Flow Pearl. This killer move used rank 7 fixed immortal travel as the core. It used almost all of Fang Yuan's space path immortal goo, many refinement path immortal goo, and a large number of supplementary mortal goo to create it. Fang Yuan annexed Langya Blessed Land and became rank 8. His Dao marks increased greatly. Rank 7 fixed immortal travel immortal goo alone could not move him. Only by creating a killer move and increasing its power could he barely teleport out. In the previous life he had also created a space path killer move, using fixed immortal travel as the core to move his rank 8 cultivation level. But Jade Flow Pearl was very different from the previous life's killer move. In the previous life, fixed immortal travel was a space path killer move, but in this life, it was a compound killer move of space path and refinement path. One reason was that in the previous life, fixed immortal travel was created by Fang Yuan after extorting Southern Border's righteous path and extorting many specific rank 7 space path immortal goo. But in this life, Fang Yuan had not even ambushed Xianxia, not to mention extorting Southern Border's righteous path goo immortals. Fang Yuan's space path immortal goo were mostly from Langya Blessed Land's inventory. They were mostly rank 6 and were not systematic. Fang Yuan simply combined it with refinement path immortal goo and modified it greatly. With the power of refinement path, Fang Yuan's refinement path Dao marks were no longer a burden for teleportation. This was the benefit of compound killer moves. But compound killer moves were much harder to deduce. Fang Yuan could succeed quickly because he had quasi-supreme refinement path attainment level and the light of wisdom. Fang Yuan suppressed the thoughts in his mind as he looked down. In an area of several hundred li, there were tall mountains and valleys. Below him was a flat land. It was about 100 square kilometers in size and was shrouded in fog. Fang Yuan pointed with his finger. Dragons flew out with a fierce and grand aura. It was a mortal killer move, Myriad Dragon. Fang Yuan had also refined Myriad Self-Immortal Goo. It was very convenient to use Myriad Dragon. The 10,000 dragons charged into the smoke and easily tore apart the protective array below. Like in the previous life, the Qi Clan Goo immortals guarding the formation had already escaped. Fang Yuan smiled. This was within his expectations. It was also one of the reasons why he exposed his identity. His previous life's memories made him understand the cowardice of Qi Clan's Goo immortals. This time he was just imitating them. The effect was still good. Of course, Fang Yuan had to expose his identity. Chapter 1783. A shallow deep blue lake was surrounded by lush green mountains. It was as quiet as a gem. The lake was surrounded by pure white and round stones that formed the riverbank. This was Southern Border's Qi Clan's mid-sized resource, Contact Heart River Bank. Fang Yuan took all the goo worms inside into his immortal aperture. There were over 3,000 Contact Heart Goo, 50,000 rank 4 Goo, and 1,000,000 Contact Heart Goo below rank 3. He used Strength Path Immortal Goo pulling water. Like in the previous life, pulling water immortal goo was still rank 6. In just a moment, the river water was like silk, picked up by a formless giant hand. It was sent into Fang Yuan's immortal aperture. Contact Heart River Bank had a special environment. It was filled with Wisdom Path Dao marks. Of course, there were also Earth Path, Water Path, Wood Path and other Dao marks as the foundation, but the quantity was far from the Wisdom Path Dao marks. The river water that Fang Yuan took had a dense amount of Wisdom Path Dao marks. But most of the Wisdom Path Dao marks were still in the surrounding soil. Fang Yuan could not do anything about it. He lacked methods to pluck the soil. The soil here was not ordinary soil. He needed at least a rank 7 peak Earth Path method. because he needed to overcome the wisdom path Dao marks in the soil. And this method needed to be ingenious. It could not destroy the wisdom path Dao marks in the soil. If the wisdom path Dao marks were destroyed, the value of the soil would be very low. It would be like a painting that was messed up. It would be no different from scrawling. Methods were needed to plunder and move natural cultivation resources, but destroying them was relatively easy. This was like how Celestial Court attacked infallible blessed land. Celestial Court had methods to destroy infallible blessed land, but to extract the success Dao marks, they would need to spend a lot of effort and use human path immortal moves to report the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention. It was a waste of time and effort. News of Fang Yuan's appearance and plundering contact Heart River Bank soon spread to Qi Chuyu. Qi Chuyu had some hope at first. Is the information true? Very soon, the little bit of luck in his heart was smashed away. Because the immortal killer move that was suspected to be made from fixed immortal travel, as well as Fang Yuan's famous myriad dragon killer move, were the best evidence. Why would Fang Yuan suddenly appear at contact Heart River Bank? Qi Chuyu's eyes twitched. Does he need large amounts of contact heart goo? Although Fang Yuan only had rank 7 cultivation, he was not an ordinary rank 7, he could fight rank 8, he was a special case. Qi Chuyu thought of the scene in Jewel Yellow Skies. Right now, Fang Yuan has regained rank 7 fixed immortal travel immortal goo, and seems to have a method to steal immortal goo. If he wholeheartedly wants to make things difficult for our Qi clan, then it would be troublesome. Qi Chuyu sighed internally. He had to admit that Fang Yuan was a big problem. Fixed immortal travel could allow Fang Yuan to move freely, but special methods were needed to restrain it. Fang Yuan had rank 8 battle strength, thus, most of Qi clan's Gu immortals could not fight casually. Qi Chuyu had to fight alone, or use a rank 7 immortal Gu house. This way, even if Qi clan was a super force, they could only bring out a limited amount of strength. As for the theft path method, it should not be Fang Yuan's ability. Previously, Fang Yuan did not display this method, and back then Long-Hair Ancestor and Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable worked together to refine Gu. Langya Blessed Land has a Thieving Heaven true inheritance. Fang Yuan used Langya Blessed Land's foundation to resist the invasion of Celestial Court. Fang Yuan annexed Langya Blessed Land. He will need some time to grasp the Thieving Heaven true inheritance. Qi Chuyu estimated. He felt that his luck was not good recently. Fang Yuan suddenly appeared and went to find trouble with Qi clan. This was not bad luck, what was? Even though Fang Yuan was a huge headache for Qi Chuyu, he had to fight. Qi clan's benefits, his righteous path identity, and the dignity of a rank 8 Gu immortal, he had to go and defeat Fang Yuan as soon as possible. Qi Chuyu went out personally, manipulating Great Space Temple as he moved to contact Heart River Bank as quickly as possible. The formation was destroyed, it was in a mess and was in ruins. A vast number of Gu worms were gone. Contact Heart River Bank no longer had the vitality it had before. The river water was gone, the river bank was dried up, it was a terrible sight. Even the rocks on the riverbank mountain were gone, they were all taken away by Fang Yuan and looted clean. Qi Chuyu's expression was dark. The other Qi clan Gu immortals were cursing loudly, cursing Fang Yuan and his 18 generations of kin. This demon is too daring. This is our clan's mid-sized resource point. After being plundered, it suffered huge losses, it will take years to recover. Sigh. Cursing Fang Yuan's 18 generations of ancestors is useless, he is an otherworldly demon, his kin in this world were all killed by him. Qi clan's Gu immortals' cursing gradually subsided, the grim situation made them frown deeply. Contact Heart River Bank was destroyed, but the foundation was still there because Fang Yuan could not take this land away. But the problem was Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was still alive, would he appear again? Attack Qi clan again? Qi clan's Gu immortals could not understand why Fang Yuan suddenly attacked contact Heart River Bank. Wait, was the mysterious Gu immortal who attacked Plunder Shadow Earth Trench and destroyed the formation Fang Yuan? Someone asked. It is possible. After all, they are both rank 7 Gu immortals with extraordinary strength. Fang Yuan has high formation path attainment, he has the ability to destroy 2 formations. Furthermore, he annexed Langya Blessed Land, he has refinement path immortal Gu. Didn't that mysterious Gu immortal use a refinement path killer move? But if that mysterious Gu immortal is Fang Yuan, why did he conceal his appearance when attacking Plunder Shadow Earth Trench? Why did you take the initiative to reveal your true face when you attacked our heart-immersing river beach? Many Qi clan Gu immortals scratched their heads. They could not understand. Firstly, there was no evidence to prove that the mysterious Gu immortal and Fang Yuan were the same person. Secondly, Fang Yuan's motive for attacking contact Heart River Bank was unknown, nobody knew what he was up to. First Supreme Elder, what do we do now? Qi Clan's Gu Immortals could not come up with anything, they could only ask Qi Chuyu. Qi Chuyu's expression eased a little, he was already cursing internally, he wanted to know what Fang Yuan was up to. They rushed here but Fang Yuan was already gone. Qi Chuyu was in an awkward situation, he was in a passive position. But on the surface he had to maintain his dignity as the leader of Qi Clan. Don't panic, investigate the scene first and gather clues. Even if Fang Yuan escapes now, our Qi Clan will remember this debt, we will make him pay 1,000 times over one day. Yes, Lord. Qi Clan's Gu Immortals received the order and left. The huge Great Space Temple floated in the air, it did not conceal its grand aura, it displayed Qi Clan's prestige. After a while, the Gu Immortals who left came back with expressions of regret. Fang Yuan's actions were too clean, he did not leave behind any valuable clues. Even if there were some clues, could they deduce anything from him? Qi Chuyu did not have much hope because even the Celestial Court could not do anything to Fang Yuan. Qi Clan was proficient in Formation Path, they were weak in Information Path and Wisdom Path. If Qi Clan wants to get back at us, we will have to spend a lot of money to hire an Information Path grade expert to gather information and clues, and then hire a Wisdom Path grade expert to deduce. Next, we will have to set up an ambush to attack Fang Yuan and fight with Fang Yuan. Sigh. Qi Chuyu sighed internally. He felt dejected just thinking about this process. Because the price was too high, the risk was too high, and the gains were not obvious. The Information Path and Wisdom Path grade experts that could deal with Fang Yuan could only be rank 8 Gu Immortals. Qi Clan would have to pay a huge price to hire such a person for help. After finding Fang Yuan, Qi Clan would have to fight with Fang Yuan. Whether or not they could take care of Fang Yuan was another matter entirely. Thunder Ghost True Monarch wanted to take care of Fang Yuan, her 3 rib bones were hanging in jewel yellow skies. The Celestial Court wanted to invade Langya Blessed Land, Fang Yuan annexed Langya Blessed Land, Feng Jioga's immortal Gu were stolen by Fang Yuan, Fairy Myrtle took the initiative to admit her defeat and take responsibility. What did Qi Clan have? Yes, Qi Clan was a super force, but how could it compare to the Celestial Court? Even the Celestial Court could not do anything to Fang Yuan, even if Fairy Myrtle hated Fang Yuan to the bone, what could she do? Even though Fang Yuan is alone, he cultivates many paths, he has no shortcomings. He was cunning and sinister, cruel and ruthless. Even the Wu family's Wu Yong was fooled by him. Earlier, when Southern Border's Righteous Path joined forces to hunt him down, he escaped. I want to bring Qi Clan to find trouble with him? Hehe. Qi Chuyu was furious internally, but he was also helpless and sorrowful. Fang Yuan had grown too quickly, Qi Chuyu felt deep wariness towards him. Even though Fang Yuan only has rank 7 cultivation level, he is more troublesome than ordinary rank 8 Gu Immortals. Ordinary rank 8 Gu Immortals only cultivate one path, they do not have deep wisdom path attainment or fixed immortal travel. If Fang Yuan stops now and does not touch my Qi Clan's resources, we can forget about this matter. Qi Chuyu sighed internally. He had already decided to stop. Contact Heart River Bank was lost, but the foundation was still there, it could still be managed. To put it bluntly, it was just a mid-sized resource area, Qi Clan could afford it. Of course, on the surface I need to be furious and emotional, I need to speak righteously and make a huge commotion, I cannot tarnish Qi Clan's reputation. But secretly, I need to restrain my clan's Gu Immortals and be on guard, I need to focus on management and cultivation. If during this period Fang Yuan goes after other forces' resources, that would be the best. A moment later, Qi Chuyu made up his mind, he convinced himself. It was not easy to make a great rank 8 Gu Immortal lead a super force to lower their heads to Fang Yuan. But Qi Chuyu was a wise leader, he knew how to look at the big picture. There was no benefit in fighting a person like Fang Yuan. If Qi Clan mobilized their entire clan and went all out, they could cause huge trouble to Fang Yuan, they could even threaten his life. But Qi Clan would also pay a huge price, it could even be a terrible price. If this happened in Northern Plains, the entire clan might be enraged, they would just attack without thinking. But in Southern Border, if they remained calm, wouldn't they be able to live? Even if we lost a mid-sized resource point, our Qi Clan still has other mid-sized resource points, and even more small, large, and giant resource points. We can still live well. They might lose some face, but they still had some substance. The most important thing would be to rot first. If Qi Clan went all out against Fang Yuan and harmed themselves, both sides would suffer losses, the other super forces would reap the benefits, what would they do? Qi Chuyu let out a breath of air, it was as if he wanted to exhale all the anger and frustration in his heart. His mood gradually calmed down. Report. Fang Yuan has appeared in our clan's Cloud Bamboo Mountain range again, He destroyed the formation. 2 of our Gu Immortals were forced to retreat. Now Fang Yuan is plundering all sorts of resources. Among them is a newly formed Wildwood Path Immortal Gu. Chi Chuyu heard this and his expression froze. His heart that had just calmed down was instantly filled with surging anger. Chapter 1784. Cloud Bamboo Mountain Range. Fang Yuan floated in the air, using his immortal level enslavement path killer moves everywhere. It hit. The desolate beast cloud foxes struggled intensely in the light of the killer moves. They growled with pained expressions. But soon their resistance weakened. They stopped moving and stayed on the spot, lowering their heads towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan smiled as he opened his immortal aperture's entrance. The cloud foxes entered obediently. Not just the cloud foxes, a vast number of other living beings could not escape from Fang Yuan's demonic claws. Cloud Bamboo Mountain Range was a huge resource point. It was filled with dense cloud path Dao marks. Desolate beasts and desolate plants were very common. Even ancient desolate beasts could be found here. Fang Yuan quickly searched. With his previous life's memories, he knew the locations of these desolate beasts and desolate plants. Soon he obtained 7 desolate beast cloud foxes, and 11 desolate plants of 3 types, cloud chi root, white-hair ginseng and spear-tip bamboo. There was also a rank 7 immortal material that emitted 7-colored cloud soil. It was huge. I have plenty of time. Fang Yuan calculated the time. In the previous life he spent a lot of time just searching for these. But because this was his second time he was very familiar with it. He did it quickly. He saved a lot of time. In the previous life I only searched roughly. There are many places in this mountain range that I did not touch. Fang Yuan searched the unfamiliar territory. He found another desolate beast cloud fox. He was using an enslavement path killer move to suppress it when Land Spirit of Langia transmitted from his immortal aperture. Reporting to Master, we have already investigated this newly obtained Wood Path Immortal Gu. It is a rank 6 Wood Path Immortal Gu. It is called Mature Bamboo. Gu were the essence of heaven and earth. Undeniably, Mature Bamboo Immortal Gu was the most valuable treasure in Cloud Bamboo Mountain Range. In the previous life, Fang Yuan was obstructed by Cloud Bamboo Mountain Range's formation. He could not make it in time. The 2 Chi Clan Gu Immortals guarding this place were very decisive. Before escaping, they destroyed the wild Immortal Gu that was about to form. But in this life, Fang Yuan paid attention to this point. The moment he attacked, he broke the formation and obtained the wild Immortal Gu that had yet to take form. The 2 Chi Clan Gu Immortals were stunned. The formation was broken by Fang Yuan too quickly. In his previous life, this formation had been able to hold off Fang Yuan for a while. However, since Fang Yuan had broken through this formation in his previous life, he understood the principles behind this formation. In this life he could easily break through it. Fang Yuan obtained it for a while. The wild Immortal Gu had just formed when he refined it on the spot. Mature Bamboo Immortal Gu was only the size of a thumb. Its body was long and flat, and its chest and back were flat, covering its head. The head is narrow. The eyes were hemispherical. Fang Yuan had once played with it in his hands. Its body and elytra were very soft, and there were 6 abdominal plates on its abdomen. The tip of its tail shone with a dark green radiance. All in all, Mature Bamboo Immortal Gu was a firefly that emitted dark green light. Not bad, this Immortal Gu suits me. Fang Yuan showed slight joy on his face. After killing Qin Yi, Fang Yuan obtained his soul and had been soul-searching it. Qin Yi was the first supreme elder of Heavenly Lotus Sect. He had obtained a Genesis Lotus True Inheritance when he was young, Karma Divine Tree. In the battle in Langya Blessed Land, he obtained another Genesis Lotus True Inheritance, Karma Relocation. Thus, Fang Yuan had 2 Genesis Lotus True Inheritances. But the foundation of Karma Relocation was Karma Divine Tree. The core Immortal Gu of these 2 killer moves, other than Rule Path Immortal Gu Cause and Effect, were somewhat Attribute Gu. Qin Yi died, his phantom aperture dissipated, the Gu worms inside were destroyed by him. Fang Yuan wanted to cultivate Genesis Lotus True Inheritances. He needed to prepare his own Gu worms. Mortal Gu could be dealt with, but Immortal Gu needed to be prepared. Mature Bamboo Immortal Gu was evidently a Wood Attribute Gu. It could be used to cultivate Genesis Lotus True Inheritances. When Chi Chuyu controlled Great Space Temple and arrived at Cloud Bamboo Mountain Range, Fang Yuan was long gone. Chi Clan's Gu Immortals looked at Cloud Bamboo Mountain Range in a daze. Many people stared with wide-opened eyes, showing expressions of disbelief. It is completely bare. Is this still Cloud Bamboo Mountain Range? Where is our beautiful and prosperous Cloud Bamboo Mountain Range? An old Gu Immortal almost coughed out blood. He said with a trembling voice, I had once guarded this place for a period of time, managing the mountain range. I put in a lot of effort to think that Fang Yuan would get his hands on it. Fang Yuan, you demon, I will never forgive you. Someone thought about it, saying with a heavy tone, the ordinary cloud bamboos we planted here are huge, we need to use an exquisite wood path killer move to quickly harvest them. Fang Yuan clearly came prepared. In the previous life, Fang Yuan lacked wood path methods. He left a vast number of ordinary cloud bamboos on the mountain and only took the desolate plants. But in this life he had the advantage of rebirth, he naturally made ample preparations. To harvest the cloud bamboos, Fang Yuan designed a wood path immortal move. Even though his wood path attainment level was not high, using the light of wisdom, he could deduce a rank 6 killer move that targeted mortal materials. He annexed Xianxia blessed land and obtained several wood path immortal goo, he could use them here. Xianxia blessed land had a huge treasury, the white-haired land spirit had ruled the blessed land for hundreds of thousands of years, there were several immortal goo of every mainstream path. They did not form a system, they were all refined by the land spirit, or prepared for researching some refinement path problem. Fang Yuan had once used wood sprout immortal goo to create the killer move light fungus illumination. Qi Chuyu's expression was dark, his hands hidden in his sleeves were clenched into fists. Fang Yuan. He gritted his teeth, his previous illusions were shattered. Fang Yuan was targeting Qi clan. But Qi Chuyu could not understand why Fang Yuan was targeting him and Qi clan. Back then the whole of Southern Border's righteous path was involved in hunting you down. The one who hated you the most was Wu Yong, go fight Wu clan. If you think Wu clan is too strong, go bully the weak, for example Chao clan. Our Qi clan is not weak, we are in the upper echelons of Southern Border's righteous path. Who did I offend? Why are you targeting me? What do you dislike about me? I will change, alright? Can't you speak nicely? Communication is the most important thing between people. People like you are the most annoying. Sneak attacks, destruction, and looting at the slightest provocation. Most importantly, you are silent. Why are you doing this? You bastard. Not just Qi Chuyu, all of Qi clan's Gu immortals felt wronged and wronged. Why is Fang Yuan targeting us? He has clearly made ample preparations. What is he after? We need to understand this first, this is the first thing we need to do to deal with Fang Yuan. Qi Chuyu thought about it and said. He gave up on his earlier hope, he decided to deal with Fang Yuan with all his strength. If he did not deal with him, Qi Chuyu would not be able to answer to the clan. Demonic Path Gu immortals often acted alone, but righteous Path Gu immortals could not maintain an organization based on personal preferences and freedom. Take Qi Chuyu for example, even though he had rank 8 cultivation level, he still had bloodline descendants to take care of. Moreover, Cloud Bamboo Mountain Range was not just a large resource point to Qi clan. When Qi clan started, Qi clan's ancestors lived frugally, they gritted their teeth and built Cloud Bamboo Mountain Range with all their might. Cloud Bamboo Mountain Range provided a stable source of income for Qi clan's development. Cloud Bamboo Mountain Range was Qi clan's glorious history, it contained Qi clan's spirit of hard work. Fang Yuan looted Cloud Bamboo Mountain Range, he was trampling on the pride of Qi clan's Gu immortals, he was trampling on their history. Right at this time, Qi Chuyu and the rest received an urgent report from Qi clan's Gu immortals. Report. Fang Yuan appeared on Wind Flame Mountain, he is currently using the killer move Myriad Dragon to attack the mountain protection formation. Report. Fang Yuan appeared outside Ragged Cave, he was obstructed by the formation outside, he disappeared mysteriously. Different from before, Fang Yuan appeared in 2 different locations. Qi clan's Gu immortals were uncertain, were there 2 Fang Yuan clones? One is a disguise, the other is the real one? Or Fang Yuan's clone, that is possible. No, according to the information, Fang Yuan first appeared in Ragged Cave, he then used fixed immortal travel to attack Wind Flame Mountain. Qi Chuyu analyzed calmly. This means that Fang Yuan is still on Wind Flame Mountain? We need to reinforce him. But why did he teleport to Ragged Cave earlier? Isn't that unnecessary? Maybe he found that Ragged Cave's defensive formation is very strong, so he chose Wind Flame Mountain, which is easier to attack. No, these 2 are both large resource points, their defensive formations are equally strong, there is no clear difference in strength. Qi Chuyu pondered, suddenly he had a flash of inspiration. He said calmly, let's split up and reinforce them. We can only do that. If Fang Yuan destroys the large resource points, our Qi clan will suffer a huge loss. But could this be Fang Yuan's scheme? He is trying to lure us into splitting up. Fang Yuan's strength is not the same as before, he is no longer the same as when he was chased by us. Even someone like Feng Zhouge lost so miserably. Qi Clan's Gu Immortals were hesitant. They were very wary of Fang Yuan. Should we ask for reinforcements? Suddenly a Gu Immortal asked. The whole of Great Space Temple fell into silence. This was what most of the Gu Immortals wanted to say, they just did not say it out loud. Amidst the silence, the Immortals looked towards Qi Chuyu. Qi Chuyu had a cold expression as he shouted, "The other party is only a rank 7 Gu Immortal. Our clan only lost 2 resource points, this is enough to make us panic and ask for reinforcements? Our Qi clan cannot afford to lose this face. Or did someone die in battle? Qi clan only has the old and weak left? You have not even fought with Fang Yuan, yet you want to ask for reinforcements? Where is your courage? Where is your bravery? Where is your glory as a Qi clan member?" The Immortals lowered their heads and did not speak, they were scolded by Qi Chuyu. After scolding them, Qi Chuyu ordered, "Do as I say. I will go to Wind Flame Mountain, you guys control Great Space Temple and reinforce Ragged Cave. Reinforce them quickly but don't lose your composure. The defensive formation of a large resource point is not so weak. Keep in contact." "Yes, Lord." Nobody objected to Qi Chuyu's order. Chapter 1785. Qi Chuyu rushed to Wind Flame Mountain. He saw that the defensive formation was already mostly destroyed by Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was plucking the sunset parasol trees, he was plundering the fire phoenixes and many other birds in the parasol tree forest, he was very skilled. The Gu Immortal defending this place did not escape, he used the remnant formation to attack Fang Yuan fiercely. Fang Yuan was able to deal with them easily. He dealt with the remnant formation while plundering without restraint. "Stop!" Qi Chuyu shouted, he was shocked and furious. "First Supreme Elder, you are finally here." The rank 7 Gu Immortal defending this place was extremely excited, he had tears in his eyes. Initially he was quite confident in the defensive formation, but after fighting for a while Fang Yuan broke it, he was so scared that his heart was pounding, he did not dare to act rashly anymore. Before Qi Chuyu came he focused on defense. Seeing that Qi Chuyu was here he immediately launched some powerful attacks. Qi Chuyu charged over but Fang Yuan stopped attacking. "Fang Yuan, look at what you did. Retribution is here." Qi Chuyu's eyes were spewing fire. Wind Flame Mountain was a special resource point. Other than raising phoenixes at certain times of the year, many wild phoenixes would be attracted here to lay eggs. Once Wind Flame Mountain suffered a huge change, the wild phoenixes might choose to stay elsewhere, Qi clan would suffer huge losses. But Fang Yuan had a smile on his face. Compared to the previous life, Qi Chuyu was even more furious, because Fang Yuan's plundering was very effective, Qi clan's losses in this life were even greater, Qi Chuyu's heart was bleeding. "Senior Qi Chuyu, I have been waiting for you, watch this move," Fang Yuan said as he activated Yama Battlefield. Qi Chuyu hesitated for a moment, he did not dodge, he allowed Yama Battlefield to envelop him as he shouted, "I want to see your abilities." Yama Battlefield quickly formed into a huge yellowish-brown cloud that enveloped Fang Yuan and Qi Chuyu. Next, Yama Battlefield shrunk rapidly, it was like a huge yellowish-brown cloud earlier, but at the next moment, it shrunk into a dot, imitating the shrinking of an immortal aperture, vanishing without a trace. Such a soul path battlefield. Qi Chuyu praised. Qi Chuyu had his hands behind his back, his attitude had changed drastically, even though he was trapped in Yama Battlefield, he was not in a hurry to attack. He was secretly wary. To think that Fang Yuan even had a battlefield killer move, he did not have any information about it before. Compared to the previous life, Fang Yuan's Yama Battlefield was not exposed. In Langya Blessed Land, Tian Battlefield was Yama Qin Battlefield that was Yama Battlefield. Huang Huang Domain Yun Battlefield Chu Qin Kingdom was exposed. Qin was Tian Yun Yama Yang Hua Yang Yang Yu Battlefield. After the defense battle of Langya Blessed Land, Fairy Myrtle revealed the profundities of Yama Battlefield and the method to break it in jewel yellow skies. This caused Fang Yuan's Yama Battlefield's value to be greatly reduced, and the risk to be multiplied. In this life, even though Fang Yuan had used Yama Battlefield several times, Meng Tu, Sleeping Lady and Diamond Head Turtle had either died or surrendered. When he dealt with Feng Jioge, he was inside the super formation space, it was not convenient to use Yama Battlefield. When he was dealing with Feng Jioge, he was in the space of a super formation, so it wasn't convenient for him to use the Yama Battlefield. Now that Fang Yuan used it, it was truly exposed. Fang Yuan could not kill Qi Chuyu. After this battle, information about Yama Battlefield would spread far and wide. Of course, not killing Qi Chuyu was not because Fang Yuan did not have the ability, but because the risk of killing Qi Chuyu was too high and the rewards were too small. Of course, not killing Qi Chuyu was not because Fang Yuan did not have the ability, but because the risk of killing Qi Chuyu was too high and the benefits were too small. Of course, it was not that Fang Yuan did not have the ability to kill Qi Chuyu, it was because the risk was too high and the rewards were too small. When two tigers fought, one was bound to be injured. Fang Yuan stood on the other side of the battlefield, assessing Qi Chuyu from afar as he smiled. Lord Qi Chuyu, you are in my immortal battlefield now, but you do not show any signs of attacking. You want to chat with me instead? What are you trying to do? Qi Chuyu snorted coldly. Don't play dumb. Fang Yuan, you are plundering everywhere. You are just trying to attract my attention. Think about it, since you can easily break the defensive formation, why did you not take the lives of Qi Clan's Gu Immortals? This is not difficult for you. But you have never harmed a single Qi Clan Gu Immortal. Secondly, be it Contact Heart River Bank, Cloud Bamboo Mountain Range, or Wind Flame Mountain, even though you plundered fiercely, you left their foundations intact and did not destroy them. Great Space Temple and I attacking was also within your expectations. Seeing that we were moving, you purposely attacked Wind Flame Mountain and Ragged Cave, luring us to split up. You just wanted to find a chance to talk to me, but you did not have any other secret methods. Speak, what do you want? Qi Chuyu spoke calmly. Before splitting up, he had already guessed Fang Yuan's thoughts. All of his anger and hatred were just an act. Qi Chuyu's analysis was not wrong. In the previous life, Plunder Shadow Earth Trench was still around. Qi Chuyu guarded it for a period of time. Only when Fang Yuan attacked Wind Flame Mountain did he come over alone. In this life, Fang Yuan had already destroyed Plunder Shadow Earth Trench. Qi Chuyu and Great Space Temple were together. This made things difficult for Fang Yuan. Great Space Temple was a space path immortal Gu house that countered immortal battlefields. In the previous life, Fang Yuan had fought against it. Even Great Thief Ghost Hand could not do anything to it. If Fang Yuan wanted to talk to Qi Chuyu, it was best to avoid this room and create a chance to lure Qi Chuyu out. This was not a problem for Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had deep wisdom path attainment. With just a thought in his mind, he made some changes and achieved this goal. But Qi Chuyu was wrong about one thing. Fang Yuan left his foundation in every resource point. It was not because he purposely did so, but because he did not have the methods to collect them. Qi Chuyu was mistaken. Of course, Fang Yuan would not point this out. Clap, clap, clap. Fang Yuan clapped lightly. It is so relaxing to talk to smart people. Senior Qi Chuyu, take a look at this. Qi Chuyu's eyes flickered with bright light. He carefully received the information path mortal Gu that Fang Yuan threw out. He looked calm on the surface, but he was very alert internally. Even though Fang Yuan had rank 7 cultivation level, Qi Chuyu knew that this person was thick-skinned and ruthless. He was cunning and ruthless. He had to be wary of his schemes at all times. He could not relax for even a moment. But soon, Qi Chuyu's expression changed. He frowned, a cold light flickered in his eyes, his face was covered in a layer of green. The information path mortal Gu that Fang Yuan threw over recorded the defensive formations of Qi Clan's important areas, as well as Fang Yuan's conjectures and methods to break them. Among them was Wind Flame Mountain's formation. Fang Yuan was extremely clear about it. According to Fang Yuan's understanding of this formation, he could easily break it and take all of Wind Flame Mountain's resources, but he did not do so. From this, Qi Chuyu saw Fang Yuan's sincerity. It confirmed his earlier conjecture. At the same time, he was shocked at Fang Yuan's formation path attainment. But what truly made him feel a chill was the latter part of the information path mortal Gu. This part detailed all sorts of information about Qi Clan. Qi Chuyu felt a chill in his heart. This was not something that could be found out in a day or two. It had to be accumulated over a long period of time in order to accumulate such rich information. And in this information, Qi Clan's internal problems and Qi Chuyu's lack of an inheritor were the most important points. Qi Chuyu's expression changed at this. Because this information was very deep, it was clearly provided by Southern Borders people secretly helping Fang Yuan. Who was it? Demonic Path Gu Immortals were less suspicious. They were lone wolves and did not have many enemies with Qi Clan. There was no need for them to monitor Qi Clan for a long time and neglect their own cultivation. Other than those righteous path forces with ulterior motives, who else could it be? Qi Chuyu was filled with shock and anger. Yang Clan soon became the #1 suspect in his mind. Qi Chuyu was filled with hatred. If a certain Southern Border righteous path superforce was secretly helping Fang Yuan, he would be in an even more passive situation. It is likely that there is no traitor in my Qi Clan. It is these unscrupulous righteous path clans that want to use Fang Yuan to deal with my Qi Clan. These fools, these idiots, these traitors, these are the biggest parasites of Southern Border's righteous path. Qi Chuyu's anger erupted like a volcano. Lava continued to pour out. He had already endured it. If not for Fang Yuan being in front of him, he might have been trembling with anger already. Fang Yuan snickered to himself. He observed Qi Chuyu's expression and mood. He could roughly understand what he was thinking. The information he gave out definitely required a large amount of manpower and resources. It could only be gathered after a long period of searching. This was not because any Southern Border Righteous Path clan helped him, it was because he had captured the Southern Border Immortals in his previous life and obtained it from their souls. With this good card, Fang Yuan had to make use of it. Sure enough, as soon as he used this card, the effect was immediate. Qi Chuyu's expression was ashen. His previous composure were completely gone. Right now, Qi Chuyu's hatred towards those so-called Southern Border Righteous Path clans far surpasses mine. Of course. Since ancient times, almost all organizations hate traitors the most. But the truth is, this is what I obtained in my previous life. And the reason I was able to capture the Southern Border Immortals in my previous life was because Qi Chuyu secretly sent me large amounts of dream realms. So the main culprit is Qi Chuyu himself. Qi Chuyu's expression was very ugly. He exuded a thick aura of tragedy. He was tricked by himself, but he could not detect it. Fang Yuan spoke again. Lord Qi Chuyu has been famous for so long, you have managed Qi clan for so many years, you must know the meaning of this information. The power that gave me this information not only underestimated me, but also underestimated you, Lord Qi. Qi Chuyu heard this and suddenly had a thought. It seems that Fang Yuan is also not willing to be used by others. Unknowingly, he felt that Fang Yuan was much more pleasing to the eye than before. Fang Yuan continued, now you believe in my sincerity even more? Qi Chuyu immediately thought of Qi clan's losses and felt great hatred. He squinted at Fang Yuan and sneered, hee, so I should thank you for holding back. Chapter 1786. In Yama battlefield, the two immortals faced each other. Fang Yuan sighed, our time is limited, I will say it directly. I want to transact with Qi clan. I wonder if you are interested in my Dream Path research results? Qi Chuyu was slightly taken aback and then his cold gaze changed. Dream Path? Did I hear wrongly? Qi Chuyu's eyes shined with a bright light. It was no secret that Fang Yuan had Dream Path research results. Fang Yuan had disguised as Wu Yihai to interact with dream realms. Fang Yuan had the method to turn dream realms into humans. He had shown it in the dream realm battle. Many super forces were drooling in envy. Fang Yuan had Spring-Autumn Cicada, he had been reborn. And the future belonged to Dream Path. It was not strange that he had some Dream Path profundities. It could be said that Fang Yuan's Dream Path research results led the entire world. He was at the peak of the 5 regions. Dream realms are mysterious and Dream Path is profound. I have only taken a small step forward. If I were to tell Senior Qi that my Formation Dao realm came from a dream, I wonder what Senior Qi would think? Fang Yuan smiled, his words were light, but it was like a huge rock had smashed into Qi Chuyu's heart, creating huge waves. Oh, is that true? Qi Chuyu was moved, he could no longer pretend to be calm. Fang Yuan laughed heartily, he had planned this carefully earlier to suppress Qi Chuyu's arrogance. He had already grasped the rhythm of the conversation. This was completely different from the previous life. Fang Yuan tossed out an information path goo worm. Senior, please take a look at this. Qi Chuyu took a look, his eyes shined with bright light. He subconsciously tightened his grip on the information path mortal goo, afraid that it would fly away. The information path mortal goo's contents involved all sorts of dream path profundities. This was an unparalleled temptation. Qi Chuyu was deeply immersed in it, he quickly finished reading the contents. Qi Chuyu licked his lips, in just a short moment his mouth was dry. He was extremely moved. Qi Chuyu forced himself to calm down, he pretended to ponder, how do you want to transact? What I want is a dream. If you give me the dream realm, I will give you my future dream path research results. Qi Chuyu did not agree immediately. This is difficult. After all, almost all the dream realms in Southern Border are guarded by the righteous path. Fang Yuan smiled. Senior Qi, I need the dream realm of Etian Mountain. Although the great formation there has been completely changed, it was still laid down by you. I also know that there are many secret passageways there. It would be quite easy for your side to steal some dreams. When Qi Chuyu heard this, his expression changed again. Fang Yuan actually understood his situation so well. It was truly terrifying. The secret path in the formation of Etian Mountain was his, Qi Chuyu's, proud work. He set this up right under the noses of Southern Border's righteous path Gu Immortals, taking advantage of their low formation path attainment level and directly setting up a dark path. I thought I had fooled everyone. I didn't expect Fang Yuan to see through me. Maybe it's not just Fang Yuan? I underestimated the heroes of the world. Chi was thinking too much. Fang Yuan's information was also obtained in the previous life. The source was Chi Chuyu himself. Fang Yuan used Chi Chuyu to deal with Chi Chuyu. The effect was truly amazing. Otherwise, why would they say, "You are often your own greatest enemy"? Fang Yuan suppressed Chi Chuyu step by step. Chi Chuyu could no longer resist. Every negotiation was a confrontation. Although it wasn't as straightforward as actual combat, it was still a contest of strength and a spar of strategy. Compared to the previous life, Fang Yuan had too many trump cards. He knew himself and his enemy. His strength increased greatly. He knew himself and his enemy. He used a bluff strategy. It was extremely effective. Even someone of Chi Chuyu's level fell for his tricks. The details of the transaction were quickly discussed. The result was extremely beneficial to Fang Yuan. Chi Chuyu agreed to this transaction. It was a humiliation to his status. But he could not do anything. He was completely dominated by Fang Yuan. Firstly, he could not do anything to Fang Yuan. If he really wanted to deal with Fang Yuan, the risk was too high, the benefits were not obvious. Secondly, if he cooperated with Fang Yuan would stop plundering Qi clan and even trade Dream Path research results. The Dream Path research results were too tempting to Chi Chuyu. Finally, Chi Chuyu was still concerned about the so-called traitor and southern border's righteous path. He wanted to find them. Maybe he could start from Fang Yuan. Sovereign Immortal Aperture, Mini Southern Border. A barren mountain range, devoid of vegetation, stood towering on the ground. The ground around it was not flat, but even though it was uneven, it was limited. There were only some small hills. Against the backdrop of these small hills, the barren mountain range seemed even taller and larger. At this moment, at the peak of the barren mountain, a rank 6 Rockmangu Immortal was looking at the sky. After forming a grotto heaven, the Immortal Aperture's atmosphere is truly different from a blessed land. It is truly magnificent. The size of this sovereign Immortal Aperture is beyond common sense and imagination. It is indeed a miracle refined by spectral soul. Every time Xianxia observed this place, he would praise it in his heart. This was greatness, this was a miracle, this was the work of the gods. He was in complete admiration of spectral soul. He had no thoughts of resisting Fang Yuan. Behind him, there was a group of Rockmangu masters discussing in private. After more than 10 days we have finally built this hill. I am so tired. I have been working from dawn to dusk every day. I heard that the Supreme Expert personally gave us this task to create this mountain. To speed up the progress, we did not hesitate to use goo worms for a long time. At least 30 Earth Path goo worms died. Speaking of which, don't you feel that the success rate of goo refinement here is very high? As long as we complete the sect's missions there will be rewards. I hope that the Supreme Goo Immortal's rewards will be more generous. Shut up. How can you talk about that, Lord? The Rockmangu Immortal could not take it anymore. He turned around and reprimanded them. These Rockmangu masters quickly lowered their heads, keeping quiet out of fear. Right at this time a green light flashed, a figure landed and floated in the air. The Rockmangu masters saw that the newcomer was Fang Yuan's rank 6 time path clone. Everyone's hearts shook. They quickly knelt down and paid their respects. This subordinate greets Lord. Xianxia also quickly paid his respects with a respectful attitude. Fang Yuan's clone had an indifferent expression. He nodded at him and asked, "Is the formation set up here ready?" Fang Yuan's task was not only to create a mountain, but also to set up an immortal formation inside the mountain. Xianxia quickly reported, "Lord, according to the formation map you gave me, this subordinate has already set up this fire path formation. You only need to activate it now." Fang Yuan had already used his divine sense to enter the mountain and inspect it. He nodded. He was quite satisfied with the result. He was about to dismiss these rockmen when he saw that Xianxia had something to say. Even though Xianxia only had rank 6 cultivation level, he had once fought with Fang Yuan. His immortal battlefield killer move, Grey Cloud Stone Puppet, had left a deep impression on Fang Yuan. He was a talent. After settling down the rockmen, Fang Yuan sent the other Rockmangu Immortals to the Stone Lotus Island to familiarize themselves with future self. Meanwhile, Xianxia stayed behind. Like Shui Er and Emotan sang, he became the leader of the Rockman tribe. "What do you want to say to me?" Fang Yuan's clone paused for a moment before asking. He had some patience towards this talent. Xianxia blinked. He had an uneasy expression. He seemed to have made up his mind as he said, "I heard that Lord has been attacking many times recently and obtained great victories. Southern Border's righteous path is in a state of panic. Qi clan's first supreme elder, Chi Chuyu, is helpless against you. You can come and go as you please." Fang Yuan's eyes shined with bright light. He was an astute person. He immediately understood Shi Cheng's intention. He interrupted, "It seems that your tribe's Gu immortals want me to stop and recuperate. There is no need to take such a risk, right?" "Oh, this subordinate is afraid." Shi Cheng bowed deeply. He said with a fearful expression, "This subordinate was just speaking boldly. First Supreme Elder and the rest are cultivating on the Stone Lotus Island. They do not know this." Fang Yuan's clone snickered in his mind. The Rockman tribe was not of the same mind as him. These variant humans wanted to live and work in peace. They wanted to develop steadily. They did not want to take risks. They wanted Fang Yuan to hide in some corner for 100 years or even 1,000 years. They did not want Fang Yuan to take risks because if he died, the sovereign immortal aperture would be exposed. They would be implicated. But how could that be possible? Fang Yuan chased after eternal life. Only by destroying Fate Gu could he take a step forward. Moreover, if the Celestial Court repaired Fate Gu, they would not let him off. They would find him sooner or later and kill him. Hiding and delaying would only lead to despair. Only during the final Central Continent Refinement Path Convention, when Central Continent was attacked by the 4 regions, when the Celestial Court was at its weakest, would they have the highest chance of success. The variant humans' wishes could not be fulfilled. Not just that, they still had to fight for Fang Yuan in the future. They were already tied to Fang Yuan's chariot. They could not get out of it. Shi Cheng's advice was clearly what many variant human Gu immortals wanted. They made this suggestion through Shi Cheng and did not do it themselves. They were giving themselves a way out. This was a very mature political tactic. Fang Yuan did not reject or agree. He waved his hand, "Bring the elites of the tribe and leave this mountain first." Yes. Seeing that Shi Cheng was far away, Fang Yuan's clone activated the mountain's formation. Instantly, the formation was like a furnace. Intense heat rose up from within. This heat quickly roasted the interior of the mountain, forming streams of magma. After a while, with a loud sound, the mountain peak exploded, dust flew into the sky, large amounts of lava flowed down the mountain, the temperature rose rapidly. The Rockman Gu masters far away gasped in shock. This method of changing heaven and earth, forcefully creating an active volcano, shocked them greatly. Shi Cheng was also moved. His formation path attainment was very low. Only now did he understand the effect of his formation. But what shocked him even more was the following scene. In the sky above him, a huge hand suddenly flew down. The hand was like a mountain. It opened its fingers and rained down countless trees on the active volcano. These trees were wrapped in flowing light. They slowly floated down and planted into the lava. The terrifying lava was quickly absorbed by the tree roots. The tree absorbed sufficient nutrients. Soon, its branches swayed and its leaves shined brightly, emitting a beautiful radiance like the sunset. This was the sunset parasol tree. Next, another huge hand flew over. This time, it directly threw fire phoenixes into the volcano. The fire phoenixes landed in the volcano. They were immediately imprisoned and suppressed by the formation in the volcano. Fang Yuan's clone looked after them personally. There were no mistakes. Shi Cheng's mouth was wide open as he looked at this scene with a dazed expression. Although he knew that Fang Yuan had advanced to rank 8, it was not as shocking as seeing it with his own eyes. Among these fire phoenixes, there were many ancient desolate beasts. Only one was needed to torture Shi Cheng to death. There was no doubt about it. Fang Yuan's clone placed a large number of firepath birds. There were many types of them. From today onwards, this mountain is Firebird Mountain. It is also the resource point of your Rockman tribe. Fang Yuan's clone flew to Shi Cheng. This was a huge surprise. Shi Cheng quickly knelt down in gratitude. He was extremely excited. Fang Yuan's clone smiled. "Get up, I said that I will support you greatly. This mid-sized resource point is my reward to you. It has been hard on you to build this mountain." This subordinate is ashamed. Shi Cheng was moved to tears compared to this Firebird Mountain. What was the little bit of effort they put in? This Firebird Mountain's formation was provided by Fang Yuan, the Gu worms, the formation diagram, and all the resources were Fang Yuan's. It was almost like Fang Yuan was giving it to them for free. Fang Yuan's clone continued, "I will continue giving you missions in the future. Firebird Mountain will not be the last one." Shi Cheng was stunned. He sensed the deep meaning behind Fang Yuan's words. Where did these fire phoenixes and sunset parasol trees come from? Fang Yuan plundered them. Fang Yuan said Firebird Mountain would not be the last one. That meant he would continue to plunder and take risks in the future. The variant human Gu immortals suggested Fang Yuan in a tactful manner. Fang Yuan also rejected them in a tactful manner, but if one thought about it carefully, they would find Fang Yuan's domineering and deterrent intent. But Shi Cheng did not dare to retort. He accepted it with a trace of joy in his heart. With this Firebird Mountain, it is the foundation of my Rockman tribe's rise. Is Lord Fang Yuan someone who is easily persuaded and swayed? I don't care about this. Lord Fang Yuan arranged for me to lead the tribe. These resources are also my cultivation resources. As long as I do not go overboard, I can cultivate rapidly and raise my cultivation level. Shi Cheng's gaze was heated. Any Gu immortal, under the pressure of calamities and tribulations, would cherish any opportunity to raise their strength. They would desire it very much. Under Fang Yuan's political maneuvering, Shi Cheng had already separated from the other Rockman Gu immortals. Rockmen were quite suitable to manage Firebird Mountain. The area around the volcano was warm and dry. It was the best resting place for Rockmen. Of course, the most suitable ones to manage the volcano were the Eggmen. But for now, Fang Yuan did not intend to bring in the Eggmen. It was enough to develop these variant human tribes. Shi Cheng's words made Fang Yuan sigh with emotion. Different from the previous life, I have taken in many variant humans in this life. I need to nurture and strengthen them. I need to spend some effort to take care of them and some resources to nurture them. Fang Yuan could use enslavement path methods to make these variant humans docile, but this way Fang Yuan would lose his original intention of nurturing them. I want to comprehend human path. Human path is different from enslavement path. Everyone has their own thoughts and desires. To maintain an organization, I need to consider the thoughts and emotions of the members. There are no people who are completely the same, no matter how similar people are. They all have their own differences. Fang Yuan had a thought. A flash of inspiration pierced through the night sky, illuminating his mind. This was the inspiration of human path. Suddenly, Fang Yuan understood something. He had a complex expression. Human path. So that's it, I already have a human path killer move? At this moment his human path attainment level rose to master. Chapter 1787. Southern Border. In a nameless valley there was a waterfall. The sound of water was loud and the air was filled with mist. At the cliff of the waterfall, Fang Yuan's main body was sitting cross-legged on the branches of a pine tree. He was in deep thought. The human path inspiration came very suddenly. Fang Yuan placed great importance on it. His main body and clone put down whatever they were doing to comprehend it together. At this moment, inside the sovereign immortal aperture, an army had already formed. There were about 100,000 strength path phantoms standing on the grassland, not moving at all. They were like statues. Each of them had the same appearance. They resembled Fang Yuan's main body. They were spaced evenly apart. They were densely packed together. This was the Myriad Self army that Fang Yuan had unleashed using Myriad Self Immortal Gu. Fang Yuan did not let go of that inspiration. This time he gave up on Myriad Self Immortal Gu and used the killer move Myriad Self. After a while, a large number of strength path phantoms formed and stood in a group. Fang Yuan thought about it and used Myriad Self for the third time. But this time he did not use an immortal killer move, but the most basic mortal killer move. With rank 4 all-out effort Gu as the core, bitter strength Gu, borrow strength Gu, self-reliance Gu, refine essence spirit Gu, earth strength Gu, water strength Gu, wind strength Gu, lightning strength Gu, fire strength Gu, lurking soul coat Gu, breath concealment Gu, and others were supplementary. Finally, Myriad Self was formed, splitting the main body's soul and forming a large number of strength path phantoms in an instant. But because it was a mortal killer move, these strength path phantoms could not compare to the phantom army that was created earlier. But this was the source. Back then, during the Northern Plains Imperial Court contest, Fang Yuan combined 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King and self-strength. He used Soul Path, Wisdom Path, Chi Path and Enslavement Path killer moves to create this move, solving the ancient problem of combining Enslavement and Strength Path. Next, using this move as the foundation, he developed Strength Path Giant Hand and Reverse Flow Protection Seal. The former could increase Fang Yuan's offensive advantage at the right time. It was Fang Yuan's strongest method. The latter was the crucial trump card for Fang Yuan to fight against rank 8s as a rank 7. Be it Myriad Self-Killer Move, Strength Path Giant Hand, Reverse Flow Protection Seal, they were all outstanding killer moves. They were the best among the best. Now, Fang Yuan had a human path inspiration. He traced it back to the source and modified the original Myriad Self-Mortal Path killer move. Fang Yuan's main body and clone were calculating at the same time. At the same time, the clone was bathed in the light of wisdom. The killer move was quickly modified. Fang Yuan activated Myriad Self for the 4th time. This time, a large number of strength path phantoms were also formed. However, unlike the previous 3 phantoms, although the phantoms of Fang Yuan were still standing quietly, there were all sorts of strange expressions on their faces. Some were crying, some were laughing, some were frowning, some were beaming with joy. some were murderous, some were indifferent, some were resting with their eyes closed, calm and peaceful, some were rolling their eyes, very curious about everything, and some were puffing their cheeks, looking extremely bored. Fang Yuan's divine sense scanned these phantoms. All sorts of thoughts flashed in his mind. After thinking for a long time, Fang Yuan and his clone gave up on these phantoms and used wisdom path methods to deduce again. This time the calculation took a full 6 hours. After succeeding, Fang Yuan obtained an extremely complex mortal-level myriad self-killer move that was 100 times larger than the previous one. He activated this killer move. Because this killer move involved too many goo worms, the arrangements were too complex. Even though Fang Yuan was a rank 8 goo immortal, it took him a while to activate it. This time, the myriad self-phantoms were far fewer than any of the previous ones, but they seemed to have intelligence. Of these myriad self-phantoms, some were running, some were jumping, some were sitting cross-legged on the ground in deep thought, some were playing with each other, and some were even carrying hatred and anger, attacking the surrounding myriad self-phantoms. It was a mess. The chaos among the myriad self-phantoms became greater and greater. Soon this group of myriad self-phantoms started fighting each other. Even though some did not want to participate, they had no choice. These myriad self-phantoms were not of equal strength, some were strong, some were weak. Fang Yuan's eyes flickered with bright light. He found that in this chaotic battle, the victorious myriad self-phantoms would get stronger as they fought, while the defeated myriad self-phantoms would get weaker and weaker until they perished. The myriad self-phantoms became smaller and smaller. Soon, there were only single phantoms left fighting intensely. Eventually, only one phantom was left standing on the battlefield. The rest of the myriad self-phantoms were all destroyed. This phantom was dozens of times stronger than before, but it was still limited to mortal level. The phantom still looked like Fang Yuan, but his face was filled with hatred and anger. He roared at Fang Yuan's time path clone who was not far away, revealing intense killing intent and malice, but he did not dare to attack, instead pouncing towards the myriad self-phantoms from before. These myriad self-phantoms stood quietly without Fang Yuan's orders. They did not move, letting the hatred phantom slaughter them. After this hatred phantom slaughtered for a while, its aura became stronger and stronger. It actually broke through the mortal shackles and advanced to rank 6 goo immortal level. Seeing this, Fang Yuan's main body and clone revealed joyful expressions. Fang Yuan's clone waved his hand. The remaining myriad self-army immediately surged like a tide, surrounding the hatred phantom and attacking it to the death. The hatred phantom had outstanding strength. Even though it was surrounded by the myriad self-army, it became braver the more it fought. Every time it defeated or destroyed a phantom, its strength would increase by a little. It seemed to not know what fatigue was. It was like a war machine that could grow. It continued to roar and roar, standing tall in the battlefield without falling. Finally, when it broke through to rank 7 from rank 6 goo immortal level, Fang Yuan's main body finally made a move, activating a killer move and personally killing this strength path phantom. The final myriad self-killer move that Fang Yuan used, the strength path phantoms formed had their own thoughts and personalities. Even his main body could not control them. But the amazing thing was, the final myriad self-phantoms all had terrifying growth potential. That phantom whose face was filled with hatred was only rank 4 at the start, but it eventually became a rank 7 goo immortal. Of course, this was a breakthrough in aura and level. Its battle strength was not that strong. It was even weaker than ordinary ancient desolate beasts. Because its body was only a phantom, it was not as sturdy as ancient desolate beasts. Its intelligence was also limited. It could not mobilize goo worms to fight. It could only rely on its instincts. Be it myriad self-immortal goo or myriad self-killer move, they both expend my soul. This is the principle of killer moves, thus it is an unavoidable flaw. Precisely because these strength path phantoms originate from the same body, their souls confuse together, thus there is a possibility of devouring each other to strengthen themselves. The final myriad self-killer move that I used is no longer a pure fusion of enslavement and strength path. It is a human path killer move that is a step further. Fang Yuan's time path clone was bathed in the light of wisdom. His eyes were flickering with uncertainty. At this point, myriad self-killer move was a complete human path killer move, and myriad self-immortal goo was a human path immortal goo to begin with. In the previous life, when attacking Central Continent, Fang Yuan was still regretful that he did not have human path methods. He did not have any achievements in human path. Actually, he had it long ago. It was just that he had too many considerations at that time. He was in a huge battle and did not notice it. As the saying goes, looking horizontally at a mountain range and looking sideways at a mountain peak, they are all different from each other. I do not know the true face of Mount Lu. It is only because I am in this mountain. His exploration of human path had already started in the 500 years of his previous life, it was just that he did not have any awareness in this aspect. A person's life is the exploration of human path to begin with. Other than myriad self-immortal goo, I have another human path immortal goo. That is, perseverance goo. Wait, not just perseverance goo, the sovereign immortal fetus goo that I snatched is also a human path goo worm. Flipping through the legends of Renzuch, hope goo, vanity goo, guts goo, stubbornness goo, dignity goo, self goo, worry goo, weren't these goo worms human path goo worms? No wonder the legends of Renzuch is publicly recognized as a human path true inheritance. It truly contains deep human path profundities. Fang Yuan sighed internally, only now did he have a deeper understanding of the legends of Renzu. In order to obtain this result, Fang Yuan had spent close to 600 years of his life. The human path inspiration that he obtained was not because he had nurtured variant humans recently, but because the accumulation of his entire life had reached a crucial point of qualitative change. It was like a small pile of gunpowder colliding with a tiny spark. With a loud explosion, Fang Yuan broke through his original shackles, reaching a higher level in human path. This was the result of accumulation, it was a natural progression. Central Continent, Celestial Court. Central Great Hall. The surging purple chi gradually calmed down and shrunk, eventually vanishing into Fairy Myrtle's mind. Fairy Myrtle frowned slightly. What scheme is this demon Fang Yuan plotting? In the Battle of Langya Blessed Land, Celestial Court lost. Fairy Myrtle took the responsibility and quickly leaked all the information regarding Fang Yuan for free. But Fang Yuan's side was very strange, he did not make any movements. Normally speaking, after Starcast was exposed and Chen Yi and Thunder Ghost True Monarch died in battle, Fang Yuan should have spread the news to deal a blow to Celestial Court's reputation and make the other 4 regions feel even more enmity towards Celestial Court. But Fang Yuan did not do that. Fairy Myrtle felt a sense of unease in her heart. These last days she had been paying close attention to Fang Yuan's movements, she had to understand and deduce even the slightest movement. Fairy Myrtle already knew about Fang Yuan's actions in southern border. But why was Fang Yuan only opposing Qi clan? What was his motive? Was he really going to plunder Qi clan's 3 resource points? Earlier, when Plunder Shadow Earth Trench's formation was destroyed, was that mysterious goo immortal Fang Yuan? Maybe after annexing Langya Blessed Land, his foundation rose greatly, he wants to refine goo now. Or maybe he has already used Spring Autumn Cicada and revived, using the advantage of rebirth to gain the initiative step by step. Fairy Myrtle's eyes flickered with uncertainty. After Fang Yuan's Spring Autumn Cicada was exposed, his enemies would consider Spring Autumn Cicada as a factor. Fairy Myrtle had been paying attention to this all along. Once Fang Yuan revives, Spring Autumn Cicada will need time to recover, this is the best time to eliminate Fang Yuan. At the same time, I'm afraid Fang Yuan has already learned of all the methods we prepared, we need to change our battle tactics. Whether Fang Yuan used Spring Autumn Cicada to revive or not, this was a crucial point. If he did, Fairy Myrtle would need to overturn most of her previous battle tactics, she would need to redesign them. However, Fairy Myrtle used all her strength to deduce many times, even with Star Constellation chessboard, she could not confirm whether Fang Yuan had revived recently or not. At Plunder Shadow Earth Trench, even though Fang Yuan broke the formation, he did not take away the Dream Realm. When dealing with Meng Tu and the rest, he was even more secretive. Even Great Thief Ghost Hand, Fang Yuan did not use it directly, he used the super formation as a cover to prevent the Celestial Court from contacting Xuanbu Jin. The smokescreen he released was too ingenious, it temporarily fooled Fairy Myrtle. In this aspect, Fang Yuan's wisdom path attainment was a huge help to him. This revival was different from the previous times. Against the Celestial Court, Fang Yuan had to consider the ink effect at all times. Fang Yuan is too crafty, the clues he left behind are too few. Fairy Myrtle thought about it angrily before leaving the Central Great Hall, arriving at the place where Spectral Soul was imprisoned. Soul Search. Spectral Soul resisted for a while before he was exhausted. His memories were extracted one by one. The secret of raising golden dragonfish? Fairy Myrtle was first overjoyed before feeling disappointed. If it was before, Fairy Myrtle could still attack Fang Yuan's main source of income, but now that the other party had annexed Langya Blessed Land, all of the businesses inside were taken over by Fang Yuan. The method of raising golden dragonfish that Fairy Myrtle obtained was useless. Even so, I cannot let go of any chance to suppress Fang Yuan. Fairy Myrtle thought about it before gritting her teeth and making a decision. Chapter 1788. On this night in southern border, the starry sky was dark, cold winds were blowing, it seemed like a storm was about to happen. Two Gu immortals flew quickly, concealing their traces. The thick dark clouds under the night sky provided them with a layer of protection. This is the place. While moving, one of the Gu immortals spoke. The other Gu immortal stopped immediately. Next, at the center of the dark clouds, an immortal battlefield opened up. After absorbing the two mysterious Gu immortals, it closed and vanished. The two Gu immortals entered the immortal battlefield and removed their disguises, returning to their original appearances. The Gu immortal with lower cultivation level had ordinary looks, but the other Gu immortal had rank 8 cultivation level. He had a high status and reputation. He was famous in southern border's righteous path. It was Qi clan's first supreme elder, Qi Chuyu. If other righteous path Gu immortals saw this, they would stare with wide eyes and gasp in shock. Because the great Qi Chuyu was acting so sneakily, who was he meeting in this dark night? Senior Qi Chuyu, we meet again. The Gu immortal guarding the immortal battlefield also had dream path aura. He had ordinary looks. He could not be found in a crowd. Qi Chuyu stared at him, saying in a dissatisfied tone, Fang Yuan, I thought you would come with your main body. Aren't you being too careful? The one waiting for Qi Chuyu was Fang Yuan. This immortal battlefield was also Yama's battlefield. However, Fang Yuan was not here with his main body. He had created another pure dream reality seeker physique body. Fang Yuan's clone smiled. I am cowardly and afraid of death. Please forgive me, Senior Qi Chuyu. Cowardly and afraid of death? Qi Chuyu frowned. He thought of Thunder Ghost True Monarch's 3 rib bones that were still hanging in jewel yellow skies. He thought of Fang Yuan's disguise as Wu Yihai back then, and also the losses that his clan had suffered from Fang Yuan's plunder. He laughed mockingly. Fang Yuan, you are too humble. I have brought the things you want. To prevent any problems, you should hurry up and hand them over. This place was close to Yitian Mountain and the location was sensitive. Qi Chuyu did not dare to be careless. Of course. Fang Yuan's doppelganger nodded. The two immediately completed the handover. Qi Chuyu obtained an information path mortal Gu, while the Gu immortal beside him flew towards Fang Yuan's clone. The Gu immortal who came with Qi Chuyu was Fang Yuan's dream path clone. After Fang Yuan and Qi Chuyu came to an agreement, they attacked a few southern border locations and collected some of the scattered dream realms before using pure dream reality seeker transformation to transform into pure dream reality seeker physique bodies. Then, he used these pure dream reality seeker physique bodies to communicate with Qi Chuyu. Qi Chuyu brought one of them with him and followed the secret path to the secret space in the grand formation of Yitian Mountain. There, Fang Yuan's pure dream reality seeker physique clone used a method to turn the dream realm into even more pure dream reality seeker physique bodies, which he stuffed into his immortal aperture. The earliest pure dream reality seeker physique bodies originated from a member of Shadow Sect. Wisdom Path Great Expert Old Man Inkstone. Pure dream reality seeker transformation was his greatest achievement in researching dream path in his entire life. In his hands was the original version of pure dream reality seeker transformation. It could create the most extreme form of pure dream reality seeker physique bodies with 18 hours of lifespan. Every 2 hours, the pure dream reality seeker physique body's cultivation level would rise by 1 rank. At the final moment, they would have rank 9 cultivation level. But after the first battle of Yitian Mountain, the sovereign immortal fetus Gu that Shadow Sect had spent countless years to refine was obtained by Fang Yuan. Spectral soul was trapped in the dream realm. During the second battle of Yitian Mountain, Zishan Makoto brought the remaining forces of Shadow Sect to attack, trying to save Spectral Soul's main body. Zishan Makoto also used pure dream reality seeker transformation in battle, but this killer move was an incomplete version. The pure dream reality seeker physique bodies were also incomplete. They did not have the same height as the original version. Fang Yuan also inherited this version of the killer move. Of course, he had obtained the original killer move from Spectral Soul's true inheritance. In Fang Yuan's previous life, this pure dream reality seeker transformation killer move was also obtained by Celestial Court. Fairy Myrtle's soul searched Spectral Soul's body. She finally obtained it. Not long after, Feng Kim Hong displayed the talent of a future immortal venerable. He actually perfected the original pure dream reality seeker transformation, which had many flaws. After that, Celestial Court obtained the perfect pure dream reality seeker physique bodies. It was the 11th extreme physique in the truest sense. And in the final battle of Central Continent, Fang Yuan attacked the 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation and captured the perfect pure dream reality seeker physique bodies from Feng Kim Hong. He comprehended the principles within and also grasped the perfect pure dream reality seeker transformation. Right now, when Fang Yuan transacted with Qi Chuyu, he did not use the perfect pure dream reality seeker physique bodies, instead he used the incomplete killer move that he inherited from Zishan Makoto. Because this incomplete pure dream reality seeker physique body had a limit to its lifespan, it would self-detonate when it reached its limit. Fang Yuan used this flaw ingeniously. Even if Qi Chuyu set a trap for him, he would not be able to obtain the pure dream reality seeker physique body. Before the transaction, Fang Yuan informed Qi Chuyu of this flaw. When Qi Chuyu learned that the pure dream reality seeker physique body beside him would self-detonate, his expression turned ugly. But for the sake of the extremely important dream path research results, he could only bear with it. Seeing that the pure dream reality seeker physique body returned to Fang Yuan's side, he let out a sigh of relief. After all, if this thing self-detonated beside him, Qi Chuyu's formation path methods would not work. Both sides were taking a huge risk in this transaction, but the benefits were too tempting. Both sides took the risk. This was the first transaction. Both sides were very satisfied with the result. This gave them confidence to continue. Before parting, they agreed on a time for the second transaction. They also had many secret and safe methods to communicate with each other. Different from the previous life, in this life, Fang Yuan's transaction with Qi clan had changed a lot. In the previous life, Fang Yuan used dream realms to exchange for Qi clan's immortal yuan stones, immortal materials and so on. Because at that time he lacked immortal essence. But in this life, Fang Yuan annexed Langya blessed land and secretly advanced to rank 8. He had rank 8 immortal essence. He did not lack immortal essence at all. What he lacked were dream realms. In the previous life, he had basically explored all the dream realms that were scattered outside. Only a small portion was left because it was traded to Qi Chuyu. There was still value in exploring them. Fang Yuan lacked a large number of dream realms, the dream realms on Etian Mountain. Because he knew that Spectral Soul was a great grandmaster of all paths, his dream realms were on Etian Mountain. There were likely to be human path dream realms, information path dream realms, and Qi path dream realms. If he completely inherited Spectral Soul's attainment level, Fang Yuan could annex all the rank 8 grotto heavens of all paths. Spectral Soul's human path attainment level was naturally great grandmaster. If he did not have such a foundation, how could he create sovereign immortal fetus goo? My current human path attainment level is only master, and this is after 600 years of accumulation. Fang Yuan knew that with just his human path attainment level, he could not deal with the human path methods of the Celestial Court's venerables. His life was too short, his accumulation was too little. Red Lotus Demon Venerable's lifespan was 3,000 years. This was the shortest among venerables. In fact, he had been reborn many times. His lifespan far exceeded 3,000 years. Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable was 25,000 years old. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was 19,000 years old, while Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable was 12,000 years old. These three were the top 3 venerables in terms of lifespan. To deal with these people, Fang Yuan could only use dream realms to surpass them. Other than human path, information path, Qi path, and even ice and snow path were things that Fang Yuan desired. Fang Yuan's main body was near the transaction location. After Qi Chuyu left, after a while he called his clones to move. Soon he kept the 2 pure dream clones in the sovereign immortal aperture. The dream realm that Fang Yuan obtained this time was not a human path dream realm, it was mostly Qi path. Qi path dream realms were useful too. If Fang Yuan's Qi path attainment level reached Great Grandmaster, he would be able to annex Qi Grotto Heaven in the future. His cultivation level would rise again. Fang Yuan stored the dream realm and activated Familiar Face, before using fixed immortal travel to leave southern border. At the next moment he arrived in Western Desert, disguised as the Wisdom Path Gu Immortal Swan Bujin. After flying for a while at the periphery of Green Ghost Desert, Fang Yuan saw Fang Clan's rank 7 Gu Immortal, Fang Hua Sheng. He was Fang Clan's 3rd Supreme Elder. He specialized in healing methods. He wore a white robe and had white hair. After seeing Fang Yuan from afar, his solemn expression turned into a warm smile. "Friend Swan Bujin, how have you been?" Fang Huaxing immediately greeted. Fang Yuan nodded. "Thank you for your concern. I invited you this time. My goal is to cooperate with Fang Clan and explore Green Ghost Desert together." Fang Yuan was in a hurry. He went straight to the point and stated his purpose. He did not want to waste time. This was different from the previous life. In the previous life, Fang Yuan's Swan Bujin identity was exposed. He lost contact with Fang Clan. As a result, Fang Yuan could only use his true identity to threaten Fang Clan. Even though Fang Clan accepted the threat and gave Fang Yuan some resources, it was not in line with Fang Yuan's original plan. Furthermore, Fang clan had promised to pay for Immortal Gu, but after Fang Yuan's identity was exposed, Fang clan had no intention of fulfilling it. Later, when Fang Yuan repaired Danghun Mountain, he lacked soul beasts to sacrifice to the mountain, the production of Guts Gu was hindered and his soul path cultivation slowed down. More than once, Fang Yuan regretted his failure in this aspect. This severely hindered his growth and disturbed his cultivation rhythm. But in this life, Fang Yuan paid attention to this point. Even though Xuan Bujin used Great Thief Ghost Hand in front of Qin Yi and Fang Yuan used it against Feng Jioga in the formation space, the two situations were completely different. There was no evidence to link Fang Yuan and Xuan Bujin together. Even though they both had theft path methods, there were other theft path Gu Immortals in the 5 regions. Currently, most Gu Immortals thought that during the battle for Langya Blessed Land, the theft path methods that Fang Yuan displayed were the foundation of Langya Blessed Land. After all, Long-Hair Ancestor had once worked closely with Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. Fang Huaxing had a worried expression as he sighed deeply. Ever since the Battle of Divine Bean Palace, Xuan Bujin's grace has been deeply engraved in our hearts. If you want to cooperate with us, we will be happy to do so. But now. Fang Huaxing said this and purposely paused. He looked at Fang Yuan and observed Fang Yuan's expression. But he was destined to be disappointed. Fang Yuan was expressionless, there was no change in his expression. Fang Huaxing continued, but now, our Fang clan is in an awkward situation, we are being pressured by Western Desert's righteous path, they are making things difficult for us. Especially recently, there has been news that Xuan Bujin is actually the great demon Fang Yuan, because both of them have immortal Gu stealing methods and are opposing the Celestial Court. After all, that demon Fang Yuan has the killer move Familiar Face. He is full of changes and has a crafty nature, it is truly hard to guard against him. Even the Celestial Court cannot do anything to him. Chapter 1789. Fang Huaxing's difficulties and complaints were actually to make things difficult for Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's expression did not change, his mind was calm and unaffected. Because he had heard of such rumors long ago. Since he wanted to go against the Celestial Court, he had to have a clear vision. He had been trying to stand above the 5 regions, using the entire Gu world as a chessboard to compete with the Celestial Court. The rumor that Xuan Bujin and Fang Yuan were the same person did not originate from the Celestial Court. Fairy Myrtle had no evidence and made random guesses, it would only damage the reputation of the Celestial Court. At most, they would be suspicious and add fuel to the fire. The true force that spread this rumor was the other righteous path forces of Western Desert. Fang clan obtained a complete victory in the Battle of Divine Bean Palace. They defeated Qin Yi and Qing Chou, obtained Divine Bean Palace, and even recruited 2 rank 7 demonic path experts, Old Ghost by June and Eagle Concubine. Fang clan's gains were huge, if they could digest their gains, their strength would rise sharply and they would become the leader of Western Desert's righteous path. This would break the old balance. Under the turbulence of the situation, the benefits of many righteous path forces would be threatened. Thus they swarmed together and tried to suppress Fang clan. In order to have a good reason to do so, they looked for reasons everywhere. All sorts of old matters were brought up to talk about. They shook off the dust of past conflicts and used them. If they could not find any reason, what could they do? They had to create a reason. Thus, all sorts of rumors started to spread. They were said to be true, but with just a bit of analysis they were not tenable. The rumor that Xuan Bujin was Fang Yuan was one of them. There was no evidence at all, but did rumors need evidence? These were just the rules of the righteous path, they were a cover to suppress Fang clan. Who cares what evidence you have, it is enough as long as I have this cover. Fang Yuan even suspected that this rumor about him was created by a Gu Immortal on a whim. As for the Gu Immortal who created the rumor, he or she would never have thought that he or she would accidentally reveal the truth. But Fang Yuan reckoned that the Fangs would not believe such rumors. Although the identity of Xuan Bujin appeared rather abruptly, there was actually a trace to it. Fang Yuan had already made ample preparations for this. He had linked Xuan Bujin's identity with the Western Desert rogue Immortal Zheng Jingshan. The Fang family still trusted the evidence Fang Yuan gave. Because Zheng Jingshan was someone from tens of thousands of years ago, and his relationship with the Fang family was a secret that other factions did not know much about. The Fang clan would never admit that Xuan Bujin was Fang Yuan. Unless there was direct evidence that the Fang clan could not refute. It was like this in his previous life. Because Fang Yuan's identity was exposed, the Fang family had fallen into a passive position. The Western Desert righteous Dao forces were overjoyed to find this banner. Fang Yuan knew very well that Fang Huaxing's words were all for the sake of the Fang family. Fang Yuan sneered inwardly as he glanced at Fang Huasheng. In that case, forget it. I will look for other clans to cooperate with. Saying so, he turned around and left in a hurry. Fang Huasheng's heart jumped when he saw Fang Yuan's gaze. Now that he saw Fang Yuan turning around to leave, he realized how terrible it was. He quickly chased after him. Friend Xuan Bujin, wait. What is it? Is there anything else? Fang Yuan slowed down and floated in the air. He looked at Fang Huasheng with a mocking gaze as he said plainly, "Isn't Fang clan in a difficult situation and does not want to cooperate?" Fang Huasheng had a bitter smile on his face. He understood that Fang Yuan had seen through him and the Fang clan. He was purposely doing this to make things difficult for him. But Fang Huasheng was helpless, because he was indeed being held captive. Fang Huasheng was mentally prepared for this. Because before coming here, Fang clan's wisdom path great grandmaster Fang Dichang had told him. Xuan Bujin was a wisdom path gu immortal after all. Fang Huasheng cupped his fists towards Fang Yuan. Friend Xuan Bujin, please don't blame us. Even though Fang clan's situation is worrying, our determination to cooperate with you has never wavered. The relationship between you and Fang clan dates back to tens of thousands of years ago. This relationship is truly wondrous, we should cherish it. During the Battle of Divine Bean Palace, our clan cooperated very well with you. If not for your help, we would have to go through a lot of trouble to take down Divine Bean Palace. My Fang clan still owes fellow Taoists the reward for this battle. Although we obtained fellow Taoists' forgiveness and delayed the payment, our Fang clan has never forgotten about it. Before I came, the Grand Elder asked me to properly apologize to fellow Taoist Xuan Bujin about this. Fang Huasheng said a lot of nice words without wasting any effort. Fang Yuan felt disdain, but he showed a smile on his face. On one hand he was cooperating with Fang Huasheng, on the other hand he was giving himself a way out. Fang Yuan said, "I have some understanding of Fang clan's situation. You also know that I am a wisdom path gu immortal. I am very eager to develop Green Ghost Desert. I have already drafted the details of this cooperation, take a look." Fang Huasheng received the information path Mortal Gu and looked at it with his divine sense. His face turned pale. Fang Yuan's proposal was clearly biased towards him. His request was not excessive but not easy, it was right at Fang clan's bottom line. As expected of a wisdom path gu immortal. Fang Huasheng looked at it and felt a chill in his heart, he sighed. Even though Fang clan obtained Divine Bean Palace, it was very difficult to refine it, they had little progress. After the Battle of Divine Bean Palace, Fang clan's 3 immortal gu houses were heavily damaged, Fang clan's strength fell drastically, they were at rock bottom. And at this time, Western Desert's Righteous Path forces attacked together to suppress Fang clan. Fang clan's situation was dire, they needed external help. Xuan Bujin was an ideal aid. Because in the eyes of Fang clan's immortals, Xuan Bujin was not only a wisdom path gu immortal, he had methods to enslave a soul beast army, and in the Battle of Divine Bean Palace, he even exposed his ability to steal rank 8 immortal gu soul beast token. It was simply shocking. Fang clan was very wary of Xuan Bujin, but thankfully Xuan Bujin and Fang clan had deep ties, they had worked together in the past. At this crucial moment, if Fang clan had such a rank 7 expert, it would definitely raise their morale, it would be a great help to their current situation. And if they rejected Xuan Bujin's request, they might push this person to the opposite side. If Xuan Bujin cooperated with other Righteous Path forces, Fang clan's situation would become even worse. Fang clan was wary of Xuan Bujin, but they also needed him. Even though Xuan Bujin was only a rank 7 gu immortal, Fang clan could not reject his request in their current situation. Fang Yuan knew this, he was fearless against Fang Huasheng. My negotiation with Qi Chuyu earlier might have failed. But in this negotiation with Fang clan, I am already in an invincible position. Fang Yuan was very confident in his heart. Of course, if Xuan Bujin's identity is exposed, Fang clan will never cooperate with me no matter what. Thus, in my previous life, I directly threatened them and gave up on the idea of cooperation. This was the rule of the Righteous Path. As for why Qi Chuyu took the risk and transacted with Fang Yuan, it was purely because the benefits were too great. Moreover, Qi Chuyu was confident. Even if this matter was exposed and he denied it, Qi clan had the protection of the formation, it was impregnable, they would at most give up some resources and benefits. Qi clan's situation and status were different from Fang clan. The two clans had different situations, so they had different strategies. Fang Huasheng looked at the terms and conditions before returning Fang Yuan's information path Mortal Gu to him. But at the same time he handed another information path Mortal Gu to Fang Yuan. This was personally given to me by Lord Second Supreme Elder on this trip. According to your plan, our Fang clan will definitely cooperate. But this information path Mortal Gu's content is another plan that Fang clan is sincere about, please consider it. Fang Yuan laughed inwardly, he did not need to look to know what the contents were. After taking a look, Fang Yuan's lips curled up unnoticeably. As expected, Fang clan gave a heavy condition, inviting Fang Yuan to be their external supreme elder. Fang Yuan laughed internally but showed hesitation on his face. He said solemnly to Fang Huaxing, "This? I need to consider it for a few days." Fang Huaxing was overjoyed, he was worried that Fang Yuan would reject it on the spot. Now that Fang Yuan said he needed to consider it, it meant that Fang Yuan was moved. But it was not strange that he was moved. When Fang Huaxing first saw Fang clan's conditions to recruit Fang Yuan, he was also shocked, he did not expect the clan to pay such a huge price. Fang Huaxing quickly said, "Friend Xuanbu Jin, please consider it, you know about Fang clan's foundation and sincerity. Even though our current situation is difficult, our future is bright. To speak the truth, our clan has already made some progress in refining Divine Bean Palace." Fang Yuan responded with an "oh," the excitement on his face becoming even more obvious. However, he was secretly rolling his eyes. Fang clan's progress in refining Divine Bean Palace was definitely slow. What? Because in the final battle of Central Continent, Fang clan did not use Divine Bean Palace to fight. Fang Huaxing was simply lying through his teeth. But this was not what Fang Yuan was concerned about. He had already decided to agree to Fang clan's request and become their external supreme elder. As long as he had enough time with his information path attainment, the alliance agreement would not be able to restrict him. With this identity, the development of Green Ghost Desert would be even smoother. At the same time, a large amount of cultivation resources would be given to Fang Yuan as a reward for joining Fang clan. Fang Yuan was quite moved by these resources. But Fang Yuan could not agree on the spot. If he agreed on the spot, it would seem too impatient. This was not in line with Xuanbu Jin's identity. Fang clan's Fang Dichang was a wisdom path great grandmaster. He had extraordinary talent and methods. Fang Yuan had seen it with his own eyes, he could not be underestimated. After saying this, Fang Yuan bid farewell to Fang Huaxing. "Take care." Fang Huaxing stayed far away, watching as Fang Yuan left. He had a sincere expression on his face as he sent him off. Fang Yuan found it funny. "I will agree in a few days. But if my identity is exposed one day, I wonder what kind of expression the Fang clan will have?" Chapter 1790. Sovereign Grotto Heaven. In the lesser southern border, a damaged mountain range stood silently on the ground. Although it was damaged compared to the surrounding hills, it stood out like a crane in a flock of chickens. It was completely different from ordinary mountains. It seemed to be made of crystal. It was pink in color and constantly emitted a dreamy and mysterious color. It was one of the secluded domains of heaven and earth recorded in the Legends of Renzu, Danghun Mountain. Fang Yuan's divine sense lingered in the surroundings. Danghun Mountain has already been repaired to 80%, it has improved greatly compared to the previous life. In comparison, Fang Yuan's previous life was much more bitter. He did not annex Langya Blessed Land. The Battle of Langya Blessed Land also expended a lot of his immortal essence reserves. Afterwards, he attacked southern border many times to collect dream realms. He traded with Chi Chuyu and obtained a large number of immortal yuan stones to replenish his immortal essence reserves. In the previous life, when Fang Yuan repaired Danghun Mountain, he used Landscape as before Immortal Gu and expended a huge amount of immortal essence. Landscape as before Gu was only rank 6, while Fang Yuan's immortal essence was only rank 7, he was also under external pressure, be it southern border or the celestial court, they all wanted to find trouble with Fang Yuan. For a long time, Fang Yuan's immortal essence reserves had been hovering around the warning line. He could not accumulate any more and had to expend a lot. But in this life, after Fang Yuan annexed Langya Blessed Land, his situation was completely different. He became a rank 8 Gu immortal. At the same time, the sovereign immortal aperture could produce a bead of rank 8 white lychee immortal essence, which was equivalent to 100 beads of red date immortal essence. That was to say, Fang Yuan's immortal essence harvest was 100 times more than before. At the same time, Fang Yuan had the rank 7 heavenly essence treasure Imperial Lotus, and Langya Blessed Land itself had a lot of immortal yuan stones. With such a huge foundation, Fang Yuan's immortal essence reserves were not a problem at all. Immortal essence was used without any regard for expenditure. Danghun Mountain's recovery speed was much faster than in the previous life. At this time in the previous life, Dang Hun Mountain was only 30% recovered. But in this life it was 70%. Soon Dang Hun Mountain would be restored. If landscape as before Immortal Gu's rank was higher, Fang Yuan's speed would be even faster. Currently, landscape as before Immortal Gu was only rank 6. Using it to repair Dang Hun Mountain was like using a knife to cut a tree. Even though Fang Yuan had rank 8 Immortal Gu Advanced Refinement, as well as the long hair refinement path formation, he was a reliable person. He was not willing to take the risk of refining landscape as before Immortal Gu. Unless he obtained Regret Gu in the future and constructed Regret Pool. The success rate of the Gu refinement was too low. If the refinement failed and the Immortal Gu was destroyed, it would be awkward. Of course, Fang Yuan had thought of the Vital Gu. Even if the Destiny Gu's refinement failed countless times, the Destiny Gu would be preserved and would not be destroyed. But Fang Yuan's Time Path clone's Vital Gu was Spring Autumn Cicada. While the Sovereign's main body was formed from Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu, it did not have the concept of a Vital Gu. If I can seize a Gu Immortal's body and split my soul to create a clone, I will be able to kill them. On this basis, I can change the clone's Vital Gu and refine landscape as before Gu. That would be safe. Unfortunately, Fang Yuan's idea could not be implemented at the moment. It was not that he could not capture Gu Immortal captives, he had a batch of them now. The problem now was that his soul was expending a lot, his foundation was thin, he could not split his soul. Every time a Wisdom Path Gu Immortal made a deduction on Fang Yuan, Yama Emperor would activate and expend Fang Yuan's soul foundation. Every time Fang Yuan created pure dream reality seeker physique bodies, Fang Yuan's soul foundation would be expended. Myriad Self was the same. Exploring dream realms would cause damage to the soul. All these factors were causing Fang Yuan's soul to be unable to bear the burden. Especially recently, after Fairy Myrtle lost the battle, she kept trying to deduce Fang Yuan. Yama Emperor's killer move was constantly activated. Fang Yuan was extremely annoyed, his Guts Gu inventory was running dry. Ever since Fang Yuan was reborn, the ink effect had brought him many benefits, but there were also disadvantages. In the previous life his soul could still hold on. But in this life it was very bad. If this continued, it would be even worse. If he ran out of Guts Gu, Fang Yuan would have to use other soul path methods to salvage the situation. These soul path methods had their own side effects, they were naturally not as good as Guts Gu. There is another situation that is disadvantageous to me. Celestial Court has made a move, they are now involved in the dragonfish business. Celestial Court is now selling large numbers of silver dragonfish and iron dragonfish. They seem to be able to produce gold dragonfish. This will have a huge impact on my dragonfish business. Although this situation happened in the previous life, it will happen in the future. To think that it would happen so early in this life. Fang Yuan could not do anything about this. Spectral Soul was captured by Celestial Court. Fairy Myrtle was likely stimulated by Langya Blessed Land's defeat. She increased the intensity of her soul search on Spectral Soul. This caused the dragonfish business to be affected. It seems that Spectral Soul cannot hold on for much longer. Even when Longevity Heaven attacked Celestial Court in the previous life, he did not come out, he was imprisoned all along. Fang Yuan sighed, suppressing the emotions in his heart. He had no time to waste. He had to fight for every second of time. Who knew in the future battles, this bit of accumulation might help him. Fang Yuan's rebirth plan was progressing smoothly, everything was progressing smoothly. Langya Blessed Land was annexed by him, he became a rank 8 Gu Immortal. He used this chance to annex the Four Races Alliance, his foundation rose sharply. His human path attainment level also broke through to master level. Chichuyu transacted with him again, the contents of the transaction were more beneficial to him than in the previous life. Fang Clan was also preparing to recruit him, their plan to develop Green Ghost Desert had a bright future. All sorts of changes and achievements gave rise to a future that could not be compared to the previous life. Fang Yuan did not relax at all. He knew that next, Southern Borders leaders would discuss and decide on a group to hunt him down. On one hand, Fang Yuan's attack was a huge provocation to Southern Borders' righteous path, they had to respond to it. On the other hand, Wu Clan, Tai Clan, Ba Clan, and other forces also wanted to gain benefits, increase their reputation and increase their authority. There should be some time left. Because it will be difficult for Southern Borders' righteous path clans to come to an agreement. They will argue with each other. After all, earth trenches are appearing one after another, the clans are fighting for natural resources, there are many conflicts and conflicts. Right now, Tai Clan's plan to build beacon towers was still in progress. Even though Tai Clan was pushing it, they were obstructed by the other clans. Not to mention the Southern Border Alliance. Even though Wu Yong had such an ambition, if he mentioned it now, it would be a joke. Fang Yuan had many things to do. Firstly, he had to modify the killer move Jade Flow Pearl. This move used rank 7 fixed immortal travel as the core. It used almost all of the space path immortal goo that Fang Yuan had, many refinement path immortal goo, and a large number of supplementary mortal goo. He had used this killer move many times. It was completely exposed now. Even though Chi Chuyu had a secret transaction with him, he would definitely gather information and find wisdom path helpers to deduce this move and find a way to counter it. To prevent it from being countered, Fang Yuan had to modify it, or at least he had to have an improved version just in case. Because right now, Bai Ning Bing, Ing Wuxia, and the rest were still cultivating on the Stone Lotus Island. Omnidirectional travel could not be used for now. Even though Shui Er, Mo Tan Sang, and Shi Cheng were substitutes, Fang Yuan's main body had not practiced with them much. He was still far from mastering it. In terms of movement, Fang Yuan was currently relying heavily on omnidirectional travel and fixed immortal travel to carry the load. If an accident happened, these two methods would not be useful, and Fang Yuan would be heavily surrounded. He would be in danger. It was better to be safe than sorry. Fixed immortal travel's killer move would be Fang Yuan's path of retreat in such a situation. Secondly, Fang Yuan needed to repair Spring-Autumn Cicada. Currently, he was using immortal killer moves to help the weakened rank 6 Spring-Autumn Cicada recover faster. Thirdly, Fang Yuan was actively adjusting his business. The dragonfish business was already greatly affected. Celestial Court was a huge organization. Fang Yuan could not compete with it. Most of the businesses in Langya Blessed Land needed to satisfy Fang Yuan's own needs. The rest needed to be adjusted to suit the current Fang Yuan. Furthermore, Fang Yuan was still disguised in jewel yellow skies to purchase immemorial year beasts. There were plans for the incomplete form of the immortal goo house, as well as the deduction of the killer move goo as before. Fang Yuan wanted to create an immortal goo house that belonged to him. In the previous life, his incomplete immortal goo house was repeatedly destroyed or crippled. Such a terrible experience seemed to be a precious experience for him now. It benefited him greatly. The abundant gains since rebirth were quickly digested by Fang Yuan. He grasped every minute and every second, growing rapidly with every passing moment. Several days later. Western Desert, Fang Clan's headquarters. Friend Swan Bujin has joined our clan. This is a grand occasion in the last 100 years. From today onwards, your name will spread throughout the whole of Western Desert and even the other 4 regions. Fang Clan's first supreme elder Fang Gong held Fang Yuan's hands passionately. Fang Yuan smiled, retracting his hands without a change in expression. This old man in front of him seemed to be generous but was actually very sinister. Fang Yuan had personally witnessed this old man sneak attacking Chen Yi and beating up Chen Yi in Divine Bean Palace. After I joined Fang Clan, Fang Gong came to welcome me personally. He even brought Fang Dichang with him and wants to spread the news. It seems that Fang Clan's situation is not good. Fang Yuan thought to himself. He looked at Fang Dichang and smiled. Fang Dichang's heart tightened. He was surprised. What's going on? Why do I have a bad feeling? At the next moment, Fang Dichang and Fang Gong's expressions changed. Fang Gong said angrily, "Such guts. A demonic path goo immortal actually invaded our clan's important heavenly dew oasis. Does he think our Fang clan is weak and easy to bully?" Fang Dichang's expression was grim. He stared at Fang Yuan. The situation is a bit complicated. It might not be a demonic path goo immortal, it might be those forces. Especially at the delicate moment when Elder Swan Bujin had just joined us, we had just announced the news to Treasure Yellow Heaven, and this happened. Fang Yuan snorted coldly in anger. His expression was grim. Let me handle this. Chapter 1791. There was no end to the desert. Intense winds blew the sand around, shrouding the world. Fang Yuan moved like a wisp of smoke, flying rapidly in the sandstorm. A vast oasis began to appear in his field of vision. This was the Heavenly Dew Oasis. There was a huge lake in the oasis. There were so many water sources that it was like a small sea. Around the lake there were tall acupuncture trees. These trees were dark green in color. They looked like humans with hands and legs. Their legs were deeply planted in the desert, absorbing water and nutrients for survival. Some of their arms were stretched out, some were raised high in the sky. Some were standing with their arms bent, pointing at their heads with their pinky fingers, as if they were picking their noses. There were also some who were lying on the ground as if they were lazy people. They crossed their legs, their feet still stuck in the sand, and their arms were behind their heads as if they were looking at the clouds in the sky. There were millions of acupuncture trees densely packed together, encircling the entire Heavenly Dew Oasis, forming the first line of defense. Ordinary acupuncture trees were the most numerous, they were 10 to 20 feet tall, like motionless giants. There were also hundreds of desolate plant acupuncture trees, they were huge and could reach 50 to 60 feet tall, they were very mighty. There were also ancient desolate plant acupuncture trees, there were more than 10 of them. They were like mountains, even if they were lying down they would stand out in the acupuncture trees, they were very conspicuous. At ancient desolate plant level, acupuncture trees would bloom all year round, their petals were snow white without any impurities. The stamens had different colors, but they were usually light pink, light yellow, or pink blue. Every petal was the seed of the acupuncture tree, they were scattered in the wind. Acupuncture trees had high value, they were very useful. Every needle, every branch, every root was a goo material, they contained rich fire path and wood path Dao marks. When encountering a strong enemy these acupuncture trees would go berserk. Like giants, they would wave their limbs and jump around in the desert, using their terrifying strength and sharp needles to kill their enemies. During peaceful times they would stay still. Sometimes, when encountering someone they liked, they would slowly use their needles to pierce into the target's skin, injecting a type of liquid. This liquid was like spring water, but its value was even higher, it could strengthen the vitality and foundation of other living beings, relieve fatigue, relieve pain, and treat illnesses. Long-term acupuncture could often make the body healthy, full of vitality, and even prolong one's life. Not to mention the lake that was even more valuable, just the acupuncture forest around the lake was extremely valuable, turning this heavenly dew oasis into a super resource point. This oasis was famous in Western Desert, one of the top 10 oases. It was the most important property of Fang clan. Although Fang Yuan's Dragonfish Sea was also a super resource point, it paled in comparison to this oasis. Recently, the Fang family has been jointly suppressed by the other Western Desert forces. However, the resource points they controlled were at most miniature or small ones. They were affected and even changed owners. The surprise attack on Heavenly Dew Oasis this time has severely touched the bottom line of the Fang family. Fang Gong's anger is a natural expression of his emotions. After a while, Fang Yuan flew above the Heavenly Dew Oasis. Heavenly Dew Oasis formation had already been activated, resisting a mysterious goo immortal. This goo immortal clearly cultivated soul path, he wore a black robe, there was a layer of dark clouds above his head, gray-white vengeful spirits were flying around his body. His movements were secretive, and his killing moves were extraordinary. Every strike of his was accompanied by a mournful wailing sound that caused goosebumps to rise all over the bodies of those who heard it. It was extremely horrifying. The Fang clan Goo Immortal defending Heavenly Dew Oasis had already activated the formation. But Fang clan's formation was inferior to Qi clan's. Fang clan was more skilled in immortal Goo houses. And this Western Desert Soul Path Goo Immortal's attacks were unpredictable and ruthless. He had already broken through half of the formation and was wreaking havoc in Heavenly Dew Oasis. Fang Yuan did not conceal his aura, he came to the battlefield and attacked the Soul Path Goo Immortal. Bam bam bam. When the two of them started fighting, thunderous explosions immediately rang out. The wind and waves stirred up huge waves in the oasis. Fang clan's Goo Immortal contacted Fang Yuan and asked for cooperation, but Fang Yuan only asked them to defend the oasis. The Fang clan Goo Immortal was worried because the Soul Path Goo Immortal was very powerful. His heart was pounding, he felt very uneasy. But Fang Yuan displayed an even stronger stance. He had many immortal goo, he acted as Swan Bujin and used wisdom path methods. His methods were complex and endless, it was a feast for the eyes. The Soul Path Goo Immortal's killer moves were unpredictable, but Fang Yuan's wisdom path killer moves were even more ingenious. They were filled with wisdom and magnanimity. After fighting for a while, Fang Yuan gradually gained the initiative and grasped the rhythm of the battle. That Western Desert Soul Path Goo Immortal became fiercer as he fought. He shouted, "Who are you? How can Fang clan have someone like you?" Fang Yuan laughed. "I am Wisdom Path Swan Bujin, the current external supreme elder of Fang clan. I just joined Fang clan and you jumped out to provoke me, you are looking down on me, then I will take your life." Fang Yuan's killing intent surged, he forced the Soul Path Goo Immortal to retreat continuously, he was surrounded by danger. The Fang clan Goo Immortals inside the formation felt a chill in their hearts. They knew that this newly joined Supreme Elder was not a benevolent person. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with bright light, he had a stern expression, he was arrogant and aloof. He waved his sleeves and launched attacks that surged like tides, the power was terrifying, the spectators were shocked. After fighting for a while, the Soul Path Goo Immortal gave a loud shout, he seemed to have used a killer move with a huge flaw, his face turned pale and his aura fell, he became extremely weak. But his speed rose sharply, he shot out of the battlefield like an arrow. "Where do you think you are going?" Fang Yuan shouted coldly as he chased after him. Under the excited and expectant gazes of Fang Clan's Gu Immortals, Fang Yuan chased after the Soul Path Gu Immortal. Fang Clan's headquarters. In the study room, Fang Gong and Fang Dichang were secretly discussing their plan. At the same time the two stopped talking. "Oh?" Xuan Bujin repelled the invading enemies, his speed is quite fast. Fang Dichang smiled. "But..." Fang Gong's voice was deep. The report also said that Xuan Bujin chased after them, but he returned halfway. According to Xuan Bujin's own words, this was to prevent the enemy from feigning surrender and setting up a trap for him. What do you think of this? Fang Dichang smiled. Xuan Bujin is a wisdom path Gu Immortal like me, maybe he really found some clues and sensed a scheme. Or maybe he did not want to put in much effort, it was enough to show his contribution by repelling the enemies. After all, his surname is not Fang, the reason why he joined our clan was because our remuneration was high enough, and also because he wanted to borrow our strength to develop Green Ghost Desert. Fang Dichang analyzed Fang Yuan deeply with just a few words. Fang Gong nodded. Xuan Bujin is quite strong, he has countless methods. Aren't we going to include him in our plan? Fang Dichang shook his head. I don't suggest that. This person has just joined us, we have not figured out his details yet. Even though there is an alliance agreement, we cannot trust this restriction too much. He is a variable. Fang Gong pondered. Then forget it, I just feel that it is a pity, he has such great battle strength after all. Fang Dichang smiled. Actually, even without him, according to our arrangements, our battle strength is barely enough. Moreover, even though he will not participate in this secret operation, he can still provide some help. We might as well let him guard Heavenly Dew Oasis and transfer the original Rank 7 members back to participate in this operation. This way, on one hand, we can display the magnanimity of our Fang clan, on the other hand we can make Xuan Bujin a target. With the information of this battle and our help, he will definitely be in the limelight and become a thorn in the side of Western Desert's righteous path. He will attract most of the attention for us. Ah. Fang Gong laughed, he looked at Fang Dichang with an admiring gaze. It is truly great that our Fang clan has a wisdom path great grandmaster like you. The next day. They want me to guard this place? Fang Yuan looked at Heavenly Dew Oasis. Thoughts flashed in his mind like lightning. He had already used his wisdom path killer move. I am only an outsider who has just joined Fang clan, but they want me to guard this place alone. The original Rank 7 Gu Immortal has also been transferred away. Adding on the previous battle, Fang clan has spread the news. I am afraid I am already being targeted by Western Desert's righteous path. According to common sense, Fang clan should arrange at least one Gu Immortal to restrain me. But not only did they not do so, the movements of Fang clan's experts are also very secretive. It seems they are going to make a big move. In the previous life, what did Fang clan do? Fang Yuan frowned. In the previous life, because Xuan Bujin's identity was exposed, Fang Yuan did not pay much attention to Fang clan. How did Fang clan resist the pressure of Western Desert's righteous path and eventually attack Central Continent's Emperor City? Fang Yuan did not know what happened during this process. It seems that in the previous life, Western Desert's righteous path worked together to hide the truth? Or maybe this world has already changed, the Ink's effect has spread here. Fang Yuan lacked clues and information, he could not think of any countermeasures, he could only stay put for now. On one hand, he waited for the development of this matter, on the other hand, he had to continue with his plan. Wuxia, where are you now? He contacted Wuxia. In Green Ghost Desert, a soul path Gu Immortal raised his head to look at the gloomy sky, he lowered his head and continued to move. Lord Sect Leader, I am already in Green Ghost Desert. It was Wuxia. Not long ago, Fang Yuan secretly brought him back from the Stone Lotus Island and gave him Yang Sanmu's body, Immortal Aperture, as well as many Soul Path Gu worms and modified Soul Path killer moves. Wuxia's appearance had changed greatly. If Fang clan's Gu Immortals saw him, they would be furious. Isn't this the mysterious enemy who attacked Heavenly Dew Oasis yesterday? Very good, I have handed Soul Beast token to you, go and develop it. Keep in contact with me. I already have fixed Immortal Travel's killer move, I can reinforce you at any time. Don't be careless, don't fall into some immortal battlefield or formation space. Fang Yuan reminded him. Chapter 1792. Fang Yuan knew that Xuan Bujin's identity was just a disguise. The biggest obstacle to joining Fang clan was Fang Dichang. Because Fang Dichang was a wisdom path great grandmaster, Those with great Grandmaster attainment level were usually experts among rank 8s, they were difficult to deal with. But it would be too obvious for Fang Yuan to use wisdom path methods to deal with Fang Dichang's deductions. After all, Fang Yuan's wisdom path attainment level was only at Grandmaster level, and his expertise in wisdom path was in deducing and modifying killer moves. Using the light of wisdom, in terms of deducing killer moves, he was the #1 person in the world. But dealing with other Gu Immortals and restraining the deductions of other wisdom path Gu Immortals was not Fang Yuan's specialty. Once Fang Yuan joined Fang clan, Fang Dichang was likely to have a bad mood. Wisdom path Gu Immortals were usually very calm, but if there were ripples in their hearts and some kind of emotion was stirred up, the significance would be huge. Thus, Fang Yuan arranged for Wuxia to disguise as a Western Desert Gu Immortal to attack Fang clan's Heavenly Dew Oasis. As expected, Fang Dichang fell for it and did not suspect Fang Yuan. There was another reason for arranging for Wuxia to invade the Heavenly Dew Oasis. It was to help Fang Yuan integrate into the Fang family faster. Xuan Bujin cooperated with Fang clan and participated in the battle for Divine Bean Palace. But Xuan Bujin had just joined Fang clan and did not understand Western Desert's righteous path. Fang clan was also suspicious of Xuan Bujin's loyalty. At this time, Fang Yuan directly arranged for this battle to display his combat strength and to show his loyalty to the Fang clan to a certain extent. It is just that. Fang Dichang's wisdom path attainment level is far higher than mine. The longer I stay in contact with him, the higher the chance of him sensing something amiss. Fang Yuan was secretly vigilant. It was troublesome to have a wisdom path great grandmaster as an opponent. Even though Fang Yuan had familiar face, he was in danger of being seen through. In addition, there was another risk, and that was Wuxia. Wuxia's disguise method was not amazing. After all, the Soul Dao was not good at this. In addition, the legendary archaic soul beast, Qingqiu, was probably hiding somewhere in the Green Ghost Desert. These were all potential crises and risks. However, compared to these dangers, Fang Yuan needed a large number of soul beasts to improve his soul cultivation. He was willing to take these risks. Although I've joined the Fang clan now, and the Fang clan has agreed to open up the Green Ghost Desert, providing me with a batch of soul beasts or soul cores every once in a while. However, they couldn't even take care of themselves, and they also had a stockpile of soul cores. At the beginning of our cooperation, you should hand over the soul cores in your storage to me. Fang Yuan had already calculated this, so he still had to rely on himself for the exploration of the Green Ghost Desert. Fang Yuan had never thought of relying on the Fang clan's strength to help him hunt soul beasts. Fang clan would not do their best in such a situation. In fact, Fang Yuan didn't want the Fang clan to enter the Green Ghost Desert too much. Cooperating with the Fang clan was mainly to prevent the Fang clan from causing trouble for him. After all, Fang clan was the only super force around Green Ghost Desert. It was impossible for Fang Yuan to station himself in the Green Ghost Desert and arrange pawns like Wuxia. Once the Fang clan went against him, it would be difficult to deal with Fang Yuan, but it would not be difficult to deal with Wuxia. Fang Yuan had already considered many things. For this matter, he had to cooperate with the Fang clan first. Although the Fang clan did not have efficient methods to make use of soul beasts, they would hunt many soul beasts every year and collect their soul cores, increasing their stockpile and also selling them. Even if Fang Yuan used Xuan Bujin's identity to open up the Green Ghost Desert alone, he would still be viewed as a thorn in the flesh by the Fang clan. As a super force that was close to the Green Ghost Desert, the Fang clan already saw the Green Ghost Desert as a dish on their plate. Against this potential enemy, Fang Yuan could not eliminate it in advance, so he could only cooperate with it. Turning an enemy into a friend was also a way to eliminate an enemy. For Fang Yuan, killing was just a method. Other than this method, he had countless other methods. As long as he could achieve his goal, he was more willing to use more appropriate and efficient methods. He did not care what they were. This was different from Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable only had one method to deal with problems and conflicts. That was to kill. You don't like it? Kill. Are you an eyesore? Kill. Are you in a bad mood? Kill. Feel bored? Kill. Fang Yuan started to inspect Heavenly Dew Oasis. He had already seen the acupuncture trees. They were at the periphery and could be seen clearly. But the lake water inside the formation could only be inspected after entering the formation. Heavenly Dew Oasis not only had a lot of water resources, they also had many types. The common ones were exquisite spring water, jade toad saliva, bitter perfume, and others. The rarer ones were divine strength water, black-white water, and others. There were a lot of goo materials and immortal materials. For example, divine strength water, even though it was water, it contained strength path Dao marks, It was a rank 6 strength path immortal material in the market now. In mortal stories, divine strength water had many names. There were often plots in which mortal protagonists drank a mouthful of divine strength water and became immensely strong, using it to attack evil goo masters. And because divine strength water was an immortal material, if one drank it without any food path methods, the strength path Dao marks in the water could kill the goo immortal. Therefore, the mortal protagonists in these stories often died after they had taken their revenge. And most importantly, black-white water. Black-white water was a rank 7 immortal material. It was located at the core of Heavenly Dew Oasis. During the day, black-white water was white, but at night it was black. If the black-white water was placed here for a period of time, facing the sky every day as the black and white heavens rotated, the black-white water would form 1 or 2 drops of heavenly dew. The heavenly dew was transparent and looked like a small water droplet. It was thin at the top and round at the bottom. A drop of heavenly dew was the size of a baby's pinky. Heavenly dew did not fuse together. Even if there were many drops, they were just next to each other. The most valuable thing in Heavenly Dew Oasis was the heavenly dew. It was a rank 8 immortal material. Fang Yuan soon arrived at the black-white water area. He saw that there were more than 100 drops of heavenly dew here. Wuxia did not attack the core when he invaded. The heavenly dew that was accumulated over half a year was still there. Fang Yuan smiled. He did not hesitate to take 30 drops of heavenly dew, keeping them. This was the unwritten rule of the righteous path. Any goo immortals sent to guard resource points would secretly keep a portion of the resources for their own cultivation. Of course, there was no such rule. But all the super forces tacitly agreed to it. Guarding a resource point outside was usually a tough job that came with risks. Without such benefits, who would be willing to be sent outside? Fang Yuan had 500 years of experience in his previous life. He knew his limits. Taking 30 drops of heavenly dew was the limit of his limits. The value of these resources was very high. It was the accumulation of Heavenly Dew Oasis for 2 to 3 months. If he exceeded this limit, Fang clan would fall out with him and sue him for corruption. It is a pity that the 9 heavens are broken now. Only the black and white heavens are left. If the 9 heavens were gathered, according to Heavenly Dew Oasis's layout, it would not be black-white water, it would be the rank 8 immortal material 9-colored water. The 9-colored water faces the sky. The 9 heavens rotates continuously, with the stars of the 9 heavens shining down day and night. A drop of 9 heavenly star sweat would be produced from the 9-colored water every 9 years. 9 heavenly star sweat was a rank 9 immortal material. It was one of the 3 waters of heaven and earth together with myriad being creation water and rising and falling tide water. It was extremely valuable and rare among rank 9 immortal materials. Different from the 3 fires of heaven and earth, the 9 heavenly star sweat in the 3 waters of heaven and earth had already disappeared. Because 7 of the 9 heavens were gone, only 2 heavens were left. After inspecting the resources, Fang Yuan sighed to himself, as expected of Western Desert's top 10 Heavenly Dew Oasis. He inspected the formation here. He was assigned to guard this place. He could naturally use the formation. Fang clan also gave him some methods to activate the formation. Fang Yuan tried to activate them one by one. He could see the profundities of the formation. He had Formation Path Grandmaster Attainment Level and Wisdom Path methods. He quickly gained some insights. Compared to Qi Clan, Fang Clan's defensive formation in Heavenly Dew Oasis was not much. Thus, Fang Clan spent a lot of effort to plant countless acupuncture trees to assist in defense. Fang Clan was like Qi Clan, they were skilled in Formation Path. But the difference was, Fang Clan specialized in immortal goo houses. They could be seen as mobile immortal formations. Meanwhile, Qi Clan specialized in setting up fixed formations. This was the main path of Formation Path. And most importantly, Qi Clan had a Formation Path Great Grandmaster, Qi Chuyu. At Great Grandmaster level, Formation Path Goo Immortals could use natural Dao marks to set up immortal formations. Not only could they save on immortal goo, they could also make use of the terrain to strengthen defense while increasing the production of the resource points. Fang Clan used many immortal goo to set up a formation in Heavenly Dew Oasis. But the formation's main effect was to increase the production of Heavenly Dew. It did not focus on defense. But Fang Clan's specialty is also very strong. They have several immortal goo houses. Not only are they very mobile, with the help of the immortal goo houses, Fang Clan's rank 6 goo immortals can fight against rank 8 enemies. If I were the leader of Fang Clan, I would gather my forces and attack the enemies in this situation. I would show my ferocity and intimidate the other Western Desert Righteous Path forces. But I need to be careful when I go too far. If I don't do it properly, I will get burned. If I don't do it properly, I will not be able to intimidate them. Fang Yuan was also analyzing Fang Clan and Western Desert's righteous path forces. During this period of time, he needed to cultivate and digest his gains, modifying killer moves. It was not important whether he was in Western Desert or Southern Border. Time was tight. It was close to Southern Border's righteous path, forming a group to hunt him down. Heaven overturning sand sea. Huge waves of sand undulated up and down. Under the illumination of the moonlight, the white sand was like snow. The sand waves often rose tens of feet high. It was a grand scene. It was one of Western Desert's famous sceneries. Fang Clan's Gu Immortals sneaked in, approaching Treasure Moon Oasis in the Sand Sea. According to the information, Dong Clan's Dong Luchin has arrived. Let's move. Fang Di Chang transmitted. Fang Gong suddenly shot out with a terrifying aura, directly attacking Treasure Moon Oasis. Dong Luchin flew up. His rank 8 aura was similarly overwhelming. He was shocked and furious. Fang Gong, I did not find trouble with you, but you came to my place to cause trouble. Fang Gong shouted, enough nonsense, let's fight. 2 rank 8 Gu Immortals fought, creating a thunderous sound. Dong Luchin fell into a passive state. His hands and feet were tied, because he had to split his attention to protect Treasure Moon Oasis behind him. He blocked Fang Gong's attacks with a grim expression. Fang Clan, just you wait. You dare to attack other righteous path forces. You broke the rules. Not long later, Western Desert's great clans will unite to punish you. Is that so? Didn't your Dong clan say recently that Treasure Moon Oasis was attacked by my clan? But you can't take out any evidence. I came to help you out of goodwill. I took the initiative to give you the evidence. A strange and damaged immortal Gu house rose into the sky. Fang Dichang's voice could be heard from within. Dong Luchin became even more furious. Fang Dichang, you are a mere rank 7, you dare. Before he finished speaking, Fang Clan's immortal Gu house activated an immortal killer move. The anger on Dong Luchen's face vanished, replaced by shock and fear. This immortal killer move, don't tell me it is? That's right, it is the killer move that Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable used to create his path back then. Theft path. Fang Dichang replied. Oh. Dong Luchin shouted, turning around to look at Treasure Moon Oasis. Under the effect of the theft path killer move, the countless natural Dao marks in Treasure Moon Oasis were revealed. They were both long and short. Most of them were threads that weave together, forming some kind of profound form. Some of them were like nets, some were like tangled balls of wool, and some were piled up like hills. Dong Luchin tried to stop them, but to no avail. His eyes were bloodshot. He could only watch as these Dao marks entered Fang Clan's theft path immortal Gu house. This was the power of the killer move theft path. Activating this move, one could steal Dao marks directly. Chapter 1793. Fang Clan's attack shook the whole of Western Desert's righteous path. Undeniably, theft path was a great killer move. All of Western Desert's righteous path forces were intimidated at once. Fang Yuan soon received the battle report. The content was very detailed. There was a video of the entire battle. This report was naturally given to him by Fang Clan. Fang Clan should have a Thieving Heaven true inheritance. Fang Yuan was shocked at this discovery. Fang Yuan immediately thought of Great Thief Immortal Gu. He had asked for this Immortal Gu from Fang Clan. According to some rumors, Fang Clan had obtained this Great Thief Immortal Gu by accident. It was obtained from a lone immortal who had joined them. Maybe back then, Fang Clan not only obtained Great Thief Immortal Gu, but also clues to Thieving Heaven's true inheritance. The foundation of a super force is really. Fang Yuan shook his head. Like how Wu Yong threw out clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building, Fang Clan took out the theft path immortal Gu house and the killer move theft path. They quickly changed the disadvantageous situation. No doubt this is a strategic deterrence. Fang Clan's situation will change because of this. It seems that in the previous life, the righteous path forces compromised because of this. The killer move theft path could steal Dao marks. Once used, it could directly destroy a natural resource point. The main foundation of righteous path forces were the resource points scattered all over the place. Different from destroying these resource points, the killer move theft path had an immediate effect. It was a decisive move. In this battle of Fang Clan, Dong Clan's first supreme elder Dong Luchin was unharmed, but Treasure Moon Oasis was no more. If they really forced Fang Clan into a corner, they would do the same thing. Which force in Western Desert's righteous path could resist such a sneak attack? Even a rank 8 Gu immortal like Dong Luchin could not do it. Fang Yuan praised Fang Dichang's choice inwardly. He chose a tough spot to attack, a place where Dong Luchin was present. This was enough to intimidate the other forces. But at the same time he had a sense of propriety. Treasure Moon Oasis was only a mid-sized resource point, it could not even be considered a large one. It had a different meaning to Dong Luchin because it was the place where his beloved wife was buried. Thus, at a certain time every year, Dong Luchin would come here to mourn his wife. Thus, Dong clan's losses were not huge and Dong Luchin was not very angry. Because only Dao marks were lost, his beloved wife's grave was not damaged at all. They had a good sense of propriety here. And they made full use of this battle not only to Western Desert's righteous path, but also to intimidate me. Gu Di Chang, Fang Clan Di Chang and Gu. In this letter, Fang Di Chang specially mentioned Heavenly Dew. He said, the losses of Heavenly Dew should be very small, only about 10 drops. Gu Di Dragon Di, Fang Clan and Desert God. Di Fang of Path and Clan, and Dragon Di Fang, and Fang Yuan, was told he knew of Gu of God. This was Path and that the Di, Fang, Gu, Fang Clan. But Fang Clan did not hide it from him, they warned him after the battle. Don't go overboard, just take 10 drops, you have to hand over the remaining 20 drops. Heavenly Dew was a rank 8 immortal material, Fang Clan did not want to give up on this profit. Of course they were trying to suppress Fang Yuan. You, an outsider, just joined Fang Clan and you want to take advantage of us? Restrain yourself. Look at this battle, our Fang Clan is still very strong. Think about it carefully and weigh the pros and cons. This was the true meaning behind Fang Di Chang's letter to Fang Yuan. The righteous path's communication was more subtle, unlike the demonic path's direct communication. But this shows how weak you are. Fang Yuan's mind was clear. In this battle, Fang Clan did not use other immortal Gu houses. It meant that in the Battle of Divine Bean Palace, those immortal Gu houses were greatly damaged. The Theft Path immortal Gu house that Fang Clan used was clearly damaged. Even though the Theft Path killer move was rank 8, Fang Yuan could tell that this move had a huge burden on the immortal Gu house. It could not be used often. It was not even stable. If the killer move was stable and could be used frequently, Fang Clan would have used it long ago, they would not have waited until now. Theft Path was Fang Clan's trump card, they did not want to use it but they had no choice. It was very likely that Fang Clan's Thieving Heaven true inheritance was not complete, or they had not fully digested it. Because Fang Clan had the most Formation Path Gu Immortals, they were also proficient in Formation Path, it was completely unrelated to Theft Path. Fang Yuan first replied to Fang Di Chang. The letter said that the 20 drops of Heavenly Dew were found, he had been careless during the inspection earlier. Next, a dark light flashed in his eyes, it is time for me to take action. Immortal Killer Move, Jade Flow Pearl. During this period of time, he had already grasped Heavenly Dew Oasis formation. He even set up a small formation within the formation. Not only could he create the illusion that he was guarding it, he could also conceal Fang Yuan's movements. Jade Flow Pearl was also successfully modified, it could be used much faster, the aura at the destination was also much weaker, it was not as ostentatious as before. Fang Yuan arrived at Burning Firefly Desert. This place was covered in jagged rocks and sparse vegetation. It was filled with a type of insect called burning firefly. There were trillions of burning fireflies, among them were a vast number of burning firefly Gu, they ranged from rank 3 to rank 5. Burning firefly Gu was a fire path Gu, it was a high-level Gu, the lowest rank was rank 3, but until now no rank 6 had appeared. This was Fang Clan's mid-sized resource point. Fang Clan set up an immortal formation here, using burning firefly Gu to create a fire path environment and raise a large number of fire path Gu worms. There was only one rank 6 Fang Clan Gu immortal guarding this place. Fang Yuan used familiar face to disguise himself before charging over. He killed this Fang Clan Gu immortal and threw the corpse away, he destroyed the formation and slaughtered all the Gu worms, he destroyed the desert completely before leaving. What was worth mentioning was that he used Earth Path methods. In Langya Blessed Land storage there were several Earth Path immortal Gu, and Fang Yuan also had an abundance of Earth Path killer moves. After doing this he returned to Heavenly Dew Oasis. Fang Di Chang had just received Fang Yuan's reply. He smiled before learning the bad news that his clan's burning Firefly Desert was destroyed. At that instant, this Fang Clan Wisdom Path Great Grandmaster was slightly stunned. His good mood from earlier was completely gone. Someone from Fang Clan died. Burning Firefly Desert was not important, the important thing was that Fang Clan's Gu Immortal died in battle. All along, Fang Clan had few Gu Immortals, compared to other Western Desert Righteous Path forces, they were at a disadvantage. It was only after taking an old ghost by June Eagle Concubine and Swan Bujin that things started to improve. But these three were outsiders. They did not have the surname Fang. They were separated by a layer. Fang clan's Gu Immortal died. Even if it was a rank 6, it was a huge loss to Fang clan. Fang Gong placed great importance on this. He immediately came to discuss with Fang Dichang. After a few words, Fang Gong stayed behind to guard Fang clan's headquarters while Fang Dichang personally went to the scene of the murder in Burning Prairie Desert. The culprit killed my clan's Gu Immortal. He even destroyed all the resources in the desert. This is clearly not murder, it is filled with the intent of revenge. Fang Dichang used wisdom path methods and quickly sensed the remnant cruel thoughts, anger, and hatred at the scene of the murder. Earth path methods. Is this Dong clan's revenge? Fang Dichang immediately thought of this. Dong clan specialized in earth path, but he quickly shook his head. If Dong clan did it, it is too obvious. It is more likely that other righteous path forces are trying to take advantage of the situation. The situation is quite bad. Fang Dichang's expression turned grim. He was a wisdom path great grandmaster. He had made many deductions about the consequences of using the killer move Steal Life to intimidate Western Desert's righteous path forces. One of the possibilities was that Western Desert's righteous path forces wanted to sow discord, but did not dare to make things difficult for them openly. They hid behind the scenes and used schemes. Fang Yuan's actions were very clean. He left behind all the clues he wanted. There was another factor. Fang clan lacked information path Gu Immortals. Fang Dichang cultivated wisdom path, he did not cultivate information path. If an information path Gu Immortal came, they might be able to find some clues related to Fang Yuan. But Fang clan could not. Even if Fang clan invited information path reinforcements, they could not be from Western Desert's righteous path. This eliminated most of the possibilities. To invite lone immortals and demonic path cultivators, they needed at least rank 7 cultivation level. But as a righteous path member, Fang clan did not have a good relationship with these lone immortals and demonic immortals. Even if they had good relationships with lone immortals or secretly transacted with demonic immortals, these people might not be information path cultivators. Fang Dichang did not find any valuable clues. When he returned to his headquarters, his expression was dark. Western Desert's righteous path soon received the news. Immediately, a rank 8 expert contacted Dong Luqian. Dong Luqian was stunned when he heard this news. He sucked in a breath of cold air. Anger surged in his heart as he cursed. Which bastard wants to harm our Dong clan? Fang clan has the killer move Steal Life and did not target our Dong clan's super resource point. They have a sense of propriety. But this bastard killed Fang clan's Gu Immortals. He crossed their bottom line. Damn it. This person used an earth path method. I am an earth path Gu Immortal. My Dong clan cultivates earth path. They are clearly trying to frame me. Truly sinister, truly vicious, but I cannot refute them. Dong Luqian's heart was filled with sullenness. He could not shout around and announce that he was not the culprit. Firstly, no one suspected him publicly. Even if they did, wouldn't he be showing weakness by announcing it like this? Earlier, Fang clan destroyed one of Dong clan's mid-sized resource points. If you claim innocence like this, doesn't that mean you are afraid of Fang clan? This would not only damage Dong Luqian's reputation, it would also affect Dong clan's prestige. Thus, even though Dong Luqian hated Fang Yuan to the core and wanted to announce his innocence, towards this rank 8 expert, he could only snort. Very satisfying. I am very angry. But who did this? I, Dong Luqian, will greatly reward this person. Pull out his tendons and flay his skin. The rank 8 expert replied with deep meaning. Dong Luqian's mood became even worse. What the hell are you laughing at? Do you think it's easy for me? Chapter 1794. These last few days, the atmosphere of Western Desert's righteous path had become very strange. Even though on the surface, there were still many rumors against Fang clan. But in fact, the suppression against Fang clan was already all bark and no bite. After all, the killer move Steal Life was still there. Even rank 8 Gu Immortals could not stop Fang clan's strong counterattack. Our previous plan to attack Treasure Moon Oasis has already shown clear results. Fang clan's Gu Immortals were very happy. Fang Dichang's expression was not good. It is a pity. If not for the burning Firefly Desert incident, it would have been perfect. We still cannot find out who the culprit is. Damn it. Even though Dong clan was the biggest suspect, Fang Dichang and Fang Gong were very sensible. They did not want to make a move easily. Other than having no evidence and no justification, they were also afraid of falling into a trap. Fang clan did not make a move, but Dong clan's movements were not small. These last days, Dong Luqian had been mobilizing troops and strengthening the defenses against Fang clan. Dong Luqian was not having a good time. He was very worried. He would not be surprised if news of Fang clan attacking the next moment came. Quickly investigate, find the culprit and prove our Dong clan's innocence. Secretly, Dong Luchen was looking forward to Fang clan's investigation results the most. But on the surface he was very unyielding, demanding compensation from Fang clan for the matter of Treasure Moon Oasis. Not retaliating and only asking for compensation, this attitude was very clear. The other Western Desert Righteous Path forces were also guessing which clan the culprit was. They placed most of their attention on each other. Because it was clear that if the provocation plan succeeded, the other Righteous Path forces would benefit the most. Among them, the biggest suspects were the super forces next to Dong clan and Fang clan. Naturally, the psychological pressure on these superpowers also increased, and they looked forward to the Fang family finding out who the real culprit was. Fang clan was investigating the culprit. But in fact, Fang clan did not put much effort into it, it was even a little perfunctory. Fang clan's true danger was not the culprit of burning Firefly Desert, but the entire Western Desert Righteous Path's discrimination. Fang clan's situation was very awkward. If I find out the culprit's identity and point to a Righteous Path force, should I take revenge or not? Not taking revenge would be unacceptable. This would be a huge blow to Fang clan's reputation. They would not be able to answer to those rank 6 and 7 Gu Immortals of Fang clan. Gu Immortals were the higher-ups of super forces. If they died and the organization did not protect them or take revenge, what was the point of joining such an organization? Was it really worth it to work for this organization? What about revenge? Would he really have to fight a superpower to the death? Fang clan had the killer move Steal Life. The other super forces naturally had similar trump cards. Most importantly, if the two behemoths were to fight to the death, the ones who would benefit would definitely not be each other but the other behemoths. These days, Fang Dichang had already calmed down. He privately told Fang Gong his opinion. They should be careless in investigating the truth. The most important thing now was to stall for time to repair the 3 immortal Gu houses and refine Divine Bean Palace. As long as they could recover from this, Fang clan's strength would increase, and they would be able to find the culprit. If it was a super faction, Fang clan would have the moral high ground to make things difficult for them. Not only would they have a good reason to do so, they would also be able to obtain greater benefits. Fang Gong listened to this analysis and agreed. He praised Fang Dichang, saying that he was experienced in scheming. Not long after, Fang Gong announced to the public, Fang clan would actively investigate the truth. There was already a lot of progress in finding the culprit. Fang clan would not let off a bad person, but they would also not accuse a good person. On the day of the announcement, Fang clan's Gu Immortals brought a large number of soul cores to Fang Yuan. Among them was a rank 8 immemorial soul core. In the previous life, when Fang Yuan extorted Fang clan, he only obtained rank 6 or 7 soul cores. There was not a single immemorial soul core. Evidently, this is Fang clan's way of expressing goodwill and calming me down. Fang Yuan smiled lightly in his mind. Earlier, Fang Dichang's tactful warning made Fang Yuan spit out 20 drops of heavenly dew. If not for the incident of burning Firefly Desert, this matter would have passed. But after the incident of burning Firefly Desert, Fang clan's deterrence was greatly reduced. Undercurrents were surging in Western Desert's Righteous Path forces. The situation was treacherous. When people were guessing which side was the culprit, their hearts were also restless. Thus, Fang clan had to stabilize the powerful rank 7 battle strength of Fang Yuan. But returning the 20 drops of heavenly dew was clearly impossible. Fang Dichang would not slap his own face. Thus, he used an immemorial soul core to compensate and comfort him. And Fang Yuan took the risk to slaughter burning Firefly Desert to create such an outcome. Fang Yuan was not willing to see Fang clan's stability. If Fang clan was stable, they would have less need for him, the degree of borrowing him would be lower, the development of Green Ghost Desert would be delayed, and their strength would also be greatly reduced. Now look at it, Fang clan took the initiative to send an immemorial soul core to Fang Yuan. On the other hand, Fang Yuan needed these Western Desert Righteous Path forces to draw the attention of Fang Dichang and the rest. If Fang clan was stable, Fang Dichang would pay more attention to Fang Yuan. He might notice something amiss at any time. Speaking of which, Fang clan was really unlucky. In the previous life, without Fang Yuan's participation, Fang clan survived the crisis and intimidated Western Desert's Righteous Path. They finally reached a compromise and reached a certain agreement. Now that they had taken in Fang Yuan, with such a traitor with ulterior motives, the situation would not be stable in the future. In the following days, Fang Yuan guarded Heavenly Dew Oasis and cultivated wholeheartedly. In Green Ghost Desert, Wuxia relied on Immortal Gu like Soul Beast token to develop rapidly. As for Fang clan, they were still transferring the soul cores in their storage to Fang Yuan to fulfill their transaction. Within the sovereign immortal aperture, all the land spirits and variant humans were developing vigorously. Under the light of wisdom, Fang Yuan's time path clone deduced continuously. Immortal killer move, Karma Divine Tree. Above Fang Yuan's head, a wisp of green smoke rose. The green smoke formed into a thin tree with sparse branches and 2 or 3 small fruits. It seemed to be malnourished. If the celestial quartz goo immortals saw this, they would be shocked and furious, they would beat their chests and stomp their feet. Karma Divine Tree was Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's signature method. Who could have thought it would end up in the hands of this demon, Fang Yuan? After Fang Yuan killed Qin Yi, the goo worms in the phantom aperture were destroyed. He only obtained Qin Yi's soul and corpse. Through soul searching, Fang Yuan obtained 2 Genesis Lotus True Inheritances, Karma Divine Tree and Karma Relocation. With the original killer move, Fang Yuan had recently used the Light of Wisdom to barely modify the rank 6 Karma Divine Tree killer move with rank 7 Mature Bamboo Immortal Goo as the core and the other rank 6 Wood Path Immortal Goo as supplementary. Because he lacked the core Rule Path Immortal Goo cause, and the core Wood Path Immortal Goo effect, Fang Yuan could only use a large number of ordinary goo worms to replace them. This way the steps became complicated and involved more concentration. Karma Divine Tree killer move needed a long time to prepare. It could not be used in battle. It is a pity that my wood path attainment level is ordinary. I am not even at master level. And even though Mature Bamboo Immortal Goo is a wood path goo, it is not suitable to be the core goo of Karma Divine Tree. According to Earth's biological theory, bamboo is only a tree root, it is not a wood root. Thus, when the core rank 7 Immortal Killer move was activated, its power would fall to rank 6. Fang Yuan thought about how Qin Yi used Karma Divine Tree. It was truly a divine sight. As long as Karma Divine Tree killer move was used, it would be invincible. Even though it was focused on defense, it was on the same level as Reverse Flow Protection Seal and Verdant Sun Flame Cloak. But it was more all-round and had greater potential. It could be used in other aspects like offense, movement, and healing. Karma Relocation was a movement method developed from the foundation of Karma Divine Tree. However, its target was not the Goo Immortal themselves, but other targets, including enemy Goo Immortals, plants, beasts, and killer moves. After all, it was Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's creation. It was of an extremely high level. Fang Yuan had a long way to go to recreate the essence of this killer move. Karma Divine Tree was still in its infancy, but Fang Yuan had a Wood Path Immortal killer move that was very useful. This move was called Prepared Plan. It was a rank 7 Wood Path killer move. It used Mature Bamboo Immortal Goo as the core, but it had Wisdom Path effects. Once this killer move was activated, it would shoot out a lump of jade green light from Fang Yuan's chest. Fang Yuan continued to expend immortal essence to deduce a certain matter. Once the deduction succeeds and he succeeds, a dark green tattoo of a bamboo forest would form on Fang Yuan's chest. Fang Yuan had already seen through the pros and cons of Prepared Plan. What this move was best at was considering a matter thoroughly and planning it from the beginning to the end. This was its advantage. The sign of a successful deduction was the tattoo of a bamboo forest on his chest. But if the plan was not completed and the killer move was stopped due to lack of immortal essence or external interference, the activation of Prepared Plan would fail. This was its weakness. Because if the killer move's activation failed, the Goo Immortal would suffer backlash. Fang Yuan had also purposely tested it. The jade light that shot out of his chest, as well as the half-drawn bamboo forest tattoo, suddenly vanished. Fang Yuan's soul and body suffered heavy injuries at that moment. His mind was fine. After all, this was not a pure Wisdom Path killer move, it was a Wood Path killer move. Thus, when using Prepared Plan to deduce a target, the target could not be too large, otherwise the killer move's activation would fail and the Goo Immortal would be the one affected. Other than the killer move Prepared Plan, Fang Yuan had another killer move that was similar to it. That was Luck Path killer move, Strategy in the Tent. This killer move used rank 6 Immortal Goo Luck Planning as the core. It was a Luck Path but had Wisdom Path effects. Luck Planning Immortal Goo's ability was to deduce how the Goo Immortal's resources could be used effectively. Strategy in the Tent was a killer move that specialized in battle planning. Goo Immortals usually cultivated one path, they rarely cultivated 2 paths. Thus, there were many killer moves that could imitate the effects of other paths. But these killer moves were all half-baked. Even though they had great power, they had their own focus and weaknesses, they had obvious flaws. Chapter 1795. Fang Yuan's Wisdom Path methods were very abundant. He did not need to have a plan to make up for it. He practiced these killer moves to increase his opponent's understanding of Genesis Lotus True Inheritance and Giant Sun's True Inheritance. These last days, Fang Yuan's main body had been researching Genesis Lotus True Inheritance, Giant Sun's True Inheritance, and Thieving Heaven's True Inheritance. Fang Yuan had completely grasped Long-Hair Ancestors' Refinement Path True Inheritance, so it was very easy for him to understand it. After all, he was at Refinement Path Quasi-Supreme Master. Regarding Genesis Lotus True Inheritance, Fang Yuan created the Rank 6 Karma Divine Tree Killer move. It was a breakthrough. But because of the lack of Wood Path Immortal Gu and Wood Path Attainment level, Fang Yuan did not put too much effort into this. He placed his emphasis on Giant Sun's True Inheritance and Thieving Heaven's True Inheritance. The former was one of Giant Sun's 3 true inheritances, the Self-Luck True Inheritance, which allowed Fang Yuan to control his own luck. The latter was a Thieving Heaven True Inheritance, the core of which was Rank 8 Steel Life Immortal Gu. It described how to unseal Steel Life Immortal Gu. Of course, both of them talked about the basic cultivation of Luck Path and Theft Path, especially the two venerables' personal understanding of the two paths they created, which benefited Fang Yuan a lot. What is luck? In the opening chapter of Giant Sun's True Inheritance, Giant Sun Immortal asked this question. Then he answered his own question. If you want to talk about luck, you must first talk about fate. Before the Red Lotus Demon Venerable there was no luck Dao. After Red Lotus Demon Venerable damaged Fate Gu, there were some subtle changes in the world. When people first discovered the Tao of luck, they discovered a certain component in the human aura. Luck. This was because the heaven, earth, and human chi needed to be balanced in order to ascend to the Tao. The more human chi a Gu master accumulates, the better the quality of the immortal aperture they obtain after their immortal ascension. Because of the importance of popularity, people studied luck. Soon they discovered some characteristics of luck. Ever since Fate Gu was damaged by Red Lotus Demon Venerable, the trajectories of all living beings were no longer fixed and unchanging, they could be changed to a limited extent. People discovered that the so-called luck and this deviation from fate had a very mysterious and direct connection. But what exactly was the connection? The Giant Sun Immortal directly expressed his point of view. Fate is fixed, luck is a variable. For an ordinary person, what was good luck? Good luck is a variable that is beneficial to oneself. Then what is bad luck? Bad luck was a variable that was harmful to oneself. If a person's luck belonged to good fortune, then that person was likely to benefit from it. If a person's luck was considered to be bad, then that person was likely to be at a disadvantage. However, whether it was good luck or bad luck, it was not fate. Life was fixed, it was something that had to be experienced. Luck, on the other hand, was a variable. It was just a possibility, and the real outcome still needed to be determined based on the actual situation. If a person had bad luck but used his own strength and intelligence to resist and reverse it, he could still achieve some kind of goal or achievement. If a person had good luck but was stupid or weak, unable to grasp it, he would still fail. Soon after, in Giant Sun's Self-Luck True Inheritance, he saw the various scales, colors, and forms of luck. Some people have a lot of luck, some people have very little luck. Generally speaking, the higher one's cultivation and the deeper one's foundation was, the more luck one would have. The main colors of luck were black, gray, white, red, gold, green, and purple. However, there were also uncommon colors like pink and blood. Luck had all sorts of shapes and forms, there were simply all sorts of strange things. The shapes of ordinary people were usually simple and ordinary. The luck of geniuses or overlords were usually different from ordinary people and had all sorts of shapes and forms. For example, Fang Yuan once had the black coffin luck. His luck was as black as ink and formed the shape of a huge coffin, covering his entire body and emitting dense fiendish death intent. Or when he observed Zheng Shanchuan in the Refinement Path Convention, this person's luck was like a rainbow, it was dazzling and extraordinary. As for Hong Yi Fan and Han Li, they all had their own wondrous shapes and forms. The self-luck true inheritance left behind by Giant Sun Immortal dealt with one's own luck. It was a comprehensive collection of methods to change its scale, color, and form. For example, if one wanted to change one's fate with the opposite sex, they would form love luck. If one wanted to obtain cultivation resources like Yuan Stone, they would form wealth luck. If one had bad luck, they would use a series of methods to change it. Giant Sun's self-luck true inheritance was extremely rich in content, while Thieving Heaven's Steel Life true inheritance was concise and comprehensive. Theft Path is not about reaping without sowing, it is the path that focuses on efficiency the most. Gu Masters and Gu Immortals want to obtain Gu Worms and Immortal Gu, be it through Gu refinement, transactions, or battle spoils, the cost is too high and the risk is too high. Theft path targets goo worms. By stealing them, it saves costs, reduces risks, and increases efficiency. But what was the essence of goo worms? Goo were the essence of heaven and earth. Stealing goo worms was equivalent to stealing Tao mark fragments. Thus, the killer move theft path was created. There was also steal life immortal goo. The manifestation of lifespan was some Tao marks in a person's body. Steal life immortal goo could steal the corresponding Tao marks and reduce a person's lifespan. Don't think theft path is shameless or despicable. Many things can be looked at from a different perspective. Those who steal will be executed, those who steal the country will be vassals. Any clan or sect will make their members contribute to the organization. This is blatant theft, but it is seen as a matter of course. For example, Celestial Court, the members who join have to contribute their immortal aperture. It is equivalent to contributing their lifetime's cultivation results. From the perspective of theft path, this is Celestial Court stealing the cultivation results of goo immortals. But people often think this is glory, they go after it like ducks. Weak mortals can also steal the cultivation results of goo immortals. This is the true inheritances left behind by goo immortals. But this world is used to it, this is culture. The so-called theft is the most efficient way to harvest. Creating systems, accumulating glory, or using emotions and culture, these are all theft path methods. The most powerful method of theft path is tolerance. When grotto heavens and blessed lands are destroyed, the winds of assimilation blow, but everything does not vanish into thin air. Instead, the Tao marks of the immortal aperture are absorbed and digested by this world. The most powerful thief is this world. It steals the cultivation results of generations of heroes, accumulating more Tao marks or creating brand new Tao marks. It steals us from other worlds. It is an otherworldly demon. It steals the lifespan of all living beings, causing all living beings to die. The theft path that I created is a path that imitates heaven and earth. It uses the most efficient method to gain benefits, to strengthen oneself. After Fang Yuan saw this, he felt his mind expand, the narrow impression of theft path in his eyes was swept away. Thieving heaven demon Venerable's way of thinking was different from ordinary people. He took a different path that was extremely obscure. He used theft path's way of thinking to understand the entire world. His way of thinking was very grand, it had the unique characteristics of an otherworldly demon. When goo masters cultivate, nurture, use and refine goo worms, manage their immortal aperture as well as all sorts of attainment levels, it was nothing more than understanding themselves and understanding heaven and earth. Every path was a different angle of understanding heaven and earth, of understanding oneself. Steal life immortal goo was the first immortal goo I created in my life. I did not refine it. After using it many times, I gradually gained some insights. Eventually, I set up a method on steal life immortal goo. By using steal life immortal goo, I can steal the lifespan of other living beings. Together with my killer move, I can increase my own lifespan. Of course, there are still flaws. It is not as perfect as lifespan goo. By using steal life immortal goo in reverse, I am giving my lifespan to someone else. This seems stupid, but it has its own profundity. It can also be considered the true essence of this true inheritance. If someone in the future is fated to reach this step, they will be able to remove the method I set up on steal life immortal goo. At the same time, they will be able to obtain the information of the other true inheritance. This was Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's final words. Fang Yuan looked at it for a long time. He was speechless. Even though his theft path attainment level was Great Grandmaster, he still could not understand Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's intentions. Using steal life immortal goo in reverse? Fang Yuan shook his head. He did not have the confidence to comprehend this profundity. According to his deductions, one needed at least quasi-supreme theft path attainment level to reach this level. Before that, if he used steal life immortal goo in reverse, he would only be reducing his lifespan. Moreover, I need to use steal life immortal goo to deal with the Celestial Court's goo immortals. Forget about the others, but Duke Long is especially targeted by steal life immortal goo. Even if Fang Yuan used up his 2 chances and destroyed steal life immortal goo, there was a rank 8 immortal goo recipe for steal life immortal goo in Thieving Heaven's true inheritance. Even if I destroy steal life immortal goo, I can just refine a new one in the future. But, according to Fang Yuan's deductions, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's arrangements on steal life immortal goo were truly very valuable. If he could follow Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's guidance and comprehend the true essence of this true inheritance, Fang Yuan's gains would be far greater than what he had now. While Fang Yuan was cultivating in seclusion, the leaders of Southern Border's righteous path finally came to an agreement after a lot of wrangling and discussion. We need to get rid of Fang Yuan, he is too lawless. Last time he disguised as Wu Yihai, this time he directly showed up and violated the benefits of our righteous path. The Earth Trench contest is our internal conflict. And Fang Yuan is our external conflict. We need to unite against Fang Yuan. But we need to be cautious. Even though Fang Yuan only has rank 7 cultivation level, he is too crafty and has deep foundations, we cannot use common sense to judge him. That's right. Especially when he resisted the attack of Celestial Court, now that he annexed Langya Blessed Land, I'm afraid he has gained the allegiance of a large number of variant human Gu immortals. Adding on the fact that he absorbed the remnants of Shadow Sect. Let me remind everyone, Fang Yuan is not alone, he is a super force. One rank 8 Gu immortal leading the group might not be enough. To be safe, let's go with 2. Oh, isn't this making a big fuss over a minor issue? I agree. My Ba clan has no objections. On the surface, Lady Xianxia should be the leader, while the other lord will conceal his identity and mix in with the group, making a move at the crucial moment. A good arrangement. I agree. Different from the previous life because Fang Yuan annexed Langya Blessed Land and repelled the attack of Celestial Court, Southern Border's righteous path felt an even greater threat. Not only did they send Xianxia, they even sent a second rank 8 Gu immortal. Chapter 1796. When the latest information reached Chichuyu, he was standing in front of the window looking at the green mountain far away. Oh, he blocked Fang Yuan so quickly? It seems that he will not be able to escape this time. Chichuyu's gaze flickered. This Fang Yuan is actually undergoing tribulation in Southern Border, he left behind clues. Sai, even if he wants to advance to rank 8, he should not be so rash. That's true. He repelled the Celestial Court's attack and secretly made a transaction with me. It went too smoothly, it was inevitable that he became arrogant and looked down on our Southern Border righteous path. Chichuyu felt that the reason why Fang Yuan was so carefree was because he was too crafty and sinister. He had always been using guerrilla tactics and did not truly fight against super forces. If he felt that the situation was bad, he would escape. This time, the Southern Border righteous path's conspiracy was extremely secretive. Southern Border's clans looked calm on the surface. They would not arouse suspicion. They even had Wisdom Path Gu immortals to guard against deductions. There is also Lu Weiyin. If not for this person joining us at the last minute, our Southern Border righteous path might not have caught up to Fang Yuan so quickly. This person is worthy of being Paradise Earth's inheritor. He could actually find Fang Yuan's location from the earth chi caused by the calamities and tribulations. He is truly amazing. Chichuyu sighed internally. Lu Weiyin's interference caused the current situation of Southern Border's righteous path to become even more complicated. This time, Southern Border's righteous path was pursuing Fang Yuan, including Lu Weiyin. There were 3 rank 8s, the chances of success were very high. If they succeeded, Lu Weiyin's reputation would rise rapidly. He would definitely be someone who needed to be taken seriously. Actually, Lu Weiyin had interacted with Southern Border's righteous path forces a long time ago. His Southern Border Paradise Earth was the gathering place of Southern Border's variant humans. It absorbed many variant humans who were destroyed by humans. These variant humans lived very well in Paradise Earth. According to reliable information, many variant humans had already become Gu immortals. This caused Southern Border's humans to feel disgusted and worried. But Lu Weiyin was Paradise Earth's inheritor after all. He had the ambition of Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. Southern Border's righteous path could not easily attack Lu Weiyin. For a long time, Lu Weiyin had been excluded from Southern Border's righteous path. This was the tacit understanding of everyone. But recently Lu Weiyin had been moving out frequently, and this time he even joined in a high-profile manner, taking the initiative to pursue Fang Yuan. If he succeeded, his contributions could not be erased, and he would have a certain amount of authority in the Southern Border righteous faction. Chichuyu did not think well of Fang Yuan at all. Even though Fang Yuan had stopped the Celestial Court from invading Langya Blessed Land, most people thought that it was because the Celestial Court had underestimated the foundation of Langya Blessed Land. Most importantly, the Celestial Court had never revealed the death of Thunder Ghost True Monarch and Chen Yi. This made Southern Border's righteous path Gu immortals feel a sense of confidence. Their confidence wasn't groundless. After all, they had once chased after Fang Yuan and chased Fang Yuan out of Southern Border like a dog. If not for Feng Jioge's interference, Fang Yuan would have been beaten to a pulp already. Chichuyu was more wary of Lu Weiyin. He had already started to think about how to face this current inheritor of Paradise Earth who had even more authority. As for Fang Yuan, Chichuyu felt some regret. Regardless of whether he lived or died, as long as he landed in the hands of Southern Border's righteous path, the transaction between Fang Yuan and Qi Chuyu would be over. This would harm Qi clan's benefits. Thus Qi Chuyu felt regret. Even though Fang Yuan had once attacked Qi clan's resource points and harmed Qi clan's benefits, Qi Chuyu did not hate him at all. In his opinion, the Dream Path research results that he obtained from the transaction were enough to make up for these losses. Qi Chuyu was not afraid of Fang Yuan biting him after being captured alive. Like what he had analyzed earlier, even if Fang Yuan took out irrefutable evidence, it was only a transaction between Qi Chuyu and Fang Yuan. With Qi clan's size and foundation, they would suffer some losses, but it would not shake Qi clan's foundation. But if Qi Chuyu informed Fang Yuan about the pursuit of Southern Border's righteous path, the nature of the transaction would be different. This was colluding with the enemy. If it was exposed, even if Qi Chuyu had rank 8 cultivation level, Qi clan would be attacked by Southern Border's righteous path, they might even be exterminated. Qi Chuyu was the leader of Fangjing path, he had a clear understanding of this. He would not make this mistake. If he informed Fang Yuan, regardless of whether Fang Yuan became a prisoner or not, Qi Chuyu would be sending the evidence of colluding with the enemy to the demon Fang Yuan. Furthermore, he and Fang Yuan had a relationship of using and guarding against each other. They were not so close that he would take such a risk for Fang Yuan. He would not hesitate to sacrifice himself and Qi clan to betray the enemy. Qi Chuyu was only slightly worried and regretful. If Fang Yuan is captured, I hope he does not reveal his Dream Path research results so that my Qi clan can have sufficient time to develop. Actually, speaking of which, Fang Yuan is also an outstanding person. It is quite a pity that he ended up like this. If he can rise up again, the 5 regions will be even more interesting in the future. As a person of high status, they had to have extraordinary breadth of mind. Qi Chuyu truly felt some regret towards Fang Yuan's tragic ending. At the same time, in another area of Southern Border, Fang Yuan was surrounded by Southern Border Gu Immortals. Their morale was high and they were very aggressive. The old woman in the lead was the rank 8-time Path Gu Immortal Xianxia. She looked at Fang Yuan and smiled coldly. Fang Yuan, you scoundrel, you have finally fallen into my hands. Fang Yuan looked at her, thinking, it's still the same old lines. According to my previous life's memories, you should be the one laughing now. Fang Yuan looked towards Xiaqia's side. As expected, at the next moment, Shang Clan Gu Immortal Jianghu Zhang, who was standing beside Xiaxia, laughed loudly. Lord Lu Weiyin is truly extraordinary, he managed to find this demon this time. Fang Yuan, the same lines, just that his smile is more exaggerated than before. He is flattering Lu Weiyin in public because Shang Clan is interested in the unique products of Paradise Earth's variant humans? Kill this demon, take revenge for Southern Border's righteous path. Tai Chu Zhong shouted with surging killing intent. Fang Yuan, I finally met someone who changed his lines, but they are still the same. I finally caught Fang Yuan. Lu Hao thought. He was a spy in Celestial Court, he had fixed space Immortal Gu and was ready to attack. Once Fang Yuan showed any signs of activating fixed immortal travel, he would activate the immortal killer move that used fixed space Immortal Gu as the core. Lu Hao was much more nervous than in the previous life. Because in the previous life he only needed to activate fixed space Immortal Gu. But in this life, because Fang Yuan had the killer move Jade Flow Pearl, he could not use fixed space Immortal Gu to restrain Fang Yuan, he had to use an immortal killer move. Celestial Court naturally did not lack such killer moves. Even if they lacked them, Fairy Myrtle could deduce and modify them. Lu Hao was nervous because he was not familiar with this immortal killer move. If he used it in battle, he might fail. If he failed to live up to Celestial Court's expectations, it would be very embarrassing. Don't be nervous, I am here. Right at this time, a rank 7 Gu Immortal transmitted. Lu Hao glanced at him. Don't look at me. Immediately that rank 7 Gu Immortal transmitted coldly. Lu Hao rolled his eyes internally, because this person was the Southern Border rank 8 Gu Immortal Bashir Ba who had disguised his cultivation level and appearance. With this person here we have 3 rank 8s on our side. This time we are not attacking Langya Blessed Land. Fang Yuan does not have the help of a formation. Once the battle starts, I should have many chances to activate my killer move. Lu Hao analyzed, his worry was greatly alleviated. However, at the next moment, boom, the formation activated, enveloping the Southern Border Gu Immortals and Fang Yuan. Holy shit. Lu Hao's eyes almost popped out, he almost screamed, why is there another formation? Inside the formation the world was perfectly round, forming a blue sky. The Southern Border Immortals' expressions changed. This is a trap. Someone screamed. Lu Weiyin was silent, Xiaxia's gaze turned even colder as she stared at Fang Yuan. Calm down. We have the advantage in numbers, what can a mere Fang Yuan amount to? That's right. We have Lady Xiaxia and Lord Lu Weiyin, we are not afraid of any immortal battlefield. Lu Hao was stunned, that's right. How can an immortal formation be set up so easily? It can be activated so quickly, it is most likely an immortal battlefield killer move. But Fang Yuan is a little stupid, after using an immortal battlefield he cannot escape. The southern border immortals were all elites, they quickly calmed down and regained their morale. At this time, Lu Weiyin spoke slowly, this is not an immortal battlefield, it is a super formation. A time path formation. Xiaxia added. Lu Hao's lips twitched, after all this talk, it is still an immortal formation. Both of you are very perceptive. Fang Yuan smiled as he admitted, waving his sleeves. The door was closed, it was time to release the dogs, no, release the year beasts. Howl howl. Howl howl. Gua gua. Crack crack crack. A huge whirlpool appeared out of nowhere, swoosh swoosh swoosh, countless year beasts poured in like a surging tide. These year beasts included monkeys, snakes, dragons, tigers, they were of all shapes and sizes, they were at least desolate beasts, with many ancient desolate beasts mixed in. Meanwhile, Fang Yuan had already vanished on the spot. Wild year beasts did not have high intelligence, they soon turned their fierce gazes towards these southern border Gu immortals, baring their fangs as they charged forward. Kill them. Xiaxia ordered coldly. Lu Weiyin sighed. The southern border immortals opened fire, fighting against these year beasts. Lu Hao waved his sleeves as countless flying blades shot out, wherever they went year beasts were cut into pieces. Fang Yuan was at the formation core, quietly observing. You, the spy from the celestial court, are here indeed, I did not waste my attention on the ink effect. Fixed space Gu should be with you, right? Chapter 1797. Kill? Ba Clan's Gu immortal roared, his body expanded like a giant, he pulled forcefully as blood splattered, an ancient year beast was torn to shreds. Whoosh! Flames engulfed dozens of year beasts, Chai Clan's Gu immortal was bathed in a sea of fire, he was like a divine general. Fang Yuan remembered this person in his previous life, this person's fire path immortal aperture was well managed, he had several active volcanoes, he could be praised. Tai Chu Zhong was silent, his palms moved like butterflies as golden light shot out with extreme sharpness, cutting year beasts into halves easily like cutting tofu. Fang Yuan thought of the edge Gu in Tai Chu Zhong's hands, this was one of the core Gu of time cutting edge, it was obtained from Great Thief Ghost Hand in the previous life. This was based on luck, it was not reliable. He needed to be more careful in this life. Demon Fang Yuan, I have to thank you for giving us so much wealth. Ah. Xianghu Zhang laughed loudly as he activated his wood path killer move, binding the surrounding year beasts and dragging them into his immortal aperture. Fang Yuan was calm, it did not matter how much Xianghu Zhang took, because soon even Xianghu Zhang would belong to Fang Yuan. Roar roar roar. One after another, the Nian beasts charged into the formation. Southern borders Gu immortals were getting tired of killing them, but the year beasts were still endless. How can there be so many? This demon Fang Yuan is trying to exhaust us. Breaking this formation is the way to victory. Southern borders Gu immortals transmitted, they could see the crucial point of this battle. However, it was a little difficult to divert their attention to something else. The greatest hope of breaking the formation was still Lu Weiyin and Xiaxia. Roar. At this time, the whirlpool expanded by several times, a huge year beast arrogantly walked into the battlefield. Fang Yuan was surprised. Oh, an immemorial year tiger, this aura is much stronger than the first immemorial year chicken I summoned in my previous life. Is it because I used the self-luck true inheritances method to increase my luck? The southern border immortals' expressions changed. It's a primordial desolate beast. As expected, this formation can summon immemorial year beasts. What is this formation? Such ferociousness. Hurry up and break the formation. Lu Weiyin was about to deal with this immemorial year tiger when Tai Chu Zhong stood up. Let us do it, it is wiser for the two lords to focus on breaking this formation. Perhaps you should let me do it? Ba Shi Ba sent a voice transmission. No, this is not the critical moment. Brother Ba, please be patient. Xiaxia transmitted. Ba Shi Ba thought that was true, it was just an immemorial year tiger, they had two rank 8 Gu immortals on the surface, they continued to disguise themselves. Tai Chu Zhong and several southern border rank 7s joined hands, facing the immemorial year chicken. They were all top experts among rank 7 Gu immortals, when they worked together they had a powerful aura, but after fighting they soon showed signs of being defeated. In his previous life, they were evenly matched against the first immemorial year chicken that Fang Yuan summoned. But in this life, the immemorial year tiger that Fang Yuan summoned was much stronger. Tai Chuzhong's expression was ashen. He was shocked. This is the strength of a rank 8. It is truly powerful. I actually wanted to challenge such an existence. There is a formation core here. Suddenly, Xiacha's eyes shined with bright light. She pointed with her finger as a rank 8 killer move was activated. Profound white light burst out with a loud sound. The formation shook intensely for 3 times before stabilizing. The southern border immortals were overjoyed. There was indeed a formation core. Xiacha destroyed it without letting them down. Next, at the location where the formation core was destroyed, a second whirlpool door appeared. Large numbers of year beasts entered. The joy on the southern border immortals' faces disappeared. Brr. With a dragon roar, winds and clouds changed. The immemorial year dragon jumped in, joining the battle. The immortals' expressions changed again. This was the second immemorial desolate beast. It is my turn. Ba Shirba wanted to attack. Don't be anxious, Ba Shirba, let me do it. Lu Weiyin transmitted his voice. He attacked for the first time, grabbing with one hand as a yellow-brown hand formed and grabbed the immemorial year dragon. No matter how it struggled or roared, it could not get away. Lu Weiyin was indeed worthy of being Paradise Earth's inheritor. He moved with ease. In the previous life, he captured an immemorial year tiger with one move. In this life he also captured an immemorial year dragon with one move. Even though he did not have any offensive methods, just this method alone was enough to subdue dragons and tigers. It was unfathomable and awe-inspiring. The morale of the southern border immortals rose. The shadow sect and variant human goo immortals guarding the formation cores had grim expressions. The divine might of a rank 8 was truly terrifying. Fang Yuan thought of the final battle in the previous life. Lu Weiyin's true battle strength was extremely high. Because of him alone, Fang Yuan's side was greatly obstructed. Right now, Lu Weiyin's battle strength was not even half of his true strength, but even so, many rank 8s were shocked. Hiss hiss hiss. An archaic year snake dragged its long and thick body out of the whirlpool door and entered the battlefield while spitting out its crimson tongue. The third immemorial year beast. Cluck 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 cluck. An immemorial year chicken with an arrogant expression also came in with its hands on its waist. The fourth immemorial year beast. 2 immemorial year beasts joined the battle. The southern border immortals turned pale. This immemorial year snake was not easy to deal with. It was huge and had a stronger aura than the previous 2. And the fourth immemorial year chicken had the aura of a wild immortal goo on it. It was even more dangerous. After the 2 immemorial year beasts came out, a vast number of year beasts surged into the spiral like a tidal wave. The 2 sides engaged in an intense battle. The goo immortals used their intelligence to activate killer moves and coordinate with each other. In contrast, the year beasts were rash and had no intelligence, but there was a huge number of them. Fang Yuan's group was guarding the formation cores, quietly watching the battle between the 2 sides. This damned formation, we need to destroy it to have a chance of winning. Actually, as long as we destroy it to a certain extent, we can send out information about this place. A large number of righteous path immortals will come to reinforce us. This time path formation is really profound. Xiacha frowned deeply. After she destroyed one formation core, she could not find a second one in a short period of time. The formation is one, there are no flaws at all. I have too little attainment in formation path. Maybe I should use my full strength and make the formation unable to take it, creating a flaw. Killing intent surged in Xiacha's eyes. Lu Weiyin could tell what Xiacha was thinking. He quickly urged, "Lady Xiacha, don't fall for the demon's scheme. Fang Yuan is ruthless and crafty. Even the celestial court could not do anything to him. Shadow sect once controlled graceful chaotic dual stage. Even though this immortal goo house was destroyed, many immortal goo were left in their hands. If you use your full strength, you might fall into Fang Yuan's trap and be used by Fang Yuan." Xiacha hesitated. At this moment, the immemorial year chicken approached her. Vile beast. Xiacha laughed from extreme anger. A large number of goo worm auras burst out of her body, instantly forming an immortal killer move. Immortal killer move, spring scissors. A pair of scissors flew out. It was jade green and as large as an elephant, circling around the immemorial year chicken. The immemorial year chicken could not resist it. It was heavily injured by the scissors and quickly fell into a disadvantage. Xiacha displayed shocking battle strength. She did not lose to the members of the celestial court. Seeing that the immemorial year chicken was about to die at her hands, Suddenly Fang Yuan activated the formation. The heavily injured immemorial year chicken vanished on the spot. "Submit to me," Yi Fuqian said coldly. Behind the scenes, Fang Yuan attacked this weakened immemorial year chicken. Like in his previous life, he successfully subdued this beast. Ever since rebirth, Fang Yuan had been gathering immemorial year beasts. His plan was to gather 12 different immemorial year beasts. Even though there would be a lot of immemorial year chickens in the River of Time next year, this immemorial year chicken had outstanding strength. Fang Yuan did not want to give it up. Fang Yuan used the strength of the southern border immortals to weaken the immemorial year beast and enslave it. Xiaxia's expression was grim, but she smiled. "You finally exposed yourself, so what if I give you more immemorial year beasts?" Fang Yuan teleported the immemorial year chicken away. Xiaxia learned more about the formation's profundities. Not long after, Xiaxia found the second formation core and destroyed it. The southern border Gu immortals cheered, but at the next moment, the destroyed formation core turned into a spiral door again. On the battlefield, there was another channel for year beasts to enter. How can this be? The southern border immortals were dumbfounded. "If there is no other way, I will show myself and attack." Ba Ba transmitted. Xiaxia and Lu Weiyin urged him. "Don't be anxious, we have already come this far, we can endure it. We need to investigate this formation. You will attack at the crucial moment, make Fang Yuan miscalculate and expose a flaw." Ba Ba was silent for a moment before replying unwillingly, "All right." The battle continued. Many southern border immortals were already injured. They were about to vomit from killing these year beasts. The killer moves that they prepared to deal with Fang Yuan and the cooperation between the Gu immortals were used on these stupid year beasts. They felt extremely helpless and tired. But the year beasts were still coming, they could not kill them all. Lu Weiyin and Xiaxia had been resisting the immemorial year beasts. Even though it was difficult and the pressure was like a mountain, they persevered. Using them, Fang Yuan successfully enslaved several more immemorial year beasts. But this number was slightly lower than in the previous life. The immemorial year beasts that Fang Yuan enslaved were stronger than in the previous life. He chose the elites among them. He would rather have none than substandard ones. The main reason was that his soul cultivation level was far lower than in the previous life. The expenditure was huge, he could not enslave more. Southern Border's side also made a lot of progress. Xiaxia destroyed 2 more formation cores. These 2 still turned into spiral doors. The year beast that charged and posed a greater threat to the southern border immortals. Fang Yuan's eyes flickered with cold light. In the previous life, my year flow execution formation only had an upper limit of 3 spiral doors, but this time after my modifications, it has increased to 5. It is about time. In the previous life we fought for 2 days and 1 night. This time, there are even more year beasts. Even though only 1 day and 1 night has passed, the southern border immortals have been expended even more. Chapter 1798. Wuxia and the rest had solemn expressions. Bright light shined in their eyes. Some variant human Gu immortals were hesitant, thinking, "Why are we using our strongest method now, isn't it too early?" Fang Yuan had his previous life's memories. He knew that Xiaxia had secretly discovered many of the formation's profundities, she was just hiding it. In the previous life she suddenly erupted and caused Lady White Rabbit's death. Fang Yuan's side was in a terrible state. In this life Fang Yuan would not make the same mistake. Then who do we attack first? Lu Weiyin or Xiaxia? Bai Ningbing asked. The modified year's flow execution formation had one of its strongest methods. It was a silver-white pillar of light that could only hit one person at a time. If a Gu immortal was hit by it, their time would be slowed down by countless times, they would not be able to defend against it. Lu Weiyin was the current generation Paradise Earth inheritor. He had incredible methods and was deeply hidden. Meanwhile, Xiaxia was a time path great expert who could break the formation. She was a huge threat to the year's flow execution formation. This was not an easy choice. Because once this method was exposed, the remaining Gu immortals would be on guard, the chances of getting hit by it would be much lower. Fang Yuan's answer was simple. It is not Lu Weiyin or Xiaxia, it is that rank 7 Gu immortal. Ba Ba was still hidden in the crowd. Another immemorial year beast entered the battlefield through the whirlpool door. Ba Ba's eyes twitched, he resisted the urge to attack. This formation is still sturdy, I need to endure it. When I attack it will be the most crucial moment, I need to catch Fang Yuan off guard and make him reveal a flaw, I will win this battle. Just as he thought of this, a certain ancient year beast near him froze, the pure dream reality seeker physique body inside itself detonated, dream realms spread out rapidly. Ba Ba felt a strong sense of danger. At this moment, A silver-white pillar of light shot out and shone on his body. What? Ba Shiba's eyes slowly opened wide. Time seemed to have slowed down for him. In his field of vision, everything in the outside world suddenly sped up crazily. Originally, the dream was close to him, but with this fast forward, it directly spread across his entire body. Ba Shiba wanted to curse, but it was too late. He was drowned in the dream, sinking into it. What happened? This is a dream. Lord Ba Shiba. Damn it, Fang Yuan has seen through Sir's identity. The southern border immortals were moved, many of them shouted in shock. This attack came too fast and too sudden, completely shaking their bodies and minds. There is actually a third rank 8 Gu immortal? Fang Yuan's subordinates were shocked. At the last moment when Ba Shiba was trapped, he revealed his true rank 8 aura. But it was useless. It was too late. Xianxia was so angry that she wanted to vomit blood. They didn't expect Fang Yuan to see through their hidden trump card. Ba Shiba had been slacking and hadn't really contributed his strength when Fang Yuan took care of him in advance. Xianxia was furious. She screamed as intense winds blew around her. Crack crack. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. These illusions condensed into a fan that she held in her hand. Immortal killer move, Summer Fan. In the previous life, Xianxia used this move to put Fang Yuan's side in a difficult situation. The year's flow execution formation was on the verge of breaking apart. Fang Yuan and the rest were heavily injured. Lady White Rabbit died. But in this life? I'll fan. Xianxia waved her fan fiercely. A strong gust of wind blew and whistled. Good, I was waiting for you. Fang Yuan shouted coldly, his eyes shined like lightning. The formation was activated by him, emitting a buzzing sound as it emitted a dazzling silver light that absorbed and melted the fan's wind. Xianxia stared with wide eyes, extremely shocked. The offensive move that she had placed her hopes on was actually ineffective. Again? She waved her fan again. Winds blew with great momentum, year beasts were all smashed into powder along the way, even immemorial year beasts could not resist the wind and were blown away. But at the next moment, silver light appeared again, blocking all the wind. Xianxia. Her expression was ashen, she had a bad feeling in her heart as she continued to fan like a madwoman. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Wind howled like never before, creating a terrifying wave of attacks. But under the silver light, the sound of the wind was instantly extinguished. The destructive aura earlier was like an illusion. Xianxia opened her mouth, she was stunned for a breath of time before screaming, "This is impossible." Indeed, this was impossible. This situation was clearly targeted, not just that, her summer fan killer move was completely broken. Heaven have mercy on me. Xianxia felt wronged in her heart. She rarely used this summer fan move, how could Fang Yuan know about it and even break it? Was this a dream? It did not make sense at all. Of course it made sense. In the previous life, Fang Yuan not only fully grasped summer fan killer move, he even modified it and surpassed Xianxia. Thus, the trump card that Xianxia was so proud of was just a shallow, elementary version in Fang Yuan's eyes. In this life, Fang Yuan targeted Xianxia's killer move and modified year's flow execution formation. Xianxia's threat fell to rock bottom. The reason why he allowed her to do as she pleased was because Fang Yuan wanted to use her to weaken the year beasts, and also to investigate the foundation of these southern border Gu immortals. Thus, in fact, even though Xianxia's attacks were shocking and had many battle achievements to Fang Yuan, she was the weakest among the 3 rank 8 Gu immortals. Xianxia's emotions fluctuated intensely, she exposed a flaw. Using this chance, Fang Yuan and the rest used the silver light pillar to fix her in place. Together with the dream realms, they dealt with her again. Not far away, Lu Weiyin smiled bitterly, he activated a killer move and fell asleep. A dream realm spread out from his body. At once, the 3 rank 8s were helpless. The remaining rank 7 Gu immortals were going crazy. What the hell, how did the situation change so quickly? They could not escape from Fang Yuan's demonic claws. The silver light pillar shone on Tai Chu Zhong, followed by Lu Hao, and then, this sequence was meticulously deduced by Fang Yuan. After the southern border immortals entered the formation and lost contact for several minutes, a white light shot out from the horizon. The white light turned into a rank 8 Gu immortal. He was tall and wore a spotless white robe. He had a pair of snow-white eyebrows that extended all the way to his forehead. It was Celestial Court's rank 8 Gu immortal Jun Xinguang. He cultivated light path. He was originally a supreme elder of one of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects, but recently he was recruited by Fairy Myrtle. He contributed his immortal aperture and became a member of Celestial Court. Lu Hao and the rest disappeared here. Jun Xinguang had just inspected when he found many suspicious traces. Oh no, it seems that Lu Hao is dead. There must have been an intense battle here. Lu Hao did not send any request for reinforcements. Was it an immortal formation or an immortal battlefield? After a while, cold sweat appeared on Jun Xinguang's forehead. A horrified light flashed past his eyes. All the signs showed that Xianxia and the rest were defeated. 3 rank 8s and many rank 7 experts had been tricked by Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan should have used Dream Realms. Soon after, his gaze landed on a small piece of Dream Realm. He was even more certain. Besides using Dream Realms, Fang Yuan's other methods, no matter how sharp they are, cannot create such a result. Jun Xinguang sensed something strange and immediately retreated. After a while, clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building arrived with Wu Yong and Chi Chuyu. They disappeared here. The southern border Gu immortals had grim expressions. Hurry up and check what's going on. My clan can't contact First Supreme Elder. Xia clan's Gu immortals were extremely anxious. We can't contact Lord Ba Shi Ba either. Ba clan's Gu immortals were also anxious. In this life, Xia clan was not alone. They had Ba clan who were in the same predicament. There seems to have been a tributary of the river of time here. There was also a time path immortal battle. Our people barged in and engaged in an extremely intense battle here. What is going on with this dream realm? Someone saw the small piece of dream realm left behind by Fang Yuan. Be careful. The southern border immortals gradually dispersed and surrounded this small piece of dream realm. This dream realm is shrinking. Someone suddenly said. A moment later, several Gu worms escaped from the shrinking dream realm and entered the outside world. Just like in his previous life, these information path Gu worms contain the extortion letters that Fang Yuan left for southern border's righteous path. The southern border immortals went into an uproar again. This misleading people with lies. How can this be? Our pursuit team was actually captured by Fang Yuan? This must be a huge scam. But why can't we contact our clan's Gu immortals? The southern border immortals were bewildered. They started to discuss. While discussing, the dream realm shrunk completely, revealing Lu Weiyin. Lu Weiyin's dream realm dissipated. He opened his eyes and saw Wu Yong and the rest. His expression changed slightly. He looked around and shouted, "Oh no!" His appearance and his following words destroyed the last trace of hope in the hearts of the deities of Southern Frontier. Southern Border's righteous path team that chased after Fang Yuan not only lost, they were all captured by Fang Yuan. Oh heavens! How could Fang Yuan be so strong? Also, how could there be such a time path formation out of nowhere? Who can tell me why? This was illogical. It was a hunt that they thought they had a high chance of winning, but in the end, the roles between the prey and the hunter had suddenly reversed. The southern border immortals suffered a severe blow. Their ears were filled with noisy discussions, and their hearts were even more chaotic and panicked. They had lost all their faith. Their losses were huge. Next, they would be extorted by Fang Yuan. What would they do? The southern border immortals wanted nothing more than to tear Fang Yuan to pieces, but this evil demon had already escaped. No one knew where he was right now. Immortal killer move, Jade Flow Pearl. Fang Yuan's figure flickered as he arrived at the 5 regional mountain range. With fixed immortal travel, it was so convenient. Chapter 1799. Rumble. Fang Yuan floated in the sky, looking down at the ground. The huge mountain range was collapsing. The 5-colored light chi seemed to be boiling and leaking out intensely. But the light chi did not mix or interfere with each other. They were doing their own thing. It is not so simple to destroy the 5-colored mountain range. In my previous life, Wu Yong obtained the accumulation of Qiao clan's inheritance for many years to succeed. Fang Yuan thought. To draw out Tao Zhu's true inheritance, he needed to destroy the entire 5-colored mountain range. This would cause a huge commotion. Fang Yuan had been restraining himself. He only made a move now. Firstly, he had just won and captured the southern border immortals. His strength had risen greatly. Secondly, while the southern border immortals were distracted and the celestial court's attention was attracted, he had to make his move quickly. The rumbling 5-colored light chi started to melt and disintegrate, shrinking at an unimaginable speed. Fang Yuan nodded in satisfaction. If he randomly changed the earth vein here, unless he was extremely lucky, under normal circumstances, the 5 regional light chi would still exist in large amounts. Only by truly understanding the arrangements here and using the correct method could he change the earth vein, causing the 5-colored light chi to dissipate completely. After a while, the 5-colored light chi dissipated completely. A powerful aura suddenly rose, and a huge 5-colored pillar of light soared into the sky. At the same time, a loud voice echoed throughout the 5-boundary mountain range. Junior, you've done well. You've actually passed my final test and destroyed the entire 5-boundary mountain range. Now, the 5 regional inheritance that I left behind is yours. Cultivate well and roam the world in the future, don't disgrace my name. Within the 5-colored light pillar, a will gathered like smoke, forming the appearance of a goo immortal that looked like it was alive. This was the will left behind by Tao Zhu. Fang Yuan smiled coldly. He stretched out his hand towards Tao Zhu's will. Tao Zhu's will froze. He felt a formless force restraining him. Then, like a radish in the mud, he was forcibly pulled out of the colorful light pillar. With a whoosh, he flew in front of Fang Yuan, who grabbed his throat with one hand. Tao Zhu's will was furious and embarrassed. He stared at Fang Yuan. You rank 7 junior, don't humiliate me. I was a rank 8 when I was alive, ugh. Fang Yuan purposely leaked a trace of rank 8 aura. After Tao Zhu's will sensed it, his expression changed. He chuckled, and his attitude became much more relaxed. With an equal tone he said, so it's fellow Immortal. Secretly he was thinking, this young man looks talented and elegant, but I didn't expect him to be so vile and overbearing. He was clearly a rank 8, but he pretended to be a rank 7. This was definitely not a righteous path move. He's not a good person. Fang Yuan smiled and said, I am the devil of the present age. Tao Zhu, old man, I will accept your teachings. Saying so, he waved his sleeves and shot out a killer move that he had already prepared. The ground shook, large numbers of goo worms flew out of the 5-colored light pillar. They were mixed with immortal goo as they entered Fang Yuan's immortal aperture. Next, the 5-colored light pillar dissipated. It was no longer eye-catching. Tao Zhu's will was dumbfounded. With Fang Yuan's wisdom path methods, it was not strange that he could see through his thoughts. What he was shocked was that without his acknowledgement, Fang Yuan actually took away all of the true inheritance's contents. His main body's arrangements back then were completely useless. Sir, who are you? Tao Zhu's will's attitude changed again. He looked at Fang Yuan with a gaze of inquiry and wariness. Just this move that Fang Yuan showed had already surpassed Tao Zhu's attainment in life. Not only did he see through Tao Zhu's arrangements, he even countered them perfectly and successfully deciphered them. Fang Yuan glanced at him coldly. Tao Zhu's will felt his body being hollowed out. No, his entire body was seen through. He had no secrets left. Fang Yuan smiled lightly. Old man Tao Zhu. I am here. Tao Zhu's will felt a great terror beneath Fang Yuan's smile. He did not dare to hide his identity anymore. Your true inheritance is very interesting. In the future, when I, Fang Yuan, roam the world and invade the celestial court, it will be of great use. To reward you, I will allow you to choose an inheritor in my grotto heaven. I will not destroy your will, I will replenish your energy and allow you to live forever. Fang Yuan said. Tao Zhu's will was controlled by Fang Yuan. He could not move. He was like a puppet. He was filled with bitterness. Back then, his main body researched the profundity of the 5 regional walls. Towards the end of his life, he had a breakthrough and obtained shocking results. But his main body's lifespan was coming to an end. He did not have time to make a name for himself. He could only create his inheritance and leave it for his descendants. This was a huge regret. Thus, Tao Zhu's main body had set up a huge true inheritance based on the 5 regional mountain range, carefully designing all kinds of tests, testing and screening. He tried to find an outstanding disciple to inherit his legacy. In the future, his disciple would become famous. He would also be famous in the 5 regions. It could be considered as making up for the regret of the past. In the end, he met a tough guy like Fang Yuan. Not only did he directly destroy the 5 regional mountain range, he skipped all the tests in front and directly came to the last test. He even controlled his will and forcefully snatched the contents of the true inheritance. He did not have a good expression at all and looked down on him. Tao Zhu's will was aggrieved. This was completely not in line with the script that his main body had designed. But what could he do? He was just a will. Even if my main body is still alive, I am probably not this person's match, right? From what he said just now, he actually wants to invade the celestial court. If he does not have the ability, he would definitely not say that. Thinking of this, Tao Zhu's will sighed and said to Fang Yuan, forget it, this is fate. I don't care if you are a good person or a bad person. If the true inheritance falls into your hands, it might cause a bloodbath, but this will definitely make your name known in the 5 regions, right? This is also the result that my main body wants. I only hope that you will not erase my main body's achievements in the future. So what if the true inheritance is given to you? Ah. Fang Yuan raised his head and laughed loudly. His laughter became more and more intense, his black hair fluttering in the wind, his eyes shining brightly. and the surrounding wind and clouds surged. After laughing, he looked at Tao Zhu's will seriously. Don't worry, why would I covet the reputation of a dead person? If I don't even have this bit of magnanimity, how can I win against the celestial court, surpass all the supremacies, and pursue that ethereal and supreme eternal life? Tao Zhu's eyes widened again. He thought to himself, This person's tone is so arrogant. He actually wants to win against the celestial court and surpass the supremacies? Is he a lunatic or a fool? Oh no, he can even see through my thoughts. Fang Yuan laughed again. If I don't have this bit of ambition, what is the point of being human? It doesn't matter if I fail, I can just try a few more times. Even if I fail in the end, so what? Tao Zhu's will's expression froze. He looked at Fang Yuan in a daze. He saw that Fang Yuan took a deep breath and looked far away. His eyes were dark and eerie, but Tao Zhu's will seemed to see brilliant fireworks in the deep darkness of this world. Instantly, many memories surfaced in his mind. Countless people's doubts and disdain. Study the 5 regional walls? What is there to study? He is so arrogant, such a difficult problem has existed since time immemorial. How can he, Tao Zhu, solve this problem? He is just a rank 6 immortal and a lone cultivator at that. He is very ordinary. The suppression of southern border's righteous path. Tao Zhu. Stop studying it. The person who warned him had a high cultivation level. His expression was cold as ice. What? I did not provoke you. Tao Zhu retorted angrily. Do you still not understand? The southern border righteous path. Gu Immortal looked at him deeply. His tone was cold as ice. What is the true meaning of the 5 regional walls? Right now, Central Continent is the strongest, the other 4 regions are weak. If your research really succeeds, the world will be in turmoil, the 5 regions will fight, it will be a calamity. For the sake of all living beings in the world, we will take all of your research results. No. Boom. You overestimate yourself. If not for that person, would you still be alive? The southern border righteous path. Gu Immortal gave him a cold glance before leaving. The departure of a lover? Tao Zhu, we are not compatible, let's end it here. Tao Zhu was in great pain. Yes, I am only a lone immortal, while you are the beloved daughter of Yao clan's first supreme elder. No, that is not it. Do you still not understand? Tao Zhu. It is because of you. You study the profundities of the 5 regions day and night. How much time do you spend with me? Ask yourself, do you really put me in your heart? You love your research more than you love me. The female immortal started crying. Tao Zhu was speechless. The female immortal wiped her tears and took a deep breath. She looked at Tao Zhu with teary eyes. One last time, Tao Zhu, I will ask you one last time. Do you want me or do you want your research? Tao Zhu lowered his head. He was hesitant and perplexed. The female immortal took a step closer. Be with me, marry into Yao clan, we will be together forever and have a son and a daughter. Don't think about the profundities of the 5 regions. You will not lack cultivation resources with my father around. You will not need to fear any calamities or tribulations. Tao Zhu. The female immortal's deep voice made Tao Zhu's heart tremble. Tao Zhu looked at the female immortal. The female immortal's expectant gaze seemed to have a formless force that made him take a step back uncontrollably. He clenched his fists, his Adam's apple moved. He wanted to say something, but he could not say anything. He did not want to deceive the female immortal. He did not want to deceive himself. The female immortal looked at him. Her beautiful face became even paler. In the end, her bright eyes completely dimmed. She smiled lightly. She turned around. Crystal tears fell down her cheeks. She flew away on a cloud. Not long after, news spread that Yao clan had a marriage alliance with another righteous path force. The female immortal was the bride. He is Tao Zhu? Is he an idiot? In order to research the secret of the 5 regions, he gave up on such a marriage. He is more like a lunatic. There was a period of time when I saw him crawling into the regional wall. He ended up bleeding and in a pathetic state. On the night of the female immortal's wedding, Tao Zhu hid in a dark cave, looking at the mortal formation in front of him with a dazed expression. This formation was merely rank 2, it was the result of his research for most of his life. He looked at this formation, the image of the female immortal's beautiful figure appeared in his mind, her smile was as beautiful as the spring moon. He laughed heartily, his hoarse voice echoed in the cave. He continued to research the formation in front of him, tears flowed down his face. All of his efforts were not in vain, the seeds of stubbornness were planted in the soil of his blood and sweat, they bloomed into dark flowers. Yao clan's first supreme elder heard the news and came over. Tao Zhu, who was a rank 8, raised his head and looked at him. Yao clan's first supreme elder looked at Tao Zhu calmly. There was a trace of pity in his gaze. I heard that you made some progress in your research? I was lucky. Tao Zhu smiled coldly. You came here to snatch the results. The old man in front of him shook his head. You have just reached rank 8. I do not want to bully the weak or the young. Tao Zhu's smile became even colder. Your words can deceive those who have yet to enter the world, but to me? Tao Zhu shook his head. A look of disdain appeared on his face. Yao clan's first supreme elder smiled, not minding it. I admit it. He sighed, nodding. I was wrong to think that you could advance to rank 8. If I had known this, I would not have plotted against you, I would have nurtured you, I would have done everything I could to bring you together with my daughter. Even if you are stupid and stubborn, even if you cannot give my daughter happiness, you have to put my Yao clan's benefits first. Tao Zhu's expression changed. The moment he mentioned his beloved female immortal, his gaze turned dark. However, Yao clan's first supreme elder's expression turned solemn. He said in a solemn tone, I will not let you research the profundity of the 5 regional walls. Tao Zhu's eyes flashed with cold light. He regained his cold expression. Humph, you are afraid of causing chaos in the world again, causing the 5 regions to go into a chaotic war that would kill all living beings? However, have you thought about it? Once the profundity of the 5 regional walls is solved, it will bring prosperity and hope. The regional walls are a huge obstacle to the 5 regions' interactions. If they disappear, the 5 regions' Gu immortals will be able to interact more freely and frequently. Our transactions will bring more cultivation gains. However, the possibility of war is far greater than peace, isn't that so? Yao clan's old man interrupted Tao Zhu. Tao Zhu was silent, he did not retort. There were too many differences between the 5 regions. Not only were the landforms different, even the social customs were different. Most importantly, resources were unequal, population densities were different. There was no lack of ambitious people since ancient times. It was not like the current 5 regions. They were separated from each other and did not interact much. Each had their own economic, political, and military balance. Once the regional walls were opened, this balance would collapse. So, you are still here to persuade me to stop? After a long while, Tao Zhu broke the silence. He sneered in disdain. You know that is impossible. Yao clan's old man nodded, saying solemnly, I have to admit, it is very risky to deal with a rank 8 existence. It is very difficult for our southern border righteous path to make this decision. Unless it is absolutely necessary, we will not choose to fight to the death. Thus, I am here to tell you a secret. I hope you can keep this secret for our Yao clan after hearing it. Why do I have to listen? Tao Zhu laughed. Yao clan's old man also smiled. Because this secret is related to the 5 regional walls. Do you want to hear it? Tao Zhu was visibly moved while a wisp of urgency surged into his heart, but he forcefully restrained it right after that. Yao clan's old man's eyes were filled with pity. This secret is quite cruel to you, but at this point I have to tell you. In the future, the 5 regions' earth veins will merge into one. The 5 regional walls will disappear on their own. What? Tao Zhu could not help but shout in shock. Yao clan's first supreme elder dealt a fatal blow to Tao Zhu. His secret directly rejected Tao Zhu's life goal. If the 5 regional walls disappeared, wouldn't Tao Zhu's research be meaningless? All the effort he put in, all the dangers he risked, he even gave up on his beloved fairy, all these sacrifices, would they become a joke to him? This is impossible, you are lying. Tao Zhu's voice was hysterical, but there was a trace of fear in it. This is the Paradise Earth true inheritance that my Yao clan inherited. I have already given you the evidence. Even if you do not believe me, do you not believe Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's words? Yao clan's first supreme elder said this as he smiled. Furthermore, you have researched this for your entire life. You are very clear about the connection between the 5 regional walls and earth veins. You should be aware of it yourself, right? There must be many parts of your achievements that can verify this future. Tao Zhu was covered in sweat. His eyes were wide open but they were empty. He took a few steps back and looked down at the ground. He had a dazed and panicked expression. Yao clan's first supreme elder smiled. He looked at Tao Zhu. His benevolent expression was filled with coldness and cruelty. It was enough for him to say this. Yao clan's old man turned around and left. Before leaving he said, Stop researching the 5 regional walls, they will disappear on their own sooner or later. Your research is meaningless. Of course, if your research had been fruitful while the 5 regional walls were still around, you wouldn't have been able to do so. I think the moment you succeed, my southern border righteous paths rank 8s will join forces to kill you. That's all I have to say, Tao Zhu. Think about it. Tao Zhu stood on the spot in a daze. He did not move, his face was filled with defeat. The past was like a dream. Back to the present. Tao Zhu had died long ago, the will he left behind was held by Fang Yuan by the neck. The true inheritance had already been taken away by an expert. However, Fang Yuan's words moved Tao Zhu's will. If I do not have this ambition, what is the point of being human? It does not matter if I fail, I can just try again a few times. Even if I fail in the end, so what? Ha 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 ha. Tao Zhu's will laughed maniacally. Years later, after his main body recovered from the blow dealt to him by Yao Clan's first supreme elder, he had the same realization. That's right. Even if I fail in the end, I will fail my entire life. So what? Even if the 5 regional walls disappear on their own in the future, so what? Even if my research has no meaning, so what? This is what I want to do. You call me crazy, you call me an idiot, you curse me for being stubborn, you call me stupid. All right. I am a lunatic, I am also a fool, I am not only stubborn but also stupid. But this is what I want to do. This is how I want to live. This is how I want to live, it is interesting to me. However, I have some regrets, so I left behind the inheritance. Now this inheritance was obtained by Fang Yuan. At once Tao Zhu's will became excited. Fang Yuan, right? I will pass this inheritance to you as well as the true meanings hidden in another location. I will also pass all of them to you. My main body is not skilled in fighting, so I have a lifetime of regrets. But I feel that if I give the inheritance to you, these regrets will be made up for. This is a match made in heaven. The corners of Fang Yuan's lips curled up, revealing an arrogant smile filled with confidence and arrogance. Then watch carefully, old man Tao Zhu. I will let your true inheritance. Chapter 1800. After taking all of Tao Zhu's true inheritance, Fang Yuan immediately left the 5 regional mountain range. Like in the previous life, this mountain range could not escape the fate of being destroyed. But for Fang Yuan the result was different. In the previous life he set up an ambush and provoked the battle of the 5 regional mountain range, accidentally provoking Tao Zhu's true inheritance, but there was no chance, he could only leave the battlefield. In this life, Fang Yuan was wary of the ink effect and had been enduring patiently until he ambushed Southern Border's pursuers and obtained complete victory. Only then did he feel that the time was ripe and came to collect this true inheritance in advance. After some time, Southern Border's righteous path would agree to support Tai clan in building beacon towers. At that time, if Fang Yuan made a move, it would be much more troublesome. The scattered beacon towers allowed Southern Border's Gu Immortals to reinforce each other to increase their speed and strength. In the previous life, during the final battle, Fang Yuan obtained the important contents of Tao Zhu's true inheritance from Wu Yong and Qi Chuyu. He even created a super immortal formation with them. Thus, he knew a lot about Tao Zhu's true inheritance. Along with all sorts of deductions and preparations, he successfully obtained the true inheritance. Tao Zhu's true inheritance. Fang Yuan sighed internally. This method of inheritance was of great help to him. It was no small matter. Even though Tao Zhu was only rank 8, the importance of this true inheritance surpassed even venerable true inheritances. The previous life was the best proof. Fang Yuan used Tao Zhu's method to deal with the 9 consecutive unceasing formation. Qin Yi and the rest felt extremely stifled, they had no way to advance or retreat, it was extremely effective. Using Tao Zhu's methods he could also deal with heroes among people. Due to the amplification of heroes among people, Celestial Court and Central Continent's Gu Immortals had a huge boost in strength. But as long as they were inside the 5-colored smoke, the stronger these Gu Immortals were, the greater the backlash they would suffer. This was an amazing move, the effect was simply too good. Fang Yuan had to give 2 thumbs up, no amount of praise would be enough. The 9 consecutive unceasing formation and heroes among people were venerable methods, but Tao Zhu's true inheritance could actually counter them. Countless Gu Immortals were taken aback, they were deeply shocked. In this life, even if I don't find a way to break the heroes among people, I can use the 5-colored smoke to restrain it. It will give those people in the Central Continent a headache. It's just that the methods in Tao Zhu's true inheritance aren't particularly flexible. Back then he had used it to build an immortal formation. Although I already know about this formation, I don't want a fixed formation. I still need to improve on this foundation. Fang Yuan pondered as he read through Tao Zhu's inheritance. As he had expected in the previous life, the formation that he created with Southern Border and Northern Plains Gu Immortals was the essence of Tao Zhu's true inheritance. In this true inheritance, Tao Zhu named the grand formation the 5 world limit formation. What made him surprised was that other than this formation, There was also an immortal killer move that had the same value as the 5 regional limit formation. This move was called 5 restriction profound light chi. Once activated, it could shoot out 5 colored light chi. The light chi had the effect of regional walls. Inside this light chi, the 5 regions Gu immortals would suffer backlash. The bigger the commotion, the more severe the backlash. Of course, because of Fang Yuan's unique body, he was not restricted inside the light chi. The 5 regional limit formation and 5 restriction profound light chi were the essence of Tao Zhu's true inheritance. Other than that, there were 2 immortal Gu that were preserved. The 2 immortal Gu were rule path Gu worms. One was rank 8 called Realm, the other was rank 7 called Limit. The rank 8 Realm Gu was Tao Zhu's vital Gu. It had advanced to rank 8 with him. Tao Zhu's immortal aperture was not preserved. According to the true inheritance's contents, Tao Zhu was very poor. Most of his resources were used for research. His immortal aperture did not have many resources. Of course, most importantly, he had intentionally abandoned his immortal aperture before his lifespan ended, leaving it to Southern Border's righteous path to hide the location of his true inheritance. Fang Yuan looked through the true inheritance, feeling more and more emotions. Tao Zhu was clearly a strange genius. He had spent his entire life's time and energy on research. He had invested a lot of manpower and resources. In the true inheritance's contents, there were records of his countless experiments. He had risked his life many times to seek death. Even after becoming rank 8, he would often enter the regional wall to sense its profundities. This was not something an ordinary person could do. Thus, his immortal aperture was very poor. It could barely sustain the feeding of his immortal Gu. It could not develop. The backlash of a rank 8 Gu immortal traveling through regional walls was too intense. Next, I need to manage my immortal aperture. I need to have the ability to feed my 2 immortal Gu. After that, Fang Yuan faced a choice. Should he choose the 5 regional limit formation or 5 restriction profound light chi? Both used realm and limit Gu as the cores, with a vast number of mortal Gu as supplementary Gu. If he constructed the formation, he could not use 5 restriction profound light chi. By the same logic, if he chose 5 restriction profound light chi, he would not have enough time to construct the 5 regional limit formation during battle. There was a huge flaw in constructing a formation because it was a fixed formation. It needed to extract the strength of the earth vein. Tao Zhu's true inheritance also stated clearly, the 5 regional limit formation not only needed to be placed on the ground, it also needed to be rooted in the earth vein. Thus, in his previous life, Qi Chuyu added an earth vein immortal Gu. At this time, earth vein immortal Gu had not appeared yet. Once the formation was constructed, it would not be practical. Because at the crucial moment, Fang Yuan could not take it out. Unless he used formation flag Gu or the formation spirit to move this formation. But the prerequisite was that he had to modify it greatly again. The effect was unknown. 5 restriction profound light chi was more convenient and had greater power, but it could not last as long as the formation. More importantly, it had its flaws. Every time this killer move was used, a vast amount of earth chi would be expended from the Gu immortal's immortal aperture. This expenditure was huge. Even Fang Yuan was tongue-tied. However, there is a way to resolve the flaw of 5 restriction profound light chi. I'm here. Fang Yuan stopped thinking, coming to an ordinary cave. Very well hidden, even I can't sense anything strange about it. Fang Yuan nodded inwardly. Next he let out Tao Zhu's will. Tao Zhu's will took a few steps forward, the cave changed, a wave of true meaning spread out of the cave walls. Tao Zhu's will offered this true meaning to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan first inspected it and did not find any problems or peculiarities, thus he unreservedly absorbed it. A moment later, his rule path attainment level jumped to Great Grandmaster. This Tao Zhu's true meaning could allow a poor rule path person to advance to Great Grandmaster. Of course, Fang Yuan had his own foundation. He was a Grandmaster in rule path. Right now, even though Fang Yuan was still a Great Grandmaster, his original foundation was not wasted. He still had some accumulation, but he had not reached Supreme Grandmaster. It seems that Tao Zhu was a rule path Great Grandmaster when he was alive. Fang Yuan nodded. When a path's attainment level reached Great Grandmaster, there would be a qualitative change. Rank 8 Gu Immortals were the elites of this generation. Qi Clan's Qi Chuyu was a formation path Great Grandmaster. He could use natural Dao marks to set up formations. Blazing Heaven Demonis was a fire path Great Grandmaster. Back then she tricked Fang Yuan and tampered with the immortal materials, but Fang Yuan could not find anything. Spectral Soul was a Great Grandmaster of all paths. This showed how strong he was. Many rank 8 Gu Immortals only had a certain aspect of Spectral Soul's attainment in their life. Thankfully, Fang Yuan managed to turn the situation around, otherwise the demon venerable would have infiltrated the celestial court, and Shadow Sect would have taken control of the world. As for why Tao Zhu cultivated Restriction Path, but left behind True Meaning that helped Rule Path? Restriction Path was a small path derived from Rule Path, it was not completely separated. Like the Charm Emotion Path derived from Wisdom Path, this path was specialized in increasing one's charisma and using emotions to bewitch others. In fact, there were many small paths derived from Rule Path, it was the number one path without a doubt. The more famous ones were Restriction Path and Phantom Path. Phantom Path was also derived from Rule Path, it focused on both real and fake, but it was not completely separated from Rule Path. Fang Yuan had Rule Path Immortal Gu such as Precaution, Great, Fight and others. One could see the most prominent characteristic of Rule Path from them. Size, height, fat, thin, far, near, good, bad, square, straight, true and false, strong and weak, 1, 2, 3, 4 they were all Rule Path Gu worms. Precisely because Rule Path had too many concepts, it could produce the most small paths. Among all the paths, Rule Path Gu worms have the widest range of uses, or rather, the most practical. For example, the Rule Path Gu worm, Strong, can be used with any path to make all killer moves stronger. Rule Path had another advantage. Gu Immortals could often condense their own true meaning. This was also the advantage of Wisdom Path. True meaning involved the truth of Rule Path as well as the will of Wisdom Path. Other than these two paths, there were very few Gu Immortals of other paths who could leave behind their true meaning. The 10 Venerables were not included. These monsters were special cases in all aspects, they could not be measured with common sense. Tao Zhu's true meaning was a pleasant surprise to Fang Yuan. Because he knew that in his previous life, Wu Yong and Qi Chuyu did not have such gains. This was not hard to understand. Fang Yuan had already deduced many truths. When Tao Zhu was alive, he was suppressed by Southern Border's righteous path. Before dying, he purposely abandoned his immortal aperture to attract their attention, then set up his true inheritance and hid his true meaning elsewhere. When Southern Border's righteous path obtained Tao Zhu's immortal aperture, they thought he had not researched anything, and could not see through the 5 regional mountain range, thus they did not discover Tao Zhu's true inheritance. Although in his previous life, Tao Zhu's true inheritance ended up in the hands of Southern Border's righteous path, Tao Zhu's true meaning was concealed. This Tao Zhu's true meaning was like a pillow sent to Fang Yuan when he was sleepy, it came at the perfect time. Because he had just captured Ba Shi Ba. This Rule Path Rank 8 Gu Immortal's Grotto Heaven could not be annexed by Fang Yuan's previous Rule Path attainment level. I had planned to continue transacting with Qi Chuyu and collect some Rule Path Dream Realms to raise my attainment level. Chapter 1801. Wu Clan's Headquarters. In the study room the light was dim. Wu Yong's expression was ashen, he was sitting straight like a statue. The information path Gu worm in his hand was still warm from the activation earlier. Earlier there was a meeting of Southern Border's righteous path higher-ups, it was as lively as a market. Xia Clan and Ba Clan's Gu Immortals were screaming and shouting, their voices were filled with panic and helplessness. Most of the people were discussing noisily, almost to the point of arguing, they seemed to be venting their shock and fear. How can this be? Fang Yuan ambushed us, he obtained a complete victory, our Gu Immortals were all captured by him. What do we do now? In the history of our Southern Border, there has never been such a precedent. If this matter spreads, our Southern Border righteous path will become the laughingstock of the 5 regions. Reputation is no longer important, the important thing is that our people are now in his hands. Didn't the information path Gu worm that Fang Yuan left us earlier say to wait for his offer? Yes, but he did not send any new information. Are we going to wait like this? These people's conversation seemed to be echoing in Wu Yong's ears. A bunch of useless people, what can they do by just discussing? Wu Yong snorted in displeasure. His eyes narrowed, making his already slender eyes look even more slender. Waves of cold and eerie light flickered in his eyes. His fists were clenched uncontrollably. This is troublesome. Fang Yuan has the absolute initiative. Even if we reject his extortion, Xia Clan and Ba Clan will not, they lost their first Supreme Elder. Celestial Court's arrangements did not have any effect. To think I even notified Ziwei. However, this is not because Celestial Court is weak, it is because Fang Yuan's performance in this battle is too shocking. Under such terrifying battle results in our Southern Border's righteous path, only Qi Chuyu has some ability to remain calm in the face of danger. Wu Yong clearly remembered that in the discussion just now, it was Qi Chuyu who had a calm expression and suggested for the first time to take the initiative to pursue and kill Fang Yuan. Although there were few who responded, this was the strength of the righteous path. Wu Yong didn't know that Qi Chuyu was just pretending to be calm. His heart was filled with deep shock and terror. He had pretended to propose this plan to continue pursuing Fang Yuan in order to hide himself. Fang Yuan actually won? Not only did Fang Yuan win, he even captured 2 rank 8s and several rank 7 experts. Was this a joke? If this was before this battle, Qi Chuyu would definitely think this was a joke. But he couldn't smile at all now. Qi Chuyu did not dare to believe it, but Lu Weiyin's evidence was irrefutable, he had to believe it. Fang Yuan won this battle. Not only did he cause chaos in Southern Border's righteous path, he even had Qi Chuyu's weakness. Because Fang Yuan's winning move was Dream Realms. And these Dream Realms were given to him by Qi Chuyu of all people. That was to say, Qi Chuyu was Fang Yuan's greatest supporter in this battle, and also the greatest traitor of Southern Border's righteous path. Qi Chuyu had thought of how Fang Yuan would use these Dream Realms to deal with Southern Border's righteous path. But his thoughts were limited. Firstly, it was because Qi clan benefited greatly from the transaction with Fang Yuan. This huge temptation shrouded Qi Chuyu's vision. Secondly, Fang Yuan had used pure dream reality seeker physique bodies to self-detonate and help him escape. But during the entire process, Fang Yuan was in a sorry state. Because after the self-detonation, Fang Yuan could not control the dream realms freely. Thus, Qi Chuyu felt that the threat of the pure dream reality seeker physique body self-detonation was low. But I did not expect Fang Yuan to actually set up a time path super immortal formation. If not for this immortal formation that obstructs Gu Immortal's movement, how could the dream realms work? The time path immortal formation is not scary, the scary thing is that this immortal formation is deeply concealed. If it was not activated by Fang Yuan, we would not be able to see it. Qi Chuyu felt a headache just thinking about it. He was a formation path great grandmaster, he naturally had some understanding of formation path. But every path's immortal formation had its advantages and disadvantages. The advantage of a time path immortal formation was that it could affect the flow of time inside the formation. Fang Yuan relied on this to fight for several days and nights inside the formation, killing all the pursuers. But only a few hours had passed in the outside world. The advantage of a time path immortal formation was not in concealment. Formations that were good at concealment were dark path, phantom path, transformation path, and so on. Once a time path immortal formation was set up, it would be clearly visible, it would not be easy to conceal itself. Why did it conceal itself in Fang Yuan's hands? Qi Chuyu was troubled by this question. At the same time, Fairy Myrtle, who was inside the celestial court, had already found the answer to this question. She had just finished a deduction. There were still some purple light waves left in Central Great Hall. Fairy Myrtle sighed deeply. It should be the legacy of Shadow Sect. Shadow Sect had once spread across the 5 regions, using Zombie Alliance as a cover. They secretly found a natural tributary of the River of Time and used the surrounding time path Dao marks to set up a formation. At Great Grandmaster level, formation path Gu Immortals could directly use the naturally existing Dao marks to set up a formation. But the formation that was set up would have different advantages and disadvantages depending on the distribution of the natural Dao marks. The Gu Immortal who set up the formation could only adjust it slightly, it was not as free as using Gu Worms. But Southern Border's time path formation is very good at concealment, Fang Yuan made use of it. He added other time path formations inside and used Dream Realms to capture almost all of the Southern Border group that was chasing him. Fairy Myrtle had a dark expression. She was regretting it a little. If she knew this would happen, she would have told the Southern Border Gu Immortals about the deaths of Qin Yi and Thunder Ghost True Monarch. In the Battle of Langya Blessed Land, Celestial Court lost. Fairy Myrtle only chose a portion of it and publicized it. As long as Southern Border's righteous path knew about the deaths of Qin Yi and Thunder Ghost True Monarch, they would pay more attention to Fang Yuan, they would not just send 2 rank 8 Gu Immortals. Lu Weiyin joined voluntarily, he was not controlled by Southern Border's righteous path. This was not a mistake on Fairy Myrtle's part, she had considered it before. Initially, Fairy Myrtle still had some hope, she felt that Qin Yi and Thunder Ghost True Monarch had a chance of survival. Thus, she only publicized Fang Yuan's secret to the world and concealed this part. As time passed, Fairy Myrtle understood that Qin Yi and Thunder Ghost True Monarch had died. She chose to conceal this information because she did not want to boost Fang Yuan's reputation, and also because she was worried that the Gu Immortals of the other 4 regions would compromise with Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had the strength to kill rank 8 Gu Immortals, This was a qualitative change. The other 4 regions were not like Central Continent, they had many different forces, they were in a state of disunity, they could be easily defeated by Fang Yuan, they could easily make deals and compromise with each other. Fairy Myrtle was right, Western Desert's Tang clan and Southern Border's Qi clan were in such a situation. Fairy Myrtle concealed this fact and urged the other 4 regions to deal with Fang Yuan. No matter what the outcome was, they would exhaust each other, no matter which side suffered losses, it would be a good thing for the Celestial Court. At the same time, the information and clues that both sides exposed would allow the Celestial Court to gain huge gains just by watching quietly. When the time was right, the Celestial Court would deduce Fang Yuan's location and attack with full force. They would have a chance to eliminate this demon. Fairy Myrtle's plan was good. She looked towards the future and started to make preparations for the 5 regions' chaotic war. But things were still out of her expectations. Fang Yuan obtained a complete victory and captured all of the deities of Southern Frontier. Even though Fang Yuan only has rank 7 cultivation level, last time he used Langya Blessed Land's foundation. This time he used the legacy of Shadow Sect. This battle was completely one-sided, our arrangements did not even have time to take effect. Fairy Myrtle gritted her teeth in hatred. Fang Yuan was too crafty and cunning. It was getting harder and harder to deal with him. Fairy Ziwei started to feel a sense of helplessness. Fang Yuan only had rank 7 cultivation level, but she could not do anything to him. One of the reasons was that he cultivated too many paths. For example, Wisdom Path. Fang Yuan had deep Wisdom Path attainment. Fairy Myrtle could not deduce his location even if she used all her strength, she could only search for relevant clues. Normally speaking, Gu Immortals who were not Wisdom Path could be easily deduced. There were many demonic path Gu Immortals in the world, but why were there so few who acted recklessly like Fang Yuan? Once they did so and wreaked havoc everywhere, the righteous path would quickly find Wisdom Path Gu Immortals to deduce and find their location. They could capture them. For example, Refinement Path. Langya Blessed Land was not so easy to devour, many Gu Immortals could not devour it even if they wanted to. Even some rank 8 Gu Immortals could not. Because to devour a rank 7 Langya Blessed Land, one needed at least Grandmaster Refinement Path attainment level. For example, Dream Path. Fang Yuan had been reborn from the future, he had many Dream Path methods. During the Battle of Tian Mountain's Dream Realm, he used these methods to avert danger and escape. For example, this ambush battle. Fang Yuan displayed his formation path attainment. To be able to use a time path formation to such an extent, his formation path attainment level was at least Great Grandmaster. Of course, this could also be because Shadow Sect had already set up a formation. But why did Fang Yuan not use it earlier? That is less likely. There is another possibility. Fang Yuan annexed Langya Blessed Land, the variant human Gu Immortals inside had Great Grandmaster formation path attainment level. There are not enough clues? Fairy Myrtle rubbed her forehead as a sharp light flashed in her eyes. She immediately got up and left Central Great Hall, arriving at the place where Spectral Soul was imprisoned. Soul search. Not long after, Fairy Myrtle nodded in satisfaction. She accurately searched through Spectral Soul's memories and found the secret of that time path formation. It is indeed an extremely powerful concealment formation. It does not have the ability to summon year beasts, the latter should have been added by Fang Yuan later. Fairy Myrtle was deep in thought. Chapter 1802. Celestial Court. There was endless light, immortal palaces were everywhere. Behind the central Great Hall, a tall tower was erected, it was covered in a layer of white gold light. It was the rank 8 Immortal Gu House Heaven Overseeing Tower. Surrounding Heaven Overseeing Tower, several Celestial Court Gu Immortals were working together. They were extremely busy. Under their hard work, a refinement path formation was gradually taking shape. A tall and muscular Gu Immortal was observing from outside the formation. Even though he was just standing there, he gave off the feeling of a giant pillar that could support the sky. It was Duke Long. Greetings to Lord Duke Long. Fairy Myrtle arrived at this time, standing behind Duke Long. Now that Langya Blessed Land is in Fang Yuan's hands, it means he has also grasped the profundity of Refinement Cauldron. Originally, Celestial Court's Refinement Path formation was made by imitating Refinement Cauldron. I ordered people to dismantle the original formation and set up a new one. Duke Long said this as he turned around, looking at Fairy Myrtle. A look of remorse flashed across Fairy Ziwei's face. It is my fault for not leading properly. Before she finished, Duke Long raised his hand and interrupted. There is no point in blaming yourself. I believe you have already reflected on your actions, the past has become the truth, we should face the present seriously and plan for the future. Duke Long looked at Fairy Myrtle, sighing. Right now, our celestial court is still in control, but the situation seems to be getting out of our control. Fang Yuan is a chess piece arranged by Red Lotus Demon Venerable. Earlier he repelled our attack and caused the deaths of Qin Yi and Thunder Ghost True Monarch, and now he has even captured the southern border Immortals. Regardless of whether he is rank 7 or what methods he used, the result is the result, the truth is the truth. Ziwei, how will you deal with this? In the previous life, Duke Long did not place much importance on Fang Yuan, he thought of him as a clown. Now Fang Yuan had won consecutively, his battle results were shocking. Duke Long became vigilant. He no longer trusted Fairy Myrtle as much as he did in his previous life. Instead, he began to worry and took the initiative to ask about her. Fairy Myrtle took a deep breath. She had already planned out how to deal with Fang Yuan. She replied calmly, to deal with Fang Yuan, the first step is to find his tracks. This cannot be done with wisdom path methods alone. I have already secretly arranged for 3 rank 8 Gu Immortals in southern border to search for clues about Fang Yuan. The second point is to deal with his killer move that uses fixed immortal travel as the core. This move is even more threatening than the omnidirectional ancient battle formation. It allows Fang Yuan to take the initiative and advance or retreat as he pleases. I have already ordered them to prepare to refine fixed space Gu at any time. Fixed space Gu was in the hands of Gu Immortal Lu Hao, and now Lu Hao was captured by Fang Yuan. But Fairy Myrtle was confident. With the methods of the Celestial Court, they could still make Lu Hao's immortal Gu self-destruct. With the crucial fixed space Gu, they would have a way to deal with fixed immortal travel. And the third point. Fairy Myrtle paused for a moment before saying in a heavy tone, we need to guard against Fang Yuan's spring-autumn cicada. I am increasingly suspecting that Fang Yuan has already used spring-autumn cicada to undergo a rebirth. In the Battle of Langya Blessed Land, our side lost mainly because Star Cast was seen through. There is something fishy about this. Feng Jioge left behind so many Dao marks in different places, why is Fang Yuan so sure about that place? Did he set up a formation in advance to encircle and intercept us? But I have deduced many times but to no avail, there are too few clues. Fairy Myrtle sighed deeply. Spring-autumn cicada is indeed a problem. Duke Long nodded, do you have any way to deal with it? Fairy Myrtle nodded, Lord Duke Long, didn't you and I already discuss using equal treatment to deal with spring-autumn cicada? But Benevolence Gu is in southern border immortal world, under the control of the current generation inheritor of Paradise Earth, Lu Weiyin. That's right. Duke Long said solemnly, if Fang Yuan uses spring-autumn cicada, he might not just be using Gu, he might also be using a killer move. And using equal treatment to deal with any possible spring-autumn cicada killer move is the safest. Precisely. Fairy Myrtle's eyes flickered with purple light. Thus, I plan to contact Lu Weiyin and discuss the matter of renting Benevolence Gu. In the previous life at this time the Celestial Court was calm and at ease, it was far from the time to contact Lu Weiyin. But in this life because of the ink effect, the Celestial Court contacted Lu Weiyin in advance. Duke Long nodded as he realized, you want to use this chance to probe and see if Fang Yuan has revived? Yes. If Lu Weiyin rejects us, the possibility of Fang Yuan reviving will be higher. Because we do not have equal treatment to restrain Fang Yuan. But if Lu Weiyin agrees, it means that we have equal treatment, the possibility of Fang Yuan reviving will be smaller. At the same time we can probe the attitude of Lu Weiyin, the current generation inheritor of Paradise Earth. Fairy Myrtle said slowly. Mentioning Paradise Earth, Duke Long had a complex expression, let's do that. However, even if Lu Weiyin does not lend it, we lack methods to deal with spring-autumn cicada, we do not need to worry too much. As long as we have the upper hand and advance step by step, that scoundrel Fang Yuan will not be able to make a comeback no matter what he does. Back then, even with Red Lotus's strength and foundation he could not do anything about it, he failed. Not to mention him. Duke Long said this as he laughed calmly. Fairy Myrtle hesitated before asking, Lord Duke Long, I do not understand something. Our Celestial Court has such a deep foundation, why do we need to borrow an immortal Gu to deal with spring-autumn cicada? Could it be that our mighty Celestial Court really has no methods to restrain spring-autumn cicada? The smile on Duke Long's face faded. The main reason is probably Red Lotus. Back then when I fought with him, I heard him say this personally. He said that he had set up several stone lotus islands in the River of Time, they were not connected to each other but had a mystical effect on each other. All of the stone lotus islands formed an immortal killer move, it was his proudest method. This method could affect the flow of the River of Time, and indirectly affect the trajectory of all living beings in the world. If there was no river of time, the whole world would be in a state of stillness. With the flow of the river of time, all living beings in the world could move. Using this connection, Red Lotus Demon Venerable used a grand method that had been influencing the world until now. The most obvious result was that any goo worm or method that could restrain spring-autumn cicada had no fate with Celestial Court. After the incident with Red Lotus, Celestial Court concealed the truth and maintained its authority, while actively searching and planning to find a method to deal with spring-autumn cicada. Gradually, Celestial Court discovered something strange. Any immortal goo that could restrain spring-autumn cicada would intentionally avoid Celestial Court. The number of goo immortals recruited by Celestial Court that cultivated Time Path was also very few. But as time passed, this influence gradually weakened. Celestial Court also has some methods in its treasury that can influence and disturb spring-autumn cicada. You also know this, it is not very presentable. Duke Long continued to speak. So that's it. Fairy Myrtle's expression was calm, but her heart was shaken. Red Lotus Demon Venerable's method was truly too amazing, it simply surpassed the limits of Time Path, it had a trace of the color of fate. Not only did he damage Fate Goo, he even forcefully used Time Path methods to imitate Fate's power and deal with it instead. Fairy Myrtle blinked, quickly calming her emotions. Next, I will spread the news that Fang Yuan is attempting to undergo tribulation and advance to rank 8. At the same time, I will negotiate with Wu Yong and other forces of Southern Border's righteous path to get more people to resist Fang Yuan's extortion. Lastly, I have already ordered to nurture Guyue Fangzheng. This person was created by the Heavenly Tao, he is a crucial factor in dealing with Fang Yuan. He is already undergoing immortal ascension, right? Central Continent. The blood rain stopped. On a mountain peak, Guyue Fangzheng was floating in the air, the three chi of heaven, earth and man condensed into one point. His experiences were full of twists and turns, these difficulties turned into wealth, allowing him to smoothly grasp the balance of the three chi. Fangzheng suddenly opened his eyes, he breathed in deeply and placed a rank 5 blood path goo worm into the chi lump. Boom! With a deafening explosion, the chi lump exploded and an immortal aperture appeared. High-grade blessed land. Fangzheng succeeded in his immortal ascension, there were still remnants of heaven and earth chi left. Fangzheng was overjoyed with these heaven and earth chi, he could raise his vital blood path mortal goo to an immortal goo. Fangzheng, let me in, I will protect you during the tribulation. Fan Shi transmitted, he was protecting Fangzheng during the entire process. Fangzheng frowned, he showed an unhappy expression. The immortal aperture was the most private place of a goo immortal, Fan Shi Lu wanted to enter, Fangzheng felt a sense of anger and displeasure. But soon, his frown eased as he opened the immortal aperture's entrance, saying plainly, "All right Fan Shi Lu, please come in." Fangzheng knew that not just Fan Shi Lu, there were countless pairs of eyes watching him during his immortal ascension. He gradually understood his value, he was a tool, the reason why he was nurtured was to deal with Fang Yuan. A moment later the tribulation ended. Fan Shi Lu was inside his immortal aperture, he had a complex expression. "Oh Fangzheng, this is a high-grade blessed land, back then I spent so much effort to accumulate it and undergo tribulation, but it was only a middle-grade blessed land. This immortal aperture is at least 8.5 million km2, the highest record was only 9 million km2. This is definitely a tributary of the river of time, compared to the outside world the time flow is 28:1. The limit of high grade is 30:1, the difference is very small. Time path and space path resources were much higher than Fan Shi Lu's achievements in the past. Those who had high grade blessed lands were elites among rank 6 goo immortals, they were rare to begin with. During this tribulation you even advanced your vital goo, you now have a second blood path immortal goo. The sect has orders, they also asked me to bring you a lot of resources for you to plant, you will be able to pass the difficult initial stage of immortal ascension. Fan Shi Lu said as he took out a large number of blood path resources from his immortal aperture. Each and every one of these resources was extremely valuable. Many were immortal materials, even a goo immortal like Fan Shi Lu, who had many years of experience, could not conceal his envy and jealousy. The sect had invested so much in nurturing Fangzheng. The total value of these resources was equivalent to 100 years of accumulation of a rank 6 lone cultivator. Even with Fan Shi Lu's help from Crane Gate, he spent 50 years to reach this stage. It could be said that Fangzheng did not have to do anything to become a millionaire among rank 6 goo immortals. The sect's efforts, Fangzheng, you cannot let them down. Finally, Fan Shi Lu said with a hoarse voice. Just looking at Fan Shi Lu's complex expression, Fang Jing knew what was going on. He was also secretly shocked at how much attention and nurturing he was receiving. Regardless of the motive, I have finally become an immortal. Fang Yuan, we are no longer mortal and immortal. Fang Jing's divine sense swept around. He looked at his immortal aperture as he felt a surge of emotions. This is my immortal aperture, my blessed land, my foundation. At this moment he felt that his future was bright. There seemed to be endless possibilities. Fang Yuan, even though you are strong, you are still chased around by Central Continent and the Celestial Court. You do not dare to step into Central Continent. With their help, I might be able to deal with you. Even though I understand you, I will not forgive you. Fate makes fools of people. You and I will meet in the end. Different from the previous life, Fang Jing received even more resources. His immortal ascension was brought forward. In the previous life, everyone knew about the nightmare of southern borders Gu immortals. Fang Yuan's demonic might was overwhelming. But now the Celestial Court kept some information about Langya Domain's defeat. The news of southern borders change had not spread yet. Thus, Guyue Fang Jing did not know about Qin Yi and Thunder Ghost True Monarch's deaths. He did not know that the deities of southern frontier were captured by Fang Yuan. Chapter 1803. Inside the sovereign immortal aperture. In the desolate mini-yellow heaven, a figure flew over at lightning speed. The figure stopped abruptly, landing in front of a group of Gu immortals. It was Fang Yuan's time path clone. Greetings to Lord Fang Yuan. Greetings to sect leader. The immortals bowed together. Looking around, other than Wuxia who was guarding Green Ghost Desert, Fang Yuan's subordinates were all present. Bai Ning Bing He Lu Lan, Fairy Miao Yin, Lady White Rabbit, Shui Er, Bing Yuan, Shizong, Shi Cheng, Mo Tan Sang and others, immortal qi lingered around them. Talents of all kinds were gathered together. These people had participated in the ambush of years flowing ambush. They had personally witnessed how Fang Yuan controlled the situation and captured the deities of southern frontier. Thus, the immortals were looking at Fang Yuan with much more fervent and respectful gazes than before the battle. Especially those variant human Gu immortals, they were submissive and had a respectful attitude. They were as obedient as cats and dogs. No need to be so polite. Fang Yuan glanced at them before turning to the other side. An immortal formation was floating in the sky. It had been constructed by these Gu immortals not long ago. Of course, the main body of the formation was created by Fang Yuan himself. The remaining minor details were left to these subordinates. Fang Yuan's time path clone observed for a while before nodding in satisfaction, confirming that the formation was in good condition. This was the Wisdom Refinement Immortal Formation. It used the light of wisdom to assist woman's heart and unravel mystery to refine other immortal Gu. If there was someone else's will, the effect would be even better. Initially, Fang Yuan had used Mo Yao's fake will to help him refine the immortal Gu that he obtained from Bo Qing's immortal zombie. Change Soul Immortal Gu was among them. This crucial immortal Gu allowed Fang Yuan to turn the tables and snatch sovereign immortal fetus Gu during the Battle of Etian Mountain. In the previous life this formation was modified by Fang Yuan. It was even more powerful. In this life, Fang Yuan only made some minor adjustments to it. It was already powerful enough. There was no need to modify it. Alright, enter the array, Fang Yuan instructed. A portion of the Gu immortals around him entered the formation and controlled it in place of Fang Yuan, maintaining its operation. Fang Yuan turned around and looked behind him. Behind him was a blurry dreamland like a huge, colorful cloud. A pure dream reality seeker physique had already been formed. This was what Fang Yuan had learned from Feng Kim Hong in his previous life. It was a perfect pure dream reality seeker physique that could exist forever. However, Fang Yuan's soul cultivation was very weak, and he did not have the capital to split his soul. Thus, only Fang Yuan's will was controlling the pure dream reality seeker physique body. The willpower would continue to shrink as it was consumed until it completely disappeared. Only when paired with a soul could it be considered a clone. Thus, this pure dream reality seeker physique body was only half a dream path clone. However, this was enough for the time being. The pure dream reality seeker physique body entered the dream realm and quickly pushed out a southern border Gu immortal. Before entering the formation, the expressions of the Gu immortals around Fang Yuan changed. They recognized this person. After the battle, they did not stay idle. They actively searched for information about these captives. Thus they knew a lot about them. This is Yang Clan's Gu immortal Jianghu. He is one of the top representatives of Soul Path and Southern Border's current Gu immortal world. He had once destroyed the nest of a group of ancient desolate beasts alone, before escaping from the pursuit of the immemorial desolate beasts. Lady White Rabbit and the rest conversed softly. Jianghu's upper body was still in the dream realm, his lower body was exposed. It was convenient for Fang Yuan's main body to use killer moves. Immortal killer move, Great Thief Ghost Hand. A ghost hand descended from the sky and entered Tai Chu Zhong's immortal aperture. Under the gazes of the immortals, in just a few breaths of time the ghost hand came out. It flew past Fang Yuan's time path clone and arrived above the slowly circulating wisdom refinement formation. Then it opened its 5 fingers and threw the stolen immortal goo into the formation. This was a rank 7 soul path immortal goo. The immortal goo entered the wisdom refinement formation and was immediately enveloped by the formation, falling into the center. Activate with all your strength. The goo immortals inside the formation shouted. The wisdom refinement formation immediately let out a dazzling golden light. Amidst the buzzing noises, the light of wisdom gathered on the stolen immortal goo and rapidly refined it. Great Thief Ghost Hand flew back to Tai Chu Zhong's immortal aperture. In a few breaths of time, it came out with a second immortal goo. This immortal goo was Assimilation Soul Goo. Fang Yuan's time path clone nodded. With this immortal goo as the core, the killer move Assimilation Soul could be activated. Great Thief Ghost Hand threw Assimilation Soul immortal goo into the wisdom refinement formation before flying back to Jianghu's immortal aperture. For the next 2 times, it stole immortal goo, stealing all of Jianghu's immortal goo. Some variant human goo immortals who did not know what was going on showed shocked expressions at this sight. Could it be that Fang Yuan had modified Great Thief Ghost Hand so that it could steal immortal goo every time? If that was the case, then Great Thief Ghost Hand would no doubt be thousands of times more terrifying than before. Great Thief Ghost Hand had indeed been modified. Fang Yuan had comprehended the Steel Life True Inheritance and made some progress. Great Thief Ghost Hand could locate and steal targeted immortal goo. As long as Fang Yuan had a deep understanding of the target and knew the location of the immortal goo, he could steal immortal goo every time. But Fang Yuan knew Jianghu's immortal aperture like the back of his hand. Because in the previous life he stole goo, soul-searched and devoured apertures, until he fused Jianghu's immortal aperture into his own. In a short while Fang Yuan extracted all of Jianghu's immortal goo, and under the effect of the wisdom refinement formation, he quickly refined them into his own. Fang Yuan's time path clone took away Assimilation Soul immortal goo and injected immortal essence, activating the killer move Assimilation Soul along with other goo worms. This Assimilation Soul killer move had also been modified. It was much more powerful than in the previous life. Fang Yuan exerted his strength and extracted Jianghu's soul. As a soul path goo immortal, Jianghu's soul completely left the dream realm and was about to wake up. But Fang Yuan was prepared. He used a soul path killer move to seal it. After taking away the immortal goo, Jianghu was like a tiger pulling out its teeth. Once the soul was taken out, Jianghu, this toothless tiger, was already beyond cure. Final step, extract aperture. Fang Yuan shouted as he activated a killer move, directly extracting Jianghu's immortal aperture. The immortal aperture was forcefully sealed by Fang Yuan. It turned into a gray lump of light. Bai Ning Bing and the other 2 goo immortals saw this and slowly flew over. Fang Yuan's time path clone cautiously handed this gray lump of light to Bai Ning Bing, saying, "Go." Everything had been deduced. Bai Ning Bing and the other 2 held Jianghu's immortal aperture as they flew down to mini southern border. After finding the location, Bai Ning Bing lightly tossed the gray lump of light to the side of a certain mountain peak. Immediately heaven and earth chi surged intensely as the gray light exploded, becoming larger and larger. At the periphery of the gray light, the ground cracked and the mountains moved, emitting a deafening sound. The gray light became larger and larger, eventually returning to the original appearance of Jianghu's immortal aperture. Pay attention. Bai Ning Bing shouted coldly. The 2 immortals beside her were already on standby. Caw caw caw. First, a large group of flower-winged white-boned birds let out crow-like caws as they scrambled to fly out of the cave. After that, the earth trembled as a beast tide rose from Jianghu's blessed land and spread towards the lesser southern territory. Bai Ning Bing and the others had solemn expressions. They were not flustered at all. Long ago, Fang Yuan had deduced everything and arranged an extremely detailed plan to deal with it. The 3 immortals immediately moved. Bai Ning Bing quickly dispersed the beast tide. And the flower-winged white-boned birds were also successfully led away by a variant human goo immortal. Jianghu blessed land was originally independent. All living beings lived in harmony, but now that it was merged into mini southern border, the balance that Jianghu had meticulously designed was broken, causing a series of chaos. If it were an ordinary goo immortal, they would be flustered. But Fang Yuan was unruffled. Using his deep wisdom path attainment and the help of his Gu immortal subordinates, he managed to maintain the situation. The chaos only lasted for a while before it dissipated. One of the three immortals stayed behind to clean up the mess, while Bai Ning Bing and the variant human Gu immortal flew back to mini Yellow Heaven. On their way back they saw another group of Gu immortals. There were also three of them. They were holding a pink lump of light as they landed in mini Southern Border. Great Thief Ghost Hand, Wisdom Refinement Formation, Absorb Soul Killer Move, Aperture Taking Method, Stealing Gu, Refining Gu, Separating Body and Soul, Annexing Immortal Apertures, Suppressing the Chaos. Fang Yuan arranged everything in an orderly manner. He did it with ease. Mainly because of his previous life's experience, Fang Yuan had a deep understanding of the situation of the captives. Just a few days later, Fang Yuan had captured almost all of the captives. Only Jia Shiba and Lu Hao were left. Shi Cheng was already overjoyed that a huge dark inkstone vein had been moved to the resting place of the stone golems. In mini Southern Border, dozens of mountains appeared. Some of the mountains even reached the level of famous mountains in the Southern Border. Interior Rain Mountain, Copper Seal Mountain, Bone Bird Peak. The first supreme elder of the Rockman tribe, Shizong, sighed internally, "This is truly the golden belt of killing and arson." Because they were Southern Border Gu immortals, half of their resources were gathered in mini Southern Border, while the other half were distributed to the other 4 mini regions and the mini 9 heavens. For example, in mini Central Continent, there was a phantom shadow flower garden. A vast amount of immortal farmer soil was used to create a fertile plain. For example, in Kokitahara, there was a heavenly pillar wind. And for example, in mini Eastern Sea, there was a brand new sea area called Wave Flower Sea Area. And for example, in mini Western Desert, there were more than 10 fusang trees. Every branch of this tree was an immortal material. The most important gain was the Year Essence Pool in Xianxia Grotto Heaven. In the previous life, Fang Yuan did not know that Xianxia had a Year Essence Pool. He spent a lot of effort to create one. Even with 2 Year Essence Pools, it was not much. It caused a huge waste of resources. The resources that Fang Yuan extorted from Southern Border's righteous path were mostly invested in the construction of the Year Essence Pool. In this life, Fang Yuan directly took Xiaqia's Year Essence Pool for himself. The Year Beasts, Ancient Year Beasts and Immemorial Year Beasts that Fang Yuan had been having a headache with, Fang Yuan stuffed them into the Year Essence Pool. The immortals' emotions fluctuated. After experiencing waves of shock, they were already numb to it. Fang Yuan plundered them by force. He practically devoured the life accumulation of Southern Border's Gu immortals without wasting anything. Lord Fang Yuan's attainment level is truly comprehensive. He annexed the immortal apertures of many paths with ease. His grotto heaven is even more grand and vast. It annexed so many immortal apertures, but it is still so stable. This is simply slaughtering pigs and dogs. These Gu immortal experts in Fang Yuan's hands are like chickens in the hands of a butcher. Their throats are slit, their blood is drained, their feathers are plucked, they are cleaned, and they are cut up. This is truly... The immortals were tongue-tied, some were speechless. Fang Yuan's direct action of devouring apertures made them feel a chill in their hearts. It was as if Gu immortals were not Gu immortals in front of Fang Yuan. They were chickens, ducks, pigs and dogs ready to be slaughtered. Even rank 8 Gu immortals were no exception. Chapter 1804. An immortal Gu floated in front of Fang Yuan, emitting a rank 8 aura. This immortal Gu was like a cocoon, but it was not white, it was pitch black like iron. Holding it in his hand, it had a cold and heavy metallic texture. This was rank 8 Rule Path Immortal Gu. It fed on pearl thread water. Pearl thread water was a rank 8 water path immortal material. On the surface, it looked like a lump of clear water without any impurities. There was nothing special about it. But if one placed one's hand into the water and squeezed, one could grab a water line and pull it out of the water. The water line was endless. There were water droplets condensed on the water line. They were side by side and close to each other. The entire water droplet was like a necklace. It was beautiful and beautiful. If one continued to pull the water line up, the pearl thread water lump would shrink, until all of the water lumps turned into a long water line. Immortal Gu Ad was an oval pitch-black cocoon. Even though it had no mouth or mouth, as long as it was soaked in pearl thread water for 8 days and 8 nights, it would be full. It would last for 80 years. There are 36 years left until the next feeding. Ba Shirba's immortal aperture already has more than half of the pearl thread water. The rest can be traded with Eastern Sea's Gu immortals. Fang Yuan was well aware of all this. He knew it like the back of his hand. Because he had already taken out Ba Shirba's immortal Gu and his soul. Ba Shirba also had a lake in his immortal aperture. The lake was huge. there were a large number of ancient water spiders and 2 immemorial water spiders, 1 male and 1 female. Pearl thread water was the saliva of the immemorial water spiders. It was condensed into essence after living in the water for a long time. The accumulation was slow, drop by drop. If it was not collected in time, the pearl thread water would be consumed by the ancient water spiders to raise their strength. Bashir Ba was a rule path Gu immortal. His immortal aperture was mostly rule path. He had spent a lot of effort to create this lake. Feeding immortal Gu was troublesome sometimes. For example, even though Bashir Ba's immortal Gu ad was rule path Gu, the food was pearl thread water. If Bashir Ba wanted to feed it himself, he would need to create a water path resource point that produced pearl thread water. This was not good for a rule path Gu immortal. But for Fang Yuan this was not a problem. His mini eastern sea was too huge. After the water spiders entered, it was like a small village entering a huge city. Fang Yuan could even create a sea area for these water spiders to live in. With a huge space and a better water path environment, these water spiders would thrive. Fang Yuan, who had the sovereign immortal aperture, could cultivate many paths. He had a huge advantage in terms of Gu nurturing. Bashir immortal Gu. Of them, Bashir Gu was his only rank 8 Gu. Other than that, there were rank 7 and rank 6 immortal Gu, among which there were 2 rank 7 Gu 1 and 3. Number Gu was an extremely large series of rule path Gu worms, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It could be said that there was no limit to it. Even though Fang Yuan had so many rank 8 immortal Gu, in fact ordinary rank 8 Gu immortals having 1 rank 8 immortal Gu was already quite good. Bashir Ba had 1, Xianxia had 2 because these 2 were leaders of righteous path super forces. They had deep foundations and inheritances. Ordinary lone cultivators could not obtain a rank 8 immortal Gu even if they begged for it. For example, old ancestor Xuehu of Northern Plains, he had great battle strength. He was the number 1 demonic path Gu immortal in Northern Plains, but he did not have any rank 8 immortal Gu. Even the Celestial Court had many rank 8 Gu immortals but few rank 8 immortal Gu. The ratio was huge. In the previous life, when Longevity Heaven attacked, the Celestial Court was in an awkward situation. Many rank 8 Gu immortals woke up, but they did not have enough immortal Gu to use. Bashir Ba's most valuable killer move was the consecutive hit battle method. If he could hit 18 times in a row, Bashir Ba could easily kill Gu immortals of the same rank. In the previous life when he fought with Qingyi, this Celestial Court member paid a lot of attention to it. He tried his best to stop Bashir Ba from hitting 18 times in a row. In truth, Fang Yuan was a little disappointed. He had thought that since Bashir Ba was skilled in consecutive hit battle methods, his rank 8 rule path immortal Gu was likely to be consecutive Gu. To think that it was addition Gu. Consecutive Gu was much more famous than addition Gu. It was also more practical. With rank 8 consecutive Gu, Fang Yuan could use its power to connect all sorts of killer moves to form a consecutive move effect. Consecutive moves were one of the techniques of using killer moves. When 2 or more killer moves were used consecutively, they could unleash even greater power. Often, only elites among Gu immortals could use it. Back then, Blazing Heaven Demoness had this technique. She used Angry Bird and Fire Prison to form a consecutive move. It had extraordinary power. Gu immortals who could think of consecutive moves had to be at least Great Grandmaster attainment level. It could be seen that Blazing Heaven Demoness' consecutive moves were all fire path killer moves. But using consecutive Gu, killer moves of different paths could be combined into consecutive moves. The significance of this difference was extremely significant. For example, Fang Yuan's Myriad Ghost Sword Dragon and Great Thief Ghost Hand, or Jade Flow Pearl and Strength Path Giant Hand. There were many combinations that could raise one's battle strength to an unimaginable level. Bashir Ba's immortal Gu, killer moves, and soul were all taken by Fang Yuan. Only his body and immortal aperture were left. Even though Fang Yuan could annex apertures, his attainment level was high enough. But he still pushed back the time of annexing apertures for later. Because after annexing apertures, the next calamity and tribulation would be reset, and the time would be reset. Even though this was a small detail, it was very important. The annexation of apertures came to an end, but Bai Ning Bing and the rest were busy. During this period of time, Fang Yuan had taken and annexed a large number of immortal apertures. It was truly shocking. There were simply too many blessed lands and grotto heavens added. Even though the sovereign immortal aperture was still stable, after the ecology of the immortal aperture interfered, there was quite a bit of chaos. Bai Ning Bing and the rest were dealing with this chaos. Earlier they were roughly suppressing the chaos, but now they were making detailed adjustments. Which mountains needed to be moved, which rivers needed to be preserved, which beast groups needed to be moved, which plants needed to be nurtured. These complicated matters were all deduced by Fang Yuan in great detail. He had a perfect plan for the overall situation. This was the benefit of having deep wisdom path methods. The new plan not only allowed these resources to coexist harmoniously, they could even promote each other. Finally, he even considered the future Ba Shi Ba Immortal Aperture and Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven. He left a lot of empty space for them. If it were Gu Immortals of other paths, they would feel dizzy and exhausted, they would not be able to make such a good plan, they would expend a lot of resources internally. The losses caused would often make Gu Immortals feel heartache. Fang Yuan was even busier. His time path clone and main body had been cultivating bitterly, he was racing against time, but he still felt that he did not have enough time or energy. Fang Yuan wanted to split himself into several parts and work hard together. Fang Yuan's rule path attainment level had risen. Attainment level was the foundation of Gu cultivation. The increase in attainment level would affect all aspects, everything would change and become brand new. Especially Rule Path, which was the most versatile. Fang Yuan had obtained so many new Rule Path Immortal Gu. If he did not think of killer moves or fuse them into his original killer moves, Fang Yuan would be letting down his hard work and planning. The management of the Immortal Aperture could mostly be done by his subordinates, but there were some areas that Fang Yuan needed to do personally. The refinement of killer moves was also an important point. Ba Shi Ba's consecutive attacks could be put aside. He was already familiar with Xiaxia's time path killer moves in his previous life, but the two methods of Tao Zhu's true inheritance were something that Fang Yuan had to learn. They were the most important ones. Giant Sun's true inheritance, Thieving Heaven's true inheritance, and Long Hair's true inheritance were all profound. Every time Fang Yuan comprehended them for a period of time, he would have some gains. For example, Giant Sun's true inheritance. Ba Shi Ba was added to Southern Border's pursuit team. Fang Yuan could not deduce it. Because Southern Border's righteous path did not lack wisdom path Gu Immortals, they worked together to conceal this secret. What made Fang Yuan vigilant was that his luck was being suppressed mysteriously. During the ambush battle, he observed carefully and found the huge threat of Ba Shi Ba. Fang Yuan's luck path strength had grown by a lot. If it was before, he would not be able to sense it. Other than those Northern Plains Gu Immortals, Fang Yuan could use luck path methods to deal with others. They were more reliable and could even obtain unexpected results. Because there were only 3 luck path true inheritances, they were arranged well by Giant Sun Immortal. They were not widely spread. Even the celestial courts searched for them bitterly but did not gain anything. Southern Border's righteous path was the same. Another example was Thieving Heaven's true inheritance. Without the recent gains, Fang Yuan could not modify Great Thief Ghost Hand. There was also Long Hair's true inheritance. Even though Fang Yuan had quasi-supreme Grandmaster attainment level and refinement path, he still had gains from comprehending Long Hair's true inheritance. Ignoring everything else, the concept of Gu as before had made a lot of progress because Fang Yuan had comprehended Long Hair's true inheritance several times in a row. To speak the truth, Fang Yuan felt like he had eaten too much. He felt like he had indigestion. His sovereign immortal aperture was very strong, it could hold immortal apertures and was still very stable. But there were too many things he needed to comprehend, there were too many killer moves he needed to deduce and modify, and there were too many true inheritances in his possession. If an ordinary person obtained one of these true inheritances, they would be able to change their future and benefit their entire life. They could even influence the situation of the entire world's forces. Right now, in Fang Yuan's possession, he could not even count the number of such true inheritances. Red Lotus true inheritance, Spectral Soul's true inheritance, Giant Sun's true inheritance, Genesis Lotus true inheritance, Thieving Heaven's true inheritance had 2. Long Hair's true inheritance was not inferior to these venerable true inheritances. Tao Zhu's true inheritance was also very strong. Fang Yuan had a lot of immortal Gu. He had so many rank 8 immortal Gu that almost all rank 8 Gu immortals in the world would feel ashamed. He even had rank 9 immortal Gu. And his subordinates. Different from the previous life, in this life he had many subordinates and many of them were elites. They were much more outstanding than an ordinary super force. At this point, Fang Yuan's accumulation and foundation could be said to be world-shaking. He only needed a long period of time to digest them and Fang Yuan's strength would reach the peak of rank 8. But he lacked time. Fang Yuan smiled bitterly in his heart. In the previous life he had already felt that he did not have enough time. In this life the situation had worsened, this feeling was even more intense. Fang Yuan estimated that even with the light of wisdom, according to his current situation, he would need at least 100 years to completely digest these true inheritances and fuse them together. Furthermore, he would have to research them himself and create new ones, to comprehend them himself and achieve even greater results. On one hand, I can adjust the Immortal aperture's flow rate and try to gain more time. On the other hand, I need to explore dream realms and raise my attainment levels. It will be much easier for me to comprehend Longhair's true inheritance compared to Thieving Heaven, Giant Sun, and Genesis Lotus true inheritances. Finally, I need helpers, more clones? Under Fang Yuan's eager anticipation, Danghun Mountain was repaired several days later. Chapter 1805. A tall crystal mountain stood towering in the little southern border. It was pink in color and emitted a dreamy radiance. It was one of the famous secluded domains of heaven and earth recorded in the Legends of Renzu, Danghun Mountain. Right now, Danghun Mountain had almost recovered to its former state. It was not completely restored. The reason was the same as in the previous life. Fang Yuan was wary of the celestial court, fearing that they had methods similar to fixed immortal travel. Of course, it was already close to complete. Danghun Mountain's production of Guts Gu had fallen to almost nothing. Fang Yuan could accept it. Rockman rank 6 Gu Immortal Shi arrived at the mountain. Even though he already knew that Fang Yuan had the Guts Gu, but when he looked at this legendary mountain with his own eyes, he still could not control his excitement, his eyes shining with unparalleled passion. Danghun Mountain Guts Gu, he muttered. Guts Gu had a huge significance to the Rockman tribe. Rockmen were all males, they had tall and sturdy bodies, which placed a heavy burden on their souls. Once the Rockmen moved too much, their souls would be damaged. Therefore, in their lives they would spend 80% of their time sleeping, using it to nurture their souls. After an old Rockman dies, the scattered souls and rocks would fuse together to form a new Rockman, inheriting a portion of the old Rockman's memories and some important experiences. Or if the old Rockman slept for a long time, his soul foundation would accumulate to a certain extent, and he would give up a portion of it to form a new Rockman. This unique reproduction method made the Rockman's soul strength a crucial factor. The stronger the Rockman's soul, the more Rockmen they could produce. However, Rockmen were variant humans, they had innate Earth Path Tao marks that conflicted with Soul Path. Soul Path methods that could increase the strength of the soul were rarely useful to Rockmen. Guts Gu was different, it was born from a secluded domain of heaven and earth, it could increase the strength of the soul, even though it was a mortal Gu, it was very useful to Gu Immortals. The effect of using Rockmen was extraordinary. Back then, when Fang Yuan had just taken control of Hu Immortal blessed land, he had nurtured Rockmen wantonly. Shi Qing saw Danghun Mountain, he saw the rise of the entire Rockman tribe, it was a smooth path to prosperity, how could he not be excited? His emotions surged, and he increasingly felt that following Fang Yuan was the right choice for him and the Stone Golem tribe. Shi Qing's performance fell into Fang Yuan's eyes. Fang Yuan was secretly satisfied with this. Fang Yuan purposely sent Shi Qing to plunder Guts Gu, it was to lure him with benefits, to let him feel that his future was extremely bright. As long as he followed Fang Yuan closely, there would be endless benefits. Shi Qing finally calmed down a little and started to control the formation. Fang Yuan had formation path and soul path attainment, he did not lack immortal Gu, and his current soul path cultivation was of utmost importance. He set up an immortal level formation around Danghun Mountain. After Shi Qing obtained Fang Yuan's approval, he was able to control the formation. The great formation rumbled and released rays of grayish-blue light. The light was like mist and smoke, quickly spreading to Danghun Mountain. Danghun Mountain trembled slightly. The pink crystal mountain also emitted a hazy light, which quickly dyed the grayish-blue light mist pink. The pink mist quickly dyed the entire array. There were large numbers of soul beasts imprisoned in the formation as well as soul cores. The soul core and the soul beast quickly dissipated under the pink mist of light. The formation worked for a while, Guts Gu condensed one after another, quickly accumulating from single digits to 4 digits. Shi Qing immediately revealed a shocked expression. What kind of efficiency is this? Moreover, the number of Guts Gu is still increasing so fast, it is about to break 5 digits. This soul path formation was modified by Fang Yuan using the contents of Spectral Soul's true inheritance and his own immortal Gu to deduce and modify it. It was called Soul Enchanting 10,000 Guts formation. Each time it could produce at least 10,000 Guts Gu. This was definitely much more efficient than just using Danghun Mountain. Of course, the premise of producing 10,000 Guts Gu at once was that there were enough soul beasts and soul cores. In this aspect, Fang Yuan was already prepared. That was his previous arrangement. He had already cooperated with Fang Clan to develop Western Desert's Green Ghost Desert. This method of obtaining soul beasts was not only large in quantity, it was also stable. Even if Fang Yuan's demand for soul beasts and soul cores was so terrifying, Green Ghost Desert could still satisfy him easily. This desert was too huge, there were countless soul beasts, this was a super resource point for Soul Path. Unfortunately, Fang clan, who cultivated Formation Path, relied on the desert. Moreover, Qingqiu was hidden in Green Ghost Desert, it was a huge threat. As long as it existed, Green Ghost Desert would be a fatal threat, it was not a good place. Fang Yuan did not even think of buying soul cores from Jewel Yellow Skies or extorting Southern Borders Yang clan. If he did that, he would leak some important information. In the previous life, Fang Yuan repaired Danghun Mountain a long time later. Moreover, even after Danghun Mountain was repaired, he did not have enough immortal essence, soul beasts and soul cores, it was too slow. In this life, not only did Fang Yuan repair Danghun Mountain in advance, he also provided soul beasts and soul cores perfectly. With these two factors, his soul path foundation would rise sharply. Fang Yuan's soul entered the enchanting soul and myriad daring formation. The formation activated and helped him absorb Guts Goo. In almost an instant, Fang Yuan had already consumed over 10,000 Guts Goo. Guts Goo's effect was still so obvious, Fang Yuan's soul expanded like a balloon. In just a few breaths of time, he became a small giant. Fang Yuan's soul flew out of the formation, arriving at Luopa Valley not far away. Bewildering fog shrouded his soul, causing it to loosen up. The desolate wind cut at his soul, bringing innumerable wounds and unparalleled pain. Pain. This pain was rooted in the depths of his soul, it was 10,000 times more painful than death. Fang Yuan almost went crazy. But he endured it with all his might. After a while, he dragged his tattered soul out. He flew back to the soul path formation and used Guts Goo to repair his soul, before his body expanded again. Guts Goo was like the perfect nourishment, while Luopa Valley's bitter cultivation allowed Fang Yuan's soul to be forged from iron, all the impurities were removed. As such, after 3 rounds, Fang Yuan's soul foundation rose to 10 million man soul. Shi Cheng, who was controlling the formation, was tongue-tied. He was extremely shocked, he could not believe it. Danghun Mountain and Luopa Valley were the sacred lands of soul cultivation. This reputation was not just for show. Fang Yuan let out a sigh of relief, thinking, I finally recovered. Earlier, his soul foundation was expended quickly, he was almost forced to use other soul path methods. Although these soul path methods were outstanding, they had side effects, they were not as flawless as Danghun Mountain and Luopa Valley. For example, this was like the difference between using other methods to extend lifespan and using lifespan goo to extend lifespan. Oh my heavens! Shi Cheng let out a groan. He finally reacted and accepted this dreamlike reality. Fang Yuan's soul foundation rose like he had taken drugs, it almost shattered Shi Cheng's worldview, outlook on life and values. His excitement could not be expressed with words, his fingers were trembling intensely. As long as we attach ourselves to Lord Fang Yuan and follow in his footsteps, our Rockman tribe will climb to the peak of this world. With these 2 soul path sacred lands, we have a foundation that surpasses the 5 regions immortal world. Shi Cheng did not know that Fang Yuan was still not satisfied. It is a pity I do not have soul calming soup to use. Otherwise, the efficiency of soul path cultivation would be even faster and more terrifying. Wisdom path cultivation had 3 essences: thought, will, and emotion. Soul path cultivation also had 3 essences: strengthening the soul, refining the soul, and pacifying the soul. The extreme cultivation methods of the first 2 were Danghun Mountain and Luopa Valley. The soul calming soup in Bewitching Lake was also recorded in The Legends of Rinzu. When the soul was cultivated to a certain extent, it would gradually separate from the body, a portion of the soul could easily float out, causing a cultivation accident where the soul was distracted and the soul was unable to leave the body. At this time, drinking soul-calming soup could perfectly resolve this flaw. Fang Yuan did not have soul-calming soup, he could only rely on other methods to make up for it. This was on a completely different level compared to the first 2 cultivation methods. This caused Fang Yuan to only cultivate soul path once in a while. Even though the efficiency was already shocking and almost scared Shi Cheng silly, if he had soul calming soup, he would be able to cultivate without stopping. Haste makes waste, Fang Yuan stopped and could only temporarily cultivate his soul. Commotion could be heard from Jewel Yellow Skies. The Celestial Court spread rumors that Fang Yuan's cultivation level was close to rank 8. These few years were likely to be the final period for him to undergo tribulation and advance to rank 8. Other than that, the Celestial Court also spread the news that Fang Yuan had captured Southern Border Gu Immortals. Fang Yuan smiled coldly, this should be Fairy Myrtle's doing. In the previous life, Fairy Myrtle had done this, but that was after some time. In this life, Fang Yuan advanced step by step, causing Fairy Myrtle to face even more pressure, so she used this method in advance. Honestly speaking, this vicious scheme was very powerful. Fairy Myrtle could easily borrow strength and make all the Gu Immortals in the world wary of Fang Yuan, afraid that he would advance to rank 8 and attack him. In the previous life, during the Battle of 5 Regional Mountain Range, Fang Yuan beat them at their own game. He made use of this mentality of the Gu Immortals. If I did not have the Sovereign Immortal Aperture, I might have fallen into Fairy Myrtle's scheme and fallen into her tempo. Now that she is spreading this rumor, it should mean that she has not discovered the secret of my Sovereign Immortal body. Of course, it is also possible that she already knows but is pretending not to know. Spreading this information is only the prelude to her scheme. Fang Yuan started to use wisdom path methods. He thought deeply. A moment later, his eyes flashed with cold light. He made a new decision. In that case, I cannot sit here and wait for death. I might as well expose your Star-Cast killer move, as well as the deaths of Qianyi and Thunder Ghost True Monarch. Fairy Myrtle was borrowing strength. Fang Yuan was also borrowing strength. Compared to Fang Yuan, the Celestial Court made the 4 regions' Gu Immortals feel even more fear and panic. In the previous life, the Celestial Court's Gu refinement caused the 4 regions to attack together. Fang Yuan's information had a huge effect on this. This time I'll completely display my strength. In any case, the matter of the southern border cannot be concealed. Since the world will be shaken by this, I might as well make them fear me even more. This way it will be easier for me to extort southern border's righteous path. As expected, Fang Yuan and the Celestial Court had a public argument. Countless Gu Immortals gasped in shock. The news spread like wildfire, quickly spreading throughout the Gu Immortal world. Chapter 1806. So Celestial Court's rank 8 Gu Immortals all died in Xianxia Blessed Land. Unbelievable. Thunder Ghost True Monarch is a legendary character. She had resisted Spectral Soul Demon Venerable in the past. Qianxia was the previous first Supreme Elder of Heavenly Lotus Sect. He had a Genesis Lotus True Inheritance. These 2 people actually died in Fang Yuan's hands? Unimaginable. Not just that, this demon Fang Yuan has not stopped. He has harmed Southern Border's Gu Immortal world again. Southern Border's Xianxia Bashir Ba, and a group of rank 7 experts were all captured by him. How can he have such strength? He is only rank 7. Against Celestial Court, he used Xianxia Blessed Land's foundation. And against Southern Border, he used a super time path formation. There are too many mysteries in this. I still can't believe it. It should be true. Celestial Court and Southern Border did not refute it. Fang Yuan, this demon is getting scarier. In such a short time he has already ambushed and killed a rank 8 expert. He even captured a large number of rank 7s and rank 8s. Haha, Southern Border's righteous path has lost too much face. You can't say that even Celestial Court was defeated by Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan is only rank 7, how can he have such extraordinary methods? I understand now, a person like Fang Yuan cannot be judged with common sense. He has the aura of a demon venerable. Weren't the previous demon venerables like him when they were young? It is normal for them to challenge higher ranks. It is easy for them to kill rank 8s. That makes sense. It is a pity that there will only be Great Dream Immortal Venerable in the future, not a demon venerable. This is not Fang Yuan's era. That is where you are wrong. Celestial Court's fake Gu was destroyed by Red Lotus Demon Venerable. Who knows what will happen in the future? Fang Yuan is already so vicious at rank 7, he has committed so many sins. What will happen when he reaches rank 8? Right. While he is still rank 7 we should kill him. This is our final chance to get rid of him. Difficult. Even the Celestial Court couldn't find any trace of him. Fang Yuan is not only fierce but also cunning. He was a reborn otherworldly demon, so he had too many tricks up his sleeves. Ordinary experts seeking trouble with him would be courting death. Even rank 8 Gu Immortals have to be careful and not fall into his schemes. But if we really kill Fang Yuan, then the harvest will be too great. That's right, Fang Yuan has a venerable true inheritance, countless resources, spring-autumn cicada, fixed immortal travel, all sorts of immortal Gu and several secluded domains of heaven and earth. He can match a super force. The Gu immortal world of the 5 regions was in an uproar. Fang Yuan became the center of discussion among countless Gu immortals. The Gu immortals felt hatred, fear and jealousy towards him. They had complex emotions. If Fang Yuan had escaped from Thunder Ghost True Monarch's pursuit and hung her rib bones in jewel yellow skies, he was famous in the world. But now, Fang Yuan, who had the blood of a rank 8 expert on his hands and even captured a large number of Gu immortal experts, was truly famous in the immortal world. Earlier he relied on reverse flow protection seal to fight against rank 8 Gu Immortals. He could be said to be the number 1 rank 7 Gu Immortal. But now, not just rank 6 and 7 Gu Immortals, even most rank 8s were wary of Fang Yuan. They did not look down on him at all. A new title regarding Fang Yuan was gradually recognized by the Gu Immortals: Little Demon Venerable. This title represented that Fang Yuan had the potential to become a demon venerable. He could be said to be a future demon venerable. This was a very high evaluation. In human history since ancient times, Gu Immortal experts were like stars in the sky, but how many venerables were there? In total there were only 10 of them. Right now, the Gu Immortal world recognized that Fang Yuan had the potential to become a venerable. Of course, other than the discussions about Fang Yuan, the Celestial Court also did not escape the discussions of the Gu Immortals. Fang Yuan's exposure of Star Caste shocked the other 4 regions' Gu Immortals. Especially those Righteous Path super forces, they felt like they were sitting on pins and needles. Star Caste had great strategic significance. It allowed Central Continent and the Celestial Court to secretly dispatch several Gu Immortals to attack suddenly. This move allowed the Celestial Court to gain the initiative. The other 4 regions' rank 8 Gu Immortals were all leaders of their own forces. They could not stay together at all times to defend against Star Caste, right? This way the Celestial Court could use Star Caste and gather rank 8 battle strength to fight against the Gu Immortals. Within the Celestial Court, Fairy Myrtle had a grim expression. Even though she had expected it, when it really happened she could not help but feel upset. Fairy Myrtle did not want Fang Yuan to have an easy time, but Fang Yuan similarly did not want the Celestial Court to have an easy time. In this open and intense battle, both sides were losers. And the person who suffered the greatest blow was likely Guiyue Fangzhen. He had just advanced to rank 6 and grasped the strength of a Gu Immortal. His confidence was rising, but he suddenly heard such a grievous news. Fang Yuan was actually able to harm the Celestial Court. Even Southern Border's Righteous Path forces could not do anything to him. Fang Yuan only had rank 7 cultivation level, but this defied common sense. Even rank 8 Gu Immortals were not his match. Guiyue Fangzhen heard this for the first time. He wanted to say many words but he could not. After a long while, he muttered to himself with a pale expression, I was too naive. He smiled bitterly. Fang Yuan, is this the true gap between us? This pitiful child still did not know that Fang Yuan had already advanced to rank 8. In fact, the whole world seemed to have been deceived by Fang Yuan. But this was not surprising. Even Fairy Myrtle did not know about the Sovereign Immortal Aperture's secret. If Fang Yuan wanted to advance to rank 8, he would have to undergo tribulation. Regardless of success or failure, there would be important clues left behind. And if he really became rank 8, this speed would be too fast. The other Gu Immortals cultivated cautiously for a long time. Wouldn't that be a waste of their lives? Fang Yuan was paying attention to the discussions. There was actually a day when my limelight overshadowed Heaven's Stairway. Fang Yuan did not know whether to laugh or cry. It seemed that the other Gu Immortals paid more attention to him than the Celestial Court, but he was not disappointed. Because Fang Yuan knew that the super forces of the other 4 regions were definitely discussing how to deal with the Celestial Court. Because long ago, predecessors had already sensed the changes in the future, for example, Southern Border's Yao clan. And now that the earth veins were shaking, a huge change was about to happen. Most of the super forces knew that the regional walls were going to vanish in the future of the 5 regions' chaotic war. Central Continent Refinement Path Convention, Celestial Court, just wait and see. Fang Yuan was paying attention to the discussions. He was also exploring the ink effect. He knew that researching this change would greatly benefit his understanding of fate, all living beings, and the world. Looking back, since rebirth, I annexed Langya Blessed Land. That was the right first step. One step ahead, every step ahead. My advantage is getting bigger and bigger like a rolling snowball. This is the advantage of rebirth. Of course, I also have the advantage of being a complete otherworldly demon. And also Red Lotus contribution in destroying fake Gu. Compared to the previous life there were many positive aspects, but there were also many negative ink effects. Firstly, Southern Border's Rule Path rank 8 expert Ba Shirba was captured by Fang Yuan. His aperture would be devoured in the future. He would die a horrible death. This meant that when Wu Yong led the Southern Alliance to attack Central Continent, they would lose a strong helper. In the previous life, Ba Shirba resisted Celestial Court's Gu Immortal Qingyi. He was one of the pillars of support for Fang Yuan's side. As for Celestial Court, because Fang Yuan took away the 5 regional true inheritance and destroyed the 5 regional mountain range, there was no ambush in the 5 regional mountain range. Celestial Court's member Jun Xinguang was captured by Fang Yuan during the 5 regional mountain range battle in the previous life. In this life he was still free. Other than that, Celestial Court had another rank 8 Gu Immortal, that was Prince's Impatience. In Jewel Yellow Skies my dragonfish business also suffered a huge blow, my profits are at rock bottom. Even though it was the same in the previous life, this time Fairy Myrtle was provoked by Fang Yuan. Celestial Court's attacks were at least 10 times stronger than before. The dragonfish business's losses were also brought forward. Thankfully, I annexed so many immortal apertures I gained a huge source of income. But in the previous life, Fairy Myrtle cooperated with Southern Border's righteous path to target my economic lifelines. I wonder if it will be brought forward in this life? Would they increase the intensity of their attacks? Like the dragonfish business? Fang Yuan guessed. He felt that the possibility was high. There was also a foreseeable negative effect. That was Longevity Heaven. In the previous life, Longevity Heaven annexed Xianxia Blessed Land, it caused its reputation to soar, it successfully subdued the whole of Northern Plains Gu Immortal World, Bing Sichuan and the rest invaded Celestial Court. But in this life, not only was Xianxia Blessed Land annexed by Fang Yuan, Longevity Heaven did not get it, Prince's Impatience also returned to Celestial Court, Northern Plains Righteous Path had such a huge traitor, the Huang Jin bloodline lost face. Longevity Heaven could not escape from this, it was implicated. The outside world was in an uproar but Fang Yuan could not be shaken at all. He stayed in a corner and developed, changing his position from time to time, his enemies could not figure him out. His soul path cultivation was progressing rapidly, but he was still a distance away from split soul. Fang Yuan's time path clone was in charge of deductions, while his main body practiced killer moves. He was very familiar with Xiaxia's killer moves. This was the wealth of his previous life, he brought it with him after rebirth. Fang Yuan focused on cultivating the contents of Tao Zhu's true inheritance. Immortal Killer Move, 5 Restriction Profound Light Qi. Gu Worms spiraled, immortal essence poured in, a grand light qi burst out. It was purple-black in color, it was more like smoke than light, it made people think of Southern Border's Miasma Regional Wall. It was one of the 5 Restriction Profound Light Qi, Southern Restriction Purple-Black Miasma Light Qi. The other 4 were Central Restriction White Gold Holy Light Qi, Northern Restriction Jade Licorice Light Qi, Western Restriction Scarlet Raging Flame Light Qi, and Eastern Restriction Azure Water Blue Light Qi. Fang Yuan had just learned it, he could only use one of them, he could not use 2 at the same time. As for the other 5 regional limit formation, because he lacked Earth Vein Immortal Gu, Fang Yuan did not cultivate it for now. According to Fang Yuan's memories, Earth Vein Immortal Gu had not appeared yet. Chapter 1807. It was not easy to practice killer moves. If one was careless, the killer move would fail and the Gu Immortal would suffer backlash and be injured. The stronger the killer move, the higher the risk. But he had no choice but to practice it, he could not just recklessly use it in an intense battle, right? The battle environment would be even worse, the opponent would retaliate fiercely. In history there were many examples of Gu Immortals who failed in activating killer moves and suffered backlash, dying from severe injuries. Among them there were many cases of death while practicing killer moves. But the 5 Restriction Profound Light Qi that Fang Yuan had was a powerful killer move, he was extremely focused and careful when practicing it. As for the 5 Restriction Profound Light Qi and the 5 Regional Limit Formation, Fang Yuan had not decided on these 2 options yet. The 2 could not be used together, it was too difficult to set up a formation in battle, and if the 5 Regional Limit Formation was set up, it would not be easy to dismantle. During the battle, having the 5 Regional Limit Formation would mean losing 5 Restriction Profound Light Qi. In terms of agility, the 5 Restriction Profound Light Qi killer move was naturally stronger. But Formation Path had its own advantages. Once the 5 Regional Limit Formation was set up, it would be like a super immortal killer move that could be prepared at any moment, it would often give Fang Yuan a huge advantage. The specific example was the ambush battle of Year's Flow execution not long ago. Be it his previous life or this life, this battle was the proudest achievement of Fang Yuan's life. Not only because of the huge gains, but more importantly, the entire battle situation was under Fang Yuan's control. Fang Yuan had been in control, he had successfully made the battle progress according to his plan. This was not an easy thing to do. The most perfect and flawless moment of any plan was when it had yet to be implemented. When it was implemented, even the Celestial Court or Longevity Heaven would not be able to control it. The most important thing that allowed Fang Yuan's ambush to succeed was that Time Path Immortal Formation. As long as the formation was set up, Formation Path Gu Immortals could often defeat stronger opponents. But Formation Path's weakness was that it was inflexible and had many inflexible aspects. Most immortal formations could not be moved once they were set up. A formation path Gu Immortal was very strong. He created a formation, but after the enemy discovered it, they went around it. This awkward situation was recorded in history books. Thus, Qi Chuyu and Fairy Myrtle sighed at how Fang Yuan's time path formation could be so concealed that the southern border immortals were ambushed. Another point was that it was not easy to set up an immortal array and it took a long time. 5 to 6 days was considered very low, and 2 to 3 months were common. There were even those that took 1 to 2 years. For example, in his previous life, the Celestial Court had built the 9-9 unending interlocking formation about a year ahead of schedule. However, after the formation was completed, the speed of setting up the subformations inside would be extremely fast, to an unimaginable extent. This was a method left behind by star constellation Immortal Venerable. It could not be underestimated. Even so, setting up the child formation still required time. In his previous life, Qin Yi and the others had no choice but to come out and defend against Wu Yong and the others in order to buy time for the rear to set up the subformations. There were many super immortal formations that could not be easily set up by Gu Immortals. In the previous life, Wu Yong and the others were the support, while Qi Chuyu, Fang Yuan, and Black Extremity were the main ones in setting up the formations. The Long Hair Refinement Path formation in Langya Blessed Land was not created by Long Hair Ancestor. He was the one who invited the formation path great expert, Immortal Empress Jiahua. Fang Yuan estimated that if he wanted to choose the 5 regional limit formation, he would need to do it at least half a year ahead of schedule. But thankfully he could use the difference in time flow between his immortal aperture and the outside world to greatly reduce this disadvantage. In his plan, the new 5 regional limit formation needed to be fused with Earth Veins, Formation Flags and Formation Spirits. With these 3, Fang Yuan could first set up the formation in Sovereign Grotto Heaven, and when he needed it he could use it directly. It was very convenient. However, Fang Yuan had yet to deduce the contents of the 5 regional limit formation. During this period of time, Fang Yuan's time path clone was mainly deducing immortal Gu houses. Immortal Gu houses were also Gu formations. They were developed from formation path to begin with. The initial reason was that many formation path Gu immortals felt that setting up formations was too inconvenient. They were not flexible at all. Many times when battles occurred they could not set up formations in time. In history there were many examples of formation path Gu immortals or even great experts suddenly encountering a battle. They could not display much of their abilities, they were lucky to be defeated, but most importantly, many of them died in battle. They must have felt very sullen. The original concept of an immortal Gu house was a mobile immortal Gu formation. The time path clone had been developing his immortal aperture during this period of time. He was shrouded in the light of wisdom at all times. There were too many things he had to deduce and modify. Meanwhile, Fang Yuan's main body was cultivating killer moves. The rest of his time was used to cultivate his soul. He also took some time to develop his immortal aperture. The number of killer moves increased continuously. His soul foundation rose sharply every time he cultivated. The development of his immortal aperture was also smooth sailing. Most importantly, he had a group of elite Gu immortals who were helping him. The Year Essence Pool was very crucial. With it, Year Beasts would have a place to rest. It had too many advantages. It saved space, provided a place for Year Beasts to rest, produced time path Gu worms, and could even adjust the immortal aperture's flow rate. It was a miniature river of time. In the previous life, Fang Yuan had prepared painstakingly to create a Year Essence Pool, but when he annexed Xiaxia's immortal aperture, he found that she also had one. Now he directly took Xiaxia's Year Essence Pool and used it. Xiaxia had already constructed this pool well, but it could not match Fang Yuan's vision and overall situation. These last days, Fang Yuan and his subordinates had been focusing on fine-tuning the Year Essence Pool's construction. It was very effective. Fang Yuan's immemorial Year Beasts were all trapped inside, but they were very comfortable. They did not want to come out. For the Year Beasts, there was food and water inside. It was very comfortable to soak in the water of the River of Time. Most importantly, there were no strong enemies. Only one tribe was strong. It was not like the true River of Time. Year Beasts and Eagle Beasts were the burden of the sovereign immortal aperture. Now that the Year Beasts were dealt with, the Eagle Beasts also made huge progress. To create the Eagle Beast food chain, Fang Yuan first built more nests. He then chose grass weaver birds as food for the Eagle Beasts. This type of bird was called bird weaver grass. This type of life form was quite unique. In spring they were only grass seeds. The grass seeds would sprout and grow out of the ground, gradually growing into a grassland. When summer shines, the grass in the grassland would intertwine and weave into the shape of birds. flying in groups. This was grass weaver birds. In autumn they would migrate in groups. In winter they would land on the ground and dissipate, turning back into grass seeds and burying themselves in the snow, waiting for the next spring to sprout. This type of bird was easy to raise, they reproduced quickly and had a large number. Even though the eagle beasts did not like to eat them in Fang Yuan's current situation, the food chain had just been constructed. There was no such thing as food, how could he let them be picky? Fortunately, Fang Yuan had already refined spring goo and summer goo for him to use. He sent a goo immortal to guard the mini 9 heavens while Fang Yuan activated his killer move. He modified 2 killer moves. One move was called Spring Sprout. It used rank 8 immortal goo spring as the core and would sprout immortal goo as the supplementary, causing bird weaver grass to sprout everywhere in the cloud soil, quickly dyeing the vast cloud soil green. The other move was called Summer. It used rank 8 immortal goo summer as the core and some light path immortal goo as the supplementary to form hot sunlight, causing the grass weaver birds to fly around in groups. Their numbers increased rapidly and soon reached an astonishing scale. The eagerly waiting eagle group finally had something to eat. Fang Yuan also got rid of the situation where he had to buy food from the outside world to feed the eagle group. However, because the bird weaver grass consumed a lot of cloud soil, if Fang Yuan wanted to buy cloud soil, he would have to consume rank 8 immortal essence. Activating killer moves also consumed rank 8 immortal essence. Fang Yuan's expenditure was even higher than when he was feeding the eagle beasts. This was a necessary pain in the process of building the food chain. Fang Yuan did not attack the eagle beasts at this time in his previous life. In this life he had a huge business, he did not care about these pains, he could handle it, so he did not care. This caused another flaw. Because he used 2-time path killer moves, the surrounding environment changed between spring and summer. This was a huge stimulus to the eagle group. This caused many eagle beasts to go into heat and lay eggs. And because the changes between spring and summer were too intense, without autumn and winter to adjust and recuperate, the eagle beasts became more and more violent. Many bloody conflicts occurred as they fought for mates. At this time, the goo immortals that Fang Yuan sent over played the role of babysitter. This simple food chain was only the beginning. It would continue to be built in the future, until it became a complete and stable food chain. This was not a complete disadvantage, at least in Fang Yuan's eagle nests. There were a lot of eagle eggs added to them. Unlike the year beast who had the year essence pool and the river of time as a reference, the eagle beasts were much more troublesome. The food chain was related to many aspects. A slight change in one part could affect the entire situation. Sometimes, a small caterpillar could have a huge impact on the sovereign immortal aperture. Fang Yuan still needed to consider the future. Right now, the sovereign immortal aperture still had a vast amount of empty space. Deductions in this aspect were already more difficult than deducing a rank 6 immortal killer move. In the future, this deduction would be even more terrifying. With the immortal aperture stabilized, the annexed blessed lands and grotto heavens were gradually digested. Many places were already flourishing, surpassing most of the goo immortals in the world. Fang Yuan's time path clone continued to make deductions. He finally had a result. Immortal Goo House, myriad year flying warship. In the previous life, Fang Yuan had always wanted to create an immortal Goo House to explore the river of time, and also to let his subordinates participate in rank 8 level battles. But unfortunately he did not succeed in many attempts. The first incomplete immortal Goo House was destroyed by Li Huang. He tried to construct it many times, but after extorting southern border's righteous path, the goo worms were all over the place. Even though the immortal Goo House was constructed, it was at a disadvantage in the central continent battle. It did not have much use. Chapter 1808. Celestial Court. The construction of Eternal Yacht had reached the most crucial moment. Celestial Court's rank 8 rule path Goo Immortal, Song Yen took out an immortal goo. This immortal goo was like a centipede. It was as long as an arm and had an orange-gold color. There were countless small diamonds growing on its back. They were closely connected. It looked extremely beautiful and luxurious. It was Rule Path Immortal Goo, Permanence. This goo was originally used in Celestial Court's Eternal Sand Cave, but now it was used to construct Eternal Yacht. The final step. Song Yen breathed in deeply. He had a solemn expression as he carefully used a method to send permanence goo into the incomplete Eternal Yacht Immortal Goo House. The incomplete Immortal Goo House first absorbed it. Its aura fluctuated unsteadily as it rapidly fell into an abyss that was about to go out of control. Song Yan's expression changed. Oh no! At the next moment, there was a thunderous explosion as the incomplete Immortal Goo House collapsed. A vast number of mortal goo were destroyed. Many of the supplementary immortal goo were also damaged. Only Permanence Gu was protected by Tsong Yen, even though it was spitting out blood and was heavily injured. Permanence Gu was the core, it could not be damaged. It was not like other supplementary Immortal Gu, even if they were destroyed they could be replaced. At the same time, Fairy Myrtle left Celestial Court and landed in Central Continent, arriving at Duke Long's place. I succeeded in cultivating Shattered Dream. Feng Kim Hong raised his arms and cheered. Fairy Myrtle did not expect to personally witness Feng Kim Huang's important growth in this trip. She looked at the Shattered Dream Realm fragments, it was like a broken mirror, she was inwardly shocked. Feng Kim Huang's progress in Dream Path was beyond her expectations. Feng Kim Hong laughed happily. Duke Long sent him away and asked Fairy Myrtle for her purpose. Fairy Myrtle spoke the truth. These last days I have been feeling uneasy, but I could not find the reason, so I came to ask Lord for guidance. Duke Long nodded. Any progress on calculating Fang Yuan? Fairy Myrtle frowned slightly, showing a troubled expression. I have to say Fang Yuan's wisdom path defenses are impeccable, we have already done our best but cannot count him in. Duke Long consoled. Your previous plans to deal with him were already very good. I can't scheme like you after all, I am not a wisdom path Gu immortal. Is that fixed space Gu destroyed? The refinement path killer moves on those Gu worms have not been activated yet. But I've already ordered Yuan Xiongdu to be ready at all times. Duke Long nodded. It seems that it will not be easy for Fang Yuan to plunder the Gu immortal captives Gu worms. Thinking about it, he asked, did you go to Spectral Soul's place to investigate? Fairy Myrtle answered directly, he is only a remnant soul in the end, he has no immortal essence or immortal Gu, he is only a prisoner. After the defeat in Langya Blessed Land I will take care of him, there is no problem with that. Duke Long sighed, maybe it is him. Oh. Red Lotus Demon Venerable. Fairy Myrtle's heart shook, she heard Duke Long continue to ask, how is the progress of finding Red Lotus true inheritance? Fairy Myrtle's expression was unsightly. Present and past pavilion has been guarding the river of time as long as Fang Yuan enters, we will sense it. But earlier Eternal Yacht's construction failed, we need to start again. I still plan to construct 3 Autumn Yellow Crane Platform, Shark Flow Lever and Moment Stage. With these 5-time path Immortal Gu houses, even if we cannot find Red Lotus true inheritance, we will not let Fang Yuan succeed. Duke Long heard this. Forget about the first 4, the core Immortal Gu of the 5th Moment Stage is an Immortal Gu from Million Heavenly King Gallery. Fairy Myrtle said, this is the result of my deductions, it is the safest plan. In Duke Long's mind, even though he valued Fang Yuan could not compare to Red Lotus Demon Venerable. He pondered, Red Lotus true inheritance is the biggest variable, using 5-time path Immortal Gu houses to seal the river of time is the safest plan. We will go with your plan. Even though I do not cultivate formation path, I know the difficulty of constructing Immortal Gu houses, there is no need to criticize Tsong Yen. Yes, Lord Duke Long, because of the defeat in Langya Blessed Land, the Celestial Court in this life was even more aggressive, their pace was even faster. Guyue Fangjing's immortal ascension was only one aspect. Eternal Yacht was also being constructed quickly, they even added a 5th-time path Immortal Gu house. This ink effect was something Fang Yuan was not clear about. Inside the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. We have reached the most crucial part, years flow like water Immortal Gu go. Fang Yuan willed, an Immortal Gu flew out and shot forward. When it reached the incomplete Immortal Gu house, it immediately let out a colorful radiance. The radiance flickered and flickered. Fang Yuan paid full attention, he did not dare to be careless and controlled the situation. At once, countless thoughts appeared in his mind, like waves in the sea, his accumulated wills melted like snow. In just a short while his main body was drenched in sweat. The Time Path clone was also sent over to assist in the Immortal Aperture. He was barely holding on, his face was pale as paper, his body was shaking. All this effort and hard work was not in vain. The colorful radiance gradually merged and formed a clear blue color. The radiance was no longer flickering and flickered like before, it gradually stabilized. Eventually, when the blue light vanished completely, there was only one Immortal Gu house left in the battlefield. Rank 8 Immortal Gu house, Myriad Year Flying Warship. The core was years flow like water Immortal Gu, it raised this Immortal Gu house to rank 8. Fang Yuan built a rank 8 Immortal Gu house right from the get-go. Originally, years flow like water Immortal Gu was mainly used to produce year Gu. A vast number of year Gu were used as food to feed the year beasts in Fang Yuan's hands. But now, because of the year essence pool, there was a complete and stable food chain. Fang Yuan could let these year beasts be self-sufficient inside. Years flow like water. Immortal goo was also taken out. This rank 8 time path immortal goo was created by He Fan. It was specialized in logistics. It was a top-tier immortal goo for immortal aperture management, but it lacked defensive killer moves. Fang Yuan made up for this. He created it into a rank 8 immortal goo house. Other than years flow like water immortal goo, myriad year flying warships main supplementary immortal goo were precaution and fight, 2 rank 7 immortal goo. The former was originally used by Fang Yuan for divination tortoise transformation. It was paired with Vajra thought immortal goo. But now, this transformation killer move was no longer suitable for Fang Yuan, so he took it out to greatly increase myriad year flying warships' defensive power. The latter was a rule path immortal goo fight. It had not been used much. Because previously, Fang Yuan's rule path attainment was not deep, he had few rule path Dao marks, and his rule path attainment level had only risen recently. Rule path was the most widely used path. These 2 immortal goo paired with years flow like water was perfect. The entire myriad year flying warship was long and narrow. It was like a small boat. It shined with silver light. It was dazzling and gave off a strong feeling of sharpness and sturdiness. Celestial Court's eternal yacht failed, but Fang Yuan succeeded. The reason was that Fang Yuan was not only a time path quasi-supreme grandmaster, he was also a rule path great grandmaster and formation path grandmaster. For a long time, Fang Yuan had invested a lot of effort in cultivating many paths. After the initial pain of development, the benefits were gradually showing, and these benefits would only increase in the future. This is the first immortal goo house. I created it myself. It is a brand new object. In future battles, it will definitely give my enemies a huge surprise. Fang Yuan felt gratified and joyful. In the previous life he had always intended to create an immortal goo house, but he did not succeed. It was only a transitional product. Its power was barely passable. In this life he created myriad year flying warship. He was very satisfied. But this was not the end. This was only the first immortal goo house. Fang Yuan's plan was very grand. He estimated that he would need to build at least 3 immortal goo houses. In his deductions, this plan could make the most efficient use of all the resources he could obtain in this life. Myriad year flying warship was placed to one side. The time path clone had almost fainted while constructing this house. His condition was extremely poor. Fang Yuan could only arrange for him to rest for the time being. He did not deduce anything anymore. Fang Yuan's main body also rested for 2 days. 2 days in the outside world was several months in the sovereign immortal aperture. The time path clone had recovered long ago, and his deductions had made some progress. Immortal goo formation. Goo is before formation. After spending some effort, this formation was successfully constructed by Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan then decided to make a move on Lu Hao. Lu Hao's immortal aperture was still in his body, but his soul had already been extracted by Fang Yuan and imprisoned somewhere else. Fang Yuan took out fixed space goo from Lu Hao's immortal aperture. Almost instantly, fixed space goo was about to be destroyed, but the goo as before formation had already activated, exerting an intense influence. Fixed space goo flickered with light. The refinement path Dao marks on it were eliminated and destroyed. A moment later, fixed space goo regained its tranquility, but it was slightly damaged. Fang Yuan held this goo and let out a breath of turbid air. He had finally obtained this goo. In the previous life, the Celestial Quartz method was activated. Not only did fixed space goo self-destruct, Lu Hao's other goo worms also self-destructed. But Fang Yuan had some gains. From the remains of fixed space goo, he obtained the hope of developing the immortal goo as before. In the previous life he researched these remains deeply, and did not stop his deductions in this aspect. With such accumulation in this life, he finally succeeded in the first step of his deduction and obtained a goo as before formation. This formation involved many goo worms. There were over 10 million goo worms. The immortal goo included refinement path, time path and rule path. There were over 20 of them. Fang Yuan's idea was goo as before immortal goo. Thus, this goo as before formation was only the initial result. When he simplified this formation into a practical killer move, it would be the middle stage result. In the future he would condense the killer move into an immortal goo recipe and refine goo as before immortal goo. That would be the final result. But for now, the goo as before formation is already my limit. I need to continue improving. I need to increase my foundation. I have absorbed long hair true meaning, and my refinement path attainment has reached quasi-supreme grandmaster. But in the history of refinement path, there are still 2 great monuments, old eccentric Tian Nan and old immortal Kong Ju, who were equally famous as long hair ancestor. Most of these two's inheritances have already been taken by the Celestial Court. Maybe the refinement path methods that the Celestial Court used on fixed space goo came from these two monuments. As long as I obtain these contents, my foundation will increase greatly. I might not be able to condense an immortal goo recipe, but I can definitely simplify it into a killer move and obtain the middle stage result. Fang Yuan's eyes seemed to be burning with intense flames. In the previous life he could not see any hope. He felt that the Celestial Court was an insurmountable obstacle. But in this life he did not think so. Chapter 1809. Fang Yuan observed his main body's soul. After cultivating several times during this period of time, his soul had already recovered to the level of 60 million man-soul. Right now his soul was no longer weak and dispirited, it was full of vitality and looked like it was alive. His face was exquisite, his body size was normal, there was a halo emitting from the depths of his soul that enveloped his entire soul, giving off a feeling of sturdiness and exquisiteness. Thieving Heaven True Inheritance. Rank 9 Killer Move Ghostly Concealment. It was like a silk undergarment that stuck to the surface of his soul. Above it there was a layer of Ghost Official Garment. Ghost Official Garment used rank 7 Change Soul Immortal Goo and rank 6 Cleanse Soul Immortal Goo as the cores. It had turned into a set of combat clothes, there was even a layer of battle armor on it, it looked very majestic. With such a soul foundation, Fang Yuan finally had the confidence to split his soul. Immortal Killer Move, Split Soul. At once, Fang Yuan's soul left his body, he used his remaining thoughts, wills and emotions to control all sorts of goo worms to maintain the killer move Split Soul. It was as easy and natural as drinking water. Almost half of his soul split from his main body, before the main body's soul returned to his body. This time, Fang Yuan's main body's soul fell to 30 million man-soul. However, the soul that he split off was also a soul of 30 million people. Fang Yuan closed his eyes and rested for a while. When his soul returned to his body, he felt a slight dizziness. This was a normal reaction because he split half of his soul this time, it was too much. The immortal essence in his immortal aperture stopped flowing, all sorts of goo worms rested without any damage. This split soul was quite successful. Actually, this move was not easy to activate, there was a huge risk and a high chance of failure. But Fang Yuan had practiced this move bitterly before, he had paid a huge price and effort, he succeeded on his first try. Fang Yuan opened his eyes, he had recovered to his original state, his mind was clear. He opened a crack in his immortal aperture's entrance, the split soul immediately entered with a dark wind. Inside the sovereign immortal aperture, there was already a body waiting for the split soul. This body was none other than the pure dream reality seeker physique body formed from the dream realm. After the split soul entered the pure dream reality seeker physique body, there were some aura fluctuations at first, but soon there was no sound as if it was dead. Fang Yuan had a calm expression. He had roughly grasped 3 types of pure dream reality seeker physique bodies. The first was the strongest pure dream reality seeker physique. Elder Inkstone had condensed this physique back then, which was the original Wuxia. This kind of pure dream reality seeker physique only had a lifespan of 18 hours. With every 2 hours their cultivation would increase by 1 rank, and their strength would become more and more terrifying. However, this pure dream reality seeker physique required many immortal goo, and even a vast amount of dream realms. Fang Yuan could not meet this requirement. The second was the goo immortal pure dream reality seeker physique body. Fang Yuan used it the most, he had once used it to resist the pursuit of southern borders goo immortals. Now he was using it to secretly trade with Chi Chuyu. The biggest weakness of this pure dream reality seeker physique was that it had a time limit. Once the time limit was up, it would directly explode and return to a dreamland. It couldn't be maintained for long. The third pure dream reality seeker physique was something that Fang Yuan had learned from Feng Kim Hong in his previous life. This was a perfect pure dream reality seeker physique body, it consumed very few dream realms and did not have many immortal goo they could be replaced. However, it was a mortal body and did not have goo immortal cultivation. The split soul had fused into the third pure dream reality seeker physique body, it had an aperture and only had rank 1 cultivation. A moment later, the pure dream reality seeker physique body opened its eyes. The 30 million man soul had already been restrained and fused into this body. Because this body's cultivation level was not high, it could not contain the complete 30 million man soul. This was a typical situation where the body was too weak and the soul was too strong. As a result, Fang Yuan's split soul had to restrain most of its strength, it was like a giant curling up its body and carefully curling itself into a paper house. But it did not matter. Fang Yuan had already prepared relic goo. Relic goo was a spherical mortal goo. It was only the size of a thumb and looked ordinary and unremarkable. But it had a huge use. It could refine the aperture walls and raise a goo master's cultivation level by a small realm. Goo master's cultivation level ranged from rank 1 to rank 5. Relic goo also had the corresponding rank 5. Rank 1 green copper relic goo, rank 2 red steel relic goo, rank 3 white silver relic goo, rank 4 yellow gold relic goo, and rank 5 purple crystal relic goo. No matter which rank the relic goo was, it was an extremely precious goo of that rank. Its value far surpassed goo worms of the same rank. For example, red steel relic goo was worth 8,000 yuan stone in the mortal realm. This price was even higher than ordinary rank 3 goo. And white silver relic goo was an extremely precious rank 3 goo. Its price directly rose to 50,000. Yellow gold relic goo was directly controlled. In the mortal market, only white silver relic goo were circulated at most. Yellow gold relic goo were extremely rare and were often kept in their hands. This situation was slightly better in Jewel Yellow Skies. After all, Jewel Yellow Skies was a goo immortals trading market. It was the largest market in the world. In Jewel Yellow Skies, rank 1 to rank 3 relic goo were sold in batches. Rank 4 yellow gold relic goo were much rarer, and rank 5 purple crystal relic goo were even rarer. This was not because goo immortals also kept these goo worms in their hands and did not allow them to circulate, but because relic goo could only be formed naturally. No goo immortals could refine them. Even in Langya Blessed Land or Celestial Court, it was the same. Why was it like this? Fang Yuan now had Refinement Path Quasi-Supreme Grandmaster Attainment Level and Human Path Master Attainment Level. He understood the reason. Because relic goo was also a human path goo worm. It had an intrinsic effect on variant humans and humans. In places with large numbers of variant humans and humans, relic goo would form more. Fang Yuan's Pure Dream clone started to use green copper relic goo. His aperture was different from ordinary goo masters. Ordinary apertures were stable, while the Pure Dream clone's aperture was constantly breaking and reforming. It was like an illusion. This was the characteristic of a dream realm. In the previous life, Feng Kim Hong had also sighed. The reason why she was able to modify the perfect Pure Dream Reality Seeker physique was mostly due to coincidences. She had created the killer move Shatter Dream in advance. But no matter how the Pure Dream clone's aperture broke and reformed, there was still a thin light membrane around it, but it firmly restricted the dream path aperture. This light membrane was the characteristic of rank 1 initial stage. After a green copper relic goo was used, the light membrane immediately thickened, ripples of light moved on it, it shook and turned into a water membrane. The Pure Dream clone used another green copper relic goo. Thereupon, the water membrane solidified, thickened and hardened, turning into a stone membrane. After the third relic was used, the stone membrane in the Pure Dream clone's aperture turned into a crystal membrane. The Pure Dream Reality Seeker physique was naturally a special grade aptitude. Although the green copper primeval essence was dreamlike, it was more than 90%. Fang Yuan's Pure Dream clone immediately sat cross-legged with his eyes closed. He focused and manipulated his primeval essence, preparing to attack the crystal membrane. However, before he could make a move, his aperture directly ascended. The crystal membrane shattered and turned into a red steel rank 2 light membrane. In an instant, the Pure Dream clone became a rank 2 initial stage goo master. Fang Yuan was slightly surprised but quickly reacted. The Pure Dream Reality Seeker physique is the 11th extreme physique. It is the same as the 10 extreme physiques. Its cultivation level can rise on its own and break through continuously. In goo master cultivation, small realms were easy to advance as long as there was enough time. It was a painstaking effort. But every large realm was a checkpoint. The higher it was, the harder it was. Fang Yuan had wanted to rely on his rich experience to break through a large barrier, but to think that the Pure Dream Reality Seeker physique would break through naturally, it was much more convenient than he had expected. As relic goo were fed, Fang Yuan's Pure Dream clone's cultivation level rose rapidly, breaking through continuously. Although there were few purple crystal relic goo in Jewel Yellow Skies, there were many in Langya's treasury. This was not a problem. Thus, in just an hour, Fang Yuan's Pure Dream clone had rank 5 peak stage cultivation. Prepare to undergo immortal ascension. Fang Yuan let the Pure Dream clone out of the sovereign immortal aperture. He could not undergo tribulation in the sovereign immortal aperture, because this would cause a huge chaos in the heaven and earth chi. It would greatly disturb the immortal aperture's balance. Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture had a huge demand for heaven and earth chi. If the Pure Dream doppelganger successfully passed the tribulation, the depletion of the chi of heaven and earth would be huge. Thus, Fang Yuan's original plan was to arrange for the pure dream clone to undergo tribulation outside. Fang Yuan intended to create a perfect pure dream clone with Gu Immortal cultivation level in one go. But just as he was about to carry out the next step, he suddenly felt an intense sense of danger. Wait a moment. Fang Yuan's gaze focused slightly. He had deep wisdom path attainment. He suddenly felt a strong sense of danger for no reason. This was not a rumor, it was some kind of omen. Fang Yuan could not help but pay attention to this feeling. This seems to indicate that if I forcefully let the pure dream clone undergo tribulation, I will encounter a huge danger? Fang Yuan frowned slightly. Gu masters had to undergo tribulation to become immortal. According to common sense, there was a limit to this level of tribulation, no matter how strong providence was. No matter how strong a rank 6 tribulation was, it would not surpass a rank 7 tribulation. But, if it is a dream path tribulation? Fang Yuan's gaze was deep and eerie. The pure dream reality seeker physique body's immortal ascension had a high chance of facing a dream path tribulation, but Fang Yuan knew very little about this. In the current situation, even someone as strong as Duke Long was helpless against dream path methods. Fang Yuan was much stronger than Duke Long in this aspect, because he had Unravel Dream. However, Unravel Dream was not omnipotent. Moreover, dream realms were mainly divided into two types. One was realistic dream realms. Fang Yuan explored this type the most. The second was strange dream realms. Anything could happen, they could not be understood with common sense. Fang Yuan did not want to touch them. If I let the pure dream clone undergo immortal ascension, will I be giving Providence a chance to kill me? In that case, I will undergo immortal ascension in the sovereign immortal aperture. There is no Providence in the sovereign immortal aperture. Even though a large amount of heaven and earth chi will be drawn out and my foundation will be damaged, if I have a Gu immortal level pure dream clone, the benefits will be even greater. However, when Fang Yuan teleported the pure dream clone in and wanted to undergo tribulation, the sense of danger in his heart was slightly reduced, but it still lingered. Fang Yuan pondered, this means that even without Providence, if I use the pure dream reality seeker physique body to undergo immortal ascension, there will still be a dream path tribulation? And it will pose a huge threat to me? Immortal ascension meant taking risks. Was this risk worth it? Fang Yuan hesitated for a while before sighing. He chose to play it safe. It was not worth taking risks at this time. Most importantly, he had no confidence at all. It would be fine if it were other paths, but dream path? Fang Yuan shook his head. In fact, he had great expectations for this path. Because once he succeeded, not only would Fang Yuan obtain an immortal level pure dream clone, he would also have the chance to learn from nature, he would gain insight into dream path research results and even have a chance to advance dream path mortal Gu into immortal Gu. But now, Fang Yuan regretfully found that the risk of immortal ascension was extremely high. I might not even be able to use spring-autumn cicada. In this life Fang Yuan had developed very well. It was not worth the risk. Taking risks blindly was not courageous, it was foolish. Chapter 18:10. Swish swish swish. The sound of waves entered Fang Yuan's ears. There was also the chirping of seabirds. The surface of Eastern Sea was shining brightly under the warm sunlight. The sea breeze caressed their faces, making them feel relaxed and happy. Fang Yuan, however, felt slightly disappointed. Indeed, it is not time yet. He used Jade Flow Pearl to come to Eastern Sea from southern border. His goal was to find the blue dragon whale. Right now, for Fang Yuan, obtaining Regret Gu was a wonderful thing. Because he wanted to refine a large number of rank 6 immortal Gu to raise his overall strength. With Regret Gu, he could reduce his losses and minimize the risk of Gu refinement. In fact, ever since rebirth he had been here many times. This sea area was the place where he saw the blue dragon whale with Miao Ming Shen and the rest in the previous life. Unfortunately, Fang Yuan did not manage to find the blue dragon whale. Maybe I should attack Miao Ming Shen and snatch that method from him? With that method, I can find the exact location of the blue dragon whale myself. This thought flashed past Fang Yuan's mind as he quickly assessed the risks. If he wanted to attack, Miao Ming Shen was not hard to deal with. Fang Yuan could even use Chu Ying's identity and wisdom path methods to trap them. The true risk was that Fang Yuan did not know what this method was. If it was an ordinary immortal killer move, so be it. But he was afraid that it was something else. If he used it rashly, it might backfire. According to Fang Yuan's deductions, the latter was quite likely. Because in the 500 years of his previous life, he had never heard of anyone snatching this method from Miao Ming Shen. Eastern Sea had rank 8 Gu Immortals too. Miao Ming Shen was only rank 7, his method was related to Paradise Earth's true inheritance. Rank 8 Gu Immortals would definitely be tempted. But these Gu Immortals did not seem to want to make a move. It meant that there was more to this than met the eye. According to the previous life's trajectory, I can wait patiently and enter with Miao Ming Shen. But this method has a flaw, that is the ink effect. In the previous life, Miao Ming Shen chose Chuing after some hesitation. Will he still choose Chuing in this life? Fang Yuan used Jade Flow Pearl to return to southern border. Currently, southern border was the safest among the 5 regions. Even if the southern border righteous path came to deal with him, he had a large number of captives to negotiate with, and he had the most thorough understanding of the southern border situation. Fang Yuan was not in a hurry to attack Miao Ming Shen. His rebirth plan was going smoothly and he had thought it through. Even if Fang Yuan wanted to kill Miao Ming Shen, it would be too hasty to do so now. Everything had to be done at the right time. Everything had to be done step by step in an orderly manner. Sometimes life needs to be fast and sometimes it needs to be slow. If it was too fast and the fire was too strong, all the good things would be burnt. It was too slow and the fire was too weak. It was a waste of time. Fang Yuan had long mastered the control of the speed of the fire. Next, his main task was to create doppelgangers. He needed to create a Dragon Man doppelganger. The Dragon Man transformation method that Bai Ningbing had was already obtained by Fang Yuan. He had already started researching this method. This method was called the Humans Alike Dragons Gu Refinement Method. It involved the Gu Immortal using themselves as a Gu material, combining with Raging Wave Rising Dragon Fire to refine them into a Dragon Man. This method's success rate was less than 1%, and during the Gu refinement process, all of the Gu Immortal's Dao marks would affect the final result. When Fang Yuan first saw it, he was shocked by the ingenuity of this method. But soon he found the weakness of this method. This method was created by Duke Long. Duke Long was proficient in Qi Path and Transformation Path. He did not have deep refinement path attainment. He relied on his comprehension of Qi Path and Transformation Path attainment levels. But Fang Yuan was a Refinement Path Quasi-Supreme Grandmaster. This method could give him a huge boost in Refinement Path. After modification, the success rate would also increase by a lot. It could even reach 10%. That was 1/10. This was already the limit of Fang Yuan's modification. He could not increase it any further. Because the Humans Alike Dragons Gu refinement method was a human path killer move, it involved the profundity of Transformation Path. Fang Yuan's Transformation Path attainment level could not compare to Duke Long. The same was true for Human Path attainment level. Thus, the Humans Alike Dragons Gu refinement method was an excellent material. It could allow Fang Yuan to comprehend some of the essence of Human Path. The true obstacle is Raging Wave Rising Dragon Fire. Raging Wave Rising Dragon Fire was a rank 9 immortal material, the human flame of heaven, earth and human flames. It was extremely rare. Bai Xiang Grotto Heaven originally had a lump of it, but Bai Ningbing had already used it. It did not exist in Jewel Yellow Skies. Publicly asking to buy it in Jewel Yellow Skies? No, Fang Yuan had a better choice. Xia Clan headquarters. The atmosphere in the hall was heavy and oppressive. Fang Yuan's extortion letter was the first to reach Xia Clan. Fang Yuan, you scoundrel, you have committed a heinous crime. You deserve to die. You deserve to die. Xia Fei Kuai shouted with a ruthless expression. The other Xia Clan Gu immortals also had ashen expressions. They were very unsightly. But other than anger and hatred, these righteous path Gu immortals also felt like they were in a dream and unreal. The great Xia Clan, a super force, was actually being extorted by a demonic path Gu immortal one day. And the source of the extortion was Xia Clan's strongest expert, Xia Clan's foundation, the person in charge of Xia Clan, First Supreme Elder Xianxia. If someone had told this to Xia Clan's Gu immortals before the ambush, they would have slapped them and scolded them. Wake up. But at this time, Xia Clan's Gu immortals only had the urge to slap themselves. How did things end up like this? As Xia Clan's second Supreme Elder, Xia Zhao was the person with the greatest pressure. He sighed. You have all seen that information path Mortal Gu. Fang Yuan wants us to take out the Raging Wave Rising Dragon Fire. What ideas do you have? Let's hear them. Xia Clan's immortals looked at each other, not speaking. Xia Zhao could only point out names. He looked at Xia Fei Kuai. Didn't you shout quite loudly earlier? Tell us your thoughts. Xia Fei Kuai had an impatient personality. He hated Fang Yuan to the extreme, but he pondered for a long time before saying, this scoundrel Fang Yuan can even kill Celestial Court's Gu immortals. Even though he has rank 7 cultivation level, he is too vicious and evil. If he really wants our clan's Lady Xiacha's life, he will not hesitate. Maybe we can ally with other clans? Fang Yuan is extorting us. He is definitely extorting other clans as well. Once he said this, Xia Lu Pei immediately retorted, "We lost our first Supreme Elder, how can we rely on those outsiders? Right now they want us to lose Lady Xiacha. Since Fang Yuan will definitely extort other forces, do you know which force contacted us?" Xia Fei Kuai stared with wide eyes but could not retort. After a while, he said, "Even if we compromise, we don't have Raging Wave Rising Dragon Fire. Our clan doesn't have it, but that doesn't mean others don't. Maybe that demon Fang Yuan is only trying to raise the price and wait for us to negotiate." Xia Clan's Gu Immortals spoke one after another. Like in the previous life, Xia Clan's highest authority fell into Fang Yuan's hands. Xia Clan's Gu Immortals could only admit defeat and be extorted by Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's reply was very direct. "Don't talk to me about other things, I want Raging Wave Rising Dragon Fire. I don't care how you get it, we can only continue our discussion after you get it, otherwise Xiacha's life?" Hehe. Fang Yuan was even calmer than in the previous life. In the previous life, when he extorted Southern Border's righteous path, there were also many probing elements. In this life he knew himself and his enemy, he knew the bottom line of every Gu Immortal. Xia Clan was completely in his hands. Although in this life, both Xia Clan and Ba Clan had rank 8 Gu Immortals captured, Xia Clan's situation was still the worst. Because Ba Clan still had a powerful rank 8 candidate, Bada. Thus, Fang Yuan's first target of extortion was still Xia Clan. Xia Clan did not have Raging Wave Rising Dragon Fire, this was within Fang Yuan's expectations. Because he had already searched Xiacha's soul, he did not find anything in the treasury. If it were any other clan's rank 7 Gu Immortals, they might not know the entire treasury, but as the first Supreme Elder, Xiacha definitely knew the details. In fact, Fang Yuan did not know which force in Southern Border's righteous path had Raging Wave Rising Dragon Fire. It was possible that they had it, but the rank 9 immortal material was hidden at the bottom of the treasury, only the first Supreme Elder would know about it. It was also possible that the entire Southern Border righteous path did not have this fire. Fang Yuan did not care about this, he was going to let Southern Border's righteous path worry about this problem for him. In Fang Yuan's plan, the Dragon Man clone was also a huge matter. Because this clone was related to obtaining Dragon Palace. Fang Yuan did not know much about Dragon Palace, but he had at least deduced that the Dragon Man identity was the key to inheriting Dragon Palace. In the previous life, Bai Ning Bing becoming the Lord of Dragon Palace was the best proof. Fang Yuan extorted Southern Border's righteous path while continuing to cultivate and digest his gains. Not long after Time Cutting Edge was successfully modified, the new killer move was 30% stronger than in the previous life. This was because Fang Yuan had far more Time Path Immortal Gu than in the previous life. Not only because he annexed Langya Blessed Land, but also because the Year's Flow execution formation was not heavily damaged by the Southern Border Immortals like in the previous life, many Time Path Immortal Gu were preserved. Furthermore, Fang Yuan even included some Time Path Immortal Gu in Southern Border's Righteous Path's treasury. First was Xia Clan, then Ba Clan, and finally Yi Clan. Yi Clan's Gu Immortal Yi Yang was the direct bloodline descendant of Yi Clan's first Supreme Elder. He was the successor that first Supreme Elder had specially nurtured. He was extremely important. Fourth was Qi Clan. Towards Qi Clan, Fang Yuan's attitude was very amiable. "Brother Qi Chuyu, we are close. It was all thanks to you that we were able to capture the Southern Border Immortals. I'll directly release your second Supreme Elder back to you." Qi Chuyu's expression was dark like the bottom of a pot. "Don't call me so affectionately." Qi Chuyu felt extremely disgusted. He found that he had boarded Fang Yuan's pirate ship and could not leave. These last days his mood had been very heavy. Because he knew that Fang Yuan was able to capture the Southern Border Immortals because of the Dream Realms. And these Dream Realms were secretly traded to Fang Yuan. If Southern Border's Righteous Path knew of this secret, not just Qi Chuyu, even Qi Clan would be in danger. The Dream Realm transactions had already become Qi Chuyu's problem. He wanted to stop this extremely dangerous transaction, but was it possible? Chapter 1811. Sovereign Immortal Aperture, Mini Southern Border. Rumble. A loud sound echoed. The earth shook, the dense light of an Earth Path killer move covered the surrounding 100 li. Like a formless hand moving the soft soil, the surrounding terrain started to cave in while the soil at the periphery protruded upwards, forming a circular valley. Mountain peaks formed a circle around the concave area, isolating it from the outside world. And in this concave area, there was no vegetation, there was little soil, a large amount of steel was exposed, facing the wind and clouds. This is the White Steel Bowl Valley. Standing outside the valley, Rockman Gu Immortal Shi Cheng looked at this scene with shock. Fang Yuan's methods were endless and grand. He casually created another mid-sized resource point. These last days, Xianxia had conversed with other Gu immortals. He knew how vast the sovereign immortal aperture was. There were a large number of resource points scattered all over the grotto heaven. Such a deep foundation made people speechless. It increased these Gu immortals' confidence towards the future. However, what made Xianxia admire even more was Fang Yuan's boldness. Other Gu immortals might not dare, but Fang Yuan dared to fight the strong. He attacked Southern Border's righteous path. Most importantly, not only did he attack, he even obtained complete victory, capturing these Southern Border Gu immortals. If not for these captives, how could Fang Yuan extort these resources and easily create the White Steel Bowl Valley? Compared to Fang Yuan, the other Gu immortal elders of the Rockman tribe were more conservative. Lord Fang Yuan is the one I should follow. Xianxia's inclination towards Fang Yuan was growing. He was completely moved by Fang Yuan's charisma. He was subdued by his magnanimity. These last days, He Lulan and the other Gu immortals were busy. They had already arranged all the resources. The sovereign immortal aperture was originally barren, but the annexed blessed lands and grotto heavens had gathered a large amount of resources. But now, these resources were cleverly and harmoniously distributed, forming a balanced and harmonious ecology. There was no chaos or mutual interference. They were mutually reinforcing each other. This was the result of Fang Yuan's meticulous deduction using wisdom path. Next, he had to make up for some flaws. For example, the White Steel Bowl Valley was something Tai Chuzhong wanted to build but had not started yet. With it, Tai Chuzhong could feed Edge Gu himself. He did not need to rely on the outside world. Fang Yuan had already made up for it. In the previous life he had done this. He was even more familiar with it now. As for the necessary construction resources, they were extorted from Southern Border's righteous path. Regarding Southern Border's righteous path's extortion, Fang Yuan clearly felt that it was much easier in this life compared to his previous life. Southern Border's righteous path Gu immortals. Fang Yuan had exposed Heavenly Court's information earlier. He had killed Qin Yi and Thunder Ghost True Monarch. This should have greatly affected Southern Border's righteous path. Celestial Court of Gu King Gu Demon. Even Celestial Court, Gu King is Demon even Celestial Court was He Gu and Gu Southern Gu. Even if Southern Border's Gu immortals did not admit such thoughts, they more or less had some of them. In addition to Fang Yuan's rich experience in extortion, his techniques were also more experienced. These Southern Border righteous path cultivators could only submit. The extortion in this life was different from the previous life. In his previous life, Fang Yuan mainly wanted to build the Year Essence Pool and extorted many precious immortal materials. Right now he didn't need it at all and switched to other things. Of course, the main thing was immortal materials. A small portion of these immortal materials were used to fill the gaps in the sovereign immortal aperture, like constructing the White Steel Bowl Valley. The rest was to prepare for the advancement of immortal Gu in the future. Fang Yuan had more immortal Gu than in the previous life. Rank 6 immortal Gu were the majority, but for his rank 8 cultivation level they were too weak. Thus, a large-scale advancement refinement of immortal Gu was necessary. It would greatly increase Fang Yuan's overall strength. In the previous life he had done this. In this life, after annexing Langya Blessed Land, with such a refinement path Gu immortal, he would have an easier time. He planned ahead and prepared these immortal materials in advance. The results of annexing apertures were almost completely digested. The entire sovereign immortal aperture had been developed to 16%. This was close to his previous life's limit. But in this life he still had Lu Hao and Bashir Ba's immortal apertures, as well as Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven. Killer moves were still being created, true inheritances were still being researched, and human path was still being comprehended. Fang Yuan took some time to go to the River of Time again. He was still thinking about the Pure Dream clone. Even though the Pure Dream clone's plan was thwarted, Fang Yuan thought of the Future Self killer move on the Stone Lotus Island. Maybe I can use Future Self to obtain a Gu Immortal level Pure Dream clone in advance. The four Xuanzi were monitoring the situation in present and past pavilion, but they could not find any traces of Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan understood present and past pavilion even more than them. After successfully returning to the Stone Lotus Island, Future Self was used on the Pure Dream clone. However, to Fang Yuan's disappointment, the Pure Dream clone did not move at all. Is it because the Pure Dream clone is created from dream realms, most killer moves are ineffective against him? Or does the Pure Dream clone have no future in becoming an immortal? Fang Yuan's Pure Dream clone had rank 5 peak stage cultivation level. He was just one step away from becoming an immortal. However, this stage had a fatal risk. Fang Yuan wisely stopped. If future self is ineffective, it is because the pure dream clone does not have a future in becoming an immortal. This means that if the pure dream clone undergoes tribulation, I have no hope of passing it with my current strength? Thinking of this, Fang Yuan felt a little interested. There is no harm in trying. He immediately activated the Immortal Killer move, exposing Heavenly Secret on the Stone Lotus Island. This move used Heavenly Secret Immortal Goo as the core. It could see the contents of the next calamity or tribulation. It was completely blank. Exposing Heavenly Secret did not have any effect on the pure dream clone. Is it because of the pure dream clone's uniqueness, or because exposing Heavenly Secret cannot target dream path calamities and tribulations? Fang Yuan was vexed. There were few goo worms that could be effective against the pure dream clone. Relic goo could be effective against the pure dream clone because it was a human path goo worm. The pure dream reality seeker physique body was a human, thus human path goo worms were effective against it. But the truth was, many other goo worms were ineffective against the pure dream clone. Because the pure dream clone was created from dream realms, it still had the characteristics of dream realms. Fang Yuan had relied on dream path superiority many times to get through difficulties or to summon wind and rain, but now he was stuck by this superiority. Like Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord, Duke Long and others, they could not resist lead soul into dream. Spectral soul also fell into a deep slumber after falling into dream realms. Old methods had little effect against dream realms. To speak the truth, Fang Yuan had many methods against calamities and tribulations. For example, Calamity Beckoning Immortal Goo or Endless Trouble Killer move. But could these methods deal with dream path calamities and tribulations? Fang Yuan shook his head in his mind. It was almost impossible. The only possibility is to develop a corresponding dream path killer move. However, Fang Yuan's dream path attainment level was firmly holding him back. In the 500 years of his previous life, he did not focus on dream path, he spent most of his time on blood path. Not long after returning from the River of Time, Fang Yuan was pleasantly surprised by the Dragon Man clone's progress. Xia clan said that southern borders Shang clan treasure realm had raging wave rising dragon fire. They were currently trading for it. Shang clan treasure realm is the immortal aperture of Shang clan's founder, Shang clan ancestor. After Shang clan ancestor died, he left it in Shangliang mountain. Goo immortals could not enter or leave. Even Shang clan's Goo immortals do not know if it is a grotto heaven or a blessed land. It seems that this treasure realm's foundation is much deeper than I estimated. Fang Yuan sighed at Shang clan's foundation. Shang clan had always been in the upper echelon of southern borders Goo immortal world. Because of their unique location, they had a harmonious relationship with other super forces. If Xia clan can trade for raging wave rising dragon fire, then the Dragon Man clone's obstacle will be reduced by half. Fang Yuan waited patiently as he developed peacefully. He gained more experience in using 5 restriction profound light chi. He could gradually use 4 different types of light chi at the same time. His soul path cultivation level rose again and again. For the Dragon Man clone, Fang Yuan split out another lump of soul, but even so, his soul cultivation level rose to 80 million man soul. The Dream Realm transaction with Qi clan continued in the dark. Qiyu compromised. One wrong move and he would only sink deeper and deeper. Of course, Fang Yuan had never let down his guard against him. This rank 8 Goo Immortal was not someone to be trifled with. If he was not dealt with properly, he might suffer a backlash. Thankfully, Fang Yuan had chosen to support Qi clan long ago and planned for the future. Qi clan obtained Dream Path research results from the transaction. This made Qi Chuyu feel both pain and joy. Since this transaction had already caused a huge mistake, why not continue? Qi Chuyu did not want to take the risk, but Fang Yuan made such a move, he could only grit his teeth and continue down this path. During his free time, Fang Yuan's soul searched those Goo Immortals. Even though he had done this in the previous life, he wanted to do it again in this life because he had something else to research. That was the ink effect. Compared to the previous life, the minute differences in this life made Fang Yuan feel deeply. An indescribable and profound feeling gradually engulfed his mind. Is this fate? Fang Yuan felt like he had interacted with the threads of Fate Goo's web. He gradually had a strong premonition. If I continue to research in this aspect, my understanding of fate will deepen. This is the best direction to understand fate. After a few more rebirths, I will gather more clues and make deductions. I might be able to create a mortal killer move with the effect of fate. If I combine it with the profundity of luck path, fate. Fang Yuan's heart shook, bright light flashed in his eyes. Celestial Court. Feng Jioge stood in front of embroidered building. This rank 8 Immortal Gu house was a short building with glazed eaves, red walls and jade bricks. It was exquisite and beautiful, but it lacked half of its foundation. Traces of damage could be seen on the Immortal Gu house. In the sky above embroidered building, there were 3 bloody skins that were sewn in the air. They were still leaking traces of a savage and desolate aura. Back then, reckless savage demon Venerable attacked Celestial Court and was obstructed by embroidered building. In the end, reckless savage demon Venerable destroyed embroidered building. Even now, Celestial Court could not repair it completely, but he was left with 3 bloody skins. After returning from the defeat in Langya Blessed Land, Feng Jioge had been immersed in a wondrous state of comprehension. He did not cultivate transformation path. He came here specially to comprehend a trace of transformation from these 3 bloody skins. This transformation was a kind of concept. It was the change of fate. It was reckless savage demon Venerable's injury. Reckless savage demon Venerable was strong, embroidered building was weak, the strong was left with 3 bloody skins by the weak. This was an unexpected transformation. Just like how Celestial Court failed in its attack on Langya Blessed Land, Southern Borders Gu Immortals chased after Feng Yuan but were captured. It was a similar transformation. These continuous transformations moved Feng Jioge's soul. The wondrous comprehension gradually entered an optimal state. Chapter 1812. Western Desert. Feng Clan's headquarters, Guanyuan Blessed Land. Juice. Feng Dichang coughed out a mouthful of blood as he fell to the ground. Father. Beside him, the adopted son Feng Yun quickly came forward and helped Feng Dichang up. Feng Dichang was heavily injured. When he stood up with help, his body was still swaying and his vision blurred. He quickly inspected his body and smiled bitterly in his mind. This injury had heavily injured his brain. There was a huge crack that almost split his brain into 2. At the same time, his soul was also injured. There was a strange green halo in his body that emitted wood path aura. Feng Dichang sighed as he looked at the huge palace in front of him. This palace was majestic like a mountain. It had green bricks and golden tiles, emitting a dense fragrance of plants and trees. It was solemn and dignified but also full of vitality. At the top of the door there was a plaque with 3 words written on it, Divine Bean Palace. This is an Immortal Gu house created by Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. After all, it is well-rounded and has no loopholes. I forcefully deduced and suffered such a backlash. I underestimated the Venerable's power and was too impatient. Feng Dichang sighed. Father, our Feng clan's current situation is not bad, let's take it slowly. Feng Yun consoled. Feng Dichang shook his head. Although our Feng clan's situation has stabilized, it is still not optimistic. Those clans are restraining themselves because they were intimidated by our theft path killer move. They have not given up on suppressing us. We need to make the best use of our time. We cannot slack off. Yes, father. Feng Dichang looked at Divine Bean Palace and sighed. Sigh, it is a pity that our Feng clan does not have a wood path Gu Immortal. The core of this Divine Bean Palace is wood path. If there was a rank 7 wood path Gu Immortal assisting me, I would definitely have a lot of progress in deducing this house. Western Desert had many deserts and oases, but wood path and water path were the least among them. Among the 5 regions, Southern Border had the most wood path Gu Immortals, while Eastern Sea had the most water path Gu Immortals. Feng Yun thought about it. Although our Feng clan does not have a wood path Gu Immortal, we have a wisdom path Gu Immortal. You mean Xuanbu Jin? Feng Dichang's gaze focused, vigilance flashed across his eyes as he looked at Feng Yun. Did he ask you to recommend him? Feng Yun let out a sound and shook his head. No, I'm just saying. Lord Xuanbu Jin has never hinted at this. In fact, after he joined our clan, he has been guarding outside and has never contacted me. Feng Dichang's expression eased up. Xuanbu Jin's surname is not Feng after all. Even though he joined Feng clan, we need to be aware of this. Godfather, are you doubting Lord Xuanbu Jin's loyalty? Feng Yun scratched his head. Feng Dichang narrowed his eyes. If I have his help, I can indeed make progress. However, one might know a person's face but not their heart, especially a peerless treasure like Divine Bean Palace. Even if he didn't have such thoughts in the past, when he sees this palace and spends so much time with it, it's hard to say that he won't be greedy. At this point, Feng Dichang was still worried. Are there any movements on Xuanbu Jin's side recently? Feng Yun answered honestly, there's no movement. However, there are rumors targeting Lord Xuanbu Jin, saying that he is Old Man Lai Xin's inheritor, a remnant of the demonic path that was recruited by our clan. There are also rumors that Wan clan will investigate this matter and verify Lord Xuan Bujin's identity. Fang Dichang snorted coldly. These people are still trying to catch Xuan Bujin. But this excuse is quite convincing, at least it is more believable than the previous rumors of him being the demon Fang Yuan. Fang Dichang sneered, not knowing that the previous rumors were the truth and that the current rumors were distorting the truth. Old man Lai Shen was a wisdom path Gu immortal of Wan clan, but because of a mistake in his cultivation, he became deranged and delirious. Old man Lai Shen had rank 7 cultivation and his battle strength became even stronger after going crazy. He caused huge losses to Wan clan and even slaughtered the Gu immortals of other righteous path forces. This caused a commotion in Western Desert's Gu immortal world. Afterwards, several righteous path forces allied and wanted to kill old man Lai Shen. No matter how hard they tried, they could not find any traces of old man Lai Shen. Eventually, old man Lai Shen disappeared without a trace and this matter was left unsettled. Fang Dichang pondered, Xuan Bujin's strength is not ordinary, he is definitely aware of this petty trick. But he has not joined Fang clan for long, it is normal for him to be seen as a weakness of Fang clan. We still need to take care of him and make him focus on defending, don't move out easily and leave a weakness for the enemy. As for his identity, our Fang clan will clarify it for him and give Western Desert's righteous path a perfect explanation. The moment he said this, Fang Dichang's expression changed. Fang Yun saw that his foster father's expression was not right and quickly asked, "What happened?" Fang Dichang's pale and weak face turned even more ashen. Xuan Bujin just sent a letter saying that he reverse-deduced a wisdom path Gu immortal nearby and is likely to be the one who spread the rumors. He has already gone to capture him. Fang Yun was stunned. This? According to normal rules, any Gu immortal guarding a resource had to first report to the clan before they moved out. Only after the clan's approval could they move out. But Xuan Bujin's action was clearly acting first and reporting later. He directly moved out and then reported. Regardless of whether Fang clan agreed or not, he left the area he was guarding and moved out directly. He is a lone cultivator after all, his wild nature is hard to tame. Fang Dichang gritted his teeth hatefully, but at this time, he was heavily injured and could not make any more deductions. He could only contact Fang clan's first supreme elder Fang Gong and ask him to reinforce Xuan Bujin as soon as possible. Fang Yun was puzzled. Lord Foster Father, the situation might not be so bad. Wasn't asking the first Supreme Elder to provide support a little too much of a fuss? Lord Xuan Bujin is a wisdom path Gu immortal, he must have deduced this time and acted only because he is confident. Fang Dichang's expression was very gloomy. Xuan Bujin is indeed outstanding, but he has an arrogant personality and might be schemed against. If those righteous path forces intentionally lure him out and set up a series of traps, it would be terrible. Once he is captured or killed, those clans will make an irrefutable case and can casually frame our Fang clan to further suppress us. Of course, this is only a possibility, I hope I am too pessimistic. But at this critical juncture, our Fang clan cannot afford to make such a mistake. Fang Yun heard this and came to a realization, his expression also turning unsightly. He forced a smile. The matter shouldn't be so serious, right? The matter was so serious. When Fang Yuan arrived, Wisdom Path Gu Immortal Wan Lianghan was leisurely. Xuan Bujin, you are finally here, I have been waiting for a long time. Saying so, the immortal battlefield that had been lying in ambush activated and enveloped Fang Yuan. So it was a trap. Fang Yuan, who was disguised as Xuan Bujin, sneered. His gaze flickered as he looked at the 3 Gu immortals approaching him. These 3 Gu immortals were all rank 7. One was tall and thin, wearing a green robe and surrounded by whirlwinds. His name was Wan Xiao, he said confidently. Xuan Bujin, to think you are a wisdom path Gu immortal. You actually fell into our trap so easily. The second Gu immortal, Wan Hao Guang, his face could not be seen, his whole body was covered in a layer of light armor that emitted intense heat. A buzzing voice came from the heavy mech. Xuan Bujin, if you know what's good for you, surrender yourself and join the Fang clan. If you testify against the Fang clan, we won't make things difficult for you. We'll even treat you as a distinguished guest. The third Gu immortal was the Wisdom Path Gu immortal who had lured Fang Yuan. His name was Wan Lianghan, his forehead was swollen and he had an ugly appearance, but he smiled. Xuan Bujin, you are a Wisdom Path Gu immortal, you should understand the current situation better. Even if you escape today, there will be endless troubles coming for you in the future. You should not have joined Fang clan at this time. Fang Yuan's expression was cold, he only sneered. He was currently disguised as Xuan Bujin, His appearance was thin, his hair was long, his temples were white, and his black eyes were filled with vicissitudes and ambition. Even after hearing the three immortals' words and being trapped in the immortal battlefield, he did not waver in the slightest. This was only natural. Because Fang Yuan had concealed his strength, not to mention 3 rank 7s, even if there were 3 rank 8s, he would not fear them. Wan Clan's 3 immortals thought they had schemed against Fang Yuan, but they did not know that Fang Yuan had rushed back from southern border this time to get rid of them and stir up a storm in western desert. Recently Wan Lianghan had repeatedly deduced against Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had Yama Emperor's killer move to defend against him and had no flaws, but this had also weakened his soul foundation. It was very troublesome. He had to get rid of them this time. Fang Yuan immediately opened his immortal aperture's entrance and let out soul beasts. Desolate level and ancient soul beasts were released one after another. Wan Clan's 3 immortals were very shocked. Wasn't he a wisdom path Gu immortal? How could he control so many soul beasts? In this immortal battlefield, no matter how many soul beasts there are, it is useless. Wan Xiao activated the immortal battlefield, immediately creating a huge tornado that slowly moved towards them. The soul beasts closely gathered around Fang Yuan, moving along with Fang Yuan, their numbers increasing. How can he have so many soul beasts? Wan Clan's 3 immortals were even more shocked. This Swan Bujin was clearly a wisdom path Gu immortal, but he was actually controlling a soul beast army. This was too unprofessional. The tornado moved even faster, closing in on Fang Yuan's soul beast army. The soul beasts roared and fiercely counterattacked, but the tornado was like the might of heaven and earth in this immortal battlefield. It was only weakened, it was extremely stable. Fang Yuan personally took action, activating a killer move to block the tornado. One with 3 immortals saw this and their shock eased slightly. Fang Yuan had used a wisdom path killer move in the end, not a soul path killer move. This cannot go on. His soul beasts seem to be endless. I'm going to attack. Wan Hao Guang shouted. Go, the 2 of us will cover you, Wan Lianghan instructed. Wan Hao Guang charged into the soul beast army. His speed was extremely fast. He fully displayed the advantage of light path. Every time Fang Yuan mobilized the soul beast army to encircle him, Wan Lianghan and Wan Xiao would activate killer moves to cover Wan Hao Guang. With good coordination, Wan Hao Guang charged forward and was about to charge into the center. Fang Yuan's expression did not change. He let out another 4 soul beasts. Wan Hao Guang's charge paused. He immediately cried out in shock, Immemorial soul beasts. Chapter 1813. Immemorial soul beasts had rank 8 battle strength, and 4 of them appeared at the same time. At once, Wan Clan's 3 immortals felt a sense of absurdity rising in their hearts. Fang Yuan ordered the 4 immemorial desolate beasts to surround and protect him. He wore a black robe and had his hands behind his back as he stood on the back of one of the immemorial soul beasts, saying in disdain, Just the 3 of you want to scheme against me? The corners of Wan Lianghan's eyes twitched. Wan Zhao's expression was ashen. Wan Hao Guang's heart sank even more. Swan Bujin's strength far surpassed their expectations. They all realized, Swan Bujin might have guessed this was a trap, but he still came. Because with such a trump card, anyone would be confident. Wan Clan's 3 immortals were already in a difficult situation. Hold on. He is a wisdom path Gu immortal after all. It must be very difficult for him to control 4 immemorial soul beasts. That's right, maybe these 4 immemorial soul beasts only look impressive. Even if it is true, I want to see how wisdom path and soul path work together. The 3 immortals stabilized their morale and attacked Fang Yuan again. Fang Yuan did not attack, he purely defended. Thus, from the looks of it, Wan Clan's 3 immortals had the upper hand. Wan Xiao controlled the immortal battlefield and also activated killer moves. Wind spears were thrown down one after another, each attack severely injuring or even killing an ancient soul beast. Wan Hao Guang's whole body was covered in a thick light armor as he rampaged through the soul beast army, slaughtering countless enemies. Wisdom path Gu immortal Wan Lianghan commanded the battle while also taking action, constantly deducing Fang Yuan's true location in the soul beast army. As the battle dragged on, Wan Clan's 3 immortals felt increasingly uncomfortable. Because they killed many, but Fang Yuan released even more soul beasts. These soul beasts united and guarded Fang Yuan from all directions, above and below him, forming a tight defensive line. In this situation, the soul beast army was so dense that Wan Clan's 3 immortals' best method was to use large area of effect killer moves to attack. However, every time such a move appeared, Fang Yuan would interfere. Even if some escaped, it would not affect the overall situation. Large area of effect killer moves were often ineffective, so Wan Clan's 3 immortals could only use individual killer moves to kill soul beasts one by one. They adopted the decapitation tactic in an attempt to open up a path and kill Fang Yuan. The Wan family's 3 immortals cooperated very well, each of them fighting quite well. They worked together seamlessly. The 3 immortals helped each other. Their fighting strength was very strong. Even a peak rank 7 expert would be in a predicament. Unfortunately, they ran into a monster like Fang Yuan. The 4 immemorial soul beasts formed the core line of defense. After a few exchanges, the strength of this line of defense made the hopes of the Wan family's 3 immortals increasingly uncertain. Damn it, there are too few opportunities. Wan Haoguang growled in dissatisfaction. He had just found a small gap that could allow him to break through to the central defensive line, but many ancient spirit beasts immediately filled up the gap. There are too many soul beasts here. Swan Bujin can actually command such a strong soul beast army, and what is even more hateful is that with such strength, he could have tried to attack and destroy our immortal battlefield, but he chose to defend to the death. Wan Xiao mumbled with a gloomy expression. Wan Lianghan's expression was also very unsightly. I underestimated this Swan Bujin. If he had chosen to attack, we would have had more opportunities. But he chose to defend. Fang Clan's reinforcements are probably already on the way. What do we do? Wan Xiao could not help looking at Wan Lianghan. To them, this situation was very awkward. The original plan was for the 3 immortals to work together and quickly take down Swan Bujin. Even if Swan Bujin had peak rank 7 battle strength, this plan had a huge chance of success. However, the moment Fang Yuan took out 4 immemorial soul beasts, Wan Clan's 3 immortals plan was shaken. When Fang Yuan chose to defend to the death, Wan Clan's plan had already failed. As a wisdom path Gu immortal, although Wan Lianghan's attainment level was not as high as Fang Dichang's, he was also very sharp and had the intention to retreat. However, taking the initiative to retreat now was not easy. The immortal battlefield was set up. If he took the initiative to retreat, it would definitely leave behind a huge flaw. Swan Bujin was a wisdom path Gu immortal. How could he give up on such an opportunity? Moreover, the current situation had not completely lost the opportunity. Wan Clan's 3 immortals still had trump cards that they had not used yet. Wan Lianghan showed a rare sign of hesitation. Fang Yuan was very calm. If his true strength was exposed, these 3 Wan Clan immortals might be so scared that they would beg for mercy on the spot. However, he did not want to make a move. Wan Lianghan was definitely going to die. It was this rank 7 wisdom path Gu immortal who had repeatedly deduced him. He was very annoyed. As for the other 2, Fang Yuan was more willing to see them alive. Back then, when he disguised as Swan Bujin, Fang Yuan had specially prepared a set of wisdom path immortal Guan methods for this identity. Now this set of methods was even more abundant. Fang Yuan secretly activated immortal Gu distracting thoughts and prepared an immortal killer move. Wan Haoguang's vision was filled with all kinds of soul beasts. From the outside, the soul beast army was like a torrential wave of ink, while Wan Haoguang's thick white light armor was like a speck of light submerged in the pitch-black ink. Wan Haoguang was surrounded, but he did not show the slightest fear or dodge. Forward, forward, forward. He was like a sharp sword that pierced through the tightly united soul beast army, finally stabbing into Fang Yuan's body. However, his repeated advances were all in vain. Most of the time he would lose his momentum midway. There were a few times when he was about to succeed, but he was blocked by 4 immemorial soul beasts. There are 6 ancient soul beasts in front. They are tall and sturdy. They are lined up in 2 rows. There are 2 ancient soul beasts behind us. They are very fast and have been trying to tie me down. I cannot stop. Once I stop and get entangled by them, this assault will fail. But I cannot charge forward directly. The ancient soul beasts in front are clearly controlled by Swan Bujin. They are very sturdy. I can only change my path. That's right. The ancient soul beast on the left looks like a praying mantis. This shape is definitely ferocious in offense but weak in defense. I will charge forward for this. Although Wan Haoguang was a light path Gu immortal, he had a mystical light path killer move that could create bright thoughts in his mind. Using these thoughts to think was extremely fast. Precisely because of it, Wan Haoguang could always think clearly in an instant and choose the most correct path to charge forward in the midst of the army. Wan Haoguang charged forward. Although he was hit by the praying mantis ancient soul beast, he managed to escape from the pincer attack. Haha, success. I can still charge forward. In this situation there is still hope before I retreat. I am the main attacker. I need to give Swan Bujin huge pressure from the front. Together with Wan Xiao and Wan Lianghan's methods, I can create a chance to kill Swan Bujin. Actually, it was very dangerous earlier. If not for the praying mantis soul beast with weak defense, I would not know what to do. If Swan Bujin cultivated soul path or enslavement path, there might have been no hope just now. But Swan Bujin cultivated wisdom path, he has not used any killer moves in coordination with soul beasts, he should not have such methods. However, just the fact that he can control 4 immemorial soul beasts is already very powerful. He is definitely a rank 7 peak stage expert. If he has a method to coordinate with soul beasts, he might even be able to fight against a rank 8 Gu Immortal for a few rounds. If I can kill such an opponent, I will definitely make a huge contribution when I return to the clan. With such an impressive battle achievement, I can brag about it when I meet Lady Qiqiao in the future. Wait. We are in a battle now, how can I be distracted and think about love affairs? Speaking of which, Lady Qiqiao is really adorable. Although she is not that kind of enchanting beauty, she is virtuous and sensible, she is the most ideal immortal companion. But why does she always refuse my love? Maybe I should change my way of pursuing her. Sometimes, giving her 1 or 2 small gifts is not impossible. If these gifts are too expensive, they will lose their interest. I can weave a doll from grass and give it to her, see if it can make her happy? That is a good idea. Other than grass dolls, I can also weave grass rabbits, grass hats and grass mantises. Speaking of which, that mantis soul beast that just broke through looks very similar to the mantises I often caught when I was a child. Boom. With a loud sound, Wan Hao Guang was surrounded by soul beasts. Attacks from all directions landed on his light armor at almost the same time. Wan Hao Guang's thoughts moved randomly, he could no longer focus on the battlefield, he was hit by these vicious attacks. The light armor deformed intensely, he was dazed, his vision blurred. In the sky, Wan Xiao saw that Wan Hao Guang was in danger and quickly wanted to activate an immortal killer move to save him. But at this time Wan Lianghan suddenly shouted, "Don't!" Wan Zhao's reaction was slower than usual for some reason, he had already activated an immortal killer move. At the next moment the killer move failed, intense winds attacked and Wan Zhao's hand was cut into a bloody mess. He himself felt like he was electrocuted, blood spurted out of his nose and his face was deathly pale. "Oh, you are a wisdom path Gu Immortal after all, you finally reacted." Fang Yuan smiled faintly under the heavy protection of the Soul Beast army. The killer move he had just activated was called Distracting Thoughts Rebirth. It could cause distracting thoughts to appear in the minds of enemies within a certain range. At first, the killer move's effect was not obvious. But the longer it was delayed, the more distracting thoughts would appear in the enemy's minds, eventually interfering with their normal thinking. Wan Hao Guang was affected by the distracting thoughts and was the closest to Fang Yuan. He was distracted in the battlefield and thought of other things, thus he was surrounded. Wan Xiao was disturbed by this move, and at the crucial moment of activating the immortal killer move, distracting thoughts caused the killer move to fail and he suffered heavy injuries. Wan Lianghan was a wisdom path Gu Immortal after all, he sensed something amiss and finally made up his mind. This Swan Bujin is so sinister, he actually has such a strange method. We do not know his details after all, we were not on guard against him, thus we suffered a huge loss. Today's opportunity has been lost, I should go back and think of a way to break this move, I will find trouble with this guy in the future. Just as he was thinking. Whoosh. Chapter 1814. At the crucial moment, Fang Yuan suddenly switched from defense to offense, catching Wan Clan's 3 immortals off guard. Damn it. Wan Xiao gritted his teeth and shouted, "Quickly save Wan Hao Guang, his light armor is a killer move, it won't last for long." Wan Lianghan's whole body was covered in cold air. Fang Yuan had been defending for a long time without attacking. Once he moved, he would directly attack the 3 immortals' vital points. This ruthlessness and incisiveness made Wan Lianghan feel regret for the first time. I should have investigated more in advance. Wan Clan offended such a person, I wonder if it is a blessing or a curse. The Soul Beast army attacked like a tide, easily submerging the 3 immortals. The army formed by the 4 primordial spirit beasts rose into the air like a mountain, advancing steadily toward Wan Xiao with an unstoppable aura. Wan Xiao quickly retreat. Wan Lianghan sensed Fang Yuan's sinister killing intent and quickly reminded him. Wan Xiao was anxious. No, I have to save Hao Guang. He is trapped, light armor killer move has already been cancelled, only light armor immortal Gu is used. Wan Clan's 3 immortals had distracting thoughts, they could not use any killer moves at this moment, it was extremely easy to fail, and they would be injured before killing the enemy. Wan Hao Guang realized this and could only cancel light armor killer move, only activating light armor immortal Gu. This immortal Gu was the core of light armor killer move, but it was only a rank 7 immortal Gu. Its defensive power was far inferior to the previous light armor killer move. Thus, in just a short while, Wan Hao Guang was already in a perilous situation. Wan Xiao and he had a close relationship. Going against the current in this dangerous situation, he still wanted to save Wan Hao Guang. Damn it. At the moment of danger, Wan Lianghan could only cooperate with Wan Xiao, activating Wisdom Path Immortal Gu, Wisdom Obstacle. Wisdom Obstacle Immortal Gu created obstacles around Wan Xiao and Wan Lianghan, protecting them and giving them great help. Wan Xiao and Wan Hao Guang displayed their solid battle foundation at the moment of danger. The two finally converged under the Soul Beast Tide. Good. With the two of you working together, along with my cooperation, there is a high chance of breaking out. Wan Lianghan had just revealed a trace of joy when he heard a sneer behind him. Don't you think about yourself? You really are sacrificing yourself for others. Fang Yuan had already arrived behind him. At this moment, Wan Lianghan felt as if he'd fallen into an icy pit. Before he died, he finally understood that everything was part of Xuan Bujin's scheme. He had purposely exerted pressure and revealed his killing intent towards Wan Xiao and Wan Hao Guang, but his real target was Wan Lianghan. The 4 immemorial spirit beasts were still far away, but Xuan Bujin had already arrived by Wan Lianghan's side. It turned out that the 4 immemorial soul beasts were merely used as bait by him. These were 4 rank 8 beasts who would have thought that Xuan Bujin would abandon them. All along, under the protection of these 4 immemorial soul beasts, he had constantly given the 3 immortals of the Wan family many psychological hints, causing them to gradually form some kind of inertia. Perhaps Wan Lianghan would be able to see through this layer of trap in his normal state, but now he had also fallen for it. While suppressing the distracting thoughts in his mind, he also had to take care of Wan Hao Guang and Wan Zhao's safety. He had long since been unable to think about anything else. Xuan Bujin is not someone who is afraid of death. He can take the risk to attack at the crucial moment. Everything earlier was just an act. Thoughts flashed in Wan Lianghan's mind. He wanted to counterattack without any regard for the slightest hope of survival. But it was all too late. How could Fang Yuan give him a chance to struggle before death? Immortal killer move, Wisdom. Fang Yuan's palm lightly pushed, a great thief ghost hand flew out and directly entered Wan Lianghan's body. Next, the great thief ghost hand flew back, its fist tightly clenched like it was pinching something. Fang Yuan lightly smiled and announced, "Your life is mine." Wan Lianghan's eyes were wide open. He was already dead. Brother Lianghan. Seeing this, Wan Xiao and Wan Hao Guang cried out in shock, their voices hoarse and filled with extreme grief and indignation. Wan Zhao's eyes were bloodshot while Wan Hao Guang's tiger eyes were also filled with tears. It was not easy to nurture a wisdom path Gu immortal. Wan Lianghan's death was a huge loss to Wan clan. By killing Wan Lianghan, Fang Yuan had already completed half of his goal. The remaining half would depend on the follow-up performance of these 2 Wan clan Gu immortals. By now, the spoils of battle of these 2 rank 7 Gu immortals were no longer in Fang Yuan's eyes. What he was after was the situation of Western Desert's Gu immortal world. Thus, he activated transformation path methods and his aura gradually fell. This guy suddenly became weak. So he was not so strong after all. Maybe the move he used to kill brother Lianghan has a huge repercussions. Wan Xiao and Wan Hao Guang were pleasantly surprised to find that Fang Yuan's aura had weakened. The Soul Beast army under his control was no longer tightly united, instead becoming scattered. But soon after, Fang Yuan stored Wan Lianghan's corpse and hid in the protection of the 4 immemorial soul beasts. Wan Xiao and Wan Hao Guang gritted their teeth in hatred, but they also understood that Fang Yuan could not be killed. If this dragged on, they would also die here. Thus, they stored the immortal battlefield and chose to retreat. Fang Yuan took the chance to beat Wan Xiao until he fainted, while Wan Hao Guang hugged Wan Xiao tightly and ran away. Fang Yuan controlled the Soul Beast army and pretended to chase for a while, before looking at Wan Hao Guang's back in satisfaction as he disappeared into the clouds. I should go too. Fang Yuan, however, did not stay. He looked at the direction of Wan clan's headquarters and smiled, before withdrawing his army and disappearing without a trace. When Fang clan's first supreme elder Fang Gong rushed over with great difficulty, he could only stare blankly at the empty desert. All the traces left behind at the scene showed that there had been a huge battle earlier. Fang Gong's expression was somewhat unsightly as he thought, "This Xuan Bujin. It seems that I was a step too late and let the enemy succeed." Just as he was thinking, there was a commotion in the jewel-yellow skies. Fang Yuan used the same trick again, using Xuan Bujin's identity to announce the process of this battle to the public. The Gu Immortals discussed heatedly, and Western Desert's Gu Immortal world was even more shaken. What kind of person is this Xuan Bujin? He actually has 4 immemorial soul beasts as guards, and his wisdom path methods are also very strange. No wonder Fang clan recruited him. Another rank 7 peak stage expert has appeared in Western Desert's righteous path. The great era is really coming. Not only are earth trenches appearing frequently, all kinds of monsters are also starting to appear. Fang Gong only noticed the change in the jewel yellow skies after Fang Dichang's reminder. Fang Gong let out a sigh of relief, but was also a little puzzled. So the victor is Xuan Bujin. But why is he not returning yet? Fang Dichang laughed. He is a lone immortal after all, he just joined our clan. Now that he killed Wan Liang Han, this is a Western Desert righteous path Gu Immortal, a member of a super force. Adding on our Fang clan's current situation, he is worried that we will abandon him in order to protect ourselves. Thus he stayed outside and took the initiative to announce this battle to the public. After hearing this, Fang Gong's mind immediately felt like the fog had dispersed. He understood. Humph, you wisdom path Gu Immortals are all so cunning. Xuan Bujin is threatening our Fang clan, but his worries are not wrong. This time Wan Liang Han was killed by him. The relationship between our Fang clan and Wan clan is almost broken. Sigh, the situation that had just stabilized might collapse because of this. Our Fang clan's situation has become even more difficult. In your opinion, what should we choose? Should we abandon Xuan Bujin and maintain our relationship with Wan clan? Or should we abandon Wan clan and protect Xuan Bujin? Right now, I can already see that Xuan Bujin does not truly want to integrate into our Fang clan. He can go against us for his own selfish reasons. However, Wan clan is not a good person either. This time they took the initiative to attack us and suffered a loss. They will definitely retaliate even more fiercely. Fang Dichang pondered. I think it is more advantageous to protect Xuan Bujin. Xuan Bujin has an arrogant nature. It is normal for him to not be on the same side as us. It is because he has enough strength to support his pride. Just those 4 immemorial soul beasts are already beyond our imagination. In this battle he even exposed 2 wisdom path killer moves. Each of them is strange and dangerous. If the enemy is slightly careless they will fall into his hands. This time, Wan clan is indeed the first to find trouble with us. If we show weakness, the other clans will instead think that our strength is lacking. They will become even more restless. The results of our theft path killer move earlier will also disappear. At this crucial moment, our Fang clan should maintain a strong stance and protect Xuan Bujin. Although Xuan Bujin is not on the same side as us, he is a qualified ally. We have the experience of working together, we even have the foundation of working together before. Our clan still owes him a sum of money. This is the capital we can use to our advantage. With him reinforcing our clan, this is what the other righteous path forces do not want to see. Fang Dichang was indeed a wisdom path great grandmaster. After some analysis, Fang Gong immediately understood the situation. Fang Gong nodded and said in a heavy tone, "You are right. Protecting Xuan Bujin is indeed more advantageous to our clan than easing the relationship with Wan clan. But if we do this, Wan clan will definitely take revenge. Our Fang clan will face even greater pressure." Fang Dichang sighed helplessly. There is nothing we can do. The news of Divine Bean Palace has been leaked. Didn't we already foresee this situation? The current plan is to refine Divine Bean Palace as soon as possible. With this house in hand, our Fang clan will be able to resolve our current crisis. Green Ghost Desert. An immemorial soul beast could not retaliate against Fang Yuan's attack. A moment later, it lowered its head and was forcefully subdued by Fang Yuan, turning into his. Wuxia stood beside Fang Yuan. Recently, it was all thanks to him being in charge of this place that there was an endless supply of soul beasts. After sending off the 3 Wan clan immortals, Fang Yuan did not return to Fang clan. He came here to help Wuxia. In the process of subduing soul beasts, Wuxia encountered a tough immemorial soul beast. It was not easy to make a move. Fang Yuan was here to help him clear the obstacles. "Alright, let's go to the next place," Fang Yuan said, but his expression changed slightly. It was a message from Fang clan. "Lord Sect Leader, how is Fang clan's reaction?" Wuxia was very sensitive. He asked with concern. Fang clan's reaction was related to the development of Green Ghost Desert. Chapter 1815. Wan clan's headquarters. "Father, you died so miserably." Sobbing sounds echoed in the discussion hall, causing the eardrums of all the Gu immortals present to buzz. A young man in mourning clothes was crying in snot. This person was Wan Jure Qing, a rank 6 Gu Immortal, Wan Lianghan's son. Wan Jueqing was kneeling on the ground and crying, nobody could dissuade him. In the hall, Wan Clan's Gu Immortals were frowning with gloomy expressions, remaining silent. Wan Clan's second Supreme Elder had a benevolent nature, he could not help but sigh. The matter actually reached this stage. Our clan sent 3 rank 7 experts but they all lost, it is truly unbelievable. Wan Clan's Immortals had the same feeling towards these words. If not for Fang Yuan taking the initiative to expose the whole process of the battle in jewel yellow skies, these Wan Clan Immortals might have had some doubts before accepting it. In fact, Wan Lianghan's action this time had been approved by most of Wan Clan's Gu Immortals. With 3 Gu Immortals of the same rank and an immortal battlefield, they had thought victory was in the bag, but they had not expected to encounter such a tough opponent. First Supreme Elder who had been silent finally spoke. Swan Bujin killed our clan's Gu Immortals, our Wan Clan will not forgive him. Wan Jueqing, did your father leave behind an inheritance for you? Seeing First Supreme Elder's question, Wan Jueqing did not dare to be impudent, he stopped crying and said, I don't dare to hide it from First Supreme Elder, my father left behind all the contents of the inheritance, I am familiar with all kinds of killer moves and Gu recipes. But, there is not a single immortal Gu in it. First Supreme Elder's expression sank further. This situation was not common. Swan Bujin had rank 7 cultivation, Wan Lianghan was the same, but the former could instantly kill the latter, making the latter unable to resist. Normally speaking, it was rare for Gu Immortals of the same rank to have such a direct result. Normally speaking, life and death battles would fall into a stalemate. At this time, if one side wanted to leave and was not trapped in an immortal battlefield, the other side would not be able to stop them. The value of an immortal battlefield was here, it prevented enemies from escaping. The Wan family's 3 immortals used it to deal with Fang Yuan so that he couldn't escape. But to think that Fang Yuan did not even try to escape, he did not even use the immortal battlefield and directly killed Wan Lianghan, forcing the other 2 Wan Clan Gu Immortals to flee. This result was truly ironic to the Wan clan. The Wan family's first Supreme Elder felt regret. If he had known this, he would have lent his immortal Gu house to Wan Lianghan and the rest. However, the first Supreme Elder was also in a difficult position. He only had rank 7 cultivation level, not all righteous path leaders had rank 8 cultivation level. Precisely so, they needed the clan's immortal Gu houses to defend their headquarters. What he didn't know was that his arrangement was actually reasonable and correct. If Fang Yuan saw this immortal Gu house, he would definitely have methods to plunder it. The first Supreme Elder's arrangements actually reduced the Wan clan's losses. The first Supreme Elder sighed inwardly and said to Wan Jueqing, Wan Lianghan's death was a mistake in our decision-making. Wan Lianghan would be bestowed posthumously by the clan, whatever Gu materials he needed to refine his immortal Gu, the clan's treasury would provide them for free. Now, I only hope that these immortal Gu are already destroyed. Thank you, First Supreme Elder. Thank you, Elders. Wan Jueqing quickly knelt on the ground and kowtowed towards the First Supreme Elder and the other Wan Clan Gu Immortals. This was the main goal of his tearful complaints and now he had achieved it. He was the youngest so kowtowing like this was not wrong. The First Supreme Elder continued to speak, his voice was eerie and cold. Swan Bujin is a member of Fang Clan, we are pressuring Fang Clan to hand over this person. After the previous battle, my Wan Clan can confirm that Swan Bujin is Old Man Lai Shin's inheritor. This is a demonic path scoundrel. The blood debt of Old Man Lai Shin back then will be repaid by him. The eyes of many Wan Clan Gu Immortals shined brightly. This was the only way. Back then, Old Man Lai Shin had already become the hidden pain of many Western Desert Righteous Path forces. By placing this crime on Fang Yuan, more Western Desert Righteous Path forces would have an excuse to deal with Fang Clan. Previously this was only an excuse. Wan Clan wanted to capture Swan Bujin and make Fang Clan unable to defend themselves. But now it was not possible, but Wan Clan's first Supreme Elder still decided to accept it. Lack of evidence? I will create my own evidence. Although it was shameless, the super forces wanted to deal with Fang Clan, they could make use of their fear of Fang Clan's rise. It was just that the success rate of this plan was not as high as the previous plan. Wan Clan's Gu Immortals died in battle, and it was widely announced. This could not be tolerated. Wan Clan had to brace themselves and continue acting. Second Supreme Elder heaved a deep sigh, the situation might not be so bad. Maybe Fang Clan has already decided to give up on Swan Bujin. Even if they give up, Fang Clan will not be able to escape the debt of harboring a demonic path Gu Immortal. However, on the second day, bad news reached Wan clan. Fang clan announced their stance: they would protect Fang Yuan and prove that Fang Yuan's true origin was related to Zheng Jingshen. Wan clan immediately denied it and took out all kinds of evidence. Fang Dichang did not even bother to deduce the flaws in these evidence, he directly threw out even more evidence. Laughable. You can fabricate evidence, can I fabricate evidence? At once, the two forces of Western Desert's righteous path revolved around whether Xuan Bujin was Zheng Jingshen's inheritor or Old Man Lai Shin's inheritor, arguing fiercely. One side said I have evidence. The other side said I am truthful and reliable. Just as one side threw out one piece of evidence, the other side did not show any weakness and threw out two. Fang Yuan, as the person involved, was in a political whirlpool, but he was continuously capturing immemorial soul beasts in Green Ghost Desert, leisurely and high-spirited. Of course, he was also paying attention to the development of the situation. Thinking about it, it was actually quite funny. Fang Yuan was not anxious at all, he did not take out any evidence, but Fang clan and Wan clan were excited and proactive. They took out evidence, even if they did not have any, they had to fabricate evidence. The two super forces were fighting to be the first to testify for a demon, they were also very confident and spoke with certainty. If they knew Fang Yuan's true identity, who knew what would happen to them? Fang clan would definitely feel like they had fallen into an ice cave, but Wan clan would also be worried. This was the demon Fang Yuan. Even the Celestial Court and the whole of Southern Border's righteous path could not deal with him. Fang Yuan had not only subdued several immemorial soul beasts these days, he had also completely digested Wan Lianghan's wisdom path inheritance. Wan Lianghan was instantly killed by him, the difference in strength was too great, he could not destroy the immortal goo in time. Fang Yuan obtained 3 of his immortal goo, 2 rank 6 and 1 rank 7. The rank 7 wisdom path immortal goo was called Wisdom Obstacle. Wisdom Obstacle immortal goo had the appearance of a snail, it was black and swarthy, occasionally flickering with a trace of purple light, it looked very stupid. Fang Yuan had already experienced the power of this immortal goo in battle. Just by activating Wisdom Obstacle immortal goo, it could instantly form an obstacle in a huge area around the goo immortal. It expended immortal essence and a large amount of will. There were also many killer moves that used Wisdom Obstacle immortal goo as the core. Among them, there was one killer move that was the most outstanding, even Fang Yuan was surprised. This killer move used the obstacle created by Wisdom Obstacle immortal goo to directly descend on the enemy's mind. With a huge obstacle, the thoughts in the enemy's mind would be severely obstructed, it would be difficult for them to think. Often, after this move succeeded, it would cause the enemy to become stupid, it would be like a huge rock was stuffed in their mind, they would not be able to think of anything. This move was very outstanding, but it needed to sense the enemy first and probe into the enemy's mind. Thus, there were several other killer moves that specifically targeted the enemy's mind. Unfortunately, Fang Yuan had wisdom path attainment, he had many methods to protect his mind. Wan Lianghan's killer moves had little hope of overcoming these obstacles. Moreover, he was hit by Fang Yuan's distracting thoughts proliferation killer move, he lost the initiative, he could not use his killer moves, most of his abilities were crippled. Looking back at the battle, Fang Yuan was very satisfied. After the test of actual combat, the 2 killer moves he deduced were very effective. One was distracting thoughts proliferation killer move, it was a wisdom path killer move, but it also used the profundity of soul path. When the killer move was activated, Fang Yuan used the 4 immemorial soul beasts around him to conceal the killer move's aura. If his aura was exposed, it would be bad if the enemy sensed it. Because distracting thoughts proliferation killer move needed a certain amount of time to accumulate its power to a certain extent. There was also wisdom grab, it was a wisdom path killer move that Fang Yuan deduced by referring to Great Thief Ghost Hand and the Steel Life True Inheritance. Great Thief Ghost Hand stole immortal goo, while wisdom grab was used to steal lives and instantly kill the enemy. But this move was only rank 7, it was not very effective against rank 8 goo immortals, but it was perfect against Wan Lianghan. In order to disguise himself as Great Thief Ghost Hand, Fang Yuan even added some transformation path goo worms to the killer move Wisdom Grab to assist it. Fang Yuan had once used Great Thief Ghost Hand in front of Fang Gong during the battle for Divine Bean Palace, and had also subdued immemorial soul beasts with Fang Dichang's cooperation. Thus, the methods that Fang Yuan exposed did not shock Fang clan, but showed his value. At the same time he cleverly showed his weakness. Fang Yuan clearly had methods to manipulate soul beasts, but he did not use them. In this way the Fang clan felt that Xuan Bujin was still under their control. Following that, it was only natural that he would try to protect and recruit them. This battle looked like an intense battle between Fang Yuan and Wan Clan's 3 immortals. But the truth was that Fang Yuan could intensify the conflict between the two sides based on the current situation. He could influence Fang Clan and Wan Clan, these two colossi, and manipulate the situation of Western Desert. Fang Yuan's true objective was behind the battle. If he carried out this plan, his future gains would be unimaginable. Mere wisdom block, immortal goo and so on were just appetizers before the main course. Unknowingly, Fang Yuan no longer cared about the gains and losses of a city or a lake. He was aloof from everything. His body was in the middle of the battle, he could move freely in all directions. His heart was in the middle of the battle, he could look around. Unknowingly, I have already reached this stage. Since ancient times, were those heroes who led the eras and controlled the world like this? Fang Yuan collected his thoughts. Green Ghost Desert was even darker at night. Dark clouds covered the sky, not even a trace of starlight shone through. Fang Yuan sat on the head of a sinister and terrifying immemorial soul beast. An army of soul beasts surrounded him. Chapter 1816. Sovereign Immortal Aperture, Mini Red Heaven. A large formation was buzzing. The variant human goo immortals with Bai Ning Bing at the lead were ready to fight. Swoosh. There was the sound of a huge tide as an immemorial year beast charged out of the formation, shining in silver light. This is an immemorial year pig. Lady White Rabbit exclaimed in excitement. Very good, the year essence pool lacks this kind of year beast. Fairy Miao Yin said excitedly. There was nothing to say, the battle began. The immortals controlled myriad year flying warship as they attacked the immemorial year pig. The immemorial year pig had thick skin and flesh, but myriad year flying warship was also extremely tough. The two were evenly matched. The intense battle created winds and clouds, creating aftershocks. If it were an ordinary immortal aperture, the goo immortal would suffer huge losses. But Fang Yuan's sovereign grotto heaven was too vast. He had devoured the lifetime wealth of a large number of goo immortals, but the sovereign immortal aperture was only 17 to 18% developed. And Mini Red Heaven was purposely left empty by Fang Yuan to be used as a battlefield. There was no content for management. At present, the minor 5 regions were already thriving. 7 of the minor 9 skies had their own resources. The minor Scarlet Sky had nothing, followed by the minor Green Sky, which stored dream realms, and the minor Yellow Sky only had a small section of the Gold Fragment River. There was still a lot of empty land in the mini 5 regions. It could be foreseen that the mini 9 heavens would remain barren for a long time. Normally speaking, when a goo immortal advanced to rank 8 and obtained a grotto heaven, they would actively develop the sky, because there was no space left on the ground. But Fang Yuan's situation was special. He could not be judged by common sense. The battle between the rank 8 immortal goo house and the immemorial desolate beast lasted for several days. It finally ended with the latter's defeat and surrender. Fang Yuan's main body rampaged in Green Ghost Desert, while in his immortal aperture, his subordinates used myriad year flying warship to subdue immemorial year beasts. On one hand, Fang Yuan wanted these rank 7 goo immortals to familiarize themselves with myriad year flying warship and deepen their cooperation, so that they could participate in a battle between rank 8s in the future. On the other hand, Fang Yuan was using the immemorial year beast fishing formation to lure immemorial year beasts, attempting to form a 12 zodiac battle formation. The idea of the 12 zodiac battle formation had been in Fang Yuan's mind since his previous life. This was an ancient battle formation. He needed to gather 12 different types of immemorial year beasts and use them as the core to form a great formation. The 12 zodiac battle formation was good at attacking. After assembling, it could move freely. Normally, the 12 archaic year beasts were sealed like statues, not moving at all. They didn't need to be fed. During battle, they would unseal themselves, form battle formations and attack the enemy. There were many advantages to this formation. One of them was that it could save a lot of money on feeding expenses. In the previous life, Fang Yuan saw this point and planned to use this method to relieve the pressure of immortal aperture management. In this life, Fang Yuan was very rich. Saving on feeding expenses was secondary. What Fang Yuan valued was the great power of this array. Only primordial year beasts were qualified to be the core of the 12 zodiac battle formation. If he used ancient or desolate grade year beasts, Fang Yuan would not be able to form the 12 zodiac battle formation. From this, it could be seen that the 12 zodiac battle formation was a method that could suppress ordinary rank 8 goo immortals. However, it seemed easy to gather 12 different types of immemorial year beasts, but it was actually very difficult. Not only did it depend on strength, it also depended on luck. In the previous life, Fang Yuan did not have the time and energy to spend on this. His luck was also bad. He did not manage to gather a complete set of battle formations during the Central Continent Gu Refinement War. There were many year beasts in the River of Time, but these year beasts were not evenly distributed. Instead, every once in a while, there would be a huge increase in the number of immemorial year beasts. Fang Yuan did not have absolute confidence that he could gather them in this life. But the manpower, resources, time, energy, and luck that he invested in this was far more than in the previous life. This was the truth. Time passed by quickly. Southern Border's righteous path was being extorted by Fang Yuan. They secretly thought of ways to deal with Fang Yuan, but they were afraid of harming him. Western Desert's righteous path was in a stalemate. Fang clan and Wan clan were debating endlessly. The other righteous path forces were restraining themselves, but there were turbulent undercurrents in the dark. In Northern Plains, Longevity Heaven had been working hard to gather the whole of Northern Plains Gu Immortal world, but there was not much progress. In the previous life, Longevity Heaven had spent a lot of money to recruit Xianxia sect. This move made Northern Plains Gu Immortals realize Longevity Heaven's sincerity. Their resistance was greatly reduced. But in this life, Xianxia blessed land had already been devoured by Fang Yuan. Eastern Sea was calm as usual. Occasionally there were some small conflicts, but they did not amount to much. The most sensational matter was the Ascending Heaven Plane contest, but this matter had already been settled. Meanwhile, in Central Continent, Celestial Court was licking its wounds after losing the Battle of Xianxia sect. Fairy Myrtle wanted to find trouble with Fang Yuan, but she could do nothing about Fang Yuan's secluded cultivation. Even if he took action, he would disguise himself, making it hard for people to distinguish the real from the fake. The 5 regions Gu Immortal world entered a temporary period of peace. Fang Yuan did not waste any time. He made full use of this rare period of peace to digest his gains and strengthen himself. Time cutting edge had been perfected again. 5 restriction profound light chi, after this period of hard work, had already reached the level of being able to use 5 different colored light chi. It was only a small distance away from mastering it. And the progress of his soul path cultivation was also very gratifying. Fang Yuan's soul had already surpassed 10 million man soul, reaching 100 million man soul. This was already the limit of a human. Before Spectral Soul Demon Venerable appeared, in the long river of history, no matter how talented a person was, the peak of their soul was 100 million man soul. There was no higher. Man was the spirit of all living beings. Humans had the strongest intelligence, but in terms of strength, sharpness of claws and fangs, they could not compare to many other living beings. However, cultivation itself was a process of breaking one's own limits. When Gu masters used Gu worms, they could have the strength to suppress fierce beasts, sharper claws and fangs than fierce beasts. They could naturally have a more robust soul. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was the first to create this method of breaking through limits. Fang Yuan had inherited Shadow Sect's true inheritance. He had naturally grasped it. Beyond the level of human soul, the next level of cultivation was Desolate Soul. Although 100 million man soul was extremely condensed and could interfere with matter, it was still relatively weak. But at Desolate Soul level, there would be an earth-shattering breakthrough in battle strength. Just by relying on his soul, Fang Yuan could match most desolate beasts. In this aspect, the pinnacle was still Spectral Soul. In the Battle of Etion Mountain, he had relied on his own strength to resist the heavenly and human calamities. His demonic might and unparalleled divine abilities left an extremely deep impression on Fang Yuan. He could not help but yearn for it. But before I break through to Desolate Soul, I still have something to do. Inside the Sovereign Immortal Aperture, Fang Yuan sent a portion of his soul into the Long Hair Refinement Path formation. When the Grand Formation was activated, it was like a raging inferno, and the light of the flames illuminated everything within a radius of 100 miles. He had already failed several times before. With experience, Fang Yuan's actions were familiar. Pay attention, add the main immortal material next. Fang Yuan ordered. Land Spirit of Xianxia, who was assisting, immediately nodded and assisted Fang Yuan in controlling the formation. There was a hidden space inside the formation, forming secret rooms that were specially used to store immortal materials. At this moment, a secret room opened and the immortal material inside was instantly thrown in. This immortal material was called Joyful Spring Light. It was rank 8. Although it was a light path immortal material, it was condensed like a flower. The flower bloomed, the pure white petals were dotted with dots of red, there were even patches of parrot green. It was lifelike and tender, exuding vitality. Once the joyful spring light entered the fire, it melted into a pure white light that poured onto Fang Yuan's split soul. The stream of light tightly wrapped around the soul. The fire continued to burn and roast the soul. The supplementary materials were thrown in one after another. At the same time, the immortal goo outside the formation were also being activated. The hairy man goo immortals were also doing their best to assist. They were either handling the immortal materials, using hand seals to influence the fire, or inspecting the dregs. This was a group goo refinement. The expenditure was much higher than individual goo refinement, but the difficulty of the goo refinement was also lower. In the previous life, Fang Yuan was alone. He naturally did not receive such treatment. In this life, after annexing Langya sect, his refinement path strength had already surpassed Celestial Court. How many refinement path goo immortals had awakened in Celestial Court? Even among the refinement path great experts sleeping in the immortal graveyard, there were very few who had quasi-supreme grandmaster attainment level in refinement path. Of course, Celestial Court's treasury was extremely rich. This far surpassed Fang Yuan's. Even if Fang Yuan annexed the lifetime accumulation of these goo immortals, he could not compare to Celestial Court. After refining for a while and seeing that everything was going well, Fang Yuan's spirits rose as he shouted, "Next is Fake Pearl." Fake Pearl was not a pearl, it was a transformation path immortal material that could transform into any treasure. It was also at rank 8 level, it was the main material of this goo refinement like the previous Bright Dawn and Spring Light. Fake Pearl also quickly fused into the fire. Fang Yuan called out again, "Bai Ning Bing." Bai Ning Bing nodded. She was already standing in a formation core. At this moment she lightly cut her arm, a stream of blood flew out of the wound. Once the blood entered the blazing fire, with a whoosh, the scarlet fire turned into a bewitching red color. Moreover, a dense blood energy spread in the surroundings. Sixth Hair immediately took action, quickly gathering the blood energy and removing it from the outside. If he did not do this, the blood energy would cause a severe disturbance to the goo refinement. The blood energy decreased as it burned, it soon shrunk to the size of a fist, it was shrinking rapidly. Fang Yuan breathed in deeply. The other goo immortals also had solemn expressions. Next was another crucial step. Release the raging wave rising dragon fire. Fang Yuan ordered. The raging wave rising dragon fire had intelligence. Once it flew out, it wanted to escape the formation. But how could it do that? The long hair refinement path formation blocked it, forcing it to collide with the blood energy. The two flames were clearly separated at first, but soon they fused together, forming a large lump of chaotic fire that was colorful. The chaotic fire also decreased as it burned, it was so thick that it made people cry. The thick smoke descended, wrapping around the flame and forming a pitch-black ball of smoke. Looking from outside, one could see the bright flame at the center of the ball of smoke. Boom! The ball of smoke lasted for an hour before it suddenly exploded. Countless traces of smoke danced like dragons, air currents surged, it was like the roar of a dragon piercing everyone's ears. A dragon man goo master stood up from the smoke, taking large strides as he appeared. He had a strong body and a handsome face, his tall nose bridge and firm lips made him look like a peerless warrior. He was covered in golden dragon scales, his dragon eyes were amber, and there was a pair of golden coral-like dragon horns on his forehead. Seeing him, Land Spirit of Langya laughed loudly, waving its hands. "Success, we succeeded." Chapter 1817. Inside the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. The Soul Path formation was already set up. The formation floated in the air, covering an area of about 3 miles. The dark light emitted by the formation was like a huge pancake, the edges were thick and the middle was thin. Inside the formation, cold winds blew and the temperature fell, but outside the formation it was as usual. Fang Yuan scanned it several times with his divine sense and was satisfied. This formation is modified from a soul path killer move, it is more stable than a killer move, and the user can control it more exquisitely. This was a soul cultivation method recorded in the Shadow Sect True Inheritance. It could let the human soul break through its limits and reach the desolate soul level. Fang Yuan used his own formation path attainment as the foundation of this soul cultivation killer move to perfect improvement. After everything was prepared, Fang Yuan sent his 100 million man soul into the formation. A desolate beast soul core was held in Fang Yuan's hand. When his soul came to the center of the formation, he crushed this soul core. The soul core had already been dealt with in advance, and now that it was affected by the formation, it became extremely fragile. Once the soul core was crushed, it turned into mist and floated out. The formation sped up, causing the mist to spread rapidly, completely shrouding Fang Yuan's 100 million man soul. In the next few hours, the mist gradually thinned until it dissipated. Fang Yuan's 100 million man soul still looked the same as his sovereign immortal body, it was condensed and lifelike. Fang Yuan's soul's feelings and experience were very different from before. This is a desolate soul? Fang Yuan's soul looked at his hands. He could clearly feel that although his appearance did not change much, there was a surge of power surging within him. This power was completely unimaginable in his previous state. 100 million-man soul could only interfere with matter. It was very dangerous to be surrounded by ordinary beasts and suffer. But the desolate soul's battle strength was completely different from the 100 million-man soul. Next is the actual combat test. Fang Yuan's soul flew out of the formation eager to try. He was already prepared. A desolate beast was imprisoned not far away. Just as the desolate beast regained its freedom, it saw a blue-black soul the size of an adult flying towards it. With a loud roar, its ominous aura erupted. It opened its mouth and bit towards Fang Yuan's soul. At this critical moment, Fang Yuan's soul suddenly rose up, avoiding the desolate beast's bite and flying above its head. Fang Yuan's soul suddenly lifted its leg, and then its right leg chopped down like a battle axe. Boom! With a loud bang, the mountain-like wild beast was severely injured and sent flying by Fang Yuan's kick. Again? Fang Yuan's soul shot out and chased after him, waving his fists and legs. How could a desolate beast's intelligence compare to Fang Yuan's? In addition to its large physique, Fang Yuan dodged it nimbly, so it could only passively take a beating. Fang Yuan's punches landed on the beast's flesh, and after a while the dire beast was howling in pain. Finally, it lost its will to fight and turned to flee. Fang Yuan did not chase after them. He would arrange for someone to deal with them later. A faint excitement lingered in Fang Yuan's soul. I really possess desolate beast battle strength. Together with my battle strength, ordinary desolate beasts are not my match in a one-on-one battle. However, my human soul could float, but after breaking through to desolate soul, I am completely unable to fly. I can only rely on goo worms. The reason why Fang Yuan could fly in battle was because his soul contained all kinds of immortal goo and beads of immortal essence. Some soul beasts could fly while others could not. In Shadow Sect's true inheritance, when a human soul breaks through to desolate soul, it was impossible to gain the ability to fly. Because humans were innately unable to fly. The souls of feathermen were different. They could fly, but feathermen were not pure humans. Even Spectral Soul, who had cultivated his soul to the extreme, could only stand on the ground during the Battle of Etion Mountain. He could not fly. The number of soul path Dao marks on my soul has increased explosively. It actually broke through the 10,000 mark. Previously, Fang Yuan's soul had very few soul path Dao marks, even though he had accumulated to 100 million man soul. This was because Fang Yuan used Danghun Mountain and Luopa Valley, the two sacred lands of soul cultivation. Using other soul cultivation methods would increase the number of Dao marks on his soul, allowing him to accumulate the same level of foundation. The body was the carrier of Dao marks, the soul was also the same. Not only could soul path carry Dao marks on the soul, other paths could also do the same. For example, time path. Southern Borders rank 8 Gu Immortal Xianxia had planted a defensive method on her soul. Her soul was covered in a web of time path Dao marks. This layer of defense had obstructed Fang Yuan's soul search a lot in his previous life. After breaking through the limit and becoming a desolate soul, Fang Yuan could continue his soul path cultivation. The following journey would be much vaster and longer than human soul cultivation. 10 desolate soul, 100 desolate soul, 1,000 desolate soul, 10,000 desolate soul. Fang Yuan's desolate soul started to cultivate. The time path clone was deducing, while Fang Yuan's main body continued to research the Dragon Man clone. Even though this clone was created by himself, it still had research value. The Dragon Man clone's soul originally had the appearance of Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal body. It had 30 million man soul foundation. But now, its appearance had changed greatly. It was identical to the Dragon Man body. It also had a dragon tail, dragon horns, dragon scales, and Dragon Man vertical pupils. Moreover, the soul path Dao marks on the soul had already been reduced to single digits. Its human soul foundation was at most a few dozen man soul. This was the result of Fang Yuan's refinement. It was also the level that Fang Yuan wanted to reach. The souls created by the split soul were all human souls. If it was paired with the Dragon Man body, it would only be a possession of a human soul. It would not be considered a complete Dragon Man. Fang Yuan created the Dragon Man clone in order to obtain the immortal Gu House Dragon Palace. Be it transformation path killer moves or human soul possession, they were not as safe as such a complete clone. After a period of arduous Gu refinement, Fang Yuan refined the Dragon Man body and the corresponding Dragon Man soul. Only like this could it be considered a complete clone. Fang Yuan's pure dream clone was only a half-finished product. The pure dream clone's body had no problems, but its soul was only Fang Yuan's human soul. Even though the pure dream clone was human to begin with, it was not compatible with Fang Yuan's split soul. It needed a long period of adjustment and some soul path methods to completely transform Fang Yuan's split soul into the appearance of the body. Only then could it be considered a true match. In fact, when Fang Yuan first obtained the sovereign immortal body, his body and soul were also not compatible. Later, after a long period of cultivation, he used soul path methods to adjust them, finally reaching the current state of perfect compatibility. Dragonians were also mutants, so their physical bodies naturally had their own unique features. Rockmen had dense earth path Dao marks, snowmen specialized in ice and snow path, hairy men had refinement path Dao marks, mermen specialized in water path, while dragonmen had innate enslavement path Dao marks. Dragonmen had incredible talent in enslavement path. They were a natural king race. They could control other life forms more easily than other races. The influence of enslavement path Dao marks is not only external, it also has huge benefits for dragonmen. According to Fang Yuan's deduction with enslavement path Dao marks, the dragonman society was much tighter than other races. This tightness was not due to external factors, it was due to the dragonman's innate talent. According to Fang Yuan's viewpoint, the influence of enslavement path Dao marks was far more important than the dragonman's external influence. Dragonmen would be united, they would not be like other races, especially humans who had internal strife and friction. As for enslavement path, it was specialized in attrition tactics. The cost of cultivating it was very high, but if it reached a certain scale, it could fight against many, defeating stronger opponents. Some paths had outstanding battle strength like blood path, metal path, sword path, and so on. But fighting against many, defeating stronger opponents was something only a few paths had. For example, formation path. When Fang Yuan was immortal, he had used enslavement path methods to participate in the imperial court contest. Not long ago, he had used formation path methods to capture the southern border immortals. Fang Yuan suddenly thought of something. No wonder in my previous life, Dragon Palace was able to enslave Xianxia. This immortal Gu house should be an enslavement path immortal Gu house. Regarding Dragon Palace in his previous life, Fang Yuan did not know about the inside story. Even now, he did not understand why Bai Ning Bing suddenly became the Dragon Palace Lord. But it did not matter. Even if the Dragonman clone is useless, I still have a living Bai Ning Bing. The Dragonman clone was only a rank 1 Gu master. The next step was to nurture him and help him ascend to an immortal. The path he would take was probably enslavement path. The pure dream clone's aperture had already been sealed by Fang Yuan with great difficulty. The clone's soul continued to cultivate and transform, trying to perfectly match the body. These two clone souls might have some soul path cultivation, but they would not have the amount of the main body soul, they would only have some superficial knowledge. Because different Dao marks would repel and interfere with each other. After cultivating for a while more, I can attack. Fang Yuan's eyes burned with eerie fire. Celestial Court's side was still under Fairy Myrtle's control. Central Great Hall. A piece of news made her frown disappear. That's right, old ancestor Shui who has accepted Princess Impatience's suggestion. He is accepting our funding. Longevity Heaven wanted to unify Northern Plains Gu immortal world, it showed great determination, thus lone immortals and demonic path were in great conflict. Fairy Myrtle thus made a bold plan and arranged for Princess Impatience to return to Northern Plains to persuade old ancestor Shuehu. Old ancestor Shuehu was unwilling and had a firm attitude, but under his wife's persuasion he reluctantly nodded and agreed to cooperate with Celestial Court. Even though the cooperation is limited now, who knows in the future? Fairy Myrtle smiled confidently. Looking at the situation of the world. Northern Plains made important progress, Western Desert's righteous path was in a stalemate, and Celestial Court was fanning the flames behind the scenes. Central Continent was fine, Eastern Seas several forces divided ascending Heaven Plain. But in the dark, Celestial Court was trying to find Immortal Gu House Dragon Palace. As for Southern Border, Fairy Myrtle's smile faded. Southern Border's situation was not optimistic. Southern Border's righteous path accepted Fang Yuan's extortion. Fairy Myrtle could not stop it. At the same time the Southern Alliance was established, the Alliance leader position was vacant, but Tai Clan's beacon towers were already being set up everywhere. These two situations were bad news for Celestial Court. There is also Fang Yuan, he captured so many Southern Border Gu immortals and extorted a vast amount of immortal materials. He also has the entire refinement path Gu immortals of Langya sect as his subordinates. Fairy Myrtle was very concerned about Fang Yuan's situation. But this demon, Fang Yuan, was in hiding. She could not find him. Fairy Myrtle felt even greater pressure. She would rather see Fang Yuan jump around and do whatever he wanted. Right now, she could not even hear a trace of information about Fang Yuan's current situation. What is Fang Yuan doing? How much has his strength improved? When and where will he appear again? This final question did not bother Fairy Myrtle for long. About half a month later, she received a battle report. Fang Yuan suddenly appeared in the River of Time and fought with the four Xianxia. Chapter 1818. Immortal Gu House myriad-year flying warship was moving in the River of Time. Fang Yuan stood proudly at the bow of the ship with his hands behind his back. He wore a green robe, his black hair was like a waterfall, his handsome face had a pair of deep and dark pupils. He looked at the endless waves around him with a cold expression. Bai Ning Bing and the rest were inside the Immortal Gu House, looking at the rank 7 aura circulating around Fang Yuan's body as he put on an act. Some felt a chill in their hearts, while others realized, no wonder Fang Yuan could move unhindered until now. If they had rank 8 cultivation level, they would have dominated an area long ago. But he was pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger, not letting go of any chance to deceive the enemy. Some sighed. Both sides had not even come into contact, but Fang Yuan had already started to mislead the enemy. This was a battle of intelligence and strategy. This battle had already started the moment myriad-year flying warship appeared in the River of Time. Fang Yuan had his own plans. If he could not expose his rank 8 cultivation level, he would not expose it. Because once it was exposed, the secret of the sovereign immortal body would not be able to be concealed. In the previous life this secret was exposed, but in this life, this secret seemed to have not been discovered yet. As for the secret of rebirth, it will probably be exposed after this battle. Fang Yuan estimated in his mind. So what if it was exposed? Fang Yuan felt that this was the time to expose it. The significance of this battle was extremely huge. Although Fang Yuan had been vigilant and paid attention to the ink effect, he would not be careless when it was time to make a move. Advancing and retreating, attacking and defending at will, he had already grasped all of this. He was extremely shrewd and ruthless. A pavilion was situated in the River of Time. The pavilion had openings on all sides. It had a simple structure. The pavilion cover seemed to be woven from yellow grass. The pavilion pillars were gray-white stones that had not been polished. There was a screen in the pavilion. It was the most luxurious decoration. It was the rank 7-time path Immortal Gu House present and past pavilion. Central Continent's 4-time path Gu Immortals were standing in present and past pavilion. They were the four Xianxia. They discovered myriad-year flying warship the moment it appeared. The four Xianxia immediately reported this information to Fairy Myrtle. They did not dare to delay. Fang Yuan has finally appeared. That's right. We four siblings have not waited here for so long in vain. He still has rank 7 cultivation level, but he has a rank 8 Immortal Gu House. What Immortal Gu House is this? I've never heard of it. It seems to be a time path Immortal Gu House. The four Xianxia did not make the first move. In their opinion, the present and past pavilion was best at scouting in the River of Time. At this moment they were extremely far away from Fang Yuan. They could detect Fang Yuan, but Fang Yuan couldn't detect them. They only had rank 7 cultivation level. It was only because they cultivated time path that they were chosen by the high and mighty Celestial Court to suppress this place. Moreover, the four Xianxia were not Celestial Court Gu Immortals. Their next move would depend on Fairy Myrtle's arrangements and orders. Myriad-year flying warship carried Fang Yuan and drifted slowly at first. Fang Yuan looked around from the bow of the ship, seemingly searching for something. It seems that Fang Yuan is here to find Red Lotus true inheritance. He did not discover us after all. Has Lady Ziwei not given any orders? Within present and past pavilion, the four Xianxia stared at Fang Yuan with deep concern. Celestial Court. Fairy Myrtle was joyful at first before becoming suspicious. She was joyful because Fang Yuan had finally appeared. She was not afraid of him not appearing, she was afraid of him hiding and not knowing what he was up to. Honestly speaking, as long as Fang Yuan did not appear, Fairy Myrtle felt even more pressure. She did not know what Fang Yuan was up to. But now that Fang Yuan had appeared, Fairy Myrtle let out a sigh of relief inwardly. Good come. I want to see how much you have grown. I will definitely make good use of this opportunity to kill you. Fairy Myrtle's heart was filled with killing intent. As for that rank 8 Immortal Gu House, is that the source of your confidence? Fang Yuan. Fairy Myrtle could not help but feel slightly bewildered. This rank 8 Immortal Gu House appeared without any warning. According to common sense, even super forces could not conceal the construction of an immortal goo house. Many traces would be exposed, because there were simply too many things to prepare. During the construction of an immortal goo house, the commotion would not be small and would be discovered by others. Fang Yuan was not an exception. But the process of his accumulation was in the previous life. Fairy Myrtle could not discover it. How did Fang Yuan suddenly obtain a time path immortal goo house, and it is rank 8? What abilities and methods does this boat-shaped immortal goo house have? Thoughts collided in Fairy Myrtle's mind as purple chi spread rapidly in Central Great Hall. She quickly deduced and made her decision. She estimated that even if this time path immortal goo house was rank 8, its strength would be limited. Because it appeared too suddenly, there were no records of this boat in history. It was likely that Fang Yuan used the immortal goo to test it out in a hurry. Moreover, regardless of whether it was strong or weak, the Celestial Court needed to probe it and stop Fang Yuan from obtaining Red Lotus True Inheritance. Fairy Myrtle quickly ordered Qing Yi to move Eternal Yacht to present and past pavilion. A detailed and clear topographic map immediately appeared in her mind. When Eternal Yacht meets up with present and past pavilion, we will have them attack Fang Yuan from the front and back. Fairy Myrtle's gaze was sharp as a blade. Earlier, present and past pavilion was monitoring the river while Eternal Yacht was moving around, searching for Red Lotus True Inheritance. Now, Eternal Yacht was already rushing over under Fairy Myrtle's orders. In the River of Time, the 4 Xuanzi also received Fairy Myrtle's orders. They are going to attack. According to Fang Yuan's speed and direction, he will leave present and past pavilion's range soon. We will attack first and restrain Fang Yuan, luring him here. Then, Eternal Yacht will attack him from behind. The 4 Xuanzi quickly controlled present and past pavilion, causing huge waves in the River of Time. The waves were like a huge army crashing towards Myriad Year Flying Warship. They finally attacked. Inside Myriad Year Flying Warship, a variant human Gu Immortal shouted in excitement. Fang Yuan purposely appeared near present and past pavilion to lure the latter into attacking. Lord Sect Leader is so bad, he clearly does not want to expose the fact that he has already discovered present and past pavilion. He is pretending to be ignorant. The other party has been deceived. Lady White Rabbit's long eyelashes fluttered as her eyes shined with a bright light. She had learned another sinister move. Oh. Fang Yuan gasped. He frowned as he sensed the change in the river. The 4 Xuanzi could clearly see the minute changes in his expression. Fang Yuan found something amiss. He is controlling that rank 8 immortal goo house to charge towards us. Don't worry, we are far away from him. So fast. The speed displayed by Myriad Year Flying Warship shocked the 4 Xuanzi. A moment ago they were still calm and composed, but now their expressions changed as their bodies and minds shook. In the waves, Myriad Year Flying Warship was like a swordfish. It pierced through the waves and charged towards present and past pavilion with incredible speed. Increase the strength. The eldest of the 4 Xuanzi, Shang Xuanzi, shouted. Present and past pavilion let out a dazzling light. The waves created were tens of feet tall. Like a tsunami, they submerged Myriad Year Flying Warship. Boom, boom, boom. Myriad Year Flying Warship was covered in a layer of silver light. It crashed through the waves again and again. Its speed became even faster. It was like a peerless sword stabbing towards them. The 4 Xuanzi were pale, their eyes were filled with shock. Fang Yuan was too fast and ferocious, they felt uneasy. Zhong Xuanzi quickly shouted, "Quick, use that move." Present and past pavilion's light shone even brighter. It was like a grand pillar of light that soared into the sky. Under present and past pavilion's influence, the water around Myriad Year Flying Warship underwent a strange change, turning into a huge whirlpool in the blink of an eye. The whirlpool's water flow was rapid. It barely trapped Myriad Year Flying Warship. The 4 Xuanzi let out a sigh of relief. We finally trapped it. This immortal goo house's speed is astonishing. In just a few breaths of time, it has already traversed more than half the distance. But it is already trapped by us now. Let's test it out and see what kind of power it has. The whirlpool's water flow became even more rapid. The waves changed into sawtooth shapes. Countless sawteeth surrounded Myriad Year Flying Warship, gnawing and grinding at its body. Myriad Year Flying Warship was stuck in the center of the whirlpool. Fang Yuan's expression was cold. Sun Guizi revealed a shocked expression. Such a tough immortal goo house, even the sawtooth whirlpool cannot break its protective light. Xia Xuanzi patted Sun Guizi's shoulder and consoled. Don't worry, it has only been less than 10 breaths of time. If we continue to grind and gnaw at it, it will collapse. Although he said that, the 4 Xuanzi were astonished. They knew the power of the Sawtooth Whirlpool Killer move. This was present in past Pavilion's strongest offensive method. Ordinary Gu Immortals would be sliced into pieces in the blink of an eye. None of the 4 Xuanzi could last for 3 breaths of time. Even present and past Pavilion itself would become unstable after entering it. A large number of Gu worms would die. But looking at it now, Myriad Year Flying Warship was completely unscathed. It was even somewhat peaceful. The 4 Xuanzi felt a chill in their hearts. It is a rank 8 immortal Gu house after all. Where is Eternal Yacht now? Oh no, the situation is bad. Sun Guizi suddenly shouted. The other 3 Xuanzi quickly looked over, only to see that the water flow around Myriad Year Flying Warship was changing rapidly, from the Sawtooth Whirlpool to a silver-white torrent. The torrent moved around Myriad Year Flying Warship. In just a few breaths of time, the torrent had expanded by more than 10 times. Present and past Pavilion has methods to manipulate the river. How can our Myriad Year Flying Warship not have them? The variant human Gu Immortals in the room laughed heartily. Charge. Fang Yuan instructed plainly. Boom. Like a gushing waterfall or a torrent, the torrent around Myriad Year Flying Warship surged and surged forward. Myriad Year Flying Warship easily broke through the damaged Sawtooth Whirlpool under the pressure of the torrent, charging towards the 4 Xuanzi with a fierce momentum. Chapter 1819. It is charging over. Quickly block it. Increase present and past Pavilion's power to the maximum. The 4 Xuanzi's minds were in chaos. Present and past Pavilion buzzed as the screens in the pavilion emitted thick smoke. The pavilion shot out a pillar of light that was almost solid. Myriad Year Flying Warship approached present and past Pavilion. Crash into it. Fang Yuan sneered, standing proudly at the bow of the ship. But in an instant, present and past Pavilion resisted with all its might. Myriad Year Flying Warship's momentum became extremely slow. Killer move, deceleration? Break it. Fang Yuan was familiar with this move. He ordered as Myriad Year Flying Warship's silver light suddenly condensed. Swoosh. With a soft sound, present and past Pavilion's killer move was broken. Myriad Year Flying Warship regained its original speed and crashed into present and past Pavilion with a loud sound. Present and past Pavilion was not specialized in defense. Fang Yuan had personally destroyed it in the past. Now that it encountered the stronger and faster Myriad Year Flying Warship, it immediately collapsed. The pavilion's cover was blown away, the pavilion's pillars were broken, the screens were broken, and the pavilion's foundation was destroyed. The 4 Xuanzi coughed out large amounts of blood. Plop plop plop, they fell into the river of time. Without present and past Pavilion's protection, the 4 Xuanzi completely lost the ability to retaliate against Fang Yuan. In a short while Fang Yuan killed them all. They still had rank 7 cultivation level like Lu Hao. They did not join the Celestial Court and kept their immortal apertures. But their immortal Gu were already destroyed by them. Fang Yuan had just retrieved their corpses and the scattered immortal Gu when Eternal Yacht arrived. Rank 8 Gu Immortal Qingyi was standing on Eternal Yacht. He saw the 4 Xuanzi corpses on the deck of Myriad Year Flying Warship and his expression changed. Fang Yuan, you demon, I will make you pay with your blood. Fang Yuan turned around and smiled lightly. Another one is here to die. Myriad Year Flying Warship did not say anything. Silver light shrouded it as currents surged under it, attacking Eternal Yacht. Its ferocious charge immediately caused a commotion among the Gu Immortals in Eternal Yacht. Veins were popping on Xianxia's forehead. He hesitated for a moment before giving a wise order. We will hide for now, don't fight this rank 8 immortal Gu house head-on. Although the 4 Xuanzi had died in battle, the battle report had been sent out in time. Fairy Myrtle and Qingyi had learned a lot about Myriad Year Flying Warship. However, how could it be that easy for Hangzhou to escape? Myriad Year Flying Warship's speed soared. It actually broke through its previous limit and became faster and faster. This immortal Gu house, even though it was called a flying carriage, it was in the shape of a boat. Right now it was like a silver meteor flying close to the river of time. The Eternal Ark was in the shape of a ship, and it was much bigger than the Myriad Year Flying Warship. Even if they wanted to avoid it, their speed wasn't fast, so how could they avoid it? Boom. With a loud bang, the Eternal Yacht trembled twice, and a large hole appeared in the front of the hull. Fang Yuan's Myriad Year Flying Warship actually smashed through the Eternal Ark. How is this possible? Just now, the Eternal Yacht had already activated its strongest defensive method, but it could not even block one attack from Fang Yuan. The truth was so shocking that Qingyi's eyes were popping out of their sockets. Lord, that scoundrel Fang Yuan is charging over again. The Gu Immortals inside the Eternal Yacht shouted in shock. The moment they said that, with a loud bang, Myriad Year Flying Warship smashed through the Eternal Yacht. The eternal yacht shook intensely, Qingyi staggered and could not stand stably. His fighting spirit was on the verge of collapsing. How could he fight like this? The goo worms inside the eternal yacht had suffered huge losses. It would scatter after a few more collisions. Many goo immortals had pale expressions and cold sweat. Fortunately at this time they heard Qingye's order, retreat. The eternal yacht turned around and retreated resolutely. You think you can escape? Fang Yuan sneered. Boom boom boom. Myriad-year flying warship pierced through the eternal yacht again and again. The eternal yacht used killer moves to resist, but Fang Yuan had already dealt with it. Know yourself and your enemy and you will never be defeated. As long as the Celestial Court did not have any huge changes, Fang Yuan would definitely be the final winner. The outcome of this battle was already decided from the start. Thus, when Eternal Yacht was destroyed and Qingyi fell into the River of Time, no one on Fang Yuan's side was surprised. Kill him. Without needing Fang Yuan's order, the other goo immortals inside the warship shouted at the same time. Killing intent surged, myriad-year flying warship dove into the river and crashed towards Qingyi like a vicious shark. Qingyi used all his strength to use defensive methods. But in the River of Time, as a dark path goo immortal, he was suppressed to an extreme level. Boom. The myriad-year flying warship directly smashed his black shield and sent him flying. Qingyi coughed out large amounts of blood. He endured the intense pain and tried to rush out of the river. Seeing that the river was in sight, he was shocked to find that myriad-year flying warship had been waiting for a long time. Boom. With another loud sound, the bottom of myriad-year flying warship directly smashed into Qingye's head. A large part of Qingye's head caved in from the impact. He felt dizzy and his vision blurred. The huge force transmitted through his whole body, his spine, sternum and so on were all broken. Gurgle gurgle. Large amounts of the water of the River of Time flowed into his mouth. The huge impact force slapped him into the depths of the river like a rubber ball. He's still not dead? Bing Yuan was speechless at Qingye's strong vitality. Then let's do it again. The Rockman First Supreme Elder's eyes were bloodshot. He was already in high spirits. Taking advantage of his weakness, myriad-year flying warship was like a killer as it launched a fatal pursuit. Boom. The third time, Qingyi was heavily injured again. From his right shoulder down, more than half of his chest had been smashed into a pile of rotten flesh, and all of his internal organs had been crushed. Qingyi stared with wide eyes at myriad-year flying warship. He still wanted to struggle but he had no strength left. Eventually he became a floating corpse, losing his life. He's dead, he's really dead. This is a rank 8 goo immortal. We really killed him? The variant human goo immortals were overjoyed, even by Ning Bing, He Lulan and the rest were moved. Fairy Miao Yin and Lady White Rabbit were also very excited. Killing a rank 8 goo immortal, such an achievement was too rare. Even though they had borrowed a lot of external strength, just this achievement itself was enough for them to brag about for the rest of their lives. Fang Yuan fished out Qingye's corpse, but unfortunately, his soul had already dissipated. This Qingyi is a ruthless person, he actually destroyed his own soul at the crucial moment. But this body is also a top-grade immortal material, I can research Phantom Path. Celestial Court possessed the supreme profundity of Phantom Path. Precisely because of this, members of Celestial Court could obtain Phantom Apertures after contributing their immortal apertures. They could leave Celestial Court and fight outside. Once Celestial Court goo immortals died, the Phantom Aperture would dissipate on its own, all the goo worms inside would remain, even most of the Dao marks would vanish. All in all, when fighting against Celestial Court goo immortals, even if they won there would be few benefits. But after Langya Blessed Land was annexed, the land spirit of Langya told Fang Yuan that the corpses of Celestial Court goo immortals had other profundities, they contained the supreme profundity of Phantom Path. If Fang Yuan could comprehend some Phantom Path profundities from these corpses, he might be able to unravel Celestial Court's Phantom Path, he might even be able to get hold of Celestial Court's weakness. Even if he could not do anything to Celestial Court with this Phantom Path method, Fang Yuan could use it on himself. With the Phantom Aperture method, Fang Yuan would be able to control Wuxia and the rest even more harshly. This was a great weapon to ensure their loyalty. Myriad-year flying warship continued to clean up the battlefield. The goo immortals on Fang Yuan's side were very excited, their long years of training had finally paid off. In this attack they destroyed 2 immortal goo houses, they even lost over 10 goo immortals. Present and past pavilion had the 4 Xuanxia, while Eternal Yacht had even more goo immortals. Immortal goo houses originated from immortal formations. They normally needed many goo immortals to control them together, they could be more flexible and comprehensive. Some immortal Gu houses had very strict requirements for the number of Gu immortals inside, they could not have one more or one less. Very few immortal Gu houses only needed one person to control them. None of these Gu immortals escaped with their lives, their corpses were placed at the side and their souls were suppressed. The battle ended, but Fang Yuan was not in a hurry to leave, he was patrolling on the river surface, waiting for reinforcements from Celestial Court. Lady White Rabbit, Bing Yuan, Shizong, and the other Gu immortals discussed. They were still very excited. They talked about the rank 8 Gu immortal Qingyi the most. Speaking of which, Qingyi was quite unlucky. Once Eternal Yacht was destroyed, he was greatly suppressed in the River of Time. It would be good if he could use 20 to 30% of his original strength. This place was filled with time path Dao marks, it was the densest in the world. Precisely so, time path methods were very useful, their power was amplified. As for other methods like Great Thief Ghost Hand, Reverse Flow Protection Seal, and others, they were all greatly suppressed. Celestial Court. Fairy Myrtle had a pale expression, she was in a daze. She had obtained the latest battle report. Fang Yuan used the rank 8 Immortal Gu House to destroy Present and Past Pavilion and Eternal Yacht, even Qingyi died? Fairy Myrtle found it hard to believe. She had been planning earlier, she wanted to control Fang Yuan remotely, even if she could not kill him now, she wanted to chase him away. Then, the two great combat powers that she had placed so much importance on actually collapsed and fell apart. The speed of this defeat is too fast. This does not make sense. Even though Present and Past Pavilion and Eternal Yacht were only rank 7, they were outstanding, their structures were exquisite, and they had abundant and comprehensive methods. If not for this, Fairy Myrtle would not have mobilized these two Immortal Gu houses to attack Fang Yuan. What was the problem? Looking at the battle report, Fang Yuan's mysterious time path Immortal Gu house might be rank 8, but its methods are limited. Other than using the water of the River of Time to accelerate itself, its strongest aspect is its toughness. Myriad Year Flying Warship's fighting method could only be described in one word, that was to collide. If it was described in one word, head-on collision. If it was described in one word, accelerated collision. Evidently, this battle tactic was very simple and simple. But why did it succeed? That was because during the battle, Present and Past Pavilion and Eternal Yacht's methods, especially their defensive measures, were instantly broken by Fang Yuan. Fairy Myrtle jumped up from her seat. She could not sit still anymore. Her forehead was covered in a thin layer of cold sweat. It seems that Fang Yuan has really revived. He has a deep understanding of Present and Past Pavilion and Eternal Yacht. He made the most effective countermeasures and researched killer moves to counter them. Thus, Present and Past Pavilion and Eternal Yacht are extremely weak, they have no way to retaliate. Just like Fang Yuan expected, Fairy Myrtle had serious doubts after this battle. She was certain that Fang Yuan had revived. What do we do? Fang Yuan has a rank 8 Immortal Gu house now, he can move freely in the River of Time. Our 3 Immortal Gu houses are still being constructed. Should we stop it? He has revived, he is likely very familiar with these 3 Immortal Gu houses. If we stop it and change to another Immortal Gu house, will it be too late? The reason why Fang Yuan entered the River of Time is definitely to search for Red Lotus True Inheritance. If he succeeds, it would be terrible, the consequences would be far worse than losing Langya Blessed Land. Chapter 1820. Following the tributary of the River of Time, Fang Yuan and the rest returned to southern border. Even though the immortals were in good condition and had high morale, they still needed to rest and recuperate after the battle. Our gains from this battle are quite good. Fang Yuan inspected the corpses that he had salvaged. Other than rank 8 Gu Immortal Qingyi, these Central Continent rank 7 Gu Immortals were mostly from the 10 great ancient sects. They did not have the qualifications to join Celestial Court, so they did not contribute their immortal apertures. Most of the Gu worms were destroyed, but these immortal apertures were still intact. There were also 1 or 2 immortal Gu that were luckily preserved after the 2 immortal Gu houses were destroyed. In the following period of time, Fang Yuan was prepared to inspect these immortal apertures and see if there were any problems. If there were no problems, he would devour them. Of course, there were some Gu immortals like Fang Yuan who could not devour apertures because his path attainment level was not high enough. In fact, there were some such people among the southern border captives. The loot is just a bonus. The true meaning of this battle is that I finally got rid of the passive situation. This is the first time I have the initiative in this battle against Celestial Court. Fang Yuan had used the perfect timing in this battle. If he fought earlier, he would not have the Immortal Gu House Myriad Year Flying Warship, he would have to expose his rank 8 cultivation level. This was not good. Because once his rank 8 cultivation level was exposed, Celestial Court would find out that Fang Yuan had not undergone tribulation. The secret of the sovereign immortal aperture would also be exposed. If the battle was delayed, Celestial Court would not just have these two immortal Gu houses. In the previous life, Fang Yuan had encountered 4 time path immortal Gu houses. After destroying Eternal Yacht and Present and Past Pavilion, Celestial Court fell into an extremely passive situation. Celestial Court was afraid that Fang Yuan would obtain Red Lotus true inheritance. They would definitely send more troops in the River of Time to stop Fang Yuan. However, after Lord Huangshi, Celestial Court lacked Time Path rank 8s. They could only use Qin Yi and Time Path Immortal Gu houses as replacements. This way Fang Yuan had another chance to break through. Just like how Fang Yuan destroyed the Eternal Ship in the Present and Past Pavilion. However, even if the Celestial Court knew this, they still needed to investigate as soon as possible and try their best to stop it, even if they had to pay a great price. In my previous life, the Celestial Court defended the River of Time impenetrably. But in this life, the River of Time has become a place that the Celestial Court must save. It is also the best battlefield for me to weaken the Celestial Court and allow the Celestial Court to continue bleeding. Fang Yuan was almost certain of the Celestial Court's reaction. Just like how the Celestial Court had the strategic advantage of Fate Gu, forcing the 4 regions Gu Immortals to attack Central Continent and the Celestial Court. Fang Yuan relied on the pretense of being a true disciple of Red Lotus to force the Celestial Court to send more troops to the River of Time. But this way the secret of my rebirth should not be able to be kept. During the Battle of Langya Domain, Fairy Myrtle already had serious suspicions. During this period of time, Fang Yuan captured the southern border pursuers and went on a killing spree in the River of Time. If Fairy Myrtle still could not confirm that Fang Yuan had reborn, she would not be Fairy Myrtle. Fang Yuan would not underestimate Fairy Myrtle, he understood her very well. Often those who understood you were not your friends but your enemies. Sure enough, a few days later, Fairy Myrtle announced in Jewel Yellow Skies that Fang Yuan had been reborn and had obtained a rank 8 time path Immortal Gu house. Once the news spread, it quickly spread everywhere. Fang Yuan's influence rose to another level, the world was in an uproar. How long has it been? Fang Yuan has already become a demonic path overlord, he is a pillar of the world. Earlier, Fang Yuan had that reverse flow river killer move that could reflect the attacks of rank 8 Gu Immortals, he was undefeatable. Now he has a rank 8 Immortal Gu house? Isn't this too fast? The Immortal Gu house seems to have come out of the ground. Since he has been reborn, the Immortal Gu house is not too sudden. Don't forget he annexed Langya Blessed Land, he has a deep foundation here. The discussion naturally spread to the Celestial Court. The Celestial Court seems to be very weak, they have never had any effective methods against Fang Yuan. The Great Celestial Court can only lose again and then announce Fang Yuan's information afterwards. It is not that the Celestial Court is weak, but they have no way to deal with Fang Yuan. Normally speaking, demonic path Gu Immortals, even if they have rank 8 cultivation level, would not be as high profile as Fang Yuan. That's right. Demonic path Gu Immortals are always alone. If they offend the righteous path, many forces will work together and use information path to gather information, while using wisdom path to deduce their location, and then work together to pursue them. Just like how the southern border immortals chased after him earlier. But what about Fang Yuan? He can actually defend against the Celestial Court's deductions and wisdom path. He also has fixed immortal travel moving around, it is hard to capture him. His formation path strength is also very powerful. He will definitely be able to see through the ambush and even make use of the time path formation to capture the southern border pursuing team. He even annexed Langya Blessed Land, his refinement path attainment level is at least Great Grandmaster. The Gu Immortals discussed deeply, they were shocked to find that Fang Yuan was so talented, he cultivated many paths, his talent was shocking and shocking. I finally understand he is a monster. Many people sucked in a breath of cold air. Most Gu Immortals, even rank 8, cultivated only one path who could be like Fang Yuan who could take care of so many paths. If they took care of so many paths, their energy, resources, and time would be scattered, and Gu Immortals would often achieve nothing. Actually, Fang Yuan had wanted to cultivate only one path before, but he had no choice. Before this, he had been fighting alone, under the pressure of external enemies. How could he not cultivate wisdom path? How could his battle strength increase if he did not cultivate soul path? How could he capture the southern border immortals without formation path? You can't say that no matter how bad Fang Yuan's talent is, as long as he has spring autumn cicada, he can revive again and again, he can use the same amount of time to accumulate different things. That's right, with Spring-Autumn Cicada, even if he fails again he can have countless chances to start over. The experience of failure can also be accumulated. Even a stupid pig can naturally succeed after failing many times, right? Spring-Autumn Cicada, as expected of Red Lotus Demon Venerable's vital goo, it is truly amazing. On the mystical goo list, Spring-Autumn Cicada's ranking should be raised again. Its current ranking is still too low for such a mystical goo. Because of Fang Yuan, Spring-Autumn Cicada's ranking has indeed been raised again, but I feel that everyone should not overestimate Spring-Autumn Cicada. It is only a goo worm after all. There are many methods to restrain it. The reason why Fang Yuan is so powerful is largely because he is an otherworldly demon. Indeed, the combination of the otherworldly demon and Spring-Autumn Cicada is truly too perfect. However, other than otherworldly demons, it is very difficult for other people to use Spring-Autumn Cicada to have a huge change in their lives. Fang Yuan saw this and after careful consideration, he decisively spread the video of the battle in the River of Time to jewel yellow skies. He even said, "Celestial Court, my counterattack has just begun. After I obtain Red Lotus True Inheritance from the River of Time, I will thoroughly destroy your Fate Goo. In the previous life you succeeded in repairing Fate Goo. That was because your foundation was deep and beyond my expectations. But there are too few knowledgeable Goo Immortals in the 4 regions. Many rank 8 experts are still being secretly restrained by you. There are also many Goo Immortals who are still naive and do not know the fatal threat of Fate Goo. All of you, just you wait." Once these words were said, the Goo Immortal world of the 5 regions fell into silence. Next, even more terrifying public opinion erupted like a volcano, flooding down like a torrent. Oh heavens, Fang Yuan is directly provoking the Celestial Court. How many years has it been since something like this happened? How many years is it? Throughout history there have not been many like this. Very few people do this, and even fewer people can truly pose a threat to the Celestial Court. Fang Yuan might only have rank 7 cultivation level now, but he can already match rank 8. He annexed Langya Blessed Land, he has a large number of variant human Goo Immortals and even a rank 8-time Path Immortal Goo House. What is even more terrifying is that he seems to have the exact information of Red Lotus True Inheritance. If he really obtains the Demon Venerable's True Inheritance. Terrifying. If this continues, Fang Yuan will become the new Demon Venerable. Sigh, the people of heaven are so innocent. Is another Demon Venerable going to appear and bring disaster to the world? We cannot easily become enemies with Fang Yuan. Take a good look at this video. The killer moves of the 2 immortal Goo houses of the Celestial Court were all broken by Fang Yuan. Clearly, Fang Yuan had experienced it in his previous life and found a way to break it in this life. The cooperation of Spring-Autumn Cicada and an otherworldly demon is simply too shameless. The Goo Immortal world discussed intensely, gradually forming a kind of panic. A kind of fear towards Fang Yuan. In the past, Goo Immortals felt more wariness, hatred, and jealousy towards the existence of Fang Yuan. But now, fear was gradually taking over. Goo Immortals knew that Fang Yuan was not to be trifled with, but the current Fang Yuan was also not to be trifled with. Even a colossal force like the Celestial Court, the strongest righteous path force in the 5 regions, had its dignity trampled on by Fang Yuan time and time again. Even now they could not do anything to Fang Yuan. Southern border Wu clan. Wu Yong had a dark gaze. Fang Yuan? Celestial Court, Qi clan. Qi Chuyu's expression was ashen. He finally realized a possibility. The traitor has not been found. Maybe this is a secret that was exposed in my previous life. If I had made a deal with Fang Yuan in my previous life, doesn't that mean I am the traitor? Thinking of this, Qi Chuyu was stunned. Western Desert, Tang clan. First Supreme Elder and Second Supreme Elder were talking in secret. This demon Fang Yuan is getting stronger and stronger. If his relationship with our clan is exposed, the Celestial Court will definitely exterminate our clan. We are already cooperating with Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan is very powerful now. This relationship cannot be stopped. We need to be even more careful from now on. If he really becomes a demon venerable in the future, it will be a great opportunity for our Tang clan to develop. Shi clan. In the secret room, the first Supreme Elder smiled. Interesting. The Celestial Court wants the whole world to attack Fang Yuan. And Fang Yuan is also spreading the threat and weakness of the Celestial Court. He wants the Goo Immortals of the 4 regions to attack the Celestial Court.